The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 222. Activation of the mechanism. With a strange expression on his face, Duan Yuyong stared at Yan Tianan's face for half a day before sighing, "I didn't expect Ah Hen to be such a narcissist. Darling, it's fine to do it a little, there's no need to exaggerate so much bah." "Yan Tianan, go away, you're so annoying," Yan Tianan shouted. Don't go." Duan Yuyong's gaze was scorching as he pestered Yan Tianan and asked excitedly, as the saying goes, one's looks come from the heart. "You must have seen that little beauty somewhere to see that sort of reflection. Quick, tell Gerger where that little beauty is now." Yan Tianan looked shy as he shook his body, feeling a little embarrassed. "Why do you keep calling me a little beauty? I'm so not used to it." "Duan Yuyong, who are you teasing me?" Duan Yuyong chased Yan Tianan around, shouting about how mean he was being for hiding this stunning beauty for himself and insisting on getting Yan Tianan to look into the mirror again, which piqued everyone else's curiosity. Yan Tianan didn't say a word as he circled around in front. After keeping the mirror, he was dead set on not looking at it again, evidently feeling quite shy about it. Lin Xuanji panicked. When his and Yuan Tianwen's eyes accidentally met, he knew that he wasn't the only one who believed that that was Yan Tianan's original appearance. Yuan Tianwen could probably tell what was off with the mirror. That mirror can reflect a person's original appearance, and it can also reflect other appearances according to Yan Tianan's weird ideas. However, the reflections can only turn people uglier, not beautify them. So that face. Even in his previous life, Lin Xuanji had never seen Yan Tianan's original appearance before. Yuan Tianwen took the initiative to go forward and said to Lin Xuanji with a rather complicated expression, "If I had guessed correctly, that mirror should be able to reflect its owner's original appearance." Lin Xuanji looked at him enigmatically for a moment. Young Peak Master Yuan must be joking. That mirror reflects the desired appearance in its owner's heart, it has nothing to do with him. The more eager Lin Xuanji was in explaining it, the more certain Yuan Tianwen felt that that was indeed Yan Tianan's true appearance without a doubt. However, even though Yuan Tianwen understood clearly, he wouldn't say it. He just nodded and went along with Lin Xuanji. "That's true. If Ah Hen really does look like that, then you'll have to guard against thieves all day and all night and never feel at ease again." Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh bitterly in secret. There's an 80 to 90% chance that was exactly what Yan Tianan looked like. Most of the devils in the devil clan in this world looked both gentle and gorgeous enough to enthrall the human heart that was the gift given to their clan. Legend had it that the leader of the divine devils would use himself as bait to seduce mankind and disturb them so that it would be easier to cause them harm. That was how Yan Tianan was supposed to look like. What's more, he was a yin furnace. Without knowing if the Tao of Heaven was playing tricks on them, not one furnace had an insipid appearance. Exceptional furnaces had appeared in the 5 continents before, and without exception, they were all absolutely beautiful. Otherwise, no matter how amazing and ugly one was, it would be difficult to lure cultivators. Of all paths to compete and fight over them. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but sigh. He really needed to thank the uneven scars on Yan Tianan's face, otherwise, he would probably have to worry about Ah Hen's personal safety right now. Everything was still, only the occasional cries of crows could be heard. Yan Tianan pulled Duan Yuyong out of the cave. Both of them stood outside and looked at the giant, yet strange moon. Duan Yuyong glanced at the clothes, magic tools, and other such items that had returned to Yan Tianan's body. Reconciled with your Dage, Yan Tianan was a little distressed. Not really, it's just that. He hesitated a little, thought about it, then seemed to have made up his mind as he asked, Yuyong Gerger, what does it mean when a man kisses you on the lips? Duan Yuyong got a huge fright. His eyes widened as he cried, what? Lin Xuanji actually dared to be so frivolous to you? Yan Tianan almost jumped up. He swiftly covered Duan Yuyong's mouth. What are you shouting for? Can such a shameful affair be made known to others? Duan Yuyong was stunned for a long time. He suppressed his voice and draped an arm around Yan Tianan. Fuck, bitch, his grandmother, Lin Xuanji kissed you. Yan Tianan revealed an expression that can be said to be bashful and nodded hesitantly. Duan Yuyong instantly cursed and felt as though he just got struck by lightning. He felt like although that wild boar didn't look like a wild boar at all, fuck his ancestors, that shameless bastard, he actually dared to lay his hands on you when you're so young. Duan Yuyong started cursing the moment he opened his mouth. Bitch, does he even remember that you're his younger brother? Even if you're not his biological brother, it's all more or less the same. Lin Xuanji really is even more shameless than Yuan Tianwen's story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen, who had been shot even though he was laying down, sneezed inexplicably. While the one who was being berated thoroughly from head to toe by Duan Yuyong was standing not far behind them, leaning against a tree as he openly eavesdropped silently. Yan Tianan pursed his lips and said with much discontent, "Why are you scolding my dage like that? He just kissed me, it's not like he did anything else to me." Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. He poked his silly son's head, resentful at how foolish he was being. "What else do you want him to do? Would it only count as something if he eats you up completely?" Yan Tianan's face flushed red at once. He stammered, What are you being so frank for? My dage probably wouldn't eat me up completely or something." Duan Yuyong was silently furious. Duan Yuyong resisted his urge to beat up Lin Xuanji. He rolled his sleeves up, then hen darling, tell Gerger what on earth you're thinking. After he kissed you, what was your reaction? You shouldn't have agreed to it immediately, bah. Yan Tianan's eyes rippled with tears as he whispered, "I pushed him away at that time, then ran out." Duan Yuyong was stunned at first, then he burst out laughing happily. "My family's hen actually rejected that Lin Xuanji who acted so pretentious all day." He really wanted to see Lin Xuanji's expression back then. Duan Yuyong happily patted Yan Tianan's shoulder. "Well done. If he dares act frivolously towards you again next time, then kick, ha ha ha." Yan Tianan, he actually understood what breaking his eggs meant. That was too shameless. Yan Tianan pulled a long face. "Yuyong Gerger, be a bit more serious, or you might not be able to find a wife in the future." Duan Yuyong said, Easy. Even if your Yuyong Gerger is never serious, there'll be a blind idiot who's willing to be my cow and horse." Don't worry. The blind idiot stood beside Lin Xuanji and rubbed his nose expressionlessly. Yan Tianan was a little speechless. He squatted on the ground and clutched a blade of grass. With just one glance at his action, one could tell that he was distraught with anxiety. Duan Yuyong stopped joking and squatted down as well. He plucked a blade of grass and bit it. "Little hen, you don't need to feel so conflicted," Yan Tianan said impatiently. "How could I not? He's my dage." Duan Yuyong stared at him askance. "So what if he's your dage? In the end, it's not like you guys are related by blood. If you like him, it'll be as he wishes, but if you don't like him, then let him feel upset by himself. The one who falls in love first loses anyway." Yan Tianan, who was scratching dirt with a blade of grass, paused. "The one who falls in love first loses? Does he like Lin Xuanji?" He didn't want other people to get close to Dage, especially those men and women who were fond of Lin Xuanji. He wanted to protect Dage from being bullied so that he would never have a melancholic look on his face. From the first time he met Lin Xuanji, his heart had been filled with joy. He wanted to stick close to this Gerger of his whom people couldn't peel their gazes from and to always be in his embrace. But that was his Dage. On more than one occasion, Lin Zan had held him in his arms while longing for Lin Xuanji and his wife to give birth to a litter of small beings who would follow behind him in groups of 3 or 4 noisily and call him grandpa. At that moment, Yan Tianan even asked, confused, "In groups of 3 or 4? Isn't that a kind of pig?" Lin Zan would flick his head. "You little fool, do you understand what it means to exaggerate? Besides, when a son gives birth to grandsons and grandsons give birth to even more sons, there would be an endless number of offspring, so wouldn't they be able to form groups of 3 or 4? Yan Tianan thought that made sense, so he nodded. He asked again, "But Han Yuran is a guy, he shouldn't be able to give birth, ba?" Lin Zan wilted at once. After a while, he looked at Yan Tianan solemnly. "What should I do? I kind of regret arranging for a male Dao companion for Gigi now. Why don't we annul the engagement and find a female Dao companion for him?" Yan Tianan just thought it seemed fun at that time and laughed non-stop in Lin Zan's embrace. Lin Zan rubbed his head as well and laughed along with him. Yan Tianan's eyes reddened in an instant. When he recalled the time when he was in a befuddled state, how Lin Xuanji pointed his sword at him and excoriated him for killing his father, he felt a lingering trepidation and a pain that was difficult to endure. Lin Xuanji sighed from the bottom of his heart. He quietly turned around and entered the cave without Yan Tianan noticing him. Upon seeing this, Yuan Tianwen followed him in as well. Yan Tianan randomly grabbed a fistful of grass from the ground while feeling distraught, tugged at it, and dragged it all up. He was just about to complain about the displeasure and apprehension in his heart when a sudden tremor struck. A loud rumble traveled out from the depths of the cave. Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan looked at each other. What happened? Yan Tianan suddenly realized something. After looking down, he saw that the clump of weeds that he pulled subconsciously had been rooted up, and there was even a metal, man-made disc attached underneath it. The sod that had been pulled up was evidently an 8-diagram plate of a mechanism. Yan Tianan's eyes widened, his mood indescribable. Duan Yuyong didn't know what to say either. Exactly what was this Yan Tianan made out of? He had just casually pulled out a bunch of grass and he actually managed to trigger the mechanism in the cave. The others were all disturbed by this sudden change that came out of nowhere as well. All of them were on guard as they glared into the depths of the dark, steep cave. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. What happened? There might have been an earthquake inside. Why don't we leave this place? Isn't this a bit too scary? Who knows if there would be something else in that cave? Yet Shen Rubbing's expression changed drastically. She bit down harshly on her lower lip without saying a word. The mechanism inside had been activated by someone, but it wasn't time yet. And she didn't trigger the mechanism either, so who on earth had done the damage? Lin Xuanji couldn't help but feel surprised too. According to the memories of his past life, the secret passage in this pill-limit mysterious land's bitch cave should have been activated by Shen Changjiang at midnight, so why did it activate in advance this time? Moreover, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. The only one who was of a direct descent in the Shen family, Shen Rubbing, hadn't done anything yet. Everyone expressed their fear of the tremor in the cave and all of them couldn't wait to dash madly away. But Lin Xuanji didn't move, Shen Rubbing didn't move, the rather renowned Yuan Tianwen didn't move either, so everyone else didn't dare move at random too. Someone had just spoken when Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan, who were near the entrance of the cave, ran in. What happened? Duan Yuyong asked. Yuan Tianwen immediately snapped out of his stupor. The cave might have collapsed. It's not a big deal, with me around, you won't get hurt. Chapter 223. Trapped. Everyone couldn't help but look sideways. Once they saw young Peak Master Yuan's gaze that was as gentle as water, they all tacitly understood. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. Young Master Yuan had taken a fancy to young Master Duan, so he kicked away his fiancée that he was about to marry within the blink of an eye. More importantly, Yuan Tianwen even started chasing Duan Yuyong, a hedonistic young master, openly and allowed others to arbitrarily judge him for it. Such that even when tons of people were gesticulating at him, he remained unmoving like a high and mighty mountain, while the saboteur was all happy and complacent as if it was a matter of no concern to him. He didn't care at all about his reputation. Together, these two people were truly a marvel to behold. It's just that there were people present who envied Duan Yuyong for getting a good husband that fell from the sky. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Some people thought it was worthwhile to obtain Yuan Tianwen's undying loyalty, even though there was a lot of gesticulating by many. After all, although Duan Yuyong's bad style of conduct in the past was a marvel amongst sons of influential families, his reputation wasn't all that resounding, so not many people knew who he was. However, after getting wooed by Yuan Tianwen, everyone knew who Duan Yuyong was now. What did pupils fear the most? Not leaving a mark and becoming someone who wasn't known by others. Duan Yuyong had taken the chance to make friends with a lot of sons from other influential families, so his network has been greatly expanded, which will be of great benefit to him in the future when he manages the Duan family. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes at Yuan Tianwen. Everything was perfectly fine, why would it get triggered? Shen Rubbing muttered to herself, but before she finished, she realized that she had said too much and immediately shut her mouth, pretending as if she said nothing. Lin Xuanji had intended to pull Yan Tianan to his side, but he didn't expect Yan Tianan to be like a little rabbit as he carefully nudged to his side step by step. Yan Tianan extended a hand, stealthily hooking onto Lin Xuanji's drooping left finger like he was expressing his goodwill. He whispered, "Shall we make peace?" Dage. This one, Dage, of his was uttered with a heavy coquettish connotation, making Lin Xuanji's heart turn calm and numb. Any dissatisfaction and unspeakable bitterness transformed into honey at this moment. Okay. Lin Xuanji hooked his finger as well and tugged Yan Tianan's small hand. So Yan Tianan smiled. Although he wasn't beautiful, his eyes would curve when he smiles, revealing a lovely expression that made people not help but want to smile along with him. The two of them were set on not mentioning the embarrassing thing that had happened before and just dismissed it with one smile. Then, Dage, I'll tell you something, but you can't yell at me or get angry. Yan Tianan blinked, looking very innocent. Lin Xuanji, when facing Yan Tianan, what else could he say? Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. What disaster has Ah Hen caused again? Yan Tianan leaned on Lin Xuanji and hooked one arm around Lin Xuanji's neck, signaling for him to lower himself. Lin Xuanji went along with him and lamented to himself that Ah Hen actually wasn't trying to keep a distance from him after his frivolous act but instead acted as intimate with him as ever without the slightest bit of guard against him. He felt very gratified because of that. Yan Tianan said, "Just now, I squatted outside and pulled out a tuft of grass. But who would have thought that underneath that tuft of grass would be a hidden mechanism? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." After speaking, Yan Tianan waited for Lin Xuanji to scold him. In the eyes of others, they would only see them as brothers who were very close to each other. No one would have been able to tell that they had parted ways before this. Someone said enviously to Lin Zeji, "Craftsman Lin and his younger brother have a really good relationship. Are they like that in the Lin family too?" Lin Zeji nodded. "They do have a good relationship, it has always been so." Naturally, there were also people who thought that even between brothers, hooking around the other's neck and hugging waists was a bit too intimate, so they couldn't help their thoughts from running in a crooked direction. However, looking at Yan Tianan's face and his lame foot, they couldn't help but dispel that unrealistic idea. The current trouble was of vital importance. It was more imperative to find out what the tremor from just now came from. Someone said, "That may have been a precursor to an earthquake. We should get out of here as soon as possible, Ba." There was also someone who said, "There may be another mystery inside." One faction wanted to leave, while the other wanted to go in and explore. In the end, it was the people in power who made the decision. Shen Rubbing said, "We're already here anyway, there's no reason to leave. I'm guessing that this may be some kind of sign, so why don't we go in and have a look at the situation first?" After that, she even turned to look specifically at Lin Xuanji to ask, "What does Xuanji think?" Lin Xuanji nodded. "Since young sect master Shen wants to go in to take a look, I naturally will not retreat." Shen Rubbing's expression eased. The discontent and discomfort that was aroused because of Lin Xuanji nursing Yan Tianan from beginning to end also dispersed quite a bit. Yuan Tianwen said, "Yang, I will go in as well." Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. "Don't address me so intimately, am I that familiar with you?" Yuan Tianwen didn't retort and just looked at Duan Yuyong with a pampering expression. Since they had decided where to go, everyone went deep into the cave together. Shortly after leaving, someone exclaimed, "Everybody, look here, there are traces of mechanisms on the dark and steep mountain walls." There were vague traces of mechanisms. This cave had evidently been tampered with by someone before. Someone probably triggered a mechanism just now. Shen Rubbing frowned. "Don't tell me. Someone has already entered the cave." This conjecture made people's blood run cold. They had already been here for 1 day and 1 night and clearly didn't even see a fly go in, let alone a human. Yan Tianan, the chief culprit, stuck his tongue out and even blinked at Lin Xuanji mischievously to signal his innocence. Everyone was on edge as they continued walking for a while longer. Only the firefly stone emitted a faint yellowish light within the dark cave. Soon after, things took a new turn as an even bigger cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was 10 feet tall and its walls were strangely smooth. They had clearly been polished with tools before. There were even all sorts of totems and sculptures engraved on the walls. Lit eternal lamps were positioned at intervals, making the place look extremely luxurious. In the middle of the cave stood a sarcophagus. The coffin was carved out of white jade, with a slightly transparent and moist texture. It was clearly not anything ordinary. To reach the coffin, one would have to cross a silver river surrounding the coffin that looked like a jade belt. There were 8 unimpeded pontoon bridges above the river. Everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. This was obviously a burial ground. Lin Xuanji thought that this place did coincidence with the memory of his past life. What's all this? This is the pill limit mysterious land, so the one who can be buried here should only be that alchemist who has already ascended. But the alchemist has already ascended, so who's the one in this? Everyone started discussing, while Lin Xuanji looked up at the entrance of this cave, only to see a stone gate of an unknown weight slowly slide downwards. Everybody watch out, Lin Xuanji called out, then pulled Yan Tianan and went down the steps first. Although everyone was puzzled, they blindly followed the crowd and rushed down as well. With a loud bang, the tremor from just now started up again, the mountains shook, as if the mountain god had been angered. Giant stone statues fell from above and were about to crush the people below. Everyone started shrieking while avoiding them, and there were some who wanted to rush onto the pontoon bridges to run to the coffin where it seemed safe. Yuan Tianwen drew his broad sword straight away, and with a few whooshes, crushed the giant statues into powder. Lin Xuanji threw a magic tool out that enveloped himself and Yan Tianan in it. Wan Linghua was a doctor, it was naturally nothing difficult for her to make some incapacitating drugs or others usually. But this stone wasn't human, so there was no way for her to make use of her skills for a moment. Fortunately, her little Shimei Jin Fangfei was a powerful elemental cultivator. With her petite body, she stood in front of Wan Linghua to shield her, wielded two swords in both hands, and with a few whooshes, she sent the stone pieces that were bigger than her body flying. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. When Lin Xuanji noticed that there were people running toward the pontoon bridges, he immediately shouted, "Don't get on the bridges." However, before he finished speaking, a Cloud Jade sect disciple stepped onto a bridge. The bridge shattered with a blast and that female cultivator shrieked as she fell into the Silver River. Her skin and flesh boiled in an instant as they peeled off from her skeleton, and she turned into a pile of white bones. Her white bones melted in the water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this scene, people couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The people who had wanted to cross the bridge to take a look at the coffin couldn't remain standing anymore and fell to their knees with a thud. Too terrifying. This was truly too terrifying. What on earth was that water? This falling rock attack stopped shortly after. Aside from 5 pupils whose arms were injured from being struck, the others didn't even get a scratch. There were just a few who suffered psychologically. Shen Rubbing stared at the jade coffin, an ambitious glint flashing through her eyes. It was a mess in the cave. The road back was sealed off by the giant stone gate. Yuan Tianwen tried using his qi and sharp blade to hit the stone gate away, but all it did was scratch out a deep mark on it that didn't move the stone gate in the slightest. This stone was evidently nothing ordinary. We're stuck here. There's no way out. I already crushed my transportation ball just now. Someone trembled, but I didn't leave this place. As soon as these words were said, it caused another panic. Some people tried pinching their transportation balls as well, but without exception, not one worked. Lin Xuanji said lightly, "There's no need to try anymore. There's another mystery in this cave. All transportation balls have lost their effectiveness." "What? Then what should we do? We can't get out. And people outside can't come in either, woo. And there's that weird water too, what on earth is it? Let's find a way out first, Ba." Yuan Tianwen said in a low voice. Senseless panic and fear would only waste time and distract people. When everyone heard this, they quickly stuck to the walls and made one round, probing around carefully as they were afraid that they would miss an imperceptible mechanism button if they weren't careful. However, they made rounds and rounds without discovering any sort of mechanism. There were even people who didn't believe in the abnormality who patted around everywhere but were disappointed to find that this mountain wall was solid everywhere. There wasn't a single hollow place. It was clearly unlikely for there to be a hidden mystery within. For a while, the atmosphere turned downcast again, and everyone kept quiet out of fear. On the other hand, Shen Rubbing's expression remained unchanged without the slightest sign of panic, as if everything that was happening had no effect on her. Chapter 224. Blood offering for the array craftsman Lin. Someone suddenly confronted Lin Xuanji. "Do you know how to get out of here? What exactly is the mystery in all this?" Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him, calm and composed as he replied, "I'm not sure." The young man who wore an ice-field weasel brush hairpin sneered, "If I remember correctly, the one who said not to go onto the bridges should have been craftsman Lin. You dare say you're not familiar with this place? Besides, you're the one who led us here." After he said this, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji did indeed know this place inside out, but he didn't plan on exposing himself in the slightest, because the time has not yet come. Lin Xuanji glanced at that person and took note of his identity in his heart. He said lightly, anyone should fear and be on guard against this sort of strangeness and not easily try to test waters. Has no one ever taught you such common sense? After getting rebutted in such a mild way by Lin Xuanji, that young man still felt unresigned and grit his teeth. You clearly had a defensive magic tool on you just now, why didn't you take it out to protect a few more people? If everyone was as selfish as you, we won't be able to get out of here alive at this point. Yan Tianan couldn't bear it any longer. He stood in front of Lin Xuanji and scolded that pupil, don't push it. My Dage has always done his part by being kind enough to give you guys a reminder. He protected me because I'm his younger brother, but who are you to him? Why should he protect you in times of danger? Yan Tianan has never bothered leaving anyone face when he speaks. What he can't stand the most is people trying to cause trouble for Lin Xuanji or speaking badly of him. As soon as his protectiveness was aroused, Yan Tianan instantly turned into a cat that blew up. He bared his teeth and brandished his claws at the guy who dared to provoke Lin Xuanji. And who do you think you are? That young man showed contempt for Yan Tianan. What nonsense is this? Shen Rubbing seemed to have been annoyed by this noisy and persistent fellow. She got up and drew her magic treasure, the Wu Hook whip, that she carried around with her, and without saying a word, killed the fellow who jabbered on and on with one strike. Before anyone else could respond, that young man had died. The gaze of the young man who was sent flying was filled with disbelief, as if he didn't know why he was killed before his death. Within the blink of an eye, he landed in the silver river that was flowing quietly. The river churned, and his remains disappeared completely without a trace. After Shen Rubbing killed him, she sat back down calmly as if nothing had happened. With this one move, the entire mountain chamber was deadly quiet at first, then someone howled third brother in anguish before a cold blade was unsheathed with a clang. You wicked woman, you dared to kill my third brother. I'll kill you. This man was part of the South Continent's Chi family, and they are an elite family in the South Continent. There was a swordsman in the family who was well known throughout the 5 continents. However, a few years ago, after that swordsman died, the Chi family began to decline. In the 100 families gathering this time, the Chi family had evidently fallen out of the elite family category and was overtaken by another family. The one who died just now was the third son of direct descent in the Chi family. He had been used to being arrogant and willful since he was a child, and he had just said a few wrong words that offended people before losing his life over it. There was very little conflict within the Chi family. Those of direct descent called each other brothers, and they were so close that they could wear the same pair of pants. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Now that his third brother had died from an unnatural cause, the second son of the Chi family was naturally provoked greatly and wanted to fight it out with Shen Rubbing. Shen Rubbing raised an eyebrow in contempt and softly uttered, courting death. Her Wu Hook whip whooshed loudly, like a dancing silver snake, and a fierce gale that could rend the air word, murderous intent spilling everywhere. Shen Rubbing had suppressed her cultivation level to enter, but Chi was the same. Chi explosive power was clearly stronger compared to Shen Rubbing's. The Wu Hook's maneuver was broken through. The silver moon hook saber drew a circle as it slashed towards Shen Rubbing's neck. Although Shen Rubbing was well known, most of her reputation came from the praises other people sung for her. Her cultivation path had only been so smooth sailing because, with her background, she was completely able to obtain many elixirs to promote her cultivation level. This sort of elixir, coupled with how she had been sought after since childhood such that there would always be someone who would help her with anything she needed, naturally led to Shen Rubbing's pitifully little experience in actual combat. If they really were to fight, Shen Rubbing's actual combat level would definitely not match up to Yuan Tianwen, whose cultivation level was below hers. Shen Rubbing's pupils suddenly contracted. The cold moon hook saber was only inches away. At this moment, Lin Xuanji moved. With a flick of his wrist, he gently flung the jade bone umbrella that he had opened up for Shen Rubbing before. The jade bone umbrella suddenly revolved rapidly and whooshed open in midair. The canopy surface of the jade bone umbrella collided with the silver moon hook saber, emitting an ear-piercing noise. With a bang, the silver waters spattered out quite a bit from the tremor before retracting immediately. Not a single trace of dampness could be seen on the ground. Shen Rubbing, with a ghastly pale face, had clearly received quite a shock. Lin Xuanji kept the jade bone umbrella with 3 broken ribs and stood in front of Shen rubbing with an imposing attitude, as if holding out against 10,000 men alone. Qi gritted his teeth. With the silver moon hook saber in hand, he stared fixedly at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji, I respect you for your outstanding talent and how impartial you are in handling affairs, so I won't blame you for my third brother's death. But I didn't expect you to stand up for that bitch. Lin Xuanji raised his umbrella. The situation here is strange. It is still unknown whether we will be able to walk out alive or not. Why don't you guys settle your enmities and debts after we get out? I can't swallow this down. When Qi thought of his younger brother who had died an unnatural death, he felt heartbroken and his eyes turned bloodshot. Do you want to spill the blood of all Qi pupils on the spot? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Qi was instantly shaken and speechless. Not only Qi from the Qi family had come, but there were also a lot of people from the side branches present as well. Although the side branch pupils were full of indignation and sorrow, they were much calmer than Qi. Second brother, Craftsman Lin is right. It's hard to tell if we can even get out of here, so it's not a good idea to fall out with those women from Cloud Jade sect. If the two factions were to start fighting, we don't know what will happen. It's not too late for a gentleman to get revenge, even 10 years later. Once we get out, we'll definitely get that bitch to account for her actions. Jade Cloud sect, Qi family. Once a fight broke out, it wouldn't be a matter of a person or two, as it would turn into a melee. By then, the situation would probably spin out of control. The veins on Qi forehead popped out and his white joints could be seen. He endured for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying hatefully to Shen rubbing, I'll spare you for now. The pupils of Cloud Jade sect had already crowded around Shen rubbing to inquire about her well-being. After losing face, Shen rubbing flung her sleeves coldly and went elsewhere. Those from the Qi family didn't want to sit with the Cloud Jade sect disciples. The two parties were at two ends of the cave, while the others scattered about everywhere looking for a place to sit. When Lin Xuanji went back to sit down, he only heard Duan Yuyong saying sarcastically, the hero saves a beauty, not bad ma. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, whose head was drooping as he didn't utter a word. Lin Xuanji said, I had to save her. Story, translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong was outraged at the injustice for Yan Tianan. I didn't see you being that nervous when the third son of the Qi family was killed just now. Lin Xuanji said lightly, someone has to die. What does that mean? Yuan Tianwen could tell that there was an underlying meaning behind his words. If we want to break the array, there must be a blood sacrifice. Yan Tianan looked up at Lin Xuanji. What does that mean? Lin Xuanji's gaze softened a little. There is a huge array here. It shouldn't have triggered until midnight, but we entered in advance and destroyed the intactness of the array. The demonic beast guarding this place lies fast asleep in this array, and it will awaken in advance as well. The only way to break through it is to throw one man and one woman inside as sacrifices before they come out. Duan Yuyong opened his mouth, apparently shocked by this explanation. That's too fucking. Duan Yuyong pondered for a bit first, then used a more appropriate term, incredible ba. Yet Yuan Tianwen was more concerned about the guarding demonic beast. After throwing two people down, if the demonic beast was awake, there should have been some movement when swallowing them. Moreover, the water had already melted the bones. What can the demonic beast eat? You've already seen the demonic beast. Lin Xuanji replied. Following Lin Xuanji's line of sight, Yuan Tianwen saw a silver river encircling the coffin. The river didn't move at all, as if it was still. Yuan Tianwen was about to ask where the demonic beast was when a strange idea suddenly surfaced in his mind, which made a chill run down his spine. Yan Tianan's expression immediately changed as well. It can't be, right? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Then Yan Tianan couldn't bother about falling out with Lin Xuanji anymore. He moved his butt over to lean against Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji opened up his right arm to pull Yan Tianan into his embrace. Ah hen, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Yan Tianan's ears silently turned red and he softly uttered an un. Only Duan Yuyong, with a baffled face, asked, what is it? What kind of puzzle are you guys whipping up? Yuan Tianwen pulled Duan Yuyong over as well. He suppressed his voice. That silver river is the body of the guarding demonic beast. It's now fed full with the two sacrifices, so it has not yet awakened for the time being. Duan Yuyong was utterly baffled. Yan Tianan said excitedly, I've heard of that kind of demonic beast before. It's called small transforming bone dragon. It can transform into a liquid silver river, and it can also transform into a solid snake. This kind of small transforming bone dragon is really powerful. As long as just a bit of liquid spatters out from its body, it can erode a demonic beast. It's a legendary demonic beast that guards corpses. Bai howled and shivered as he hid behind Yan Tianan. Duan Yuyong suspiciously smacked Yan Tianan, whose eyes were glistening brightly. What are you excited about? Yan Tianan realized that his attitude didn't seem quite right, so he couldn't help rubbing his nose and sticking his tongue out. It wasn't easy to come across something I knew about, so I got excited for a moment. Duan Yuyong was somewhat speechless. When he looked at the quiet silver river again, he couldn't help but feel like his hairs were standing on end. If this small transforming bone dragon is really that powerful, then once it awakens, just spewing its saliva at them would be enough to kill off everyone who was present. Duan Yuyong said, if it wakes up, would we still be able to live? Lin Xuanji said, as long as it doesn't wake up before the Z period, we'll be safe. What do you mean by that? It was a matter of life and death, so he had to ask. For clarification, once the Z period arrives, that small transforming bone dragon's master will wake up. Lin Xuanji looked at the jade coffin that appeared more and more terrifying in the cold light. And today's Z period is when the master wakes up. What? Duan Yuyong and the others all looked at Lin Xuanji. Yuan Tianwen frowned. Why do you know about such a thing so clearly? Lin Xuanji said, I also know that only the blood of someone from the direct line of the Shen family can truly unlock the core of the array. In his previous life, Lin Xuanji had entered this mysterious land with a direct Shen family descendant, Shen Changjiang, at the same time. It's just that after 1,000 years, he had already forgotten about it, but when he saw the rain, his memories of the past came thick and fast to him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Moreover, when they entered this mysterious land, this place was no longer called the Pill Limit Mysterious Land anymore and instead had another name. At that time, Lin Xuanji was caught in a strange rain. After struggling painfully for 3 days and nights, he realized that his festering skin radiated with a luster and became as tender and fair as that of a newborn baby's. His bones and meridians had a qualitative leap in strength as well. Chapter 225. Qi taking revenge. It was only then that Lin Xuanji found out that this strange rain was actually the medicinal rain of an alchemist, gracing all living beings with benevolence. Later, together with Shen Changjiang and Su Zixing, they entered this mysterious mountain cave. At that time, they entered between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., so they weren't attacked by the small transforming bone dragon. They didn't even get to see exactly what the small transforming bone dragon looked like with their own eyes. Perhaps in order to win his trust, or to show off the Shen family's deep foundations, Shen Changjiang told him the attack patterns and method to deal with this small transforming bone dragon demonic beast, which had long been extinct in the world. Therefore, when the secret chamber was opened in advance, Lin Xuanji had likewise also prepared in advance, so he wasn't too worried. Besides, he's afraid that Shen Rubbing most likely also knew that one man and one woman needed to be sacrificed to the small transforming bone dragon, thus she randomly threw Qi San into the small transforming bone dragon's mouth without any reason. Duan Yuyong pondered over Lin Xuanji's words for a while, frowning as he asked, rather puzzled, what is the relationship between the Shen family and this Pill Limit Mysterious Land? Their voices were deliberately lowered, and Lin Xuanji had already activated soundproofing magic tools in advance, so no one noticed the discussion on this side. Lin Xuanji could expose more of the truth to Duan Yuyong and people he trusted, but he would never let other onlookers become suspicious and, as a result, more vigilant. Lin Xuanji explained, nominally, the owner of this Pill Limit Mysterious Land is the Shen family's main branch ancestor. The other 3 people showed surprised expressions one after another. Yuan Tianwen held even more doubts. How can that be? The Shen family only had one powerful alchemist, but the Shen family never once mentioned this mysterious land. According to the Shen family's petty nature, if they had an alchemist ancestor who ascended and left behind a mysterious land that graced all future generations with benevolence, how could they be willing to bow and gift it away to others? If it was robbed away by other people, the Shen family would most definitely make it known in all 5 continents. However, up until now, the Shen family had never mentioned anything about it, which was totally inconsistent with conventional reasoning. Lin Xuanji's lips curled up in a sneer. If this Shen family alchemist's ascension wasn't very glorious to begin with, then the Shen family wouldn't necessarily flaunt it with great fanfare. Exactly what kind of unspeakable past events occurred? Why don't you quickly explain them? Don't always tease Honorable Mi's appetite. Duan Yuyong was itching with curiosity. Lin Xuanji shook his head. I only know that the Shen family's alchemist originally shouldn't have ascended, but he deceived and took advantage of a good friend of his and borrowed that friend's benefits. Thus, he was finally able to successfully deceive the Tao of Heaven and ascend. Yan Tianan uttered an ah and exclaimed with a face full of indignation, how very shameless, to think that there's actually such a despicable person. Lin Xuanji still had one hand around Yan Tianan's shoulder. He nodded, there are all kinds of people in this world. Just like when Shen Changjiang had told him about the Shen family's disgraceful past back then in a tone full of self-mockery and remorse, and even said that their Shen family had indeed grievously offended the person buried here, Lin Xuanji classified Shen Changjiang as an upright and honest person with a clear-cut bottom line without the slightest doubt, and thought that he belonged to the category of people whom Lin Xuanji could make friends with. However, he didn't expect that it was exactly such a person who ruthlessly stabbed him in the back and was even plotting ideas about Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan's ultimate death. A fierce glint flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. Duan Yuyong began to imagine exactly what kind of things that alchemist had done to anger the heavens and the people. After thinking about it for half a day, he suddenly found that he still didn't know where in the world Lin Xuanji learned these secrets from. Was it possible that he heard them from Shen Rubbing? He couldn't understand, so he might as well stop thinking about it. Sometimes, the more you knew, the sooner you died. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan was also relaxed. With Lin Xuanji beside him as backing, he actually leaned against Lin Xuanji's shoulder and even fell asleep in this situation where a demonic beast defending an array was lying right in front of them. He probably saw lots of delicious food in his dream and even smacked his lips occasionally, making Duan Yuyong endlessly envious. Yuan Tianwen felt that Duan Yuyong's words were quite reasonable. He thought about it and switched his reasoning. I swear to you that if we encounter danger, I will certainly die before you. Duan Yuyong. He angrily gave the back of Yuan Tianwen's hand a great slap. Yuan Tianwen, don't you fucking jinx lousy, don't casually talk about dying all day long. Yuan Tianwen was both beaten and scolded, but, despite it all, his eyes shined with laughter. Duan Yuyong was stunned and flew into somewhat of a rage from the humiliation. The hell are you laughing at? I know. Yuan Tianwen smiled. I will carefully protect myself. I won't let you become a widowed husband. Duan Yuyong, bitch it, he really was mischievously taking the tiles off the roof after not getting hit for 3 days. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes at him in disdain and turned around, ignoring Yuan Tianwen. In a sealed-off environment, it was easy for people to suffer mental breakdowns. Just when most people could no longer endure, a deep and distant bell rang from somewhere. On one of the smooth walls of the cave, which was similar to a tomb, a hidden thick stone door began to lift. Up with a rumble. There's a way out, let's hurry. Everyone stood up uniformly and eagerly rushed alongside the small transforming bone dragon's body, which remained still, towards the stone gate that had opened after much difficulty. Duan Yuyong wanted to leave but was stopped by Lin Xuanji's words. This is not the entrance to the interior, it will transport everyone directly outside of the mysterious land. If you want to remain in the mysterious land, do not leave from that gate. Duan Yuyong stopped in his tracks and watched those people run out of the stone door one by one, their figures disappearing. Lin Zeji had found an old friend before and stood together with him all the time. Before making this important decision, Lin Zeji chose to ask Lin Xuanji about it. Shall we go? Lin Zeji asked. If you want to leave Pill Limit Mysterious Land, you can leave directly from here. Lin Xuanji answered. Lin Zeji hesitated, then turned to his friend beside him. Let's go. When all was said and done, he still didn't have the courage to fight for his life. In the end, his resolve could not compare to Lin Xuanji's. Chu Lu, who was beside Shen Rubbing, asked, Shiji, why aren't you moving? Shen Rubbing looked at Lin Xuanji, who was standing in another corner, and a cryptic light flashed through her eyes. Wait a while longer, it's not time yet. Several people from the Qi family saw that Shen Rubbing didn't move, so they also remained in their original location. The stone door didn't lift completely up, but the sound of another bell rang out, and the door that was opened halfway actually began to sink down heavily. Second brother, let's hurry and leave. A younger disciple from the Qi family cried anxiously, otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave. Qi-er's pair of eyes were still bloodshot. He gripped the silver moon hook saber tightly in his hands as he glared at Shen, rubbing with hatred, as though he couldn't wait to drink her blood and feast on her flesh. You guys go first. Today, if I do not get rid of this bitch, I swear that I will no longer be human. The Qi family's disciples gazed at each other and spoke uniformly. If second brother won't leave, then we won't either. Qi-er shouted angrily. Go, all of you leave for me. Second brother get lost. Qi-er shouted, his voice hoarse. If you guys still recognize me as your senior brother, then get lost right this moment. The Qi family disciples all teared up. After a slightly older Qi family disciple said, let's go so that we don't drag our second brother down, the others had no choice but to follow him and leave. Jin Fangfei pulled Wan Lingwa, wanting to take advantage of this last chance to rush out, but Wan Lingwa pulled her back, stopping her. Shiji, Jin Fangfei cried anxiously. Wait some more. Wan Lingwa was a calm person. She had already noticed that no matter Shen Rubbing or Lin Xuanji, neither had any sense of urgency in their expressions and instead looked as though they had planned everything out. All right. Jin Fangfei bit her lower lip and watched the stone door close again. Wan Lingwa looked at Jin Fangfei. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out? Jin Fangfei had an indifferent expression as she blinked at Wan Lingwa. If we can't get out, then we can't get out. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die together with Shiji, which can be considered as dying as a couple two trees that grow together as one. Wan Linghua's expression, which had always been indifferent, showed a slight smile. Jin Fangfei hugged Wan Linghua's arm and tiptoed to kiss her face. Watching this scene from afar, Cloud Jade Sect's Wu Xian showed an expression of revulsion and cursed, corrupt principles. Over there, Qi-er shook the silver moon hook saber in his hand and soared into the air. Rushing towards the Shen Rubbing opposite from him, his entire body wreathed in murderous intent. This time, Shen Rubbing was already prepared. On her side, Chu Lu took out a long flute, and Wu Xian also raised the Jade Maiden sword. The three clearly intended to battle together. The silver moon hook saber changed from 1 to 2, 4, then 8, rushing towards Shen Rubbing from all directions. Yuan Tianwen was spectating from the side and commented, he actually cultivated the Qi family's dividing flower technique to the third layer. Even so, the third layer still wouldn't necessarily be Shen Rubbing's match. Lin Xuanji felt a slight headache over this. Out of everyone Shen Rubbing could have chosen, she just had to pick one of the most troublesome people to kill. The Wu Hook whip in Shen Rubbing's hand suddenly changed from 1 to 100 of the same whip after a gentle tap, dancing about high in the air with irregular movements. The whips shot straight towards Qi-er, who was in midair. For a moment, the killing intent was overwhelming. Primary level Duan Yuyong was very shocked and cried out, how can this be? Lin Xuanji noted that the thumb-sized sparrow spirit that had, without a doubt, already turned gray in Shen Rubbing's hand. This sparrow spirit was originally milky white in color, but because all the essence and chi within it had been exhausted, it had become a useless stone. Sparrow spirit legend had it that after the death of those from the sparrow bird tribe, their corpses were exposed to the scorching sun, struck by lightning, burned by fire, and then buried in the soil. After such a long period of time that even mountains had been destroyed and remade again, passing thousands of autumns, these fossils gradually formed a kind of natural magic treasure that could store the chi of heaven and earth. Anyone could use the genuine chi within sparrow spirits and turn it into their own. The title natural magic treasure wasn't just a title. Sparrow spirits were more than a match for even the most outstanding attack weapons, but, due to their scarcity and limited extraction, they could be considered a rare item in the 5 continents. Although the milky white sparrow spirit that Shen Rubbing currently held was of the lowest quality, contained the lowest amount of chi, and was also the smallest in size, it was still enough to see exactly how much Cloud Jade Sect and the Shen family pampered and favored her. In the entire 5 continents, the number of families that could take out sparrow spirits could probably be counted on one hand. The number of families willing to give them to the younger generations was even less. This was because the majority of sparrow spirits were used as a family's last trump card. Shen Rubbing actually had a piece in her hand. Qi-er was in imminent peril, his life was about to end. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji crushed a handful of forged stones and flew up. He took out 3 chaotic sky bells and made a hand seal, tossing the forged stones in 8 different directions. In the blink of an eye, the stones had become an equipment refining array. Duan Yuyong stared with wide eyes, horrified. Yuan Tianwen reacted instantly and also took out his Tianwen sword. He put all his power into a blow that struck towards the remnant afterimages of the Wu Hook whip, which was madly dancing about in the air like golden snakes. Rumble, the entire stone chamber shook, and the small transforming bone dragon twisted a few times. Dage Yan Tianen suddenly shouted loudly and flew up to catch Lin Xuanji, who had already been blown away by the explosion. All three chaotic sky bells burst completely. Chi was directly hit by Shen Rubbing's attack and smashed into the mountain wall, where he spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed onto the ground. He only managed to recover his senses after a while and crawled up with difficulty. But Lin Xuanji seemed just like he had already been seriously injured. If Yan Tianen hadn't rushed over to catch him in time, he's afraid that Lin Xuanji would have been smashed more violently and in a more miserable manner than Chi had been. Chapter 226, The Grace of Bestowing a Sword. Yan Tianen dragged Lin Xuanji away, staggering a few steps. Both of them tumbled to the ground together under the tremendous momentum. Over on the other side, Yuan Tianwen's situation was relatively better. He only coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stabilized himself with one hand on his sword. Duan Yuyong, whose heart had already risen to his throat, let out a strained sigh of relief when he saw the situation, stopping himself mid-step from moving forward like he'd intended. Dage, are you crazy? What are you saving him for? Don't you want your life anymore? Yan Tianen shouted, both of his hands trembling. He saw Lin Xuanji's body, which looked like it had been stained with blood from the ruptured wounds, and his heart couldn't help but quiver. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji, what are you doing? Shen Rubbing was furious. She had used up all of her hidden cards in that attack just now, but it was actually destroyed by Lin Xuanji's reckless actions. Even if Shen Rubbing had been slightly infatuated with Lin Xuanji before, those feelings had cooled at this moment. Lin Xuanji pursed his lips and stood up with Yan Tianen's support. His lips were pale. I owe the Qi family karma. Naturally, I can't bear it if any more Qi family members were to die in front of me. Qi struggled to get up, but his right leg was already broken, so he could only lean against the mountain wall and sit down. Shen Rubbing glared at Lin Xuanji venomously, like a poisonous snake. Exactly what kind of karma do you have with the Qi family, to actually make you be willing to give up even your life? The grace of bestowing a sword, Lin Xuanji replied lightly as he stretched out his fingers to wipe away the blood on the corner of his lips. The Zij sword in his hand was personally made by a great power from the Qi family. Rumor had it that the Zij sword was forged from a piece of heavy vital iron at the bottom of a lake dug up from the North Continent's northernmost Arctic regions, but few people knew that the one who forged the Zij sword was actually that powerful person from the Qi family. Even Qi didn't know. Qi was stunned. He didn't even care about the pain from his own body as he asked, how could it be forged by my great-grandfather? All the swords my great-grandfather forged were recorded in the stone inscription. There are 181 swords in total, and I've never seen your Zij sword there. Lin Xuanji didn't continue to explain and only lightly replied, I saved you once, but I won't save you again. Young Second Master Qi, if the stone chamber opens up once again, you should leave as soon as possible. The Qi family was obsessed with forging swords. Even if that old man had already sacrificed his body to the sword and was no longer in this world, the Qi family still persevered on the path of sword forging. Although Qi didn't forge swords himself, he understood sword forging and also what it meant to the Qi family. It was exactly because he understood that he couldn't comprehend why his grandfather didn't record Zij in the family records. This was definitely not the Qi family's style. Qi's heart burned with curiosity. He wished to know the reason and truth at once, but Lin Xuanji made it clear that he wasn't going to talk about this matter again. Well, that's fine. In the end, he had benefited from his family's good fortune and was able to survive that primary level attack just now. Qi thought about the attack just now and felt some lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he also felt sincere gratitude and admiration towards Lin Xuanji. Not just anyone would dare to block a blow from a primary level cultivator. Even if Lin Xuanji was already a foundation stage second or third layer cultivator, he was still a craftsman and not an elemental cultivator. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shen Rubbing suddenly hated Lin Xuanji, that nosy person who meddled in other people's business. If it wasn't for him, then right now, this liability, would already be dead, and the other unnecessary people would be as well. Shen Rubbing's ice-cold gaze swept over Yan Tianan and the people beside him. She whispered something to Chu Lu next to her. Chu Lu walked over to Wan Linghua and Jin Fangfei, who were standing quite some distance away from her, and whispered, Shiji wants Wan Shiji to give her those medicinal pills that can rapidly replenish qi. No, Jin Fangfei refused at once. Chu Lu felt somewhat helpless. Little sister, although Shiji isn't normally very warm towards you, we're still from the same sect. In this kind of situation where there's neither a village in front of us nor a shop behind us, we should help each other out. Jin Fangfei only sneered, her small face that usually looked cute now full of disdain. Now you guys dare to say, help each other out, isn't that just because you have a use for my Wan Shiji? I didn't forget that when we were in Cloud Jade sect, you guys mocked my Wan Shiji behind her back and even directly humiliated her. Chu Lu's face was somewhat red for a moment. Though she had never said offensive things about Wan Linghua herself, many people in Cloud Jade sect secretly ridiculed her in the dark, saying that she was a pervert, that she liked to peep at female cultivators bathing, was despicable and vulgar. All in all, there wasn't a single nice word said. Wan Linghua didn't care about them, but Jin Fangfei wasn't a good person to provoke. Jin Fangfei sincerely wished to slap every single one of them. However, Cloud Jade sect could still be considered a strict sect, and she was also a junior martial sister, so she would certainly be punished if she dared to insult her senior sisters. At this moment, Jin Fangfei's vengeful thoughts ignited again. Chu Lu shrank back a little and looked to Shen Rubbing for help. Shen Rubbing looked at her coldly. Wu Xian, who was standing next to her, also showed a dissatisfied expression. She walked over as well. The one surnamed Wan, the fact that young sect master wants to ask you for a medicinal pill today is because she thinks highly of you. What are you still dilly-dallying here for? Get lost for great aunt. A repulsed expression appeared on Jin Fangfei's face as she reached out a small hand and waved it in front of her nose. You stink, so disgusting. Don't pollute the air here. Jin Fangfei, do you still have any respect for your elders? Wu Xian's facial expression changed greatly as her entire face flushed with shame. Wait till we get back, I will most certainly report this matter to my Shifu and have her decide. She'll teach you a good lesson whatever you like. Jin Fangfei didn't care. Don't tell me you won't have smelly breath or body odor anymore if you let your master discipline me. You. Wu Xian's face flushed red in embarrassment, furious. She did have some bad breath and body odor, but ordinarily, she paid great attention to it. Now that Jin Fangfei directly called her out on it in public in front of so many people, how could she not be angry and humiliated? At Cloud Jade sect, Wan Linghua really was a person who never tried to offend anyone, so she was a great target whom anyone could casually bully. She disliked arguing with people and disliked arguing with this gaggle of female cultivators who chattered and gossiped to no end even more. A great majority of the time, Wan Linghua would give these female cultivators whatever they asked for. It was the same this time as well. But everyone had a reverse scale and a bottom line. Wan Linghua's face was expressionless as she told Wu Xian, tell young sect master Shen that I, Wan Linghua, can't live up to her high expectations of me, let her slowly recover on her own. Wan Linghua refused to give it to them, and Wu Xian couldn't rob her by force either. Let's not mention whether she could afford to lose this kind of face first, but just Jin Fangfei's pair of hooks alone wasn't to be trifled with. Cloud Jade sect's little junior martial sister caused trouble for people wherever she went and shot her mouth off all day long, but her cultivation was second only to Shen Rubbing. No one dared to provoke the strong. At this moment, Shen Rubbing felt even more hatred in her heart. She really wished that those who opposed her would all die in this mountain chamber. Jin Fangfei's heart felt at ease and she made faces at Wu Xian's back. Wan Linghua lightly patted the top of Jin Fangfei's head, indicating that she shouldn't show her emotions so clearly. Jin Fangfei stuck her tongue out and giggled, I didn't think that the day would come when Shiji actually refuses Shen Rubbing. Wan Linghua said lightly, who let them anger you? Jin Fangfei paused, then sweetly shouted as Shiji you're so nice, hugging onto her arm and not letting go. On their side, Yan Tianan's small face was gloomy. He took out an ointment meant to heal wounds and, without allowing for any room to protest, made Lin Xuanji undo his clothing so that he could personally apply it. Lin Xuanji was unable to persuade him otherwise, so he could only sit cross-legged on the ground and let Yan Tianan do as he wished. At this time, Jin Fangfei and Wan Linghua walked over. Jin Fangfei raised her hand and threw a small bottle of medicine to Yan Tianan, who caught it with a raised hand. Here, this is the ointment my Shiji personally made. One bottle is worth hundreds of gold, it's very precious. Jin Fangfei explained proudly. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji cupped his hands at Wan Lingwa. Many thanks. Wan Lingwa also cupped her hands back. No need, many thanks to craftsman Lin for saving Fangfei and myself earlier. I should be the one thanking you. Yan Tianan looked up at Wan Lingwa, then looked towards Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji replied airily, saving the both of you is also saving myself. Wan Lingwa nodded. Don't know what craftsman Lin's next plans are. At 11 p.m., the mountain gate will open. Pill limit will break, and the great array will awaken. He intentionally didn't lower his voice when he said this and deliberately didn't avoid a certain person either, so when Shen Rubbing heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She didn't even care about her dissatisfaction with Lin Xuanji saving Qi and directly came over as she asked, how can you know my Shen family's secret? Lin Xuanji's pair of eyes that looked like icy pools stared at Shen Rubbing coldly. The Shen family's secret is nothing much. I've already given you enough face today. If you still have any other untoward thoughts, don't blame me for responding heavy-handedly. The words could already be considered pretty heavy-handed. Shen Rubbing's body swayed a little as she took half a step back. She took a deep breath. I don't understand what you're saying. There's still a while before it reaches 11 p.m. Since young sect master Shen doesn't understand, then she might as well think about it some more. Shen Rubbing didn't know why, but when she was facing Lin Xuanji, she suddenly felt a sense of dread rise up. She managed to steady her breathing and turned to walk far away from Lin Xuanji. Tch Jin Fangfei rolled her eyes at Shen Rubbing. Lin Xuanji was still a man after all. Since he needed to take off his clothes in order to apply the medicine, Jin Fangfei and Wan Lingwa took the initiative to step back. Yan Tianan looked at the flesh that had burst open and was bleeding profusely and carefully wiped the bloodstains around the area with a handkerchief first, then used his fingers to smear ointment onto the wound. His movements were very gentle and careful, as if he couldn't bear to see Lin Xuanji in any more pain. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, who was already sweating even on the tip of his nose. Ah hen, it doesn't hurt. You need not be so careful. You shut up, Yan Tianan yelled, his expression a little ugly. He bowed his head as he continued to tend to Lin Xuanji's injuries. Lin Xuanji didn't have any qi within his body to begin with, so it wasn't possible for the spiritual qi within his body to be in chaos. Thus, his internal injury wasn't very serious, the injuries all appeared externally on his flesh, which could also be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Xuanji felt the slight itch brought about by Yan Tianan's slender and slightly cool hands moving on his skin and wanted to smile a little, but he choked back his laughter when he saw Yan Tianan's expression. Yan Tianan couldn't help but sound like a broken record as he muttered, why did you have to meddle in other people's business? What kind of karma can make you risk your life to save someone, who in the world is Qi to you? Is he such an important person to you? Yuan Tianwen carried his sword as he walked over and sat down. He whispered to Yan Tianan, can't blame Lin Xuanji for taking action either. Back then, that Shen Rubbing wanted to get rid of all of us at once. Yan Tianan's finger, which was applying medicine to Lin Xuanji's wounds, suddenly stopped. That's right, Duan Yuyong's small face was dark. His cold gaze dug at Shen Rubbing through the air. A single blow from a primary-level cultivator. If Xuanji didn't detect her intention beforehand and stop it when it was still incomplete, once she finished that move, everyone here would be dead. Not everyone, Lin Xuanji corrected, everyone besides me. Duan Yuyong, he wanted to hit a certain person, was this fellow flaunting his good looks? Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. I have on my person a magic tool that can completely resist a single blow from a primary-level cultivator, but I only have one such tool, and it can only block a blow once. It's a magic treasure that my father left behind. Chapter 227. Small transforming bone dragon. Yan Tianan had some lingering fear. When he looked at Lin Xuanji again, all the resentment in his eyes was replaced with worry instead. Why does she want to kill us? Yan Tianan asked. Mainly because she doesn't want to split the benefits within this pill limit mysterious land with too many people. Duan Yuyong angrily exclaimed, too hateful, Honorable Me really wants to kill this vicious woman. If you kill her, no one will be able to obtain those benefits. Lin Xuanji responded mildly. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. Honorable Me is merely saying that. Then what exactly are the so-called benefits? Yuan Tianwen asked. There are quite a lot of benefits. However, I only need a celestial level pill in the heptabrilliant sacred fire. Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong both sucked in a cold breath of air at the same time. That the mysterious land had a celestial level pill was still considered normal, but it also had the heptabrilliant sacred fire that was ranked 9th in the alchemist world. Yan Tianen's eyes lit up. I heard Daddy mention this kind of fire before. This is a heavenly flame that alchemists yearn for in their dreams. One can become a great alchemist, second to none, if one refined that flame. Duan Yuyong squinted his eyes and looked at Yan Tianen with a complicated expression. His gaze ultimately fell on Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong spoke to Lin Xuanji with profound meaning. The books that my mother left behind also introduced this kind of heptabrilliant sacred fire. Lin Xuanji met his gaze directly and asked lightly, what did those records say about it? The biggest use of the heptabrilliant sacred fire is not to refine pills, but to nourish the soul. Yan Tianen clearly hadn't heard of this use before, so he asked curiously, what does nourish the soul mean? Duan Yuyong explained, humans have past lives in addition to their present life. If they're missing a soul in their past life, then their souls will also be incomplete in their current life. If someone wants to be whole, then they must have the entire 3 yang souls and 7 yin souls. This heptabrilliant sacred fire can take the place of a soul. That person can also take the heptabrilliant sacred fire out again after they find their missing soul and refine the flame. Lin Xuanji gazed at Duan Yuyong, indicating that this was an important matter that should be kept a secret. It's the same as what I know. Yuan Tianwen shook his head. It sounds so miraculous, I've never heard of this before. Yan Tianen asked foolishly, so, who's missing a soul? Duan Yuyong slapped him on the forehead. Are you a fool? Who else can it be besides you? Yan Tianen was dumbstruck, his appearance quite adorable. With his mouth open in shock, he pointed his finger at the tip of his nose, me. In their past life, just before Yan Tianen died, he told Lin Xuanji, living is too exhausting. Dage, I don't want a next life. In the next life, let's not meet again either. After saying that, he used demonic arts, attempting to shatter his own 3 yang souls and 7 yin souls so that he would never again enter the cycle of reincarnation, but Lin Xuanji figured out his intention and exhausted all his chi to oppose the fate that Yan Tianen had decided for himself. However, Lin Xuanji only managed to save 2 yang souls and 6 yin souls. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The remaining 1 yang and 1 yin soul disintegrated, nobody knew where they had dissipated to. Missing 1 yang and 1 yin soul meant that his soul was no longer complete, he would always be haunted by matters from the past life when dreaming. For the time being, although this condition didn't severely affect Yan Tianen's body, the consequences brought about by the missing souls would quickly appear with the improvement in Yan Tianen's cultivation. Lin Xuanji chased after the heptabrilliant sacred fire in his previous life, but Shen Changjeng ultimately obtained it. In this life, no matter what he needed to give up to exchange for it, he still wouldn't hesitate. Duan Yuyong was still immersed in the sorrowful news of Yan Tianen pitifully missing a soul, unable to extricate himself, but when he turned to look, Yan Tianen had already resumed applying medicine for Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong, he really wanted to slap the ointment out of Yan Tianen's hands. You're missing a soul, how can you not care about such monumental news? Yan Tianen raised his head and looked at Duan Yuyong with a pair of bright and clean eyes. I can't do anything about it even if I do care. Besides, why should I worry when Dage is worrying about it for me? Dage's condition is the top priority right now. Duan Yuyong was immediately exasperated. You're really a model younger brother. Have you forgotten the time when he made you angry? Yan Tianen blinked as he replied, beating is affection, scolding is love, and if you love even more then just kick them with your feet. Duan Yuyong was suddenly stupefied. Where did you hear such nonsense? My dad said it before. Yan Tianen said as he carefully applied medicine to Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong, Wan Linghua's ointment worked quite well. Lin Xuanji's injuries stopped bleeding soon after it was applied. Yan Tianen tore some soft and clean inner garments and bandaged his wounds. Duan Yuyong looked at his adept movements and couldn't help clicking his tongue. Your work looks quite nice. Of course, Yan Tianen said proudly, practice makes perfect. You used to get hurt all the time. Duan Yuyong's heart suddenly hurt. Yeah, Yan Tianen nodded and replied with a bitter expression on his small face, When I was a child, I especially liked climbing up and down. Once, I went to the top of a tree to dig out a bird's nest but was found out by the bird. It pecked me and made me fall from the tree, and even the skin on my legs broke from the fall. It hurt a lot. Duan Yuyong, bitch it, I actually felt sorry for you. Why don't you just keep getting hurt? Lin Xuanji changed into a set of clean clothes and directly burned his original ones. It was very easy to create unnecessary troubles if one left behind items contaminated with one's internal aura. All of a sudden, Bai and Hu Po, who had been trying to lower their presence to rock bottom ever since they first entered the cave, simultaneously cried out with Wu. Hu Po even lowered his body as he glared at the silver river that was already floating. He whimpered and swayed nervously, as though he was facing a powerful enemy. Bai, on the other hand, looked particularly anxious, running around Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's legs. It's time. Lin Xuanji stood up as he gazed at the jade coffin. Shen Rubbing, who was originally meditating to recover her strength, suddenly opened her eyes as well and stood up. The small transforming bone dragon arched its back, its river-like form quickly solidifying into a snake-like demonic beast. Its entire body was silver, with only a long red tube extending from the snake's head to the tail. The small transforming bone dragon had no eyes on its head and looked like a bear whip. The jade coffin began to tremble. Shen Rubbing took advantage of this time to use up all the chi that she had accumulated so far and jumped into the air, biting her fingertip, then flicking a drop of blood towards the center of the jade coffin. In the instant when this drop of blood fell onto the very center of the jade coffin's lid, red array patterns, with the coffin as the center, crawled out in all four directions, covering the entire mountain chamber. The coffin fell back onto the ground. The small transforming bone dragon was trapped by the dark blue flames that appeared everywhere and issued a mournful cry. At this time, a stone gate that only allowed one person to pass at a time opened up on the eastern mountain wall, exactly in between Lin Xuanji and Shen Rubbing. Go! Lin Xuanji shouted once as he pulled Yan Tianan along, running towards that door. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. But Yan Tianan's foot was tangled by a tentacle that crawled over and coiled around his foot. With an ah, he fell to the ground. Hen Lin Xuanji stopped at once and drew out a dagger to cut off the tentacle. This action made them a step too late. Shen Rubbing pinched a talisman in her hand as she quickly flashed to the door. She reached out a hand to press the mechanism next to the door, but her arm was batted away by Yuan Tianwen, who was closely following behind her. The two started fighting in front of the stone door. The more they fought, the farther away they got from the door. Shen Rubbing didn't want to be entangled with Yuan Tianwen any further and wanted to pass through the stone door, but Yuan Tianwen pulled out his longsword and leveled it at her chest, blocking her way. Shen Rubbing said fiercely, "Get out of my way, or else we'll die here together." Yuan Tianwen replied contemptuously, "Who wants to die together with you in the name of love?" With that, his sword swung out again. Thus, the first people to pass through the stone door were actually Wan Linghua and Jin Fangfei, followed closely by Duan Yuyong. Chi also dragged his tattered body and limped towards this side. Bai couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly gripped the back of Chi-er's collar in his mouth as he dragged Chi-er forward. Chu Lu turned around and saw that a dark green tentacle unexpectedly stretched out from within the dark blue flames and grabbed onto Wu Xian's ankle, throwing her to the ground. Chu Lu hurriedly drew her sword to chop at it, but after she cut one, two more came along. On Lin Xuanji's side, he threw out a top-grade attack weapon with no hesitation and cut off all those tentacles square in the middle. Yan Tianan's ankle was injured, so Lin Xuanji picked him up and rushed towards the stone door, quickly slipping through. Shiji, the more Chu Lu cut apart, the more those tentacles appeared. She cried out anxiously when she saw that Shen Rubbing was actually still fighting with Yuan Tianwen. The stone door began to descend. "Yuan Tianwen, what the fuck are you still fighting for? Get over here right now!" Duan Yuyong roared. Yuan Tianwen seemed as though he'd been struck by lightning. He pulled back his attack and twisted his face, ducking under the stone door. "Leave her alone, go!" Shen Rubbing called out and hurriedly rushed through the stone door. Chu Lu gave Wu Xian, who was becoming more and more entangled, one last reluctant glance before turning around and running away as well. Despair appeared on Wu Xian's face. Behind her, under the dark fire, the small transforming bone dragon roared angrily and rushed towards the stone gate. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. With a bang, the stone door fell down and stopped the small transforming bone dragon. However, Wu Xian, who was left inside, was crushed by the small transforming bone dragon, leaving behind only a puddle of watery blood. Even her bones couldn't be seen. The hair-raising and terrifying moment had passed, the survivors of the calamity leaning against the dark mountain wall, gasping for breath. Although they escaped a disaster, this was far from enough to achieve Lin Xuanji's ultimate goal. Young Sect Master Shen. Lin Xuanji looked straight at the breathless Shen rubbing in the dark and continued, "If you have any more untoward thoughts on the road ahead, I don't mind switching to another route." Shen rubbing felt an abrupt shock and blurted out, "How can you know that there are other routes? Just how much do you know about this mysterious land?" Naturally less than young Sect Master Shen. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shen rubbing thought for a while, then smiled coldly. "It seems that craftsman Lin wanted to approach me in the beginning because he wanted me to lead the way. I didn't approach you, it was the exact opposite. Food can be eaten at random, but words can't be spoken at random, so as to avoid misunderstandings." Shen rubbing's expression was ashen, but nobody could tell in the dark. After a while, Shen rubbing sneered, "I'll acknowledge my misfortune for falling into your hands. However, are you going to take this trash along?" She pointed to Qi family's second young master, who was lying on the ground half dead. Murderous intent burst forth from her eyes, clearly wanting to end his life. Chapter 228. Can't afford to climb this social ladder. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Qi. "Gentleman Qi, this location is connected to the outside world. You should leave first to recuperate and recover." Actually, Qi would never continue to stay here, even if Lin Xuanji didn't say anything. "Many thanks to brother Lin for saving my life. The Qi family will definitely return the favor someday." Qi expressed his thanks, then looked over at Shen rubbing's side and gnashed his teeth. "As for you, my Qi family and your Shen family, this is not the end. The Qi family had suffered such a big loss in the pill limit mysterious land this time and didn't even get a single treasure before they all had to leave this place, which was certain to become the shame of the entire family. Most likely, the Qi family would start causing trouble for the Shen family even before Shen rubbing leaves the mysterious land. Of course, it's not over between us." Shen rubbing narrowed her eyes. She was the eldest legitimate daughter of the Shen family's main branch, and the Shen family was one of Sky Peak City's elite families. Naturally, the Shen family wasn't afraid of the North Continent's Qi family. After exchanging fierce threats, Qi, with one lame leg, crushed the transportation ball and disappeared. After resting for a while, everyone walked forward along the mountain path under the direction of Shen rubbing. The mountain path was very dark and had many forks in the road, but Shen rubbing easily navigated the way forward and didn't even hesitate at the forks, obviously very familiar with this place. After walking around yet another mountain path, Chu Lu couldn't help but ask in a whisper, "Shiji, where are we going?" Shen rubbing replied lightly, "To where the treasures are." Chu Lu froze for a moment. Shiji seems to be very familiar with this place. Shen rubbing swept her a glance. This was originally the Shen family's mysterious land. Ah, Chu Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Although he'd already warned Shen rubbing, Lin Xuanji naturally couldn't wholeheartedly trust her, so he had always been vigilantly observing Shen rubbing's every move. Shen rubbing probably knew that there were more enemies than friends here, so she didn't cause trouble. Shen rubbing took various twists and turns when at junctions in the road and pressed some hidden mechanisms from time to time. After arduously strolling about on the mountain path for 6 to 8 hours, they finally arrived at a bright mountain chamber. The ground inside the mountain chamber wasn't made of stone, but a rare soil instead, which was covered with mature spiritual plants. Spiritual fog lingered around the plants, and an immortal aura was faintly discernible when one looked at it. The spiritual plants gave off a unique medicinal fragrance that made people feel comfortable when they smelled it. Everyone's eyes brightened, especially Wan Linghua and Yan Tianan, these two people who dealt with spiritual plants all day. They were itching to rush over immediately and rob this place empty dage. That's the Luo water spring that only blooms once every 300 years dage. This is the setting sun returns to sun grass, which will only bear a seed every 50 years dage. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji heard Yan Tianan excitedly chatter on beside his ear and spoke with a smile. "Ah hen, just go and pick the spiritual plants you can use." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan sighed, "If only I had a storage bag that could hold the entire field of spiritual plants." That will depend on your Dage's skill. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. Sooner or later you'll have it. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. Dage, how long can I dig here for? Lin Xuanji smiled. Dig however long as you want. Yan Tianan was rest assured. Although the majority of spiritual plants here were of lower grades, there were also higher grade ones. The higher the grade of spiritual plant, the more chi you needed to consume in order to pull it out, so it wasn't like everyone could casually take away all they wanted. Yan Tianan dug up a stalk of third-grade spiritual plant, his forehead already covered with sweat, his chi greatly exhausted. He learned his lesson and started to dig out the high-grade and rare spiritual plants. He soon had more than 10 dug out. Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen also went down to dig up spiritual plants. Because Duan Yuyong had never done this kind of work before, he accidentally damaged many stalks when he dug, but fortunately, he didn't have to compensate anyone, so he didn't regret too much. Shen Rubbing probably valued her own image too much to go down and dig up spiritual plants, but Chulu couldn't endure watching any longer and started digging as well. Wan Linghua and Jin Fangfei gathered in a circle and were also busy harvesting spiritual plants together. Lin Xuanji couldn't gather chi internally, so he couldn't dig out any spiritual plants and only stood by and watched. At this point, Shen Rubbing no longer held any affection for Lin Xuanji. Instead, she felt a certain degree of vigilance and fear for this person. Shen Rubbing found a place to sit down, her face full of frustration. She was waiting for someone. Lin Xuanji also knew that she was waiting for someone. In the Pill Limit mysterious land, there were 3 ways to reach the same location right here. The Shen family would never send just a Shen Rubbing alone to this place, and most likely Shen Rubbing was aware that she was at a disadvantage here, so she had to wait for reinforcements the Shen family. Lin Xuanji saw through it but didn't mind very much. After all, he was afraid that one Shen Rubbing, with her level of cultivation, couldn't open the true door of the secret chamber either. After a while, Shen Rubbing, perhaps from boredom, raised her head and asked Lin Xuanji, "Aren't you afraid of being chased down and killed by the Shen family after getting out of the mysterious land? The Shen family should resolve its own troubles first before looking for trouble with others." When thinking about the Qi family waiting outside, Shen Rubbing's expression darkened. Even though she wasn't afraid of the Qi family, no one actually wanted trouble to come knocking on their door. The two didn't have much to say to each other, and Shen Rubbing didn't look for conversation either. Not long after, a mountain wall suddenly made a loud rumbling sound. Shen Rubbing stood up at once and looked at the entrance expectantly. 2 people entered, one after the other. One of them was Shen Changjiang. When Lin Xuanji saw Su Zixing next to Shen Changjiang, his gaze became a bit cold but soon returned to the normal indifferent expression. Shen Changjiang saw Shen Rubbing from afar but, to his surprise, also found many extraneous people present as well. He was stunned at first, then walked over calmly and leisurely and sized up Lin Xuanji without an ounce of aggression. He shook the folding fan in his hand and spoke with a handsome smile. "I think this gentleman here should be the craftsman Lin who gained fame at the 100 Families gathering. The humble me is Shen Changjiang, the Shen family's second son. You can call me Shen. He looked like a very gentle, courteous, and elegant gentleman, but Lin Xuanji knew that that was merely on the surface. After all, if you really thought of yourself as being on equal footing with the other party and genuinely wanted to make friends with them, you would voluntarily report your mountain peak, which sect and which peak, rather than simply saying that you're from the Shen family." Lin Xuanji didn't mind. Gentleman Shen, Su Zixing, who was beside Shen Changjiang, had a cold and serious expression. He had eyebrows as slender as willows, long and narrow eyes, thin lips, and a sharp aura. When combined, they gave people a feeling of arrogant and lofty aloofness that made him difficult to approach or harbor any disrespectful or playful intentions toward him. Such a person was the future #1 craftsman whose name was known throughout all 5 continents. West Continent's Su family, main branch, and young sect master of West Continent's Imperial Sky sect. Su Zixing narrowed his eyes slightly as he willfully sized up Lin Xuanji. "The small Mingyin flame, is it in your hands now?" The news that Lin Xuanji took away several rare treasures during the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention that day had already spread throughout the entire Sky Peak city. When Su Zixing heard that the small Mingyin flame, this kind of unique crafting divine fire, had actually appeared on the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention, he was secretly vexed for a long time. If he knew beforehand that there was such a rare treasure, he definitely wouldn't have refused to attend the treasure appraisal convention because he thought it below his status. Lin Xuanji replied lightly, "It's in my hands." Su Zixing said directly, "Name a price, I'm buying it." Lin Xuanji smiled, "Not selling." Su Zixing's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Do you know who I am?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Selling or not selling has nothing to do with your identity. He wouldn't yield an inch even if the emperor came. Su Zixing just stared at Lin Xuanji for a while and didn't mention the small Mingyin flame again. He only said, "I heard that you are very arrogant and conceited. I'd like to see if you really can protect the small Mingyin flame." Lin Xuanji spoke lightly, "I'm afraid that there are many people who want the small Mingyin flame. However, the only one I can confirm right now is your highness. If I lose the small Mingyin flame one day, it can be assumed that the entire world will know that your highness is the one who stole it. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime." Now that Lin Xuanji had the small Mingyin flame in his possession, he had already experienced no less than 10 assassination attempts, but it's just that he was protected by the Lin family's hidden guards and the people that Sky Peak City's city lord had sent to protect him. After all, if anything happened to Lin Xuanji while in Sky Peak City during the 100 Families gathering, someone would take the opportunity to accuse the Wangfu family of being incompetent and wait for a chance to undermine the Wangfu family. Even though Wangfu Jin didn't like Lin Xuanji, he wasn't willing to suffer that loss. If Lin Xuanji lost the small Mingyin flame afterward and people found out that it was Su Zixing who took it, Su Zixing probably wouldn't have a day of peace. Su Zixing, of course, understood the insinuation. He immediately became angry. "You dare to threaten me?" "I dare not," Lin Xuanji responded, "I'm merely stating the facts." Shen Changjiang immediately came out to mediate the situation. "It's fate that you guys met here. Besides, you two are both craftsmen and can exchange and compare notes. Why hurt the amicable relations?" Su Zixing coldly flung his sleeves and threw out, "Can't afford to climb this social ladder." Lin Xuanji also coldly curled his lips slightly, "Same here." This scene was quite different from that of the last life. In the past life, the two people met because of an accidental encounter. Lin Xuanji saved Su Zixing, who was being chased by a demonic beast. At that time, even though Su Zixing was also cold and arrogant, he treated Lin Xuanji sincerely and thought of him as a close friend. However, it was exactly such a sincere and close friend who really made Lin Xuanji lead the wolf into the room. Su Zixing was the one who informed his superior of the secret that Yan Tianan was an exceptional furnace, leading to Yan Tianan's ultimate death. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Not only was Su Zixing competitive, but he also possessed a very envious nature, often claiming that he was the #1 craftsman and disdaining to be associated with ordinary craftsmen. Lin Xuanji had long since foreseen that once his reputation overshadowed Su Zixing's, it would cause Su Zixing to be greatly dissatisfied. Therefore, he didn't need to keep up any pretenses with Su Zixing. This was exactly Lin Xuanji's intention as well. Su Zixing wanted the small Mingyin flame and, in the last life, he did indeed get it from Bai Yichen's hands, though rather than getting it, it was more like using threats and promises to obtain it. In this life, Lin Xuanji had obtained the small Mingyin flame ahead of time. Su Zixing shouldn't even think about getting it. The two sides were hostile, as though with swords drawn and bows bent, but with Shen Changjiang, this good person who never offends anyone, they could neither fight nor curse at the other party. Chapter 229. Each relying on their own abilities. Shen Rubbing opened her mouth and shouted, "Second brother, you're finally here." Shen Changjiang gave Lin Xuanji an apologetic expression, then pulled Shen Rubbing aside and whispered, "What's going on?" Shen Rubbing succinctly told Shen Changjiang about her experiences after entering the Pill Limit mysterious land in a hushed tone. Shen Changjiang's expression immediately turned ugly. "Do you know that the rain outside is a rare medicinal rain? The entrance to the Pill Limit mysterious land will change locations every year. Only the lucky ones can encounter the downpour of medicinal rain. This is something that you can only come across by chance and not by intentionally searching for it, yet you actually used an umbrella to block it." Just like that, Shen Rubbing was also stunned. She anxiously asked, "How come I've never heard of it?" Shen Changjiang's pent-up anger finally erupted and he gnashed his teeth. "All I did was say a few sentences less to you, and now you've missed such a good opportunity. Moreover, how can I expect that you'd be able to obtain a magic treasure that can deliberately block this kind of medicinal rain?" Shen Rubbing gritted her teeth. "It's all Lin Xuanji's fault." Shen Changjiang frowned. "Lin Xuanji isn't some virtuous crop. According to your thoughts, it seems that he knows about this Pill Limit mysterious land and its connection to our Shen family." Shen Rubbing nodded. I'm sure he knows. Shen Changjiang couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this Lin Xuanji know about the Shen family's secret? Not even Shen Rubbing, the legitimate daughter of the main branch, has the absolute qualifications to know about the secrets of Pill Limit Mysterious Land. However, this wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Shen Changjiang spoke, after a while, I will open the door. Yuan, I will obtain that item together. Shen Rubbing frowned as she asked, then what about the others? Won't they follow us in? Those who see the treasure all have a claim to a portion of it. Let's just enter together. Shen Changjiang couldn't do anything about it either. He was used to conducting himself with integrity and couldn't possibly chase Lin Xuanji and the rest out of here at this point. Although Shen Rubbing wasn't happy about it, there was no use crying over spilled milk. She was the one who brought the people here, so she could only endure these pent-up and unspoken grievances. But you can rest assured. Shen Changjiang revealed a faint but determined smile. The hepta-brilliant sacred fire will certainly land in our hands. Shen Rubbing's expression finally looked better after hearing this. That's right, these short-sighted people have already exhausted much of their chi while digging up these spiritual plants. They naturally won't be able to fight us. Shen Changjiang nodded with a faint smile. Shen Changjiang took Shen Rubbing back and greeted several people who had returned after harvesting the spiritual plants. Shen Changjiang was one of the 7 stars of Sky Peak, so he was naturally very famous. When people saw that he was humble and amiable as well, they all had a good impression of him. Shen Changjiang announced, later, I will open the door of the greatest treasury in this Pill Limit Mysterious Land. I don't quite know what's inside. Let's play it by ear. Everyone murmured their assent one after the other. Duan Yuyong winked at Lin Xuanji and motioned with his eyes that he was ready in advance. Shen Changjiang went to the side of the mountain and used a dagger to make a cut on his finger. He drew a talisman diagram that could unravel the array on the uneven surface of the mountain wall. With a loud rumble, a seemingly bottomless hole suddenly appeared in the center of the field of spiritual plants. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji nodded. Yan Tianan followed closely behind Shen Rubbing and became the second one to jump in. Duan Yuyong gave Yuan Tianwen a look. Yuan Tianwen understood and immediately protected Duan Yuyong with one hand as he jumped down together with him. Lin Xuanji crushed a forged stone and borrowed the qi inside it to smoothly descend onto the ground. Soon after, Chu Lu, Wan Linghua, Jin Fangfei, and the others all came down together as well. Outside the pit, Su Zixing looked at Shen Changjiang with cold eyes. You let so many people go down. Are you afraid that there's no one to fight over the hepta-brilliant sacred fire with you? Shen Changjiang's gaze was gentle and soft as he looked into Su Zixing's eyes. Ah Xing, don't be angry. How could they easily obtain the hepta-brilliant sacred fire? This thing is our Shen family's heirloom for generations. Only someone with the Shen family's blood can truly control it. Su Zixing narrowed his eyes. I hope so. It is so. There weren't a lot of good items inside the treasury. Although there were several medicinal bottles, they didn't look as good as the ones Lin Xuanji crafted. Thus, Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan weren't very interested. Lin Xuanji, however, knew that it wasn't the case that there weren't any good stuff, it was just that the good items had already been excavated clean by the Shen family. Otherwise, how could the Shen family be willing to part with this incredible mysterious land and gift it to Sky Peak sect as a favor? Although the Pill Limit Mysterious Land wasn't small, there weren't many places that truly had treasures. This place could be considered. 1. The group entered a stone chamber without any engravings after passing through several stone chambers and tunnels. A skeleton was sitting cross-legged inside the room, its fingers positioned like it was pinching a flower. A red medicinal pill as glossy as jade pearls was held between the skeleton's middle and thumb fingers. The red pill emitted a golden luster, similar to cat's eye stones. Its dazzling radiance had already become the only color in this simple and unadorned stone chamber. Shen Changjiang bowed to this man and spoke, Shen family's descendants, Shen Changjiang and Shen Rubbing, are bothering Senior today with our garrulous talks. I hope for Senior will forgive us. Chu Lu asked, this, Senior, does Gentleman Shen know who he is? Shen Changjiang nodded as he explained, this is the best friend of my family's already ascended ancestor. My family's ancient ancestor created this Pill Limit Mysterious Land especially for him after his death. This medicinal pill was also refined for him by my family's esteemed ancestor. As he said that, Shen Changjiang reached out his hand for the vermilion gold medicinal pill. Wait a minute, Duan Yuyong's fan slapped the back of Shen Changjiang's hand with a paw. He raised his brows at Shen Changjiang. Don't tell me it'll actually become yours if you just spout any nonsense you want and say that this is your family's stuff. I'm saying that this mysterious land was especially created by my Duan Yuyong's grandson to honor lousy me. Do you believe it or not? Even if Shen Changjiang had good acting skills, he still couldn't keep his expression still at this moment. He asked with a calm expression, "Young Master Duan, what do you mean by this?" Duan Yuyong folded up his fan and smiled. "Naturally, we take it with our own abilities." Su Zixing interjected at this time, "Why waste words on them?" Su Zixing had already stretched his hand out for it before he even finished speaking. Lin Xuanji was prepared in advance as well, his actions not slow in the slightest. Lin Xuanji met Su Zixing face to face beside the skeleton and relied on the hand seals he had previously practiced back when he was an elemental cultivator to nimbly knock aside Su Zixing's hand in a few breaths' time, firmly grasping the medicinal pill in his hand. On the other side, Yuan Tianwen had already replaced Duan Yuyong in fighting against Shen Changjiang, their weapons clashing together. Just as Su Zixing was so angry that he wanted to swear, he suddenly saw a ball of blue flame flash by beside him and fly toward another direction. Su Zixing's eyes lit up. After it he didn't need to speak. Shen Changjiang had already seen it and immediately put aside his entanglement with Yuan Tianwen to chase after that ball of dark fire. Yan Tianan also wanted to pursue it but was pulled back by Lin Xuanji. "Dage, we're not chasing after it?" Yan Tianan asked. "It will come back." A moment later, that ball of fire unexpectedly turned around and hopped onto the skeleton's finger, landing on the exact location where the medicinal pill had previously been. Shen Changjiang and Su Zixing returned, still chasing after it, and met Lin Xuanji face to face again. Embarrassment flashed on Shen Changjiang's face but was overshadowed by the crazy glint that shone out when his gaze landed on Lin Xuanji, full of killing intent. "You guys actually didn't tell me when there's something good." A young man adorned in a red robe kicked open the stone chamber's door with one foot and casually walked in. His black phoenix eyes were clear and bright, every smile and every frown enchanted one's soul. Several women were momentarily dazzled by him and couldn't help blushing. "Who are you?" Shen Changjiang stared at him warily. "How can you come here?" "I'm called Lai Fenkong." The young man winked at Yan Tianan. "Hen, you can call me Kongkong." Yan Tianan. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. "Why are you talking to me? Clearly, I don't know you know, how do you even know I'm called Hen?" Lin Xuanji could no longer maintain his indifferent expression. He quietly stepped in front of Yan Tianan and blocked Lai Fenkong's view of him as he impassively locked gazes with Lai Fenkong. Lai Fenkong's gaze also turned a little cold. His natural instinct told him that something about Lin Xuanji felt wrong. This kind of person should be the natural enemies of divine devils like themselves. Yan Tianan was the most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly turning so silent, so he cleared his throat. I got the fire." He held up his hand, where a ball of fire was gloomily flickering in the middle of his palm. Shen Changjiang, Duan Yuyong, Lai Fenkong. Shen rubbing suddenly started causing trouble as she reached out to swat at Yan Tianan's back with a palm. Yan Tianan countered with a palm strike as well, but before his attack clashed with Shen Rubbing was hit by an even fiercer gust of wind and was swatted away, crashing against the mountain wall with a bang. Shen Rubbing gave a miserable scream before the surroundings became quiet again. Lai Fenkong became the center of everyone's attention. He waved his hand and threw a wink at Yan Tianan. "The others, it doesn't matter if you want to kill them or skin them, but all of you must leave Yan Tianan for me, he's mine." Yan Tianan's face was full of awkward embarrassment. "Don't casually speak such words. I don't know you very well." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lai Fenkong laughed and made eyes at Yan Tianan again. "We'll get to know each other sooner or later. Don't worry about it." Lin Xuanji grabbed Yan Tianan's wrist as he glared at Lai Fenkong. "Let's go." Lai Fenkong narrowed his eyes as he watched Lin Xuanji. Shen Changjiang was burning with anxiety right now. His only purpose for coming here was for that heptabrilliant sacred fire, but now that Yan Tianan had taken it away, the biggest benefit in the entire pill limit mysterious land was now gone. Shen Changjiang's expression suddenly darkened as his hands took action from behind his back. Rays of cold light suddenly shone out from a sparrow spirit embedded in his sword hilt, and his sword immediately cleaved towards Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. How audacious! Li Fenkong's expression turned cold. He waved his sleeve and drew out a longsword to intercept Shen Changjeng's move, but the sparrow spirit's power couldn't be blocked. Li Fenkong's sword actually broke apart sparrow spirit. Li Fenkong furrowed his brows, a sinister expression on his gorgeous face. The Shen family actually has a connection to the upper world. Boom! The entire stone chamber shook, the qi became tumultuous, and broken pieces of stone pierced through the air, as if the chamber was about to collapse, making it hard for people to remain steady on their feet. Chapter 230. Master of the mysterious land. Shen Chungjing took advantage of Lin Xuanji focusing all his attention on protecting Yan Tianan to fly over and snatch the heptabrilliant sacred fire from Yan Tianan's hands. Yan Tianan was so angry that he wanted to rush over to beat someone up because he lost the flame. Right at that moment, he heard Shen Changjing scream miserably. He actually threw the fire away of his own accord. Bloody blisters appeared on his palm from being burned. Fortunately, he was quick in throwing it away, otherwise, his entire hand might be on fire right now. Zixing, go and get that fire! Shen Changjing didn't forget to roar while he was trying to endure the blistering pain. Needless to say, Su Zixing naturally went to snatch it. At once, just before Su Zixing was about to touch the fire, an umbrella suddenly hit his hand away. Su Zixing threw an offensive tool at Lin Xuanji while Lin Xuanji whipped out a defensive tool to resist it. They exchanged several moves in this manner. Lin Xuanji found a chance to get the heptabrilliant sacred fire into his bag. Su Zixing became furious. He was about to utilize a murderous move by taking out an exterminate soul nail when all the eternal lamps in the stone room suddenly went out one by one. It's coming, Lin Xuanji thought to himself. A gust of wind swept by, mixed with a fishy smell. A handsome man wearing a teal robe walked over lightly, the small transforming bone dragon coiled up beside him. Descendant of the Shen family, you're disturbing others' peaceful sleep. The man's voice was somewhat sharp. He smiled with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, while also looking rather fierce. Here to take the heptabrilliant sacred fire left behind by that dog ancestor of yours. Senior. A strange feeling arose in Shen Changjeng's heart. Shen Rubbing was already shivering all over from fright and dared not even breathe. The small transforming bone dragon was obviously the one they had seen before, so there was a high chance that this man had crawled out of the coffin. I can't shoulder that, senior, address of yours. The man walked over to the stone gate and stopped. He looked at Shen Changjing quietly. The dog ancestor of the Shen family didn't dare touch my heptabrilliant sacred fire, and even after the lucky bastard ascended, he still didn't take the sacred fire away. So where did the descendants of the Shen family get the courage to dare come and steal the heptabrilliant sacred fire from? Shen Changjing frowned. That heptabrilliant sacred fire belonged to my Shen family in the first place, so how can you call it stealing? The young man chuckled. I really can't tell if you're really stupid or if you're pretending to be dumb. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive yourself. Shen Changjing was about to explain when the small transforming bone dragon roared, causing him to be so frightened that he retreated. The young man looked at Lin Xuanji, then at Yan Tianan, and instantly understood somewhat. He went up to Lin Xuanji and studied him. If you're taking this, you have to kill someone for me. Lin Xuanji replied, okay. Do you know who I want you to kill? Yet you promised so casually. A surging storm gathered within the young man's eyes. He stared fixedly at Lin Xuanji for a long while before laughing. Kid, not bad. In that case, make an oath with me ba. Lin Xuanji stretched out his right hand, palm facing downwards. The young man also stretched out his right hand, hovering a few inches above Lin Xuanji's hand. He started reciting some words, and after he finished, there was an additional oath within Lin Xuanji's sea of consciousness. If I, Lin Xuanji, were to go to the upper realm of the 9 lands in the future, I'm obliged to turn Shen Qinian into dust and destroy his soul so that he can never reincarnate. If I break this oath, then living will be no better than death for me in the future, and I'll become an animal in my next life. The young man continued, it seems useless for you to hold on to this. Lin Xuanji, it's useful for someone else. Then you should hand it to him. Lin Xuanji nodded and offered to hand over the heptabrilliant sacred fire. The young man took the heptabrilliant sacred fire, a glint of nostalgia flashing through his eyes. Then he turned his hand over and smacked the heptabrilliant sacred fire straight onto Yan Tianan's forehead. Yan Tianan, his whole body felt like it was burning. Suddenly, an intense sensation of pain swept over him. Yan Tianan let out a terrible cry, almost fainting from the pain while his heart and lungs felt like they were being torn apart. Upon seeing this, Shen Changjeng instantly turned indignant and wanted to use a sparrow spirit to kill all of them. However, that young man simply waved his hand and everyone present fainted on the spot. I'm the true master of this pill-limit mysterious land. The young man smiled, then said somewhat helplessly, yet you insist on challenging my authority, such an overestimation of your own capabilities. He walked over to the eerie white bones that were adorned with the same attire as him, reaching out to stroke the white bones' cheek. He chuckled softly, you really died in such an idiotic way. Every debt has its debtor, go and find that Shen Qinian to pay for it ba. As for his descendants, there's no harm in sparing them for now. The small transforming bone dragon cried out, sounding as if it was weeping before finally uttering ying 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 s like a crying baby. The young man turned around and reached out to stroke the small transforming bone dragon's head with a gentle gaze. He sighed, then said softly, it's been tough for you to stand guard by my side for all these years, this pill-limit mysterious land probably isn't very interesting. If you want to leave, after I die completely, it won't be long before the pill-limit mysterious land gets destroyed too. By then, you'll be free again, and you'll be able to leave this mysterious land. After he spoke, his body turned transparent. He leaned over and merged into one with the skeleton. After the physical body was attached to the skeleton soon looked like a young man. But though his lips were smiling, his eyes remained closed. He had stopped breathing long ago. The small transforming bone dragon wailed loudly in anguish. It wanted to kill the others as well, but there was nothing in the stone room. The small transforming bone dragon cried pitifully. It would nudge the young man's face with its face once in a while and circle around him from time to time. It had accompanied its master by his side since birth. It still remembered the time when it was trapped within an array on its last legs. When all the demonic chi was about to die out, its master appeared and saved it from the array. Its entire body could corrode all living things, but few people knew that it was able to control its own body. If the softest skin covered the corrosive layer, then it could be touched just like a normal demonic beast. It still remembered the feeling of being hugged by this person. The small transforming bone dragon circled around the young man's body for a long time before it finally accepted the fact that the young man had completely died. It shrank into a small ball and stuffed itself into the young man's embrace, then used its round and bright head on which no eyes could be seen to nudge against the young man's chin. In the end, the silver color on the small transforming bone dragon's body gradually faded before it turned into a rigid, gray stone statue. Since its master had died, then it wouldn't continue living as well. When Yan Tianan woke up, there were hardly any stars in the night sky outside. The mountains in the distance overlapped, while the shadows of trees swayed from side to side. Yan Tianan was stunned for a while. He got up and looked around, realizing that there were still some dead demonic beasts near him which had evidently been killed when they were attacking. Are you hungry? Lin Xuanji's voice traveled over from the other side. Yan Tianan's eyes were filled with sorrow and the silence left behind after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Lin Xuanji and he looked at each other, paused slightly, and saw through everything. Ah hen, that's someone else's life, not yours. Yan Tianan rubbed his eyes. But Lu Qingli's so pitiful. That young man was Lu Qingli. And after Yan Tianan received the hepta-brilliant sacred fire that belonged to Lu Qingli, he also saw all of his memories. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. He had married a bad man, the heavens are unfair. However, heaven has its own rules for everything. What comes around goes around. That one surnamed Shen will get his retribution in time to come. But Lu Qingli can't live on anymore. Yan Tianan said with bloodshot eyes, his soul has already scattered. It was this hepta-brilliant sacred fire that helped him stabilize one soul, which was why he could hold on until now. Yet he gave me the hepta-brilliant sacred fire, so he lost his last soul. Even if that bad guy dies and never gets to reincarnate, Lu Qingli still won't be revived. Lin Xuanji thought of his previous life. The hepta-brilliant sacred fire passed through Su Zixing's hands and ended up with Shen Changjiang. That celestial level pill, after it was passed around from person to person, was finally given to Lin Xuanji by Shen Changjiang as a favor. From then on, Lin Xuanji let down his guard against Shen Changjiang. As for whether Su Zixing helped Lu Qingli fulfill his wish, Lin Xuanji wasn't clear on that. But Lin Xuanji thought, actually the agreement that Lu Qingli concluded for him was not a complete one. Because Lu Qingli did not state a time limit nor conditions, Lu Qingli was still too kind. He was probably that kind in the previous life as well. Lin Xuanji lightly said, everything in this world is balanced. For every person who's happy, there will be an equal number of people who have to suffer in misery. Not everyone can achieve immortality, and not everyone will have a good beginning and end. Yan Tianan nodded somewhat sadly. He had lost his father at a young age as well and could be considered to have had a tough life. It's just that with Lin Xuanji by his side now, he had a lot more happy times than sad. In order not to affect Yan Tianan's recuperation, Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen were barbecuing a pheasant they hunted not far away. After Yan Tianan woke up, he sat beside them. Duan Yuyong asked about Lu Qingli, and Yan Tianan unreservedly described the past he saw in the memories retained within the hepta-brilliant sacred fire. Lu Qingli was an array cultivator. He met Shen Qinian when he was young. The two of them found each other congenial, and very soon, they turned from friends to lovers. But who would have thought that Shen Qinian had approached Lu Qingli in the first place because he wanted his ancestral mysterious land where spiritual plants grew, as well as his ancestral hepta-brilliant sacred fire. Shen Qinian tricked Lu Qingli into telling him about the mysterious land's secrets step by step. Later on, Shen Qinian acted as the owner instead of the guest and forcibly took ownership of the pill-limit mysterious land. Because he was afraid of Lu Qingli's revenge, he killed him and used a poisonous magic tool to scatter his soul. But unexpectedly, Lu Qingli had an escape route. The hepta-brilliant sacred fire replaced one of his souls, so he didn't go so far as to truly die in the human world. However, Lu Qingli couldn't be considered to be alive either, and he could never leave the pill-limit mysterious land. Shen Qinian got married and had children, rising steadily by relying on the benefits brought about by the pill-limit mysterious land. In the end, he successfully ascended and left the 5 continents' mainlands. The Shen family rose along with him. When one man achieved Tao, his poultry and dogs would ascend as well. The foundation for being an elite family was laid out for them. This sort of past was too humiliating for the Shen family, so they naturally wouldn't tell their younger generations about it. Instead, they turned black into white and beautified everything to the extreme. Chapter 231. Yuyong's attitude. Duan Yuyong harshly smacked his palm against the ground indignantly after listening. Isn't that old fart from the Shen family too shameless? Such a sinister person didn't get punished by the heavens and even ascended successfully. Isn't he afraid that ghosts will knock on his door in the middle of the night? Yuan Tianwen coaxed, don't get angry because of such people. It's not that he won't get punished, just that the time has not yet come. This sort of insidious person will receive his retribution sooner or later. Yan Tianan nodded. If my Dage and I get the chance to leave the 5 continents' mainlands in the future and ascend to the 9 lands, we'll definitely ferret this bastard out and kill him to avenge Senior Lu. After he spoke, Yan Tianan sighed. Can we really leave the 5 continents' mainlands? Lin Xuanji answered, as long as you want to, then we can. Duan Yuyong asked, does Ah Hen want to go out to have a look? Yan Tianan nodded. When Daddy was around, he used to tell me about the world outside the 5 continents' mainlands. Countries and sects stand in great numbers there, and treasures could be found everywhere. And there's innumerable influential figures there too. Lin Xuanji looked at him tenderly. I'll accompany you no matter where you want to go. Yan Tianan looked back at Lin Xuanji with shining eyes, then nodded forcefully. Duan Yuyong looked at them enviously. Yuan Tianwen asked, do you want to go outside and have a look? Me ma. Duan Yuyong shrugged indifferently. I know very well what kind of level I'm at, so I won't join in the fun. Yuan Tianwen placed on hand over the back of Duan Yuyong's hand, which was covering his knee. It's okay. If you want to stay here, then I'll stay by your side. Duan Yuyong looked horrified as he pulled his hand out. A loser like me can't hold back someone who's favored by the heavens like you. Look for someone else, Ba. I won't be part of your life. How could you say that you're holding me back? Yuan Tianwen looked at him anxiously. Yang, I know that I was terribly wrong and let you down. However, I've already been punished for my mistakes these days. What am I not doing well? Just tell me, I'll change everything. I won't ask for you to forgive me, I'd just like to ask you to please not push me away. A faint sourness arose in Duan Yuyong's heart. Yuan Tianwen had never been the type of person to understand what exactly servile meant, but at this moment, he was almost imploring. If this was before he knew what the Duan family had done with him, he might have been willing to continue to be with Yuan Tianwen. But now, how could he use this kind of body to drag Yuan Tianwen down? Duan Yuyong resisted the sourness surfacing in his heart and sneered, "Young Master Yuan, frankly, there's no problem with what you've been doing recently. As for sincerity, you do have it." Yuan Tianwen revealed a glimmer of joy, but soon, Duan Yuyong dealt him a heavy blow. "But people's minds can change. I used to like you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I still like you now. Your kindness is just a burden you're imposing on me." "Burden?" Yuan Tianwen asked in disbelief. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Yuan Tianwen suffered a heavy blow. He clenched his fist and looked at Duan Yuyong. "No matter what you say, I will never part with you." Duan Yuyong sneered, his expression changing completely. "If you continue to pester me, I'll let everyone know just how shameless the young master of the Yuan family is. I don't think the Yuan family can lose this kind of face." Yuan Tianwen stared at Duan Yuyong for a long while. The latter's expression remained unchanged. He didn't seem to be joking. Yuan Tianwen suddenly stood up and walked away with large strides. Yan Tianan was staring agape. He couldn't help but click his tongue. "Yuyong Gerger, aren't you being too ruthless? His face is all dark from anger." "Yeah." Lin Xuanji glanced at Duan Yuyong askance. "Moreover, you hit right where it hurts." Although Yuan Tianwen himself doesn't mind being shameless, he definitely can't make the Yuan family lose face. For people like Yuan Tianwen, family honor would always come before personal gains and losses. If everyone were to know that the young master of the Yuan family was harassing a man and couldn't even get what he was begging for, they would probably laugh so hard that their teeth fell out. The Yuan family would never let him undermine their reputation like that. It was reasonable for Yuan Tianwen to get that angry. Duan Yuyong uttered a hng, seemingly proud to the extreme. "Honorable me just likes doing that, so what? Have anything to say about that?" Lin Xuanji smiled. "What can I say? It's fine as long as you don't come to regret it." "Of course I won't regret it." He didn't want to mention such a painful thing again. He changed the subject to Lin Xuanji. "You'll have an acrimonious fallout with the Shen family then." After they were thrown out of the cave by Lu Qingli, intentionally or unintentionally, like they were rubbish, they realized that the four of them had been thrown to the same place by some coincidence. As for the rest, they didn't know where they had gone. So the two sides managed to avoid fighting as soon as they got out. Yet Lin Xuanji was very calm. "If we're going to fall out, then we'll just fall out, ba. We'll never walk on the same path anyway, falling out will happen sooner or later." Duan Yuyong stared at him with an inquiring gaze. "Lin Xuanji, I am curious how you seem to have learned about the secret of the pill limit mysterious land long ago. My news sources are probably more reliable, ba." Duan Yuyong stopped his questioning and changed to teasing him instead. "Yet you didn't refuse Shen rubbing before this. I even thought that you had some kind of interest in that beauty, but from the looks of it now, you're also someone who wouldn't get up early in the morning if there's no benefit in doing so." "That has always been the case." Lin Xuanji wouldn't yield even an inch for the things he wanted, even if he had to do so by any means possible. Within a few days, all of them were physically and mentally exhausted. After eating something to fill their stomachs, they each went to find a place to rest, and Yan Tianan naturally followed Lin Xuanji. He laid on Lin Xuanji's leg, looking up at Lin Xuanji's perfect jaw. "Dage, that medicinal pill today is the celestial level pill that can repair your Dantian Qi Si." "Yes, I was quite lucky." "Then when does Dage intend to consume it?" "I'll think about it when we find a safe place tomorrow." Yan Tianan nodded. "It's better to consume it early, ba, then I'll feel more at ease too." Lin Xuanji reached out to stroke the tip of Yan Tianan's nose. "Why do I always feel like Ah Hen has grown up overnight? It's time for me to grow up. If I don't grow up, what would Dage do?" "Me." Lin Xuanji didn't understand why he said that. "On the contrary, I hope that Ah Hen will stay a child forever." "Does Dage really wish for that?" Yan Tianan asked innocently. "If I don't grow up, I'll never be able to understand Dage's thoughts." Lin Xuanji's gaze landed upon his reddish cheeks and suddenly grew wiser when happiness approached. He vaguely understood what Yan Tianan was trying to express. Lin Xuanji's breathing paused. "And what do you think about me?" Yan Tianan sat up. He looked up into Lin Xuanji's eyes. "I want these eyes of yours to look at me alone forever." Yan Tianan's eyes reflected specks of stars shining with a beautiful splendor, as if the sun, moon, and mountains since ancient times had appeared within them. He spoke with utmost earnestness and devotion. Within an instant, Lin Xuanji felt like all the beautiful scenery, local customs, famous mountains and rivers, as well as the flourishing blossoms and magnificent landscapes he had seen in the 1,000 years of his past life could not compare to the smiling pair of eyes of the person in front of him. The inhumane loneliness and hardships he suffered while cultivating for 1,000 years in the soul plate in his past life all vanished in a puff of smoke within this instant until there was nothing left. Yan Tianan was his redemption. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan tightly in his arms, his voice turning hoarse because of his excitement from getting what he had yearned for. Ah hen, Dage, Yan Tianan sounded a little aggrieved. I want you to promise me that from now on, you'll never try to sound me out and upset me by treating other people well on purpose. Do you know how upset I felt when you ignored me and insisted on standing together with that Shen rubbing? Lin Zan had once said to Lin Xuanji that Ah Hen was a clever one. He could see through things better than others could and comprehend situations faster as well. He could see through everything. How could Lin Xuanji not agree? He kissed Yan Tianan's forehead and seemed to sigh, it's my fault. It will never happen again. When you were feeling aggrieved, I felt even more upset than you. You're lying. Yan Tianan was also one to hold grudges. He still remembered that when they just entered Pill Limit Mysterious Land, Lin Xuanji had made him strip everything such that he had to run around naked. He pursed his lips, you made me lose face in public on purpose, and angered me into leaving too. Lin Xuanji stroked the tip of his nose apologetically, it's my fault, I apologize. Yan Tianan pursed his lips. At that time, I thought that you'd never treat me well anymore, you were really too much. Faced with Yan Tianan's accusations, Lin Xuanji really regretted acting on impulse because of his anger, which upset Yan Tianan and let his imagination run wild. I was very angry then too. Lin Xuanji said, how much I care about you is equivalent to how much I hated the words you said to me at that time. It went so far as to make him force out a mouthful of blood from anger. Yan Tianan knew nothing about that, but he also knew that he was in the wrong. He dared not look at Lin Xuanji. He buried his head in his neck and said in a muffled voice, I shouldn't have said all that on purpose to make you angry. But you hid the fact that Shen Rubbing was going to marry you from me, I was really upset. Lin Xuanji somewhat understood why Yan Tianan suddenly blew up at him. It appeared that someone with a loose mouth had actually told Yan Tianan about that. After pondering for a while, he could guess that it was Lin Yar. Lin Xuanji pondered over how to make Lin Yar suffer while saying, I never took that seriously in the first place. It's the Shen family's business for them to propose marriage, after all, I would have never agreed no matter what, so I didn't think that it was necessary to tell you. Yan Tianan uttered a HNG, I'll let it be this time. In the future, no matter if it's something major or trivial, you have to tell me. You're such a good person, so the number of people who like you must be equivalent to the strands of hair on a cow. You have to give me a warning in advance so that it'll be easier for me to guard against them. Chapter 232, Dual Cultivation Method. Lin Xuanji found it amusing and felt comforted, so he replied with an okay, then smiled mischievously. I'll definitely tell Ah Hen properly if even a fly approaches me in the future, lest my family's Ah Hen eats vinegar in secret and ends up stifling himself too much. Yan Tianan imagined a scene of Lin Xuanji running over to tell him about getting chased by a fly and couldn't help laughing. It really doesn't feel good to eat vinegar in secret, I'll eat it openly in the future. Lin Xuanji laughed, okay. The two of them were all friendly and sickeningly sweet with each other, looking like they were about to kiss, but there would always be someone who just had to destroy the atmosphere. A loud bang traveled over from the shore of a lake not far away. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan looked at each other, then looked at the lakeshore. Duan Yuyong, who had been lying under a tree with his eyes closed, jumped up like a rabbit. After pausing for a moment, he started running towards the lake. Yuan Tianwen was there. A pained roar, accompanied by a landslide and the cracking of rocks, hit one directly in the face. At once, Duan Yuyong spotted Yuan Tianwen, who was hacking away randomly at a large stone with a sword in hand. The veins on Yuan Tianwen's forehead were popping up, his long hair was in a disheveled mess and he had already shattered God knows how many rocks. Yuan Tianwen was in abject pain, all of the blood in his body was flowing backward, his meridians reversed, clearly the symptom of one suffering from a qi deviation. Duan Yuyong was extremely familiar with such an appearance, He had seen such a Yuan Tianwen more than once on flying Luan Peak. Duan Yuyong couldn't stop himself from feeling alarmed. He called out Tianwen, and was about to rush over when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Xuanji, let me go, he has lost all reason now, he'll hit anyone he sees. You'd better stay away from him. Yan Tianan also looked at Yuan Tianwen, who had just hacked down at the lake, making a waterfall explode upward. He nodded with lingering trepidation. Yuyong Gerger, what kind of devious cultivation method is he practicing? Is he suffering a chi deviation? Duan Yuyong felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He stared at Yuan Tianwen, whose hair was in a disheveled mess as he kept attacking to dispel the discomfort in his body, and muttered, his body hasn't completely recovered in the first place. I just knew that by practicing that sort of cultivation method, once his yang breaks and his realm falls again, without anyone by his side to assist him, how could he feel okay? I'm the one who harmed him. I'm too selfish, I actually harmed him like this. Yan Tianan was stunned. Yuyong Gerger, what are you saying? What does him being like this have to do with you? Lin Xuanji had some knowledge of the Yuan family's cultivation method, so he lightly explained, the Yuan family's cultivation method seems to be dual cultivation. Yan Tianan paused at once. Then a look of understanding emerged on his face. Since it was a dual cultivation method, then naturally, the other person was indispensable. Duan Yuyong was ignoring Yuan Tianwen, and from the looks of it, Yuan Tianwen wouldn't be willing to find other people to cultivate with either. Coupled with how his body was gravely injured in the first place and the drop in his cultivation level, and how he had just gotten kicked aside by someone, it would be more surprising if there were no problems. Bitch it. Duan Yuyong suddenly gnashed his teeth and hammered the giant stone next to him. I must have really owed this fucking bastard a debt in my previous life. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong. With a generous, martyr-like expression on his face, Duan Yuyong walked towards Yuan Tianwen. LFRTBEIVYF. Without being the least bit prepared, Yuan Tianwen was ambushed by Duan Yuyong. His body turned stiff and he fell to the ground with his head facing up with a bang, stirring up quite a bit of dust upon impact. Yan Tianan, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong sighed with relief and clapped his hands. HNG, I've always wanted to do something like this to him. Feels so good. Yuan Tianwen lay on the ground with his eyes closed, feeling very uncomfortable. Although he had fainted, his symptoms did not alleviate. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. Yuyong Gerger, you're done after just knocking him out like that. Duan Yuyong chuckled with a rather vulgar expression on his face, making him look quite licentious. You think it's gonna be that simple? Wrong. It's a rare chance, so if Honorable Me doesn't take advantage this time, won't I be running a business that sustains losses? Yan Tianan seemed to understand something. He threw Duan Yuyong a look of admiration. Duan Yuyong raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Go and sleep, ba. Yan Tianan covered his ears with both hands and blinked innocently at Duan Yuyong. Don't worry, Yuyong Gerger, I won't be able to hear anything after I fall asleep. Duan Yuyong waved his hand. Get lost, get lost. So Yan Tianan got lost, pulling Lin Xuanji away in passing as well. There were a lot of tall and large stones next to the lake. Although Yuan Tianwen had hacked quite a few, there were still many that were spared. After the sound of Yan Tianan's and Lin Xuanji's footsteps faded, Duan Yuyong dragged Yuan Tianwen behind a giant stone. Beside them was the clear and crystalline lakewater, while there was a bright, full moon in the sky. The Duan Yuyong extended a hand, gentle tenderness evident in his eyes. He gently stroked Yuan Tianwen's cheek, then his hand slid down his neck and onto his collar. Yan Tianan laid on Lin Xuanji's thighs, vaguely hearing Duan Yuyong's mutterings from afar, and the sounds of comfort and discomfort he made once in a while. His sleepiness was driven away. Yan Tianan opened his eyes, which met with Lin Xuanji's eyes that didn't seem the least bit sleepy. Yan Tianan, can't sleep. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Sort of. Yan Tianan decided that he might as well sit up straight. He stared at the giant stone out of curiosity. Dage, do you think Tianwen Gerger is the one on top or the one below? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, smiling enigmatically. You even know something like that? Yan Tianan patted his chest, saying proudly, at the very least, I'm someone who had followed Yuyong Gerger along to lift the roof tiles off brothels, so how could I not know awe? Chu Duan Yuyong was feeling comfortable when he suddenly sneezed, and his snot spattered all over Yuan Tianwen's face, who was lying on the ground below him. Duan Yuyong rubbed his nose guiltily, scolding in secret, "Who's the kid secretly in love with me? Who's talking about me now?" Lin Xuanji reached out and flicked Yan Tianen's head. "You're not allowed to go to that sort of place ever again." I won't, I definitely won't." Yan Tianen quickly expressed his loyalty and chuckled. "I have such a stunning beauty like Dage by my side, so how would I still want to see the commonplace people around me?" How glib and flippant, but it was quite nice to hear. Lin Xuanji didn't bother to fuss about the past with him. Duan Yuyong probably isn't the kind to be on top. Why? Yan Tianen blinked, not comprehending. The one on top has to exert a lot of effort and exhaust themselves, while Duan Yuyong is a young master who has never borne any hardship and is extremely delicate, so he definitely prefers lying down to enjoy himself. Although Yan Tianen was quite knowledgeable in the ways of the world, he was still young, and he still had a long way to go compared to a 1,000-year-old ghost like Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianen thought long and hard about it. Is it really more comfortable to be the one below? But all the pimps I saw had very uncomfortable expressions on their faces. Excellent, his family's darling Ah Hen was actually taken to pimp brothels. Whether or not the one below feels comfortable is a twofold task. If the front is done well, then they'll feel comfortable towards the back. Yan Tianen nodded pensively. Lin Xuanji smiled, then leaned down and gently kissed Yan Tianen's earlobe. "If Ah Hen's curious, you'll understand when Dage tries it with you in a few years." Yan Tianen's face instantly flushed red, the redness spreading all the way to his ears. He puffed his face up and looked at Lin Xuanji's face that was as beautiful as a landscape scroll. "But Dage, why is it that I heard Yuyong Gerger say that under normal circumstances, the one with good looks should be the one below?" Lin Xuanji, what kind of ideas was that Duan Yuyong indoctrinating his family's Ah Hen with all day? Lin Xuanji smiled lightly, revealing a cunning look. "Yeah, in Dage's heart, Ah Hen is the most good-looking one." Yan Tianen, forget it, he can't save himself anymore. Although Yan Tianen was young, he knew the things that he should know about, so he decided to avoid this dangerous topic. Duan Yuyong's voice only stopped ringing out after 2 hours. Yuan Tianwen felt good all over from doing it and his cultivation level improved greatly. After the talisman was taken off, he had intended to say something to Duan Yuyong, but he didn't expect to be mercilessly ejected out of the Pill Limit Mysterious Land. Yuan Tianwen, who left the Pill Limit Mysterious Land, just so happened to land outside Sky Peak Sect's mountain gate. A lot of sect disciples who had been waiting there instantly surrounded him. Xishang, a fellow Shidi, Lan Jing, happily crowded over and said, "Your cultivation level improved so much, you're already at the 3rd layer of your hardened body stage now. Is the place inside really that beneficial for cultivating?" Lan Jinghei's cultivation level was already at the 1st layer of his hardened body stage. His realm wasn't very stable, so he naturally didn't dare to casually use magic tools or medicinal pills to suppress his cultivation level, so he didn't go in. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen's face was so dark that it seemed like you could wring ink out of it. Duan Yuyong, that god-bitch bastard, actually acted on his own. Not only did he act on his own and do this and that with him, but he even said some things to him while they were doing it, like, "Master Yuan, take it as me begging you, can a kind old man like yourself please spare me?" Yuan Tianwen felt both cold and hot at the same time then. Although his body couldn't move, his mind was extremely clear. He could sense the ultimate happiness that Duan Yuyong brought to him, and he could truly feel sorrow for himself. Duan Yuyong could sacrifice himself to such a point and still want to part with him such that they would no longer be involved with each other in the slightest. Yuan Tianwen's eyes instantly turned a little red. Lan Jing could tell that Yuan Tianwen's attitude seemed a bit off. He stuck his tongue out, embarrassed, and said, "Xishang, what's wrong? Don't tell me. Young Master Duan." Lan Jing stuffed all the words that he was about to say back into his mouth. Yuan Tianwen looked like he wanted to kill someone as he glared at Lan Jing. "Where's that bitch Han Yuran?" Lan Jing said. "He was taken away by the Han family a few days ago, he probably returned to the Han family ba." "Xishang, why are you looking for him?" Yuan Tianwen gnashed his teeth and said in a cold voice, "It's fortunate that he escaped so quickly. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and beat him up again." Lan Jing. At that moment, Su Mo, who was a guest at Sky Peak Sect, learned that Yuan Tianwen had come out, so he went down the mountain to pick up his son. Chapter 233. Celestial Level Medicinal Pill. As soon as Su Mo saw the corners of Yuan Tianwen's mouth droop, he knew that his wife had probably run away. In order to prevent his son from making a fool of himself in public, Su Mo quickly took Yuan Tianwen to the courtyard of the Yuan family in Sky Peak City. Once the door closed, Su Mo heard Yuan Tianwen utter a "Dad," while sounding very aggrieved before he even asked him about what had happened. Then 2 drops of tears fell. Su Mo's heart ached terribly. He reached out to pull his tearful son in his embrace, then gently patted his back like when Yuan Tianwen had been a child acting spoiled to him. "Dad, he doesn't like me anymore." Yuan Tianwen's voice was muffled. He said that my courtship is a sort of burden to him. He begged me to stay away from him and not disturb his life anymore. Am I that horrible? Dad, I already know that I'm wrong. I've already changed. I'll treat him well all my life and compensate him for it, but why does he still not want me? Yuan Tianwen was like a child who had been abandoned. He was incredibly upset, and though he was clearly an adult, he now revealed a childish and pitiful side of him. Su Mo sighed in his heart and could only console him by saying, "Time will reveal a person's heart. Yuyang probably can't accept it for now. Why don't you stop pestering him for this period of time and make him feel vexed? When the 2 of you calm down in a few days, things may turn around." Yuan Tianwen sniffed and pursed his lips, his head drooping. What if he still ignores me? Su Mo sighed and rubbed his son's head. Then you'll have to let go. Yuan Tianwen was resolute. I don't want to. Su Mo's head hurt a little. If he ends up liking someone else someday. If he likes one, I'll kill one. Without even thinking about it, Yuan Tianwen said stubbornly, if he likes 2, then I'll kill a pair. Su Mo, then I'm afraid he'll hate you to death. Su Mo said with great emphasis. I'd rather that he hates me to death than ignore me. Yuan Tianwen felt disheartened and frustrated, like his heart was being cut up with a knife. His xianxia was so kind and outstanding, there must be a lot of people who like him. If he relaxed in pursuing Duan Yuyang, then before long, Duan Yuyang would probably get harassed by some other hussy. This won't do. Dad, give me a magic treasure or medicinal pill that can suppress my cultivation level quickly. I want to go in and find him now. Yuan Tianwen asked impatiently. Su Mo rolled his eyes, feeling like his son had completely grown askew. He and Yuan Zhengming were both people who could change their trains of thought, so why was their Yuan Tianwen so hell-bent on being stubborn? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Su Mo's tone brooked no arguments. You just made a breakthrough in your cultivation, so your realm is still unstable. You can't act so recklessly. Stay at home and take a few days to stabilize it. Before talking about anything else, Ba. What if his family's Yuyang ended up liking a cultivator who's stronger than him? There's no need to think about those in the future. There's already a Lin Xuanji nearby. He felt an immediate sense of urgency to improve his cultivation level. Yuan Tianwen clenched his fist and nodded, rubbing his eyes. I understand. Su Mo suddenly realized something very important. Your cultivation level shouldn't have had this sudden breakthrough. Don't tell me you did that thing again with someone in the pill limit mysterious land. Yuan Tianwen was a little embarrassed as he nodded under his dad's intense stare. It was Yang. Su Mo was stunned, then smacked Yuan Tianwen's head. He didn't know if he should cry or laugh as he resented his son for not being as smart as he should be. My silly son, do you have a pit in your brain? He was willing to do that with you at that kind of time, yet you actually still doubt that he has feelings for you. What on earth are you thinking in that brain of yours? Yuan Tianwen was still immersed in his sorrow. But he said that he did that to beg me to spare him. And you believed that? Why wouldn't I? Yuan Tianwen pursed his lips. He already said that himself, and he even said it a lot of times with a really firm attitude. Su Mo frowned slightly. Based on the wisdom he had gained from the additional years he spent eating rice and growing smarter compared to Yuan Tianwen, he guessed a few possibilities. What about this? Focus on stabilizing your cultivation for now. Su Mo pondered. I'll dispatch some people out to investigate if Yuyang has encountered any trouble. What do you mean? When Yuan Tianwen immediately paid attention when he heard that Duan Yuyang might be in trouble. Su Mo stroked his chin. Since he's willing to be physically intimate with you, he naturally likes you, but he insists on shutting you out with such a firm attitude. I'm afraid that there's more to it than meets the eye. Yuan Tianwen wanted to continue inquiring about it, but Sumo wasn't willing to say anything to disturb Yuan Tianwen's mind before confirming the truth, so he just exhorted him to seize this good opportunity after he had just advanced to stabilize his realm. As for the rest, Yuan Tianwen could just leave it all up to him. In the Pill Limit Mysterious Land. On the second day, when Yan Tianen woke up, he just saw Duan Yuyong, whose head was drooping with a fistful of grass in his grasp as he stared at the lake while deep in thought. Yuan Tianwen's whereabouts were unknown too. Yan Tianen ran over and sat beside Duan Yuyong. He looked around, asking, "Where's Yuan Tianwen?" Duan Yuyong was expressionless. After eating everything up, he patted his ass and got the hell out of here. Yan Tianen was stunned, then immediately retorted without thinking, "You're lying, he won't dare." Duan Yuyong glanced at him askance, wondering why enlightenment suddenly dawned upon this kid. "How do you know?" Yuan Tianwen ah, "One look at him and you can tell that he's a henpecked husband, so he wouldn't have the guts." Duan Yuyong couldn't help but laugh. "He's such an overbearing person. If he's henpecked, then I'm afraid that there won't be any henpecked husbands in this world anymore." You don't understand. Yan Tianen said very seriously, "This all depends on the individual." Duan Yuyong was amused by Yan Tianen's little adult look and nodded repeatedly. Yes, my family's Ah Hen is right." Soon after, Lin Xuanji returned and brought along Ah Bai and Hu Po, who had gone to play around God knows where last night. "They're about to go mad from running around so much, they're never home these days." Yan Tianen scolded each of the tiger cubs with a stern expression and knocked on their heads. "If you guys dare run around so recklessly again, then beware, I may not give you guys any more demonic delight fruits to eat for a year." This threat was absolutely fatal to demonic beasts. Ah Bai quickly nodded and wagged his tail, as if trying to please Yan Tianen. Lin Xuanji said, "I surveyed the place. The Pill Limit Mysterious Land will probably be closed in advance, we should make plans as soon as possible." Originally, Duan Yuyong had come into the mysterious land for its treasures, but he didn't expect that Yuan Tianwen would get kicked out by the Pill Limit Mysterious Land after following him, so his thoughts of searching for treasures dulled at once. "When do you plan to leave?" Duan Yuyong asked. Lin Xuanji answered, "In 7 to 10 days. The Pill Limit Mysterious Land will definitely collapse. We have to leave before it does, otherwise we'll be trapped here forever." "Dage, if you want to absorb that celestial level medicinal pill, how long would it take?" Based on what had happened in his previous life, Lin Xuanji estimated, 5 days at least. There's plenty of spiritual qi here, and the medicinal qi is mellow too. If you absorb it in this mysterious land, the effects will certainly be better. Why don't Dage absorb the medicinal pill first within these few days, Ba? Lin Xuanji shook his head. "I don't think I can." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Why? The news of how the hepta-brilliant sacred fire and celestial level pill are in our hands has probably spread around. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of people looking for us in the next few days, it'll be too dangerous. Yan Tianen thought that that was true, so he nodded. "Or we can just leave now. There's already enough spiritual plants for use in our storage bag." Although Yan Tianen liked money quite a bit, he wasn't greedy. He was content to have gotten what he needed. Duan Yuyong had collected a lot of spiritual plants as well, and there was a sense of sorrow in his heart from having to part with Yuan Tianwen for a long time, which made him even less willing to continue staying here, so he also thought that it was better to leave earlier. Lin Xuanji said lightly, "The two of you should leave first, I'll stay here. There are still some things I have to do." Yan Tianen immediately frowned. "Dage, if we're leaving, then we're leaving together. Why do you want to stay here?" Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianen's head. "There are some personal affairs I have to deal with, I can't leave for now." Yan Tianen looked at Lin Xuanji, a bit upset. "You just promised me that you wouldn't hide anything from me in the future, but just one night has passed and you're already going back on your words." He looked so aggrieved that Lin Xuanji couldn't help but feel regretful. Lin Xuanji was someone who was too introverted and good at hiding things. There were many things that he would rather grit his teeth and swallow his blood for rather than let others bear it for him. However, it seems that he should change this trait of his, otherwise Yan Tianen may just get even more worried and start letting his imagination run wild. After some deliberation, Lin Xuanji decided to be frank. This celestial level can only exert its greatest effects in the mysterious land. After leaving the mysterious land, not only will its effects be greatly diluted, but it also won't be conducive for absorption. Yan Tianan's expression was a little ugly. Dage actually didn't plan on telling me about something so important. Lin Xuanji sighed. You have to give me some time to change. Yan Tianan softly uttered a hng to express his dissatisfaction, but this dissatisfaction lasted only a few seconds. In that case, I'll protect Dage in the process. Dage should take advantage of this period to quickly absorb the medicinal pill. Lin Xuanji was still worried that Yan Tianan would be put in a spot by others and get into some sort of accident while he was in seclusion. According to Shen Chengjiang's sinister and poisonous nature, he would definitely gather a large number of people and chase after him in this pill-limit mysterious land. However, Yan Tianan's attitude was extremely firm on this. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Xuanji stay here alone. Lin Xuanji could only agree after giving it much thought. As for Duan Yuyang, he claimed that he had nothing to do even if he went out anyway, and he didn't want to bump into Yuan Tianwen either, so he decided to stay and protect Lin Xuanji too. Since there was no time to lose, the three of them immediately let the two tiger cubs lead the way in this forest and found a shallow cave that could barely be used as a place for seclusion. However, even though they said it's cave, it was actually just a huge pit that had caved in. Aside from being a shelter from wind and rain, it had no other use. Besides, its interior could be seen at a glance from the outside, and other than the words, crude, there was no other word that could be used to describe it. Chapter 234. Shen families siege Duan Yuyang and Yan Tianan guarded the entrance with the two tiger cubs. Lin Xuanji sat down cross-legged in the cave, put the celestial level pill in his mouth, and after a short moment of hesitation, closed his eyes and solemnly swallowed it. In fact, with his current cultivation level, the correct method was to use his saliva to slowly dissolve the celestial pill in his mouth. As each layer peeled off and became absorbed little by little, the pain he suffered when the medicinal pill entered his internal organs and Dantian Qi Si would be minimized. However, he didn't have that much time. One couldn't wish for both the fish and a bear's paw, he had to give up on one. Repairing a Dantian Qi Si that had been destroyed completely was a very terrifying affair. To a cultivator, this sort of pain was definitely not inferior to having one's soul crushed. Lin Xuanji just felt like the place where his Dantian lies feel like it was exploding and ripping apart. His whole body was filled with an irrepressible pain. However, he didn't utter a single sound. Aside from the cold sweat drenching his back and clothes, as well as his colorless face, there was no way for someone to tell his current situation from his face. Yan Tianan would glance inside from time to time, afraid that something would happen to Lin Xuanji. Although the cave could fit about 2 or 3 adults so he could see Lin Xuanji at a glance, he could not clearly see his state because of how dim it was. Lin Xuanji didn't utter a sound and silently endured. Yan Tianan didn't dare to approach and disturb him, thinking that Lin Xuanji's condition should be okay right now, so he felt relieved. If one had to use a phrase to describe Lin Xuanji's current state, then only the phrases indescribable misery, living is worse than death and so on could be used. This kind of pain was not temporary, and would only disappear once the Dantian Qi Si was completely repaired. Lin Xuanji guided the medicinal force of the celestial level pill to flow around his Dantian Qi Si while struggling with the pain and even diverted some attention to think, I wonder if those who had their Dantian Qi Sis destroyed would give up halfway because they couldn't bear the pain during the reparation. Although Lin Xuanji didn't know this, there were a lot of people who would choose to continue being a cripple because they couldn't bear the unspeakable pain that the medicinal pill brought to them. 3 days passed quietly. On the 4th day, clamoring noises were suddenly heard in the distance. A group of 20 or so cultivators ascended the mountains and walked over here. Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyang couldn't avoid them in time and ended up bumping right into them. A pupil cried out, I've found them, they're here everyone, come quickly. The cultivators who were scattered during their search immediately rushed over to gather. It was as if Yan Tianan was facing a great enemy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Shen Chengjiang, who walked through the crowd to stand right in front, and summoned Ling Chigu, who had always been nearby, in his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Abai and Hu Po also got into offensive stances. Duan Yuyang drew out a talisman quietly and hid it in his wide sleeve. Shen Chengjiang smiled, little friend Yan, we meet again. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Don't try to casually claim that we're familiar with each other, I don't know you that well. Shen Changjeng was probably focused on getting what he desired, so he didn't think much of it. If we're not familiar, then we're not familiar bah. But I'll still be kind enough to collect your corpse. The smile on Shen Changjeng's face froze. It belonged to my Shen family in the first place, this is called returning something to its rightful owner. Hee. Yan Tianan sneered too. I didn't remember until you mentioned it. Shen Qinian, that sanctimonious hypocrite, what kind of shameful and immoral thing did he do? How dare you insult the ancestor of my Shen family? Shen Changjeng instantly turned furious. He stared coldly at Yan Tianan. I had wanted to spare your life, but since you're courting your own death, I won't hold back either. Shen Changjeng made a gesture to signal the rest to attack, and all the pupils that he had brought along immediately surged toward Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyong. Others saw that Lin Xuanji was sitting in the cave in seclusion, so they shouted about going over to interrupt his cultivation. How could Yan Tianan let them succeed? He performed his yin flame palm attack with both hands. It had a baleful, threatening appearance, and the flames looked back to Yan Tianan. But because he was equipped with a magic treasure that could deceive the heavens, his attack was an ordinary flame in the eyes of others. Only people who had that flame pass through their chest sensed the cold yin qi within. However, they couldn't talk about it anymore. Yan Tianan's cultivation was already at the first layer of his foundation stage, and that was higher than the level of 2/3 of the cultivators here. Coupled with how demonic cultivation methods themselves are easy at first and difficult later, Yan Tianan actually shot with unfailing accuracy, and his flaming dragon pierced through the bodies of 5 cultivators. If you want to find my dage, then you'll have to pass through me first. Yan Tianan crushed someone's neck, a cold and murderous glint that Lin Xuanji had never seen before flashing in his eyes. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Although Duan Yuyong's cultivation level wasn't up to par, he was extremely wealthy. He flung out offensive magic treasures, thunder bombs, talisman, etc. everywhere like they were free, making it such that no one even dared to approach him. Ah Bai and Hu Po were already 7-star infant stage beasts. They killed everyone on all sides with their impressive strength, throwing out their thunder magic one after another, which scorched quite a lot of cultivators. With one look, Shen Changjeng saw that these two people who looked very much like good-for-nothings were actually disguising themselves as pigs to prey on tigers, so he instantly didn't dare to be complacent. He drew out his sword and prepared an ultimate Shen family move, Shen Wave shattering sand, and sword chi instantly filled the sky. Like grains of sand that contained a majestic momentum capable of forcing waves to sink back into the sea, and they started showering down on Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong quickly threw out a bowl-shaped defensive tool, yet Yan Tianan didn't retreat and advanced instead. His yin flame spewed out like a spiritual snake that rushed straight at Shen Changjeng. Shen Changjeng was already at the 3rd layer of his foundation stage, so it wasn't difficult for him to avoid Yan Tianan's attack. Just then, Ling Chigu quickly rushed into the sky that was swirling with sword chi. He formed a magic seal with both hands and expressionlessly let the lightning stars scattered in the sky break up the sword chi. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shen Changjeng was bewildered. He glared at the tall man whose pale face didn't conceal his superior chi. Who are you? Don't tell me you want to be an enemy of the Shen family. Ling Chigu naturally wouldn't answer. Yet Shen Changjeng thought that the other party was looking down on him, so his gaze turned cold. He drew his sword and rushed forward. You busybody, you're seeking your own death. Gu, watch out. Yan Tianan was afraid that Ling Chigu would lose out because he has no weapon, so he cried out anxiously. Within Ling Chigu's veins, there didn't seem to be the word retreat since his birth. So when he rushed straight at the sword-wielding Shen Changjeng empty-handed without trying to avoid him at all, Yan Tianan's heart rose all the way to his throat. Without noticing, someone smacked a palm on his chest and sent him flying backwards. Ling Chigu suddenly went back and allowed the sword chi to pierce through his palm, while his other hand smacked Shen Changji's chest. This smack made Shen Changjeng spit out a mouthful of blood, so he had to draw his sword back and retreat. Lin Xuanji was still in seclusion. He had already entered a state of the anatta, and he was already accustomed to the pain. Everything happening outside was just affairs of another world to him. Ling Chigu was ready to take advantage of his victory to give change, but a powerful, omnipresent pressure appeared, making everyone present feel a pain in their chest and have difficulty with their breathing. There were even some who spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The visitor was no longer young, with gray hair and a long beard, and a gray robe adorned with a Shen family plaque hung at his waist. It was actually an elder from the Shen family. Duan Yuyong was stunned at once and blurted out, "The shamelessness of your Shen family is actually an inherited trait." An overseeing elder from the Shen family actually came. Although his cultivation level had been suppressed to the third layer of his foundation stage, his original cultivation level was still of a profound level after all. Just its pressure could crush these brats who were still wet behind their ears until they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even Ling Chigu's legs bent, causing him to almost fell to his knees. "What do we need you for? You good for nothing," the Shen family berated Shen Changjiang rudely. Shen Changjiang looked overjoyed as he quickly got up. "Second elder, the hepta-brilliant sacred fire was swallowed by that kid." Second elder Shen hovered in mid-air as he stared at Yan Tianan, like a venomous snake staring at its food. He waved his sleeves, and actually clutched Yan Tianan's throat through telekinesis and lifted him into the air. "Those from the Shen family, obey my command. Go and kill the rest quickly. Not one can be left alive." Second elder shouted coldly. He wanted Shen Changjiang to silence them by murdering them. The pupils who had come with Shen Changjiang revealed dismayed expressions, but the Shen family pupils were already swinging their weapons at them. The people who were still in an alliance just a moment ago had fallen out and turned into enemies right now. Yan Tianan struggled, pain evident on his face. Ling Chigu emitted ah noises from his throat and jumped up. Just as he was about to unleash a fierce attack on the elder, he was ruthlessly smacked back to the ground by Second Elder Shen with one wave of his sleeve. Second Elder Shen clenched his fist and Yan Tianan felt like his soul was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a heartrending ah. Duan Yuyong threw out a talisman, but it was useless. Instead, like an ant being pinched, he was thrown straight at a rock. Duan Yuyong's head bled upon impact, golden stars appearing in front of his eyes. He could vaguely see the pale-faced Yan Tianan through his blood. The youth's eyes already rolled up while his body trembled. He was on the verge of dying. The gap in their strength was too big, there was nothing else they could do. Yan Tianan's heart was about to explode. A scorching sensation started spreading out from his Dantian Qi Si. He felt like something was bumping around everywhere violently in his body, as if there was a huge gate that would be opened if just a little bit more force was exerted. However, right at that moment, a furry thing rushed out of the pocket at Yan Tianan's chest. It chirped with a jew and flapped its wings, glaring with its pair of reddish-gold eyes as it abruptly spat out a mouthful of flames at the person who had disturbed its sleep. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bang! Fine sparks somehow turned into a giant flame all of a sudden. It first caught up to Second Elder Shen with a whoosh and instantly burned him up until not even his ashes remained. Then a flame shower started that set the entire mountain on fire. As the fire spread, Shen Changjiang saw with his own eyes how the others turned into ashes within an instant. He was so frightened he let out a loud cry and quickly crushed the transportation ball in his hands in an attempt to escape. However, it was too late. There was still a fine spark that had spattered onto his finger at the last minute. After leaving the pill limit mysterious land, Shen Changjiang's entire right arm was on fire. The people outside all cried out in alarm and retreated, and only the young master of Sky Peak Sect, Ren Fuyao, decisively used his finger to draw out an arc of sword chi that cut off his right arm straight away. Shen Changjiang let out a wail of anguish before he fainted. "What kind of fire is this? It's extremely powerful," someone cried out. Only a gray snake-like trace could be seen of the arm that had been cut off. When the wind blew, even this last trace wasn't left behind. Chapter 235. West Phoenix Monarch. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Nobody knew what kind of fire it was. Ren Fuyao may have amputated one of Shen Changjiang's arms, but he'd saved his life in the process. "Young sect master, what in the world is this? It's so terrifying," a disciple from Sky Peak Sect asked with a pale face. Ren Fuyao didn't answer. He just looked toward Bai Yichen beside him. "What does young master Bai think?" Bai Yichen's eyes twinkled, but he still shook his head and answered, "Never heard of it before, never seen it before." "How is it compared to your small Mingyin flame? I'm ashamed to say it's inferior to this fire." Bai Yichen replied lightly, "The small Mingyin flame doesn't belong to me anymore." Ren Fuyao whispered to a man in a black robe beside him, "Go investigate." The man disappeared in a flash. The world outside was full of gossip and wild speculation, chickens flying around and dogs jumping about chaotically. Similarly, there was a great commotion inside the pill limit mysterious land as well. The bald bird finished spewing out fire and saw that so many people had been burnt, and even the trees and mountains had all been burnt as well. Only then did he happily raise his head as he stood on Yan Tianan's shoulder and give a proud chirp. There was a clean circle surrounding them that hadn't been touched at all by the fire, with the bald bird and Yan Tianan at the center. Ah Bai, Hu Po, Ling Chigu, and Duan Yuyong were all inside this circle. Outside the circle, a single spark started this prairie fire, and a sea of flames burned on. The fire wasn't accompanied by smoke, scarlet flames danced inside the bright yellow fire. Everywhere it touched, vegetation was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. In places where the flames were concentrated, one could faintly discern the shape of a giant bird flickering about. Chirp chirp chirp, the bald bird seemed to be showing off. Duan Yuyong's legs were soft. He sat down on the ground and wiped away his sweat. What the fuck in the world is this bird? 2.2 Scary. Ah Bai and Hu Po shivered non-stop and directly slipped into the cave entrance inside the safe circle, huddling behind Lin Xuanji and not daring to show their faces. Yan Tianan was also dumbfounded. He sat blankly for a while, the conflagration still reflected in his black eyes. Chirp, the bald bird didn't receive any praise and somewhat unhappily jumped down to peck at Yan Tianan's fingers. Yan Tianan came back to his senses and lowered his head to lock gazes with the bald bird. The bald bird tilted his head, flapped his wings, and happily jumped a few times. The 3 long feathers that stood out on his tail also swung from side to side along with the bird's movements. Yan Tianan, rather adorable, ugly and adorable. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The bald bird opened his mouth and chirped twice. I'm not called Mau Mau. Yan Tianan asked, if your name isn't Mau Mau, then what is it? Duan Yuyong interrupted. Wait a minute, this bird can talk. Yan Tianan also experienced a sudden shock. Mau Mau, you can actually speak the human tongue. Mau Mau gave Yan Tianan's palm a fierce peck. Yan Tianan, however, didn't feel pain or itchiness, as if Mau Mau was throwing a small tantrum. Feng Jingyu, I am Feng Jingyu. Yan Tianan looked pensive. You're close relatives with the Phoenix tribe. This monarch.no, this king, is not called Mau Mau. The bald bird said angrily. This king has a name and a surname. Not just close relatives. A voice that was as clear and cold as spring water sounded from behind. It was actually Lin Xuanji, who had finished absorbing the celestial level pill in just 3 days and had awakened at this moment. He is a phoenix, moreover, he's the only remaining phoenix left in this world today. When Yan Tianan saw Lin Xuanji walking towards him, how could he spare any energy for the phoenix? He threw the little bald bird in his hand to the side and threw himself into Lin Xuanji's arms, tightly hugging his waist. Just now, Shen Changjeng led other people here to encircle us. I almost died and couldn't see Dage again. Lin Xuanji was extremely fond of Yan Tianan acting spoiled around him. He comforted, how can we not see each other again? We will die together or live together, neither life nor death can separate us. Yan Tianan thought about it, then hurriedly nodded. Dage is right. Feng Jingyu, who was thrown aside, was dazed for a moment and crawled up from the ground. Duan Yuyong was stuffed full of this public display of affection, and his heart felt stifled while his eyes were blinded. The baby phoenix beside him suddenly exclaimed while jumping, such nerve, you actually dared to throw this king. Do you know how noble this king's identity is? How many people wish to serve this king? This king will skin you and have you run naked in public. Duan Yuyong listened to him refer to himself as this king in every sentence, but his voice had the milky tone of an infant. It wasn't threatening at all and sounded quite adorable. Feng Jingyu shouted loudly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. He stretched his neck up and stared into Lin Xuanji's pair of black eyes that were calm pools without any ripples. Feng Jingyu. Lin Xuanji smiled gently. 2 clean white fingers pinched Feng Jingyu's neck and lifted him up. Lin Xuanji mumbled as he looked at the bird, looks like this baby phoenix has such a good diet that he looks like glossy jade and round pearls. The quality of his meat should be good. Who knows what he'll taste like after being roasted. Feng Jingyu, why was this great beauty so savage? He actually dared to roast a phoenix to eat. Such insolence. Yan Tianan looked at the baby phoenix, whose eyeballs were so wide that he became cross-eyed, and abruptly started laughing. Duan Yuyong suddenly gave an ah as he asked incredulously, his eyes wide, are you sure this is a phoenix? Feng Jingyu raised his head and nodded, immensely proud of himself. This king is indeed the only phoenix under the heavens. Clearly, Duan Yuyong didn't believe Feng Jingyu's words. He was asking Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji nodded. He's a phoenix, there should be no mistake. Duan Yuyong immediately sucked in a cold breath. A phoenix is the king of all birds and a natural god. The last phoenix was the Juxiao monarch, who'd long since perished in the great immortal demon war hundreds of thousands of years ago. Then where did this phoenix come from? Although he wasn't from the Nine Lands, the legends from the Nine Lands, especially legends of the supreme rulers of the Nine Lands, naturally spread to every corner of the Nine Lands just like air and water. Thus, cultivators on the 5 continents also knew a lot about the influential figures in the great immortal demon war. For example, the ancient ancestor of demonic beast phoenixes, the Juxiao monarch, who, in order to subdue the demons, sacrificed himself and directly jumped into the great demon sealing array, his soul scattering away into nothingness in the process. He was the last phoenix in this world. When Feng Jingyu heard the title Juxiao monarch, a trace of difficult to detect sorrow flashed through his reddish gold eyes but was quickly deeply hidden by him, not letting others see. Feng Jingyu chirped once and flapped his wings, flying onto Yan Tianan's head. He opened his golden beak and put away his 2 small claws as he nested himself on the top of Yan Tianan's head. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Feng Jingyu. It's fortunate that you thought to take him with you. Who knew what Yan Tianan was thinking either? He took Feng Jingyu with him wherever he went. Before, he put Feng Jingyu in a small cradle specially made for him and even filled it with cotton wadding and small velvet quilts. He was very afraid of the tiny sleeping phoenix suffering even a little and catching a cold. Unexpectedly, even after entering Pill Limit Mysterious Land, Yan Tianan still had him stuffed in his clothes. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and let the little phoenix behave wildly on his head. I was worried that someone would bully Mao Mao when I'm gone if I don't take him with me and have him stay by my side. Mao Mao.no, Feng Jingyu was immediately greatly moved and stopped calling himself this king. He chirped twice in a coquettish voice. Ever since his dad left the West Palace with his whereabouts in life or death unknown, no one had ever cared so much about him anymore. He was born aware of everything and also knew what was happening outside even while inside the egg. Although he had never seen his father the king, he knew who his father was. He also knew that from the day he came out of his shell, he no longer had a father. Or a dad. His father had already died when his dad was still conceiving him. Furthermore, his dad once stroked his belly as he sighed, speaking to the Feng Jingyu in his stomach. If I'd told the emperor earlier that he had a child, would he still have been this determined to die for the world? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Feng Jingyu thought, his father probably didn't even know about his existence, even when he died. Later, he was born. He had been incubating in the egg for nearly 1,000 years. This period of 1,000 years was enough for the imperial family within the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to turn from weakened decline into prosperity after recovering from the war. His dad accompanied him for some years but quietly left before he broke out of his shell. He became the only phoenix in the world, possessing a noble status upon birth as the ruler of the Nine Lands West Imperial Palace. The first mouthful of fire he spewed upon breaking out of his shell burnt all the heavenly capital lackeys who came to encroach on the masterless West Imperial Palace into ashes that scattered with the wind, not leaving even a single strand of hair behind. From then on, the people in West Imperial Palace both respected and feared him, and even that person in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital didn't dare to openly have any ideas about striking the Western land again. However, he was lonely. Feng Jingyu chirped once and rubbed his soft, fluffy head against the top of Yan Tianan's head. Yan Tianan felt like he was carrying a small warm heater on his head, making it warm and cozy. Lin Xuanji glanced at the little phoenix resting in the nest on top of Yan Tianan's head. Phoenixes are born from the blazing heavenly fire on top of Wudong Mountain, and I know of only one place in this world that has a Wudong Mountain, which is the Western Land. His identity is very troublesome, and moreover, he's different from ordinary demonic beasts. He's very difficult to tame and also not very obedient. Feng Jingyu immediately stood up straight and stared at Lin Xuanji with some panic. He was a very clever phoenix and naturally understood what Lin Xuanji's words meant. Lin Xuanji didn't want to keep him, and didn't allow Yan Tianan to keep him either. Yan Tianan felt the little phoenix's uneasiness and took him down as he held the phoenix in his hands. He looked at Lin Xuanji as he persuaded, but Dage, Mao Mao saved us just now and didn't hurt anyone who shouldn't have been hurt. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that we would already be in the underworld right now. Feng Jingyu had already given up on correcting the silly name Mao Mao that Yan Tianan gave him. He vigorously nodded his small head and stared at Lin Xuanji with pleading eyes. Feng Jingyu could very much tell that Lin Xuanji had the final say in this group when deciding whether he could remain with them or had to leave. Lin Xuanji said lightly, "It's still too dangerous. A phoenix from the 9 lands suddenly showing up in this small 5 continents mainlands. I'm afraid that this isn't an accident from carelessly getting lost, right?" Feng Jingyu felt bewildered and indecisive. Although he looked like a baby bird, in reality, his mind was already mature. It was only because phoenixes were a kind of natural demonic beast god that he could revert to his infancy after suffering a fatal injury. In addition, phoenixes had a very long infancy period, so he still looked like a nestling who hadn't even shed his down yet. Chapter 236. Phoenix's severe oath. Feng Jingyu had been a king for a long time, so he was very good at seeing through people's true natures. However, he found that he couldn't understand what Lin Xuanji was thinking about at all. Moreover, Lin Xuanji seemed to know too much. Feng Jingyu stared directly at Lin Xuanji, his gaze straight as an arrow, trying to glean Lin Xuanji's thoughts from his expression. Yan Tianan hesitated a little. He wasn't afraid of bringing himself trouble, but he was worried about bringing Lin Xuanji trouble. When Feng Jingyu saw that he wouldn't be able to stay no matter how soft or silly he pretended to be, he could only change tactics and shook his head as he spoke half-truths mixed with half-lies. "I was poisoned by vile people and escaped to here. When I first came here, my mind was muddled and unclear. I thought that I was simply a mortal bird and even swallowed an earth-level medicinal pill. In the past months, although I looked like I was in deep slumber, in fact, I'm aware of everything that happened outside. Even though my identity is troublesome, I still understand right from wrong. I won't ever bite the hand that feeds me. Besides, you guys have already taken in a big trouble, so what's one more?" Yan Tianan listened to the little phoenix use his childish voice to speak in such a mature manner and couldn't stop himself from stretching out a finger to scratch his head, asking in puzzlement, "Since when did I take in a big trouble?" Feng Jingyu nodded towards Ling Chigu, who was standing silently and expressionlessly beside a stone, almost appearing non-existent. Yan Tianan was shocked. "You're talking about Yu?" Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Who is Ling Chigu?" Feng Jingyu was astonished. "You actually know he's called Ling Chigu, but you don't know who he is?" Lin Xuanji responded, "A coincidence." Feng Jingyu looked pensive as he jumped onto Ling Chigu's shoulder. Ling Chigu wanted to reach out a hand and swat him, but Feng Jingyu jumped back onto Yan Tianan's palm in advance. Who would have thought that the Ling family's young general, the crimson tassel snow-robed youth, who swept away 1,000-man army by himself throughout the northern land's vast battlefields of both wilderness and boundless seas back then, would be reduced to merely someone's corpse puppet today? Feng Jingyu sighed. Yan Tianan's heart moved. He looked at Ling Chigu, who was completely unresponsive, and asked, "He was actually a general before. The 5 continents mainlands are too sealed off, so you guys don't know very much about the events outside." Feng Jingyu first ridiculed the 5 continents for being such an isolated and desolate place, then continued to explain, "The Crimson Tassel snow-robed youth is the most powerful and gifted warrior in the current generation of the Chigu Ling family. He uses a spear with a crimson tassel to fight and build up outstanding deeds on the battlefield time and time again, defending the northern lands from the Devil Kingdom's invasion. However, in the airship fight for the throne, the prince whom the Ling family supported was defeated by the current East Palace's ruler, and the Ling family protected their master the whole way as he fled, which resulted in the East Palace annihilating the entire Ling family. This Ling Chigu," Feng Jingyu hesitated, "before I came to the 5 continents, I received intelligence that Ling Chigu was being hunted down by the East Palace's elite crow guards and disappeared into thin air. He couldn't be found anywhere. Who would have thought that he was already dead, and had died in such a tiny place like the 5 continents to boot?" Yan Tianan listened with keen interest and felt some heartache for his family's Yu. Lin Xuanji also couldn't help but feel some admiration towards Ling Chigu. He had already felt that this person was extraordinary even before this, and on top of that, he was from the royal heavenly capital as well, so his identity must be very unique. However, he didn't expect for Ling Chigu to actually be a member of the legendary distinguished Chigu family, the Ling family. In the 9 lands, both martial authority and imperial authority had already combined into one without exception, so it could be said that all the social rankings were very clear-cut, with very rigid hierarchies, much unlike the 5 continents, a place where martial prowess was completely above imperial authority. 9 lands. Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. This was a place that Lin Xuanji yearned for but was never able to truly leave behind a mark on. Duan Yuyong's expression was initially open-mouthed shock like he was listening to a heavenly scripture, but after slowly digesting this information, his expression changed to reverence and rueful sorrow. Feng Jingyu didn't say much, but his words sketched out an extremely abundant and vast scenery, filling people's imaginations with countless thoughts and letting them peep into an entirely different world. The 3 people's thoughts were still in turmoil, full of all kinds of flavors, when they heard Feng Jingyu interrupt, "You've already taken him in, so it shouldn't be a problem either to take in a pitiful, young, and innocent little phoenix like me." Lin Xuanji nodded calmly as he said impassively, "So, I should let you take Ling Chigu together with you when you leave." Feng Jingyu, don't do that now. Yan Tianan was even more reluctant to part with Feng Jingyu and Aji Yu, so he coquettishly pulled on Lin Xuanji's hand and shook it as he persuaded, "Dage, I want to take in Mao Mao and Aji Yu. Although their identities are special, they're in the 5 continents right now, so those 9 lands people shouldn't be able to find them." Lin Xuanji replied lightly, "I'm not worried that someone will find them, but I'm instead worried that this phoenix will hurt you. From the moment of its birth, a phoenix represents auspicious omens and radiant light. There's nothing that a phoenix's divine fire can't burn through due to it containing the most yang energy out of all types of fires. Thus, a phoenix was the bane and natural enemy of the devil tribes. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any need for the Jushao Emperor to personally fight in the final battle of the Great Immortal Demon War and take the Devil Emperor down with him in mutual destruction. How could Lin Xuanji not fear Feng Jingyu detecting Yan Tianan's bloodline identity in the future and then burning him to death with a mouthful of fire? Of course, it wasn't like Yan Tianan absolutely couldn't raise this little phoenix. This just required the phoenix to declare where he stood on this. Feng Jingyu flapped his wings, pretending to be cute. This emperor is not that kind of white-eyed wolf. As if all heard Hen Feng Jingyu raised his 3 long tail feathers and swept them across Yan Tianan's wrist to show his amiableness. Dage Yan Tianan's eyes were almost melted into puddles by the cuteness. A subtle light flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. It's not impossible to take him in, but he must swear to never hurt you, no matter when. Feng Jingyu first paused, then was overjoyed. Wasn't it just not hurting Yan Tianan? What's so difficult about that? It was clearly the simplest of matters. Thus, Feng Jingyu solemnly vowed, "If I, Feng Jingyu, dare to hurt Yan Tianan even a little in the future, may I be struck to death by lightning, burnt to death by fire, and become embarrassed to death from ugliness after having all my feathers plucked off. May all the bamboo and spring water completely disappear from this world, so that I die from starvation and dehydration. There, are you satisfied now, great beauty?" Lin Xuanji's gaze swept across Feng Jingyu and made his heart feel uncomfortable. "What did you call me?" Feng Jingyu chirped twice, flapping his wings and slipping into Yan Tianan's clothes. He only stuck a small head outside, clearly intent on pretending to be ignorant. Duan Yuyong immediately laughed as he teased, "There's nothing wrong with his words, you really do deserve to be called a great beauty. Yuan Tianwen doesn't seem to know that there's something wrong with your body." Lin Xuanji cast him a sideways glance. "Do you want him to know?" Duan Yuyong, your grandmother Lin Xuanji was so sinister and cunning, so petty. Duan Yuyong restrained his laughter and no longer uttered a word. Yan Tianan chuckled for a while and asked the question he cared the most about but never had the chance to ask before, "Dage, how much has your Dantian Qi recovered?" "There's no trouble anymore." Lin Xuanji also opened his eyes and gave a slight smile. "A celestial level pill really is extraordinary." Yan Tianan was simultaneously pleasantly surprised and excited. "Then Dage will be able to take up the sword again." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Yeah." Yan Tianan was ecstatic. Lin Xuanji's Dantian Qi was the single matter that he cared the most about. Now that Lin Xuanji's body had recovered, a heavy stone within his heart fell as well. In the end, borrowing the Qi within forged stones couldn't compare to the might and ease of control from using your own spiritual Qi. Lin Xuanji and others saw that the pill limit mysterious land had been more or less scorched to the ground and didn't have long before it completely collapsed, so they immediately decided to leave here. The soul bead within Lin Xuanji's consciousness, which had been silent for a long time, actually woke up and took this rare chance to speak. "You made the phoenix swear this kind of severe oath, but if someday Yan Tianan's devil blood completely awakens and he turns into a full devil, there probably won't be who can destroy him anymore. Lin Xuanji heard Soul Bead's words and paused for a while. However, with a wave of his hand, Lin Xuanji said, coldly and lightly, "That's exactly what I want." Soul Bead wasn't very happy. "You really are foolish. I'd rather be a fool." Soul Bead added, "He has half of divine devil blood within him. The path he'll walk is destined to be different from the path you seek." White light flashed past. Sky Peak sect was near enough that it could be seen. Lin Xuanji landed on the ground and reached out a hand to support Yan Tianan. "Different routes will all reach the same destination." Soul Bead spoke no more. Within Lin Xuanji's consciousness, Soul Bead had already wordlessly watched the entire process of Lin Xuanji absorbing the celestial level medicinal pill. Soul Bead acknowledged that even he himself couldn't silently endure the heart-piercing and bone-gouging extreme pain unbearable for ordinary people and still grit his teeth while not uttering even a single sound for an entire 3 days, yet Lin Xuanji accomplished it. His temperament was already tenacious to this degree. Naturally, his determination wouldn't be so easily changed by others' casual words when it came to the things that he resolved himself to do. After living for so many years, the ancient soul in the soul plate could more or less use certain abilities to divine the future. Long before Yan Tianan's bloodline awakened, Soul Plate already had a vague feeling that there would be a final battle between Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Today, Lin Xuanji's Dantian Qi Si recovered, and his fate star became even clearer, which made the Soul Plate's sense of premonition more intense. He originally wanted to warn Lin Xuanji some, but from Lin Xuanji's resolute attitude, he's afraid that even if Lin Xuanji knew that one day, Yan Tianan would put a sword to his throat, Lin Xuanji would still be completely willing to be cut down by Yan Tianan. After all, that a person with such a resolute character could actually be so angered by Yan Tianan's few words that he actually coughed up blood was enough to show Lin Xuanji's love for Yan Tianan. It could be said to be carved into his bones and engraved in his heart, fusing together with his very flesh. Fortunately, Yan Tianan was also genuine and sincere to Lin Xuanji and was quite fondly attached to him. After thinking about it for a while and even thoroughly analyzing the possibility of the two people becoming enemies in great detail, then thinking about the overall situation of the entire world, Soul Bead suddenly realized, obviously, Laozi has already been sealed, so why should I worry about these troublesome matters? In any case, this world isn't my world, and the person who sealed me was most likely either freely roaming the world outside the sky like a true immortal or had already faded away, dissipating into nothing without a trace. In short, everything in this world already had nothing to do with him. Thinking about this, Soul Bead suddenly felt somewhat insipid. He might as well not worry about groundless fears and continue to absorb the top-grade forged stones placed within the Soul Bead, striving to get rid of the address Soul Bead as soon as possible and become the Soul Plate once again. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and everyone had just steadied themselves, but before they could even take a breath of relief, they were surrounded by people. These people all wore Sky Peak sect's inner door disciples' robes, and every single of one of them was armed with a weapon. They stared at Lin Xuanji with vigilant eyes for fear that he would bring out some deadly magic weapons and show them some colors. Lin Xuanji saw this situation and knew from a glance that the matter about the phoenix fire burning hundreds of miles inside Pill Limit mysterious land had already been exposed. However, he wasn't sure whether there were any survivors who could expose the secret that the blazing heavenly fire originated from a bird. Still, Lin Xuanji could almost certainly conclude that no one should be able to confirm that the bird was a phoenix. He casually swept his gaze around the entire clearing and only relaxed after confirming that Ling Chigu had already covered up his own trail, so there was no possibility of him being exposed. "Craftsman Lin, young sect master invites you to come with us." One disciple summoned up his courage to say. Lin Xuanji swept them a glance and said lightly, "I will go with you." A little boy in red hurriedly rushed over, pushing aside the crowd to arrive before Lin Xuanji. "Craftsman Lin, our family's young sect master invites the 4 of you to join us as guests together. He stared again and saw only 3 people no matter how he counted. Where was the black-clothed and expressionless fellow that Shen Changjiang mentioned? The red-clothed child looked around, scouting out the surroundings. Yan Tianan responded, "There are only 3 of us." Chapter 237. Clever and eloquent. The boy garbed in red hesitated for an instant, but when he really didn't see the 4th person in the description, he asked, "What happened to the black-clothed cultivator who was fighting against the Shen family in the Pill Limit mysterious land earlier?" Yan Tianan knew that he was talking about Ling Chigu, so he responded without any changes in his expression, "As for that person, I don't who he is either, I've never seen him before. He suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. In any case, he's not with us. Then why did he help? A disciple from Sky Peak sect asked. Evidently, in just a few short hours, Shen Changjeng had already told many people about the events that happened inside the Pill Limit mysterious land. Yan Tianan answered with a sincere and earnest expression, I'm afraid it's because he saw this outrageous and tyrannical scene and just had to draw his sword to help. Let me tell you, some people really are too excessive when they do things, so much so that not even passers-by can bear to let it go. The little boy in red choked. Beating a person to such a state and then calling it helping in the name of chivalry, wasn't that too shameless? Since they were missing a person, the red-clothed boy didn't dare to decide himself, so he said, then please follow me, young sect master has been waiting for the three of you for a long time. Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched. Who knows if there are any clandestine relations between your Sky Peak sect's young sect master and the Shen family? Sky Peak sect is your territory. Honorable Me may be a strong dragon, but even a dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Just because we can enter doesn't necessarily mean we can walk out of there afterward. I'm not going. The boy in red almost spat out blood and said somewhat angrily, you dare to insult my family's young master, what nerve? Duan Yuyong stared at this little child whose face was a little red and looked quite delicate and adorable, and his playfulness rose up. He showed a playboy's distinctive ambiguous smile and reached out a hand to pinch the little boy's face. You really are unswervingly loyal to your family's young master, so lovely, why don't you follow me? The red-clothed boy had never seen this kind of person before. As someone who followed beside Ren Fuyao, he could be considered a first-class person who was both distinguished and successful. No one in the entire Sky Peak sect had ever dared to harass him like this. Shut up. The child in red seemed so angry that he could explode. He gnashed his teeth, as though he wanted to fight Duan Yuyong. However, at this time, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, and the little boy in red immediately assumed a respectful bearing. Young sect master, only to see Ren Fuyao gently float down, as light as a feather. The sleeves of his robe suddenly rose. In an instant, he'd already landed in front of Lin Xuanji and company. Sky Peak sect's disciples all made way for him and saluted to Ren Fuyao. One could see that they held him in extreme reverence and esteem. Ren Fuyao walked to Lin Xuanji. Although his appearance looked feminine, gentle and reserved, his stature was not like a woman's at all. Instead, he was tall and straight, with quite an impressive aura. In the earlier 100 Families gathering, Ren Fuyao didn't spare a second glance at Lin Xuanji, but now, he said in surprise, your Dantian Qi Si has already recovered. Lin Xuanji nodded. Thanks to good fortune, I obtained a celestial level recovery pill in the Pill Limit mysterious land by chance. Currently, I've completely recovered. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Ren Fuyao couldn't help but secretly note Lin Xuanji's good luck. One should know that even though they released information about there being a celestial level pill in Pill Limit mysterious land before, in reality, no one knew for sure whether there actually was a pill like that inside or not. Since he was like this, Lin Xuanji couldn't really hold any ill will towards him. Lin Xuanji also knew that a tough battle was unavoidable, so he nodded and agreed, in that case, I won't make things difficult for young sect master Ren either. Yan Tianan held Lin Xuanji's hand. I will go with you. Lin Xuanji didn't refuse. Because he had already foreseen such a scene in advance, Lin Xuanji temporarily left Feng Jingyu in Ling Chigu's care just before they left Pill Limit mysterious land, or more like having them look after each other. Nobody knew what kind of magic treasures or secret techniques Feng Jingyu used, but he actually disappeared with Ling Chigu in front of everyone's eyes. Thus, Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and Duan Yuyong followed Ren Fuyao into Sky Peak sect's main gate. Lin Xuanji wasn't actually afraid of encountering any accidents while on someone else's territory either. While in front of Sky Peak sect's gate, he saw Lin Zeji standing far away and used his gaze to signal to Lin Zeji. Right now, Lin Zeji should be going back to the inn to get reinforcements. Lin Liucheng would certainly not allow them to be bossed around like caged animals in fighting rings. Your family is your backer. This was the first time he came to Sky Peak sect, so Yan Tianan was clearly very interested in this place. He was dazzled by the towering mountains, precipitous ridges, and ethereal music. It really was a feast for his eyes. After a while, Yan Tianan suddenly thought of a matter. Young sect master Ren, what happened to Shen Changjiang, that baddie? Ren Fuyao answered, one of his arms was chopped off, but besides that he's fine. Yan Tianan was somewhat disappointed. So he only lost an arm. The red-clothed boy heard his sigh and couldn't help but glance at him. He thought that this person was too cruel and spoke quite unhappily. The arm he lost is the right arm that he uses to hold his sword. From now on, he'll have to start practicing the sword again from the beginning. Plus, it's not only his body that's damaged from losing a limb but also his heart of Tao. As the main culprit, how can you have a clear conscience? You're even rejoicing in his misfortune. Yan Tianan heard the child's criticism and treated it as an honor instead of a disgrace. He's not, on the contrary, he got off lightly. Back then, the Buddha cut off a piece of his flesh to feed the hawk. Some people can return evil actions with good deeds, but I'm a crude and ordinary person. He wants to kill me and hurt my Dage, don't tell me I can't kill him. The red-clothed boy paused, then countered, who knows, maybe you guys coveted the Shen family's treasures and were discovered, so you wanted to take the initiative to kill them to silence any witnesses. Precisely, I want to silence him. What are you going to do about it? Yan Tianan could anger people to death without compensating with his own life at all. You, the child in red, had never quarreled with others before. He gritted his teeth, his face red from anger, as he laughed. I didn't expect that the Lin family's principles are so coarse. Si Ling, Ren Fuyao spoke up softly, don't be rude. The little boy in red, who was called Si Ling, immediately closed his mouth and dared not say another word. Yan Tianan didn't let him off so easily. As the guilty one, he actually dared to file a complaint first. Inside the pill limit mysterious land, who gets the treasures is dependent on each person's abilities. We didn't even say anything when he brought the Shen family elder along to kill us, but he actually dared to make the first complaint while being the villain who started this mess in the first place. Shen Changjiang should be your Sky Peak sect's inner door disciple. It seems that Sky Peak sect's principles aren't so good either. Si Ling had always been bad at arguing with others, now he was so angry that he almost cried. He spoke to Ren Fuyao with much grievance, young master. Ren Fuyao originally didn't want to get involved in this kind of argument. However, the people around him had already spoken, so at the very least, he needed to show his attitude and save some face. So Ren Fuyao spoke up, Craftsman Lin, your deity is very clever and eloquent. Lin Xuanji was unconcerned. Being clever and eloquent is still better than someone who runs back home crying after being criticized and then pulling me into the argument to curse back. Ren Fuyao, Si Ling, unexpectedly, not only was the little brother clever and eloquent, but the elder brother was also very adept at using frigid irony and scorching satire to turn black into white and vice versa, not tolerating even a small verbal loss. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Si Ling thought he made his master lose face and was immediately secretly annoyed at himself. He earnestly wished that he could hurry back right this moment and find someone to teach him how to become more articulate. Ren Fuyao was unwilling to argue with others, so he didn't continue this conversation subject. Suffering a verbal loss was nothing. Ren Fuyao changed subjects. In the end, Shen Changjiang is still considered one of the 7 stars of Sky Peak. Now, him losing an arm is akin to Sky Peak sect losing a limb. Lin Xuanji lightly replied, if the old does not leave, the new cannot come. Ren Fuyao didn't set up any defense and was once again suffocated by Lin Xuanji. Ren Fuyao laughed in spite of himself. Craftsman Lin has such a positive outlook and is so lighthearted. It's just that Shen Changjiang's older brother, Shen Yuju, is also one of the 7 stars of Sky Peak. Moreover, this person has a fiery temperament and will draw his sword if he hears even a single sentence that he doesn't like. Before I came down the mountain to find you, he had already arrived at the sect and announced that he would kill all the maniacs who hurt his younger brother. Lin Xuanji's expression remained unchanged. May I venture to ask his current cultivation level? 3rd layer of hardened body stage. Among the 7 stars of Sky Peak, Ren Fuyao was the undisputed first, unrivaled by anyone else. Wang Fujin was 2nd, Lang Jishui 3rd, and Shen Yuju 4th. It's just that after Lang Jishui, there was no other primary realm cultivator who was under 30. As long as he wasn't a primary realm cultivator, Lin Xuanji didn't worry so much about him. Thus Lin Xuanji said, if he's just hardened body stage, then I'm afraid that he can only speak empty words and hollow promises. Ren Fuyao couldn't help looking at Lin Xuanji some more. Although this person had recovered his Dantian Qi, spiritual Qi wasn't something that could be increased in a day or two. Moreover, even if he forcibly transformed his soul force into Qi, it would still at most be Foundation Stage 3rd layer. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Facing a hardened body Stage 3rd layer who was half a step into Primary Realm, wasn't he looking for death? And yet not a trace of nervousness could be seen from Lin Xuanji's expression. Plus, if one stared for a long time at his face, that could lead to the downfall of cities and make people forget about the secular world at a glance while looking flawless with or without makeup, then a desire to protect him was bound to grow in that person's heart. Ren Fuyao couldn't help chuckling. You're not afraid of speaking empty words. Lin Xuanji simply smiled and didn't answer or explain anything. The distance to the middle of Sky Peak Sect couldn't be considered short. Along the way, Ren Fuyao deliberately took advantage of this time to understand the events that occurred from Yan Tianan and the others' perspectives, so he intentionally slowed his pace as well. Since Ren Fuyao asked, Yan Tianan didn't conceal much either as he spoke. At that time, my Dage was in closed cultivation absorbing the celestial level pull, but who would have thought that Shen Changjeng actually brought people over to kill us? Not only that, their Shen family even sent a profound realm elder into the mysterious land to bully people. They had more than 20 people, while we had only 2 people and 2 tigers here. We were lucky to even survive. Ren Fuyao began to have some understanding in his heart and continued asking, when Shen Changjeng came out, his arm was on fire. I cut off that arm, but not even ashes were left behind. According to Shen Changjeng, everyone in the Pill Limit mysterious land was burnt to ashes by a mouthful of fire a bird spewed out. Chapter 238. When he mentioned the bird, Ren Fuyao looked at Yan Tianan meaningfully. May I venture to ask little friend Yan where that bird is? What's its origin and background? Yan Tianan was really vexed that they let Shen Changjeng run out alive. He really caused endless troubles while out. However, he looked up with a small expressionless face and said very innocently, how can I know what that bird is? Perhaps it's a bird that Lu Qingli had been raising in the Pill Limit mysterious land especially to spew fire and burn those shameless people from the Shen family. Lu Qingli. Ren Fuyao hadn't heard of this name before. Yan Tianan nodded and sneered, expressing his disdain as he mocked the Shen family. Lu Qingli is the true master of the Pill Limit mysterious land. He's also a pitiful soul who was framed by that old traitor from the Shen family. A strange expression flashed through Ren Fuyao's eyes. He thought to himself, it seems that more events happened in this Pill Limit mysterious land than what he knew about. He's afraid that the Shen family members didn't tell him the entire truth when they used the Pill Limit mysterious land to trade with Sky Peak Sect. Ren Fuyao continued, however, that bird flew out from your bosom, it's your bird. Yan Tianan looked at him with a pair of pure eyes as he blinked at Ren Fuyao. But, my bird is still on me. When did it ever come out? Dage said before that I can't casually show people my bird. Duan Yuyong, who was originally still thinking about how to annoy people to death while coming up with possible ways to escape, almost choked to death when he heard Yan Tianan's words. Ren Fuyao couldn't stop his lips from twitching. Si Ling stared blankly. When he finally understood, he was immediately furious, acting as if his family's master had been humiliated. Don't you have any sense of shame? How dare you say this kind of vulgar thing that can't even be heard in broad daylight? Simply shameless. Yan Tianan smiled mischievously as he continued angering people to death. He made a funny face at Si Ling. Your family's master asked about my bird first. I was kind enough to answer with sincerity, but then you cursed at me. Why are you like this? Si Ling was so infuriated that he couldn't think straight. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. My family's master is talking about that bird that can spew fire, not your junk. Yan Tianan countered, how do you know that my bird can't shoot fire? Si Ling answered, have you seen anyone's bird shoot out fire? Therefore, the bird that your family's master is talking about is not mine. Yan Tianan smiled cunningly and looped back to the topic again, my bird cannot shoot fire, so the one that can shoot fire is not my bird. Si Ling was led around in circles by Yan Tianan's bird, this bird that spiel. Si Ling couldn't even tell which bird he was talking about anymore, but he knew that that vulgar meaning was definitely included in those words and suddenly felt like he'd suffered a great humiliation. His eyes became moist with unshed tears. Yan Tianan saw that and slanted his mouth, all right, I won't tease you anymore. You look almost my age, but how come you want to cry at the smallest things like a little girl? Who are you calling a little girl? Si Ling blew up and shook his fist at Yan Tianan. If it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of people here right now and the fact that Si Ling's skin wasn't thick enough, he definitely would have started a fight with Yan Tianan. Thus, Yan Tianan and Si Ling exchanged sentences back and forth as they took verbal jabs at each other. Lin Xuanji and Ren Fuyao were watching from the side. Originally, Ren Fuyao still wanted to ask some more questions regarding serious matters, but looking at this situation, it was better to wait until these two twittering little fellows quieted down before speaking. Ren Fuyao took them to a certain hall on one of Sky Peak Sect's mountain peaks. Many people were present, but there weren't many people without fixed duties. Those were Sky Peak Sect's elders and Shen family's elders. In recent years, Ren Fuyao had already become the de facto leader of Sky Peak Sect. The sect master and several elders overseeing the sect were in closed-door cultivation and didn't come out, so all the matters that pertained to Sky Peak Sect, no matter large or small, were handed over to Ren Fuyao, this young sect master, to decide. When Ren Fuyao appeared, the Shen family members and Sky Peak Sect's people saluted him respectfully. Lin Xuanji was somewhat surprised to see Bai Yichen there as well. Bai Yichen took the chance to wink at Lin Xuanji when the people beside him weren't paying attention. Just as Lin Xuanji was about to blink back, his line of sight was blocked. Yan Tianan stood in front of Lin Xuanji and puffed out his cheeks as he glared at Bai Yichen. He thought he looked very fierce, but in reality, his round and plump baby-like small face looked quite cute to Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen chuckled lightly. His movements weren't big but were caught by Wang Fujin, who was not far away from him. As the young city lord of Sky Peak City and a member of an elite family alongside the Shen family, at the very least, Wang Fujin naturally had to make an appearance and go through the pretenses of etiquette when such a big thing happened to the Shen family. Wang Fujin looked at Bai Yichen, who was flirtatiously making eyes at Lin Xuanji even in such a serious situation, and secretly cursed, inappropriate. He thought a bit before adding another, shameless. Last time, he adopted a strict attitude, intending to fiercely criticize Bai Yichen as he stormed to the Bai family and met with Bai Yichen. The next day, Body knew whether his head had been kicked by a donkey or not, but under the influence of some unexplained supernatural force, he actually returned to the Bai family's main gate once again. However, the reply he received was that the Bai young master was no longer home. Today was their second time meeting face to face. Bai Yichen indeed didn't put this Sky Peak City's young city lord in his eyes at all. It was precisely such actions that made the desire to challenge him awaken in Wang Fujin. Bai Yichen seemed to have sensed Wang Fujin's very obvious gaze. He turned his head to look towards Wang Fujin and even smiled at him. There seemed to be hooks within those eyes. Wang Fujin, shameless old thing. When the Shen family saw Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and the people with them, their expressions naturally didn't look good. A Shen family elder had a gloomy expression as he gritted his teeth. I've already heard my grandson Changjeng talk about the events that happened in the Pill Limit mysterious land. What kind of sinister tricks did you guys use to actually harm my grandson Changjeng to that degree? Duan Yuyong spoke up first, full of confidence. I say, old man, you need to speak with reason. If it wasn't for that darling grandson of yours taking advantage of the period when Lin Xuanji was repairing his Dantian Qi Si to bring people over to besiege him, ultimately triggering that great power within the Pill Limit mysterious land and encountering misfortune, do you think that with just us alone, we can actually hurt Shen Changjeng? Duan Yuyong's words contained half-truths mixed with half-lies. The truth was the first half, the lie was the great power in the mysterious land. However, these Shen family members only paid attention to the lie. An old Shen family elder who was originally sitting on the chair with squinted eyes suddenly opened his eyes when he heard those words. A pure light not contaminated by filth shone from his eyes. Utter nonsense. The Shen family elder glared at Duan Yuyong fiercely. Duan Yuyong felt a strong sense of oppression pressing down on him. He almost couldn't stop himself from spitting out blood. You're using your strength to bully the weak. There were as many magic treasures on Yan Tianan as there were hairs on a cow. He naturally couldn't feel this oppressive force but immediately understood what was happening when he saw that Duan Yuyong's expression didn't look right. He exploded, pointing to that old man as he cursed, such shamelessness, picking only the weak to bully. Duan Yuyong had spoken up first because he wanted to block the verbal onslaught for Yan Tianan. A Shen family member shouted, "Don't be rude." Yan Tianan countered, "You guys were unreasonable first." A verbal argument wasn't very useful. Just then, a young man with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes stormed in from outside. He held a sword in his hand and immediately gritted his teeth when he saw the people inside the hall. Who among you hurt my deity? Yan Tianan was startled. He has only himself to blame. Shen Yuju howled, give me your life, and raised his sword, chopping down at Yan Tianan. How could Lin Xuanji allow him to succeed? He raised his right hand, and a longsword whooshed and fell right into his clean and pearl-white hand, as though it had grown eyes of its own. Wang Fujin stared blankly, then raised his hand to touch the now empty scabbard on his waist. His heart suddenly felt cold. Lin Xuanji, this person who took without asking first, actually hooked away his sword. Wang Fujin almost couldn't stop himself from plussing up, but Bai Yichen raised a hand and blocked him with a stick of green bamboo. Bai Yichen spoke, wait and see first. Wang Fujin gritted his teeth but didn't move. Wenqing was slender and long, its two ends slightly wide and the middle slim, like the slender waist of a peerless beauty, lithe and alluring. It looked soft, supple, and weak, but instead was hiding a blade inside the cotton, carrying steel within its softness. Lin Xuanji's sword thrust out. It clearly didn't have very strong chi but directly broke through Shen Yuju's few sword strokes. Shen Yuju's expression was as gloomy as a ghost's. When he saw that his first strike didn't land, his next strike was already covered with astral winds. Lin Xuanji didn't attack, only when Shen Yuju attacked did he slowly make a few light movements with his sword. Nevertheless, Shen Yuju's sword techniques were completely broken through with a few light strikes time and time again. Wang Fujin originally wanted to rush up and take back his treasured sword, but slowly sank into deep thought when he saw Lin Xuanji's moves. His gaze stared at Lin Xuanji's every action without blinking, as if he was afraid of missing a good play. Lin Xuanji took retreat as his advance and exchanged 10 moves with Shen Yuju. After 10 moves, the sword in Shen Yuju's hand was actually flicked away by another sword and sent flying. Chang! This was the sound of the sword falling onto the ground. It wasn't only the sword that fell, Shen Yuju's face also fell. Shen Yuju was stunned. The Shen family was also stunned. Ren Fuyao raised his eyebrows as his fingers gently twirled the string of chrysoberyl around in his hand. Duan Yuyong clapped and praised, good sword technique, truly wonderful. Lin Xuanji didn't even turn his head as he lightly threw the sword in his hand back, and Wenqing exquisitely fell back into Wang Fujin's scabbard. Looking at Wang Fujin again, his expression was already full of conflicting emotions. He didn't know whether he should continue to badger Lin Xuanji for not asking before taking stuff or whether he should marvel at the fact that there were actually people of the same age with such profound attainments in swordsman's P in this world. Slowly, his face became livid. The sword that Lang Jishui gifted him actually recognized another man as its master. Fuck. Yan Tianan scooted over to Lin Xuanji's side, grinning from ear to ear. It seems like Deja's body really has recovered. Lin Xuanji nodded softly, then turned and spoke to Shen Yuju, who was clearly still in a stupor. Gentleman Shen, you can speak if you have something to say. Why the need to draw your sword? Shen Yuju seemed like he still had a lot he wanted to say, but at this time he couldn't get even a single word out. After a long time where his face alternated between being blue and ashen pale, Shen Yuju spoke in a low voice, don't think that I'll drop the matter about you hurting my deity just because your attainment in swordsman's P is higher than mine. Lin Xuanji said lightly, I didn't expect that there is still an O.Blay person in the Shen family. It seems that the Shen family's fortune and destiny shouldn't yet be severed. Shen Yuju's cultivation was clearly already hardened body stage. However, he was a man of honor, so when exchanging blows with Lin Xuanji, he was unwilling to use chi above Lin Xuanji's level to suppress him. Instead, he wanted to compete with Lin Xuanji purely in swordsman's P, which was why he lost so thoroughly. Chapter 239. If Shen Yuju really used his hardened body stage cultivation to fight against him, the result would be unknown, but Lin Xuanji knew that his chances of winning weren't high. After all, the suppression from a higher cultivation level couldn't be resisted so easily, let alone the large gap between his and Shen Yuju's cultivation levels. Although Shen Yuju was praised, he reacted as if his reverse scale had been triggered, exclaiming angrily, you scoundrel, how dare you so freely talk nonsense about my Shen family's fortune? Who gave you the courage? As an old ghost who had been wandering around for 1,000 years, Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't bother with arguing with Shen Yuju, so he only said, regarding Shen Er's matter, I will demand an explanation from you even if all of you didn't find me first. Shen Yuju suppressed his murderous intent and, with extreme difficulty, restrained his sword that was already trembling non-stop while giving out ringing sounds. He glared at Lin Xuanji in rage. Chang Zheng has always been gentle and courteous to people, he never quarrels with anyone. He's already told me that in the Pill Limit mysterious land, all of you tried to take his life because you wanted to rob away the Hept brilliant sacred fire in his hands. You even used evil yin arts. If it wasn't because he ran away fast enough, right now, he wouldn't have lost only an arm. Lin Xuanji understood when he heard this. Contrary to expectations, he held a wisp of admiration for Shen Changjeng. Now he could immediately think of a method to flip truth and lies and get away scot-free while suffering from the pain of losing an arm. Not everyone could have this kind of mental fortitude. Yan Tianan objected with a dark expression. Don't tell me that whatever he says is the truth. He was clearly the one who took advantage of the fire to rob people, but he was too weak and suffered retribution as a result. Why is this our fault now? Nonsense! A Shen family elder slapped the table and stood up. If you want to slander my Shen family's people, you have to produce evidence. Yan Tianan faced him. You must provide evidence as well if you want to frame my Lin family's people. Yan Tianan had never been one to suffer losses in verbal arguments, and now that he had Lin Xuanji as his backing, even more so, he wouldn't stand to suffer even a little loss when arguing. However, not suffering losses meant that, at the same time, you couldn't obtain any benefits either. Both sides stuck to their own versions of the events and both claimed that the other party wasn't anything good. The Shen family naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Finally, that Shen family elder with a white beard spoke. Young sect master Ren, even if these kids made some unreasonable decisions, don't tell me that you don't know who exactly owns this Pill Limit mysterious land. Back then, my Shen family agreed to open the Pill Limit mysterious land to Sky Peak sect's disciples because we were giving the sect master face. Furthermore, my Shen family already has an agreement with the sect master that no matter who obtained the sacred fire in the Pill Limit mysterious land, it will belong to my Shen family in the end. Ren Fuyao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew about this, but he'd never expected that anyone would be able to obtain the Hept brilliant sacred fire. Moreover, the Shen family had already stated, very clearly, that only they knew the location of the Hept brilliant sacred fire, and that it was impossible for others to find it. Thus, Ren Fuyao had never even considered the possibility of other people taking away the Hept brilliant sacred fire. Unfortunately, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that Lin Xuanji and these people would be so powerful? Ren Fuyao gave that elder an expression that said, "Don't be rash, wait for a while," then turned to Lin Xuanji. Such a matter indeed exists. It's true that my father has made a contract with the Shen family. Now that the Hept brilliant sacred fire has landed in your hands, I only want to ask if there is any room for exchange. Duan Yuyong laughed scornfully. After causing such a ruckus for half a day, in the end, isn't your goal still the Hept brilliant sacred fire? If you want it, then say it directly. If you want to rob it, then do so in broad daylight. Wanting to be a WHORE, but still trying to maintain a pretense of righteousness, the Shen family really is funny. The Shen family members' expressions all changed when they heard someone call them WH.O.R.es. One Shen family elder was also too lazy to keep up the pretenses and spoke bluntly, the Hept brilliant sacred fire is the Shen family's treasure to begin with. You may have the fortune to obtain it, but you should also consider whether you want your life. Someone with a softer disposition most likely would have already thrown out this scalding hot potato long ago to save their own life. However, by nature, Yan Tianan had a rebellious disposition. He didn't even concede or bow and bend his knee when Lin Xuanji was bedridden, so right now, he was even more unlikely to cower. Yan Tianan responded, "To be frank, the Hept brilliant sacred fire is within my body and has already fused together with me. If you want it, you'll have to kill me, pull out my yang souls, and extinguish my yin souls. Otherwise, you won't get it." No matter what Shen family elders' expressions changed. The old man with the white beard suddenly burst into a rage, his 5 fingers forming into claws and grabbing towards Yan Tianan's head. "Then I'll kill you!" Boom! A strong gust of wind from a palm assaulted him directly in the face. A person came in, elegantly and lightly. He spoke with contempt. "Old fart, a profound realm cultivator like yourself actually wants to hurt a little baby who's yet to reach the hardened body stage. So sing. Who is it?" The white-bearded Shen family member narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the entrance. only to see that the newcomer was spry, lively, and graceful, floating in the air, his sleeves like clouds. His face contained traces of laziness. Lin Liuchun, the newcomer, reported his own family origin. Fourth elder Yan Tianan cried excitedly and slipped behind Lin Xuanji. The faces of the Shen family members suddenly changed. However, the person with the biggest reaction was actually Ren Fuyao, the young sect master. His entire being experienced a great shock. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Liuchun without blinking even once, as if he wanted to engrave Lin Liuchun's image into his very bones. Lin Liuchun stood in front of Lin Xuanji, glanced at him, then spoke to that white-bearded Shen family elder who had acted just now. Shen Yong, you're already 800 years old, you don't think it's embarrassing to bully a younger generation whose hairs aren't even fully grown yet? Shen Yong secretly thought, what bad luck. Even though the Lin family was a third class family, that was only because the Lin family didn't have a second profound realm elder beside first elder in these years, so their status was lowered. In addition, the Lin family also didn't have an amazing younger generation, and genius youngsters rarely made an appearance. However, no one dared to truly look down on the Lin family, only because the Lin family still had its foundation. The several surviving elders all had the strength to fight on par with profound realm cultivators. Among them, fourth elder Lin Liuchun was a person of outstanding talent. It was just that in these years, neither heads nor tails of Lin Liuchun could be seen. In the five continents Taoist world, the waves of the younger generations pushed away the waves of the older generations, and Lin Liuchun's name had already long been drowned out by the reputations of younger generations. However, those in the same generation as Lin Liuchun could never forget his graceful manner when he fought throughout the entire five continents with only a single purple jade flute. Body knew what Lin Liuchun's current strength level was. Although he had only shown a primary realm cultivation level so far, who could easily see through the cultivation level of a truly strong expert. Shen Yang's face was blue and pale. Just when he wanted to open his mouth, he suddenly heard a lovely male's voice that was full of magnetism. Wow, it's really lively in Sky Peak sect today. Has something interesting happened? I can't believe I was left out. A smiling young man strode in with large steps, followed by a handsome man in a black robe. Yan Tianan winked at Duan Yuyong. Yuyong Gerger, your husband and father-in-law came. Shush, you. Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched as he whispered. What did these two people come here for? Duan Yuyong couldn't help but think about the scene when he was messing around with Yuan Tianwen in the mysterious land. At the time, he held a determined attitude, having decided to throw caution to the wind, taking advantage of Yuan Tianwen and only thinking that they would never meet again. Who would have thought that he would be caught off guard and encounter Yuan Tianwen under these circumstances? Really D.A.M.net Embera. Sing Yuan Tianwen's gaze locked onto Duan Yuyong. Ren Fuyao had naturally heard Yan Tianan's words, so he'd already decided on how he would deal with today's matters in his heart. Madam Yuan. Ren Fuyao cupped his hands. Su Mo returned the action and raised his eyebrows at Shen Yong, a fake smile blooming on his face. Elder Shen, I heard today that several elders from the Qi family are already on their way to Sky Peak City. It's said that they're going to find the Wangfu City Lord to have him uphold justice and demand an explanation. It seems that the Shen family was very rampant and unbridled in the Pill Limit mysterious land, especially that eldest miss, who seemed to have killed Qi family's second young master over merely a verbal dispute. Tisk tisk, the Shen family really is full of confidence. Our Yuan family is ashamed to say that we're inferior in this regard. Su Mo deliberately mentioned the Qi family, hinting to the several Shen family members that they should clean up their own mess first before looking to bring more trouble upon themselves. The Shen family didn't even get to respond yet before Lin Liuchun beat them to it. Not only in the Pill Limit mysterious land, but they're also this unbridled even after leaving the Pill Limit mysterious land. Lin Liuchun raised the corners of his lips as he smiled insincerely. Who knows what kind of rules they have? My family's kids obtained some treasures in the Pill Limit mysterious land but were detained as soon as they came out. Unbelievably, no one informed me. Do you really think that there's no one in the Lin family right now? Many different parties ganged up on them together. It could be considered forceful and overbearing. However, if the Shen family didn't intolerably bully people first, they wouldn't attract this combined suppression from multiple forces. Shen Yong was so furious that his beard was about to curl up. Shen Yuju stood out and first individually saluted to Lin Liuchun and Su Mo, then spoke, "I don't know what treasure you guys obtained. The only reason I'm here today is to get justice for my deity. One of his arms was crippled, and it was caused by the flames from a bird belonging to alchemist Yan Tianan. Nonetheless, you have to give me an explanation." Lin Liuchun looked at Yan Tianan. "Since when did you raise a bird that can spew fire?" Yan Tianan stretched his small face and answered, "I saw that bird too, but I've also said that I don't know where that bird came from. It's not mine. It doesn't chase others but only chases the Shen family and spews fire at them. I think it's strange." Lin Liuchun waved his hand, not intending to listen further. He spoke bluntly, "Boy, you heard clearly. Our family's baby says that bird has nothing to do with him." Shen Yuju didn't believe it. "My deity clearly said that that bird came out of his clothes." Yan Tianan looked at him faintly. "Don't tell me it's mine if it came out of my clothes." Shen Yuju was stumped. Yan Tianan continued, "Then did your did tell you that the Shen family also had an elder who died in the pill limit mysterious land, who also couldn't escape and was burned to death by the fire that bird spewed out?" As soon as he spoke those words, Lin Liuchun and Su Mo's complexions all changed. Su Mo was immediately angered. "Your Shen family really is good, actually daring to secretly send an elder inside. What in the world is your intention?" Shen Yang replied, "The pill limit mysterious land was originally the Shen family's possession to begin with. It's reasonable for us to send in however many people we want." Su Mo sneered coldly, "If it's reasonable, then why did you not dare to even mention that dead elder when you were criticizing so enthusiastically earlier?" Naturally, because they thought it was Embera. Sing felt guilty, and knew that their actions were unreasonable. Everyone else sent in younger generations below 25 years of age, but the Shen family actually sent in an elder whose age only the heavens knew, and he was even killed by the fire that a bird spewed out. If they mentioned this matter, their face would be gone. Since you can't explain why, let's just call it a day." Lin Liuchun waved his sleeve and planned to take the people and leave. Chapter 240. Successfully got out of danger. Hold on. Shen Yang clenched his fist, his cold glance sweeping across Lin Liuchun's face. "Young Sect Master Ren, it's possible for us to not pursue the matter regarding Shen Changjiang, but you have established a contract with the Shen family to return the heptabrilliant sacred fire to its original owner. With your current status, you can't be thinking of reneging, right?" Ren Fuyao's head hurt a little. He hadn't known that things would develop like this either. When he was engaging in the business regarding the pill limit mysterious land, the Shen family had vowed that they would search for the heptabrilliant sacred fire by themselves and that nothing would go wrong. He didn't expect that the heavens' plans would supersede their own. Ren Fuyao calmly replied, "There was indeed a prior contract, but the heptabrilliant sacred fire is already in little friend Yan's body. Little friend Yan probably doesn't plan on exchanging it for anything either, right?" Lin Xuanji lightly agreed, "We would not agree to the exchange even if the sect master position of Sky Peak sect was offered. No one could do anything against such a firm attitude." Shen Yang laughed oddly, "Then from now on, young sect master Ren will have to suffer from a pain equivalent to having your heart pierced with an awl every day then. That's my business with the Shen family." Shen Yang stared coldly at Ren Fuyao. "In that case, I'll come another day to take the fire." Shen Yang said to the other people from the Shen family behind him, "Let's go." A wise man submits to circumstances. The Shen family had already lost a crucial opportunity, so they certainly could not offend the Yuan, Qi, and Lin families at the same time. Additionally, considering how they had a blood debt to settle with the Qi family, they naturally had to focus on that pressing matter first. As for the heptabrilliant sacred fire, it's not too late to get it back another day. In any case, Yan Tianan may be able to run, but Ren Fuyao couldn't. Bai Yichen rolled his wheelchair over to where Lin Xuanji and the others were after the Shen family left. Bai Yichen smiled slightly, looking as mild as a lotus. "I just came here to ask about what that bird looked like." Bai Yichen dove straight to the point. Yan Tianan couldn't feel like repelling Bai Yichen at all when faced with him, so he said, "That bird was gray all over and didn't look like anything special. There were 3 strands of hair on its head and a few strands on its tail. It wasn't too big, was rather fluffy with fine hair, and looked really cute." Bai Yichen gently knocked with his finger. "Were its eyes reddish gold?" Yan Tianan was stunned. "How did you know? Have you seen such a bird before?" Bai Yichen was incredibly surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. Birds that can spew fire are mostly gold and red. Yan Tianan uttered an, oh, then said pensively, so that's why. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji stared at Bai Yichen rather meaningfully. Bai Yichen raised his head, and the two of them looked at each other, then he revealed a rather meaningful expression. One needed to be vigilant and careful at all times when dealing with Bai Yichen, and it was exhausting. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The child dressed in a red garment, called Si Ling, walked over and said worriedly, Master, the heptabrilliant sacred fire didn't land in the Shen family's hands, so it won't be long before the contract comes into effect. What should Master do then? Once a contract was violated, one would be punished by the Tao of Heaven, suffer from a pain equivalent to having one's heart pierced with an awl, experience a drop in their realm, or lose their mind. In any case, they wouldn't come to a good end. Yet Ren Fuyao's expression didn't change as he chuckled, don't worry too much. In any case, I won't die. Si Li pouted, tears pooling in his eyes. Young Master worked so hard for the sect, yet no one talks about how good young Master is and even made you suffer. I am the young sect master after all, Ren Fuyao said lightly. As the young master of Sky Peak sect, he naturally had to bear the burden that others couldn't. After leaving the mountain gate, Su Mo and Lin Liuchun bid farewell. Su Mo said, there are some matters I must attend to in the family. I've left for too long, so I'll have to head back home tomorrow. Lin Liuchun nodded. When we leave depends on Xuanji's arrangements. Lin Xuanji had arranged for it long ago. I'm afraid that I still have to do some business with a few families these days. If Fourth Elder has other plans, then you need not bother with us. Lin Liuchun rolled his eyes and sneered, between you and Yan Tianan, one just gets more worrisome than the other, and you've offended God knows how many powerful figures. Within a few days, the news of the abnormal fire in Ah Hen's body will spread throughout the 5 continents mainlands, so it's hard to say if he'll even be able to return alive. Kid, don't pretend to be something you're not, I'll leave with you guys. Yan Tianan grinned. Much thanks to Fourth Elder, I just knew that Fourth Elder wouldn't leave us alone. Then, what plans does Yuyong have? Su Mo asked. I'll return with the Duan family. Duan Yuyong said. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen stared unblinkingly at Duan Yuyong. When are you going back? I'll leave with you. Duan Yuyong wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, but he suddenly recalled that Su Mo was still around, so he changed his words, it's not on the way. Young Master Yuan has to attend to a lot of important affairs every day, so I won't hold you back. Yuan Tianwen did have a lot of affairs to attend to. Not only did Profound Sky Sect have a ton of matters that hadn't been dealt with yet, but the Yuan family had a lot of things that they needed him to do as well. He shouldn't have come to Sky Peak City in the first place, but he didn't know why he had thought that he had to see Duan Yuyong, which was why he asked to follow along. Coupled with the time spent in the Pill Limit mysterious land, he had tarried for quite a long time and naturally couldn't stay any longer. Su Mo smiled. Yuyong is still as considerate as ever. In that case, Tianwen, go back with me ba. It just so happens that your father has a few old friends who are coming over for a visit, so he needs you to go with him to greet your uncles. Yuan Tianwen was incredibly unwilling, but his wife was. Ignoring him and his dad wasn't helping him. He was detested by both humans and dogs alike now, so he naturally didn't dare hang around in front of Duan Yuyong to force him to look at himself. Nervousness arose in his heart, but Yuan Tianwen wouldn't give up just like that. He pondered for a bit, then walked over to grab Duan Yuyong's shoulders. Before Duan Yuyong could react, he leaned down and kissed his forehead, then whispered, after I'm done being busy for this period, I'll go look for you to have a proper chat. I already know how you feel about me. No matter what has happened to you, you can talk about it with me, I'll shoulder it with you. I will never give up. Duan Yuyong's face flushed red. Has Yuan Tianwen gone nuts? It's fine if he was just this shameless in private, but he actually dared to take advantage of him like this in front of his dad and an elder from the Lin family. Duan Yuyong resisted the urge to kick him and maintained his image in front of Su Mo. While cursing inwardly, he smiled. Let's talk about such matters at a later date ba. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Xuanji and the rest chimed in, we'll be taking our leave as well. Yuan Tianwen sighed after Duan Yuyong left with Lin Xuanji and the others. He looked at Duan Yuyong's receding back figure, disheartened. Dad, he's not giving me any face in front of you either. You were wrong. Su Mo kicked him. What the hell do you know? If it wasn't because of me, he would have berated you from head to toe long ago. Alright, your father has been urging me to return long ago. We must set out tomorrow morning. Yuan Tianwen said, my father's already so old and yet he's still so clingy, he wouldn't even let you stay away for a few more days. What? A lot of family affairs to attend to. It was all just because Yuan Zheng missed his wife. Su Mo said, you have no right to say that. Every generation of the Yuan family has been the infatuated type. Yuan Tianwen thought about it, then nodded and said rather proudly, that's true. Su Mo had brought Yuan Tianwen to kill their way over in order to ensure Duan Yuyong's safety. As for the conflict between the Lin and Shen families, he had no intention of intervening at all. Elite families would seldom take action for anything aside from being in-laws or having common interests with the family in question. After they returned to the inn, Lin Liuchun closed the door with a paw, then turned around to scrutinize Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Tak Ba, what's the deal with that abnormal bird? Lin Liuchun asked. Yan Tianan blinked and played the fool. That abnormal bird left with a pretty handsome man whom I didn't recognize. Lin Liuchun uttered a HNG with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. One day in the pill limit mysterious land is equivalent to 3 days outside. Do you know how many people have been trying to inquire about that abnormal bird in secret these days? Well, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it, but you should think of an excuse lest someone knocks on your door to ask you for the abnormal bird. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose a little guiltily and sneaked a glance at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji shook his head slightly, signaling that he needed not say anything more. So Yan Tianan felt relieved. Lin Liuchun glanced at the small movements they were making right before his eyes and thought to himself that these two brats were really good at causing trouble for him. However, Lin Liuchun wasn't very concerned about the bird. If Yan Tianan really managed to tame it, then that would be good. After all, Shen Changjeng had told them that that bird had just spewed out one mouthful of fire and turned several cultivators to ashes, so one could tell just how terrifying its cultivation level must be. Lin Liuchun sat on a wide chair and poured a cup of tea for himself. Describe in detail how you managed to get the heptabrilliant sacred fire and what kind of relationship there is between the pill limit mysterious land and the Shen family. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji again. Lin Liuchun was so angry he laughed. He slammed the teacup on the table. Will he eat you up or cook you? Why do you need to report everything to him first? Make the decision yourself. Stop clinging to him all the time. It's not cute at all. Yan Tianan didn't think there was any problem. In front of an elder from the Lin family, his gift of the gab wouldn't work, so he could only stick his tongue out in embarrassment. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed Yan Tianan's head and said to Lin Liuchun, "Fourth elder, you can just ask me whatever questions you have. It's unlikely for him to know more than me." Lin Liuchun rolled his eyes. "Ah hen, tell me this, what's the difference between raising a younger brother and raising a dog?" Yan Tianan pondered for a while, then hesitated as he answered, "Woof." Lin Liuchun, Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji was unable to restrain a smile and he pinched Yan Tianan's cheek. Yan Tianan grinned, his eyes turning into crescent shapes as he and Lin Xuanji looked at each other. There was nothing else that needed to be said. Lin Liuchun was also amused, but when he saw the inexplicable sentiments between these two young ones, an idea instantly flashed through his mind. He was abruptly stunned and thought that this was truly ridiculous. Chapter 241. Lonely Star. Lin Liuchun was bewildered as he silently watched their interactions for half a day and finally reached out to smack the table. He squinted as he lazily swept a glance across them both. Lin Xuanji, make a long story short. Lin Xuanji restrained himself quite a bit and agreed. He carefully described in a concise manner how they had obtained the heptabrilliant sacred fire in the pill limit mysterious land, and how they had been besieged by Shen Changjeng and his followers. As for the conflict between him and Yan Tianan, as well as what happened between Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen, Lin Xuanji naturally didn't utter even a single word about it. After the time taken to burn one incense stick had passed, Lin Xuanji finished his recount. Lin Liuchun looked pensive as he ruminated. In that case, the heptabrilliant sacred fire belonged to Lu Qingli in the first place, and the pill limit mysterious land doesn't belong to the Shen family either. That's right, Lin Xuanji said, I'm sure of that. Lin Liuchun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded, I understand. Since the hepta-brilliant sacred fire was given to you by its rightful owner, then keep it. However, after today, everyone will know that the hepta-brilliant sacred fire is in your hands, and I'm afraid that there will be quite a few influential forces that will target you. You must be careful. Lin Liuchun looked at Yan Tianan, asking him to be on guard and to stop being such a scatterbrain. Yan Tianan nodded. Fourth Elder, don't worry, I still have Dage's protection right, Dage. Lin Xuanji chuckled. Naturally, Lin Xuanji was devastatingly beautiful in the first place, and his usual cold and indifferent appearance already made it difficult for others to shift their gazes away from him. With this gentle chuckle, plum blossoms bloomed in cold winter and everything bowed to him in submission. Lin Liuchun had to admit that this was a really beautiful scene, but his heart felt incomparably stifled right now. The two kids from his family had gotten together somehow without warning, and it had happened right under his nose too. How would he account for this to that guy Lin Zan in the future? Lin Liuchun was a little angry. Ah Hen, go back to your room to rest first, I still have some other things to talk about with your Dage. Yan Tianan had wanted to be affectionate with Lin Xuanji for a while, but Lin Liuchun broke up the couple, so he immediately stared at Lin Liuchun begrudgingly. Lin Liuchun, you actually dare to be this brazen? Do you not think that Laozi can break the two of you up right now? Okay then, Yan Tianan said helplessly, but you can't take too long, okay? Dage and I have some things to talk about in secret. Lin Liuchun almost jumped right up. This brat didn't know what's good for him. He was helping him escape from this wolf's demonic claws, yet he was being treated as an idiot. Lin Xuanji just thought that his family's Ah Hen was particularly cute, so he pulled Yan Tianan over and kissed his forehead. Ah Hen, go back and wait for me, Dage will return very soon. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan was overjoyed after he received a kiss. He scuttled away with small, quick steps as his head spun with happiness. Lin Liuchun uttered a pay. Don't make me wear a conical paper hat, I'm not here to break the two of you up. I just want to ask you, between the two of you, who started the pursuit? Naturally I was the one who pursued Ah Hen first. Ah Hen is still young, he doesn't understand the ways of the world yet. So you do know that he's young and doesn't understand the ways of the world. Lin Liuchun's expression darkened. Do you still remember that he's your younger brother? Your younger brother that your dad has regarded as his son while raising him by his side for 7 to 8 years. Xuanji knows. Lin Xuanji was even more respectful now but didn't retreat in the slightest. I have never forgotten his status either, but at the same time, I know that he's not my biological brother. Being with me wouldn't be considered deceiving our Shifus and betraying our ancestors, nor does it go against the will of heaven. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Liuchun took a deep breath and still couldn't stop himself from pointing at Lin Xuanji's nose. Do you think I mind that sort of thing? If he was a simple person, Laozi wouldn't bother to care about you even if he was your biological younger brother. Lin Xuanji was slightly taken aback and his eyelids twitched slightly. Lin Liuchun lamented, how muddle-headed are you? And how much do you even know about Yan Tianan's background? Do you really think that your dad would casually bring back any random child to raise? Lin Xuanji's expression changed again. What exactly is Ah Hen's identity? I'd like to ask for your advice on this, fourth elder. Lin Liuchun sighed lightly and pressed against his forehead. Only your father knows his specific identity, but when your dad first brought him back, he had casually mentioned that Yan Tianan was related to the Upper Realms royal family. Upper Realms royal family. Lin Xuanji's phoenix eyes widened before narrowing again. The 5 continents' mainlands belonged to the Middle Realm and was merely a corner of the 9 lands that didn't have much spiritual qi. There were countries, royal families, and sects here, but the countries and royal families here were too many to count. Just one East continent had 7 or 8 countries, and the influence of its royal families had never been stronger than that of sects. But the Upper Realm was completely different. It was said that there was only one imperial court in the Upper Realm that had merged with the divine right of kings to govern the entire 9 lands. Although Lin Xuanji had never seen the real royal family before, he had heard about how horrifying the bloody struggle for power in the royal family was more than once when wandering around the 9 lands. The royal family valued lineage a lot and wouldn't allow people of a lower status to even marry into the royal family, let alone have someone with the blood of the devil clan running through his veins be even slightly related to the royal family. Why was Yan Tianan sent to the 5 continents mainlands? And why was he handed over to Lin Zan? To avoid anyone from noticing the blood running through his veins? Or because he had already been noticed, so he hid here to escape their pursuit? Was Lin Zan's death related to the Upper Realm's royal family? Did those people already know where Yan Tianan was? 5 continents mainlands, the Ling Chigu who came from the royal heavenly capital, Feng Jingyu, the ruler of the West Imperial Palace in the West Lands, as well as Bai Yichen, whose identity remained unknown. All these beads seemed to get strung together with one line. Lin Xuanji had a vague hunch that the end of this line pointed at that person, who was the one who knew nothing of his own situation, Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji suddenly felt flustered. He looked at Lin Liuchun. What else did my father say? Lin Liuchun pondered for a moment. Your father also said that a prophet once made a divination for Yan Tianan when he was born. Yan Tianan was prophesied to wander about in a desperate plight and meet with many difficulties in his life, have deep affection, but won't live long, and will be all alone at the end of his life. He would never be able to get what he seeks, and he would never be able to get what he wants either. He was said to be equivalent to a lonely star. Your father said that his heart ached for this child, so he treated him extremely well. He also said that if he wasn't around someday, that he wanted me and you to treat him well no matter how others treated him. Lin Xuanji felt like a knife was twisting around in his heart and he almost staggered unsteadily. The one who told Yan Tianan's fortune was a prophet, and he's afraid that about 80 to 90% of it was right. Moreover, Yan Tianan's fate in his past life was indeed just like what that prophet had said. He was utterly isolated at a young age, and ever since Lin Zan's death, he had never felt the warmth of the world. Aside from Duan Yuyong and Lai Fenkong, who harbored malicious intentions towards him, everyone else detested and hated him, then ended up fearing and dreading him, while Lin Xuanji closed his eyes. He was the main culprit who had killed Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji's spirit shook, and he only managed to calm himself down after a long time passed. He had already restarted in this life in any case. He would never let Yan Tianan's life be as tragic as his previous one. Lin Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Lin Liuchun, who had a worried expression on his face. He spoke softly, "Fourth elder, even if his status is troublesome, my father still raised him by his side. Since I have chosen him, I will not give him up because of such external reasons. His status isn't easy to guess, so I won't guess what it is. Now, I just hope that fourth elder and I can treat it as though we know nothing about it. Would that be okay?" Lin Liuchun shook his head. "I don't mind what you want to do with him. It's just that the Lin family is a large family with more than 100 people. I'm afraid that in the future, the family will be massacred because of you." He looked at this young man, who looked a lot like Lin Zan, and sighed. People from the upper realm are completely different from people like us in the lower realms. We aren't under the restraint of a royal power, nor are we regulated by the upper realm, so we are considered to be an unregulated zone. That is why most people can do as they please and don't have a strong notion for vengeance. They don't take a lot of things to heart, and may even despise the royal family. However, the ones in the upper realm whose royal power and divine rights have merged into one are cultivators, and they are under the control of the imperial power as well. I'm afraid that they won't tolerate the existence of someone who had slipped through the net of the royal family. Lin Xuanji's gaze didn't shift as he and Lin Liuchun looked at each other. Lin Liuchun continued, "Your father did not die at the hands of demonic cultivators. Those who had come were clearly killers from beyond the 5 continents. Your father perished together with the cultivators that had come to seize Ahen just so that they wouldn't spread the news, but the 5 continents is no longer safe. Sooner or later, those people will track him down and find him here, so how will you protect him then?" Lin Xuanji couldn't stop himself from clenching his fist that was hidden in his sleeve. He had once speculated about Yan Tianan's identity. The worst outcome he could think of was that Ahen's father or mother was someone with the blood of a divine devil running through their veins from the devil clan of a high status, and that the people from the upper realm had discovered Ahen's lineage. But he had never expected that Ahen's identity would be this intractable. If he had royal blood running through his veins, then he naturally had the right to inherit the throne. If his father's status was a little higher, then Ahen's position would rise as well, but how could the royal family allow someone with devil blood running through his veins succeed the throne? And how could they acknowledge someone who was half devil as part of the royal family? The upper realm was extremely prejudiced and was even used to slaughtering heirs to maintain the purity and nobility of their lineage. As Lin Liuchun saw how Lin Xuanji was wavering, he felt a little disappointed, but also a little glad at the same time. Before the two of you get to the stage where you two become inseparable, send him out of the house. Ba. Alchemist Zheng Li Shen from Sky Peak Sect is an old acquaintance of mine, and the young sect master Ren Fuyao can be considered my old friend as well. If it's not convenient for you to show yourself, I'll be the bridge to send Yan Tianan over. It'll leave a way out for the Lin family in the future too. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he snapped out of his stupor. He pursed his lips, bent his knees and knelt down on one knee. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. There is gold under a man's knees. Although he had only knelt on one knee, it was enough to shock Lin Liuchun. Lin Liuchun stood up, staring at Lin Xuanji's exceedingly beautiful face in dismay. He had actually knelt down. The lofty and unyielding Lin Xuanji, who had never submitted to anyone before, actually knelt down. Chapter 242. Incorrigible Lin Xuanji looked at this Lin family elder, who had been closest to his father, and enunciated each word clearly. Fourth elder, it is impossible for Ah Hen and I to separate in this lifetime. I live for him, and even if I were to die for him, so what? The prophet said that he would meet with many difficulties in his life and be all alone at the end of his life, but I insist on going against this Tao and changing his fate. Even if I have to undergo a myriad of ordeals in a state of everlasting crisis or die innumerable times, I won't regret it. Lin Liuchun was stunned. He had never expected that a young man who wasn't even 18 yet would say things like dying or living for another person. And what shocked him even more was that this young man was Lin Xuanji, the most emotionless person he had ever seen. That's right, Lin Xuanji had always been an unfeeling person. Even if there was love in his heart, it would be the great love for all living beings, and definitely not this kind of small love. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Liuchun suddenly recalled the day Lin Xuanji was born. Hundreds of birds flocked over and all the beasts cried out in unison, a rainbow crossed through the sun, and flowers bloomed throughout the entire snowy East Continent mainland overnight and only withered after 30 days, their fragrance drifting for 100 miles. Meteors shot through the night sky, and innumerable stars fell while new stars rose to take their places. At that moment, the galaxy reversed, the sea of stars went against the current, and the prophets' jaws almost dropped upon witnessing this unusual phenomenon. If it wasn't because Lin Liuchun had personally seen these unusual phenomena appear when Lin Xuanji was born, he probably wouldn't link them to Lin Xuanji. Until today, there were still a lot of prophets in the 5 continents mainlands who were studying the 30-day phenomena to figure out what it was a sign of. After Lin Xuanji's birth, Lin Zan couldn't feel at ease, as he always felt like the unusual phenomenon was an omen of Lin Xuanji's future. Without caring for the frailty of his body, he resolutely took Lin Xuanji to Profound Sky Sect and spent a lot of money to request for a divination from the Peak Master of Sinking Sword Peak. But Sinking Sword Peak's Peak Master did not perform a divination for him, and he didn't even see Lin Zan and the swaddled Lin Xuanji. He only spoke to them through the Peak Gate. This sun is the bright star of Polaris that will bring salvation to all mankind. He will wield the Zij sword that slaughters demons, as he was born to kill the master of divine devils in the chaotic era. With the world in mind, he will aid the common people, but he will be an unfeeling person with a cold heart. He has a weak family fate and a severed love line. He will not understand love. No one can divine the destiny of this sun, as all who try will die. There are many reasons for the Tao of Heaven, and even if one does peek into it, it cannot be changed. You may descend the mountains, there's no need to ask any more questions. Lin Zan became more and more ill at ease, but he could only take Lin Xuanji down the mountains and return to the Lin family. Lin Xuanji was indeed unfeeling and cold-hearted. He was gentle and courteous to others and also had outstanding talent. If he hadn't listened to Lin Zan's teachings and suppressed his own cultivation level, then his name would have probably resounded throughout the 5 continents a few years ago, and may have even attracted the attention of the upper realm. It was rare for Lin Xuanji's emotions to fluctuate. Aside from caring about his own father, he was merely courteous to others such that people couldn't pick out any flaws from him, yet he was an indifferent person who alienated himself from the rest, as if his travels around the world were simply travels, and he wouldn't even touch a single speck of dust before he drifted away. Even after Lin Zan brought a child back and said that he was going to adopt him and treat him so well that it would rouse the envy of others, Lin Xuanji merely smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. He understood neither jealousy nor sorrow, and didn't seem to feel much joy or sadness either. You are wrong, who would make others forget even immortals with just one glance, was not only so because of his appearance and temperament, but also because of how he was devoid of desire. Later on, Lin Xuanji went to the North Continent and came back with a sword called Zij. This sword seemed to have mysteriously and inexorably declared Lin Xuanji's fate that had been divined by the prophet. However, it was this Lin Xuanji who was kneeling on the ground now as he told another frankly about his obsession and infatuation with another man. How could Lin Liuchun not feel shocked? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Are you absolutely unrepentant? Absolutely. Lin Liuchun squinted his eyes. I should kick you out of the family and sever all your ties with the Lin family. Lin Xuanji said lightly, if it's for the Lin family, I won't complain in the slightest. I can take a hen far away tonight. Lin Liuchun smacked the table. The Lin family has raised you for 18 years and hasn't recovered its capital from you yet. Who would be mad enough to let you go far away now? At first I thought that after your Dantian was destroyed, that pain in the ass save the world fate of yours would have already changed and even felt quite at ease, but who would have thought that by some chance coincidence, you managed to get a celestial level pill? Looks like the Tao of Heaven has indeed been set in stone long ago. Lin Liuchun breathed a sigh of relief and said, somewhat helplessly, although Yan Tianan's status is troublesome, people from the Lin family aren't dogs who get startled by the mere twang of a bow either. It's just that, when the time comes, you must know what to do and make a decision without hesitation. The Lin family may not be able to protect you, so you should still rely on yourself. Lin Xuanji's heart was full of gratitude. As the elder of the Lin family, Lin Liuchun should prioritize the family's interests and chase him out of the family and sever all ties with him, yet he did the opposite and left him an inch of space to breathe. Lin Xuanji bowed. I'd like to thank Elder on Ah Hen's behalf first. No matter when that day comes, I will try my best to not involve the Lin family. Lin Liuchun's gaze was complicated as he stared at Lin Xuanji's jade-like face. I'm not a person who judges a book by its cover, but Yan Tianan's appearance does have its flaws, while cultivators are all fond of beauty. I just can't figure out why you're so devoted to him. Lin Xuanji smiled, his expression gentle and affectionate. I'm afraid that we had an arrangement in our previous lives that we're honoring in this life. Lin Liuchun's heart shivered as he was deeply moved. Lin Liuchun said lightly, but don't forget that the cause of your father's death started with him. I've already figured it out, the cause started with him, but it's not his fault. Ah Hen is also a victim. I won't resent him for it. Lin Liuchun nodded. That is what you said. You must not forget it in the future. I'll keep Elder's teachings in mind. Lin Liuchun asked Lin Xuanji to leave after they finished discussing important matters. However, when Lin Xuanji walked over to the door, Lin Liuchun suddenly asked, do you know who your other parent is? Lin Xuanji was stunned and paused. He turned around. My father has never mentioned my mother. Not in his previous life, and neither in this one. Lin Liuchun waved his hand. I don't know who your other parent is either. But if you do want to know, you can try asking Sumo. Sumo and your father are close friends, and he can be considered the one your father trusts the most. Also, for the matter regarding Yan Tianan, I'm afraid that he's the only one who knows the most about it, aside from your father. Lin Xuanji's whole body trembled as all sorts of complicated emotions welled up in him. He bowed respectfully to Lin Liuchun. Much thanks to Elder for your advice. It looked like the massacre of the Yuan family was also because of Ah Hen's identity. One more thing, Lin Liuchun said, although Yan Tianan is young, if he loses his virginity too early, it won't be beneficial to his cultivation. You're older than him, so you must control yourself. This was Lin Xuanji's first time being reminded of bedroom matters in both of his lives, and it was even mentioned by an elder in his family. Even if he has always been indifferent, he couldn't help but blush a little. Lin Xuanji nodded. I'll wait for him to grow up. Lin Xuanji stood outside the door for a while before pushing it to enter. He talked for a long time with Lin Liuchun. Yan Tianan had already washed up and was lying in bed by now. Where have Ah Bai and Hu Po gone? Lin Xuanji walked over to the bed and asked. Ah Bai said that he's going to look for Ah Ji Yu to play with. Yan Tianan wrapped himself up tightly with the blanket, his face slightly red as he blinked mischievously at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji smiled. He reached out to pull the blanket a little. Why are you wrapping yourself up so tightly? Right after he spoke, Lin Xuanji was stunned by what he saw underneath the blanket. Yan Tianan was bare naked. Under the dancing lights of the lamp, His fair skin looked like top-notch silk. His skeleton that had not grown to its fullest, and his slender waist made it look like one could pinch it all with just one hand. Lin Xuanji covered Yan Tianan's body with the blanket again. He stared at Yan Tianan's slightly flushed face with an enigmatic expression. What does this mean? Yan Tianan blinked and suddenly felt ashamed, but he still summoned up his courage to say, I want to be physically intimate with Dage. Does Dage not want that? Lin Xuanji instantly felt like he didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Before this, he had even thought that Lin Liuchen's reminder came a little too early, but he didn't expect that within the blink of an eye, Yan Tianan would be stirring up trouble for him. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's clear eyes and couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss his peachy lips. He chuckled, what kind of person do you think I am? Your body's not fully grown yet, so how could I casually take you like this? Yan Tianan's grip tightened as he grabbed the edge of the blanket, his breathing a little ragged. I'm almost 14 years old. Those who are as old as me in the mortal world would have already gotten married and had children by now. Lin Xuanji shook his head with a smile. I'm not a proper gentleman. Stop seducing me, otherwise you'll be the one who'll suffer. Yan Tianan pouted. Yuyang Gerger said that love and desire are bound together. If there's love, then there must be desire. When Dage said that you liked me, you couldn't have said that just to coax me, right? Lin Xuanji flicked Yan Tianan's head. Duan Yuyang is always teaching you such messy things all the time. I'll have to ask him properly about it the next time we meet. Don't Yan Tianan grabbed Lin Xuanji's arm and blinked. If you trouble him, he won't impart his experiences to me anymore. You're even talking about imparting experiences. Lin Xuanji was amused. He himself is a fool, how can he impart anything to you? Yan Tianan said, you're making it sound like you have a lot of experience. Speaking of this, Yan Tianan stared suspiciously at Lin Xuanji. Dage, have you ever had such experiences with other people in this area? Naturally not with other people. As for his experience with Yan Tianan in his past life, it was another matter altogether. Lin Xuanji really had no desire for this child who was not fully grown yet. He wasn't a beast, even when he did have physical intimacy with Yan Tianan in his past life, it was when Yan Tianan was over 20 years old. He thought of Yan Tianan's slender, beautiful body and his fair skin, and suddenly turned restless. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's cheeks that still had some baby fat in them. All right, put your clothes back on and rest early. Yan Tianan obediently agreed and got up to get dressed. Lin Xuanji went to wash up, ready for the many people to pay them a visit tomorrow. Chapter 243. Even more exposed that night, Ren Fuyao held an incomplete scroll in his hand as he sat next to a lone lamp in his coat, engrossed in reading it. At the third of the 5 night watches 2300 to 1 o'clock, a breeze blew through the window. The lamp fire danced a few times, and the door was pushed open by someone from the outside. Ren Fuyao looked up and saw a leisurely man with a languid expression on his face. I didn't expect you to be the 4th elder of the Lin family. Ren Fuyao put down his scroll and looked at the visitor. Lin Liuchun closed the door and stood at the entrance without walking in. He just looked at Ren Fuyao with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Well, you know now. So, did Uncle Lin come find me this late for some urgent matter? How do you intend to settle your contract with the Shen family? Ren Fuyao smiled. You need not worry about that, I can resolve it myself. Lin Liuchun walked over and sat down as he pleased opposite Ren Fuyao. He looked at him. That won't do, I promised your parents to take good care of you. Ren Fuyao squinted as he looked at him. Then does Uncle Lin think I look like my father or my mother? Like both, Lin Liuchun replied. Ren Fuyao's gaze darkened a little as he stared at Lin Liuchun. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and the rest. My grandfather had planned to let me get engaged to Shen Rubbing after the 100 families gathering. After the setbacks the Shen family suffered in succession, well as all the enemies they made, I'm afraid that my marriage with Shen Rubbing will fall through. Sect Master Ren was a practical person, he definitely wouldn't take a fancy to a family covered in blood. Lin Liuchun nodded. That kid from the Shen family isn't suitable for you. Ren Fuyao's jade-white fingers pinched a string of chrysoberyl and twirled it around. Even if this one isn't suitable, there will always be another. Lin Liuchun looked at his slightly feminine face and sighed softly. Fuyao, I don't know what I should say about us. I was probably lacking in my teachings. Ren Fuyao shook his head. How could it be considered your fault? I just got carried away by my own wishful thinking. Lin Liuchun was stunned. Your parents entrusted you to me and I watched you grow up. I've always regarded you as my own nephew. I wonder what they would think under the Yellow Springs if my parents knew that you cared for me in bed as well. Ren Fuyao smiled slightly, yet such shocking words had come out of his mouth. A tinge of self-loathing flashed through Lin Liuchun's eyes. He was about to say something when he heard Ren Fuyao continue, however, that does have nothing to do with you. It was all my fault. I was the one who implanted a passion GU in you, which was why you had those feelings for me. Uncle Lin, I thought you would never come see me of your own accord again. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. When Lin Liuchun woke up, he lost his mind, and under Ren Fuyao's deliberate temptation, the two of them became physically intimate. However, a dream will always just be a dream. Lin Liuchun had a lot of friends. When he drank with one of his GU master friends one day, that GU master saw at a glance that there was a GU implanted in his body and instantly turned furious. He expended a lot of energy to remove the GU from his body. Subversion often happened overnight. Lin Liuchun couldn't accept it for a while and had a big fight with Ren Fuyao. After saying some harsh words, he disappeared without a trace within the 5 continents for 7 years, as if he had vanished into thin air. I was wrong, Ren Fuyao said softly, that was my greatest mistake. Lin Liuchun opened his mouth and stared at Ren Fuyao's long, drooping eyelashes. He said softly, those who own up to their mistakes are good kids. I forgive you. There's no need to mention the past anymore. Ren Fuyao smiled. Then I'm afraid Uncle Lin didn't come to find me to reminisce about the good old days. Ba. Your contract with the Shen family. I'll solve it myself. Uncle Lin need not worry about me. The hepta-brilliant sacred fire and pill limit mysterious land don't belong to the Shen family in the first place. Your contract with them naturally won't count. Without waiting for Ren Fuyao to speak again, Lin Liuchun continued, the Shen family did something dishonest, so they wouldn't dare let others know about it. After talking about Lu Qingli, Lin Liuchun grabbed a cup of water to moisten his throat. If the Shen family dares to force you, use this to threaten them. The Shen family will at least still want to keep their face, so they won't dare let this dirty matter be made public. Okay, Ren Fuyao answered quietly. Lin Liuchun had not seen Ren Fuyao in several years, but he was already used to caring about this child he brought up, so he couldn't help but toss a few more glances at Ren Fuyao. Ren Fuyao resembled his parents very much. Lin Liuchun always felt that Ren Fuyao had changed a lot. The young man who used to always smile very sweetly now looked heavy-hearted. Was it his fault? Lin Liuchun had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He still wanted to ask how he had been doing all these years, but he didn't seem to have the right to ask. What happened then was indeed Ren Fuyao's fault, and he had made a great mistake. But after Lin Liuchun's anger dissipated, he found Ren Fuyao pitiful. He had no father or mother ever since he was a child, and because he had a high status as the grandson of the sect master of Sky Peak Sect, he never had any friends either. He treated him well, but it was also only because his old friends had entrusted their son to him. Sky Peak Sect master was very strict with him. Lin Liuchun only remembered that Ren Fuyao was always covered in wounds. New ones replaced the old as they stacked on top of one another. Before old wounds could heal, new ones would be added. Fuyao. Lin Liuchun spoke, but was interrupted by Ren Fuyao. Uncle Lin, it's getting late, so it's time to rest. Lin Liuchun was somewhat dismayed. Ren Fuyao was chasing him away. He suddenly felt somewhat baffled. It was clearly not his fault, but why did he feel like he had led Ren Fuyao down as of this moment? They met again after several years had passed, but there was no mutual hostility as he had imagined, and there wasn't even a single shred of awkwardness. Yet Lin Liuchun didn't feel happy about that. On the contrary, he felt a kind of indescribable sense of loss and melancholy. Lin Liuchun sat for a while before he got up and left. Another person entered through Ren Fuyao's door shortly after he left. Ren Fuyao looked up at the man in the cloak. He quickly got up and respectfully said, Sect Master. The one who came was Sky Peak Sect Master. Sect Master Ren's voice sounded slightly old. The Shen family came to look for me today, saying that the hepta-brilliant sacred fire had fallen into the hands of the ugly kid from the Lin family. What on earth happened? Ren Fuyao answered, it was probably a coincidence. Sect Master Ren sneered. Fuyao, You're truly getting more and more naive as you grow older. The hepta-brilliant sacred fire only acknowledges its owner, so how could it casually choose one? Moreover, I also heard that there was a bird that could spew fire that flew out of that kid's arms. Ren Fuyao's face paled slightly. He looked down. Yes, but Yan Tianan didn't admit that the bird belonged to him. Moreover, while I was leading them over, I didn't find any traces of a demonic beast after using a magic treasure to detect one. That bird probably wasn't part of their group. It's hard to say whether or not they're allies. The most pressing matter now is to find that bird that can spew fire. The Pill Limit mysterious land has already been destroyed, so that bird must have left the mysterious land. How much do you know about Yan Tianan's identity? Ever since Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan stood out amongst the rest as remarkable talents, Ren Fuyao has already began to investigate their backgrounds in secret. Yan Tianan was brought back to the Lin family by Lin Zan when he was about 5 years old. It is said that Lin Zan pampered him very much, and treated him better than his own son, and had even given him all of the Lin family's manuals for him to choose any at will. But Yan Tianan's talent was not up to par and he had variegated spiritual roots, so he never made much progress. Later on, I don't know what sort of opportunity he chanced upon, but he was enlightened overnight. Right now, his cultivation level has already rushed to the 7th layer of his refining chi stage in just a few months, and he has even awakened his pill fire and is quite gifted in the path of alchemy as well. Sect Master Ren said, that Yan Tianan has a lot of secrets. Benzun has never believed that he would be some random vagrant picked up on a roadside by Lin Zan. You have to continue investigating Yan Tianan. Ren Fuyao was a little puzzled. Sect Master, even if Yan Tianan does have some talent, it's nothing too special. Why do we have to investigate him in depth? What do you know? Sect Master Ren waved his sleeves. Yan Tianan is the second person with a Xuanian body type that Benzun knows, and the natural furnace that the upper realm is looking for also has a Xuanian body type. I would rather kill 100 people by mistake than let one go. Ren Fuyao nodded. I understand. Sect Master Ren looked at Ren Fuyao's androgynous face, and an obvious expression of disgust appeared on his face, which was being covered by his cloak. But Ren Fuyao couldn't see that expression. Fuyao, you must know that as long as we can please that master in the upper realm, leaving the 5 continents mainlands and entering the upper realm will be just around the corner. Sect Master Ren said patiently, only after entering the upper realm will one be able to pry into the world of immortals. Ren Fuyao put on a sincere expression on his face. I also wish that Sect Master will be able to ascend to the 9 lands as soon as possible. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Sect Master Ren smiled disdainfully. If you want to investigate Yan Tianan's origins, you might as well start with Lin Liuchun. Lin Liuchun feels guilty towards your parents and even had that sort of relationship with you in the past. You must remember to grasp onto that point tightly so that you can finish your task as soon as possible. When such an embarrassing matter was mentioned right in front of Ren Fuyao, he couldn't help but feel incomparably awkward. However, he was used to not showing his feelings on his face, so he just nodded. I will naturally do my best. After Sect Master Ren finished reminding him of all this and left, Ren Fuyao collapsed onto his chair and massaged the space between his eyebrows to ease his headache. He couldn't help but let out a prolonged sigh. He was indeed a really good-for-nothing young Sect Master. Early next morning, a lot of families who came to Sky Peak City to attend the 100 Families gathering started leaving after getting their rankings when the competition this year ended. However, before leaving, a lot of pupils came to the place where Lin Xuanji stayed to order the magic treasures they wanted. Lin Xuanji clearly marked his prices and accepted as many orders as he could. Firstly, he needed a lot of money, and secondly, he needed to search for materials extensively and practice with all sorts of magic treasures. If he could both practice and make money, and have people deliver the materials to his doorstep, then he was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In just one morning, Lin Xuanji received nearly 100 orders. Chapter 244. Profound Sky's invitation. While Lin Xuanji discussed business with others, Yan Tianan sat beside him to collect money. The two of them worked together without getting tired. Their cooperation was so smooth that it seemed like they had a natural rapport with each other. Of course, collecting money wasn't something that required much rapport. Lin Xuanji's rule was very simple. 50% paid in advance as a deposit, then, when the magic treasure was crafted and delivered to the buyer for inspection, Lin Xuanji would withdraw the remaining 50% from a common bank deposited by the buyer. If this was done according to market rules, the buyer would only need to pay a deposit of 10 to 20% in advance. Lin Xuanji's requirement could be considered to be a lot higher. However, Lin Xuanji had performed too well at the 100 Families gathering, and coupled with having the Yuan and Ji families as guarantors, these pupils were willing to believe in him. Golden stars could be seen in Yan Tianan's eyes as he stared at the stack of gold banknotes in his hand after they saw the last guest off, almost drooling. He said happily to Lin Xuanji, "Dage, there's 200,000 gold here. If doubled, it'll be 400,000 gold." We're rich. When Lin Xuanji saw how happy Yan Tianan was, he couldn't tell him the truth, which would deal him a heavy blow. For someone on the craftsman path, 400,000 gold could be casually thrown away after crafting just a few top-grade magic treasures. Moreover, Lin Xuanji was leaving aside most of this money for Yan Tianan to waste when he refined pills. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say that, as it would deal a heavy blow to Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji smiled, "If Ah Hen has anything you want to buy, feel free to go buy them all in these 2 days. There are a lot of materials in Sky Peak City. Once we return to Qing City, we may not be able to buy it even if we do have the money." In the afternoon, Lin Xuanji didn't entertain any more guests. He took Yan Tianan to the market to buy a lot of spiritual plants required for refining pills, and also spent a lot to buy the materials required for crafting a pill furnace. Yan Tianan's heart almost ached to death. However, according to what Lin Xuanji thought, the main reason why Yan Tianan always blew up his furnaces was probably because he lacked one yang and one yin soul. Now that one yang soul had been replaced by the heptabrilliant sacred fire, and the heptabrilliant sacred fire itself could be used as a pill fire as well that could even neutralize the yin qi in his body, Yan Tianan would probably be able to avoid blowing up his furnace when refining pills from now on. Of course, the actual situation would only be known when Yan Tianan refined pills again. Lin Xuanji saw that there were a lot of people waiting for him after returning to the inn, so he went to receive them one by one. He obtained a considerable amount of commission, and the crowd only broke up when it was quite late. A lot of people were taking the opportunity to get close to Lin Xuanji, and Lin Xuanji didn't refuse anyone who tried. Another day passed. Young Master Bai invited Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to the Bai residence as guests. This naturally wasn't an invitation for a simple chat over tea, but it was to discuss the Craftsman Alliance. Fourth Elder Bai was the most enthusiastic one in regards to the Craftsman Alliance. He patted his chest as he decided to take over and only said that he had already contacted many sects and the craftsmen of other families. He planned to draft a copy of the Craftsman Alliance with the others first, then when preparations are more or less complete, they would make it public. Lin Xuanji put forward some opinions on a few key points based off his memories of his past life but didn't otherwise interfere much with the rest. Bai Yichen personally sent Lin Xuanji to the gate of the Bai residence before leaving. Lin Xuanji's face was enveloped in the moonlight, making him seem even more indifferent and like an immortal. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." But this immortal held some fruit wine that he had drank, and seemed a little more human because he was slightly drunk. He had only just replied to the person from Profound Sky Sect that had given him the invite today. If the other party agreed to let him take Yan Tianan along with him up the mountains without having to take part in the entrance examination for the sect, he promised to disregard their previous enmity and return to Profound Sky Sect to cultivate. How could Profound Sky Sect mind letting Lin Xuanji take another person up the mountains? Even if he'd wanted to take a burdensome oil with him, Profound Sky Sect certainly wouldn't let go of this genius craftsman who could make his name resound throughout the 5 continents mainlands based on his own strength alone. What's more, Yan Tianan had displayed remarkable talent in the alchemist competition and the pill limit mysterious land. Now everyone knew that the heptabrilliant sacred fire, which was considered rare and precious to alchemists, was currently in Yan Tianan's body. He was highly likely to become an outstanding alchemist in time. The person from Profound Sky Sect happily agreed to Lin Xuanji's request and expressed his hopes for him to ascend the mountain as soon as possible. Lin Xuanji had not spoken of this with anyone else before, yet Bai Yichen already knew about it. One could see that his source of information was indeed reliable. Bai Yichen didn't deny it either. The headquarters of my Hidden Tools Pavilion is at the foot of Profound Sky Sect after all. If I don't even know about the latest, most important matters of Profound Sky Sect, then wouldn't such a good position be wasted? Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. Looks like I'll have even more opportunities to have dealings with young Master Bai in the future. Bai Yichen smiled back. The East Continent is Brother Lin's headquarters. I'll still have to rely on Brother Lin to cover me in the future. Lin Xuanji and Bai Yichen flattered each other for a while before Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan home. On the way back, Yan Tianan asked, Dage, have you decided to go back to Profound Sky Sect? Lin Xuanji turned around to look at him. Yeah, Profound Sky Sect is close to home after all, so if anything were to happen, it'll be easier to take care of each other. Yan Tianan pouted and kicked a rock below his foot. But I don't like Profound Sky Sect. Lin Xuanji had guessed that that would be the case. Moreover, he knew why Yan Tianan didn't like Profound Sky Sect. It was for no other reason than that Profound Sky had driven him down the mountain when he had fallen to the depths of the abyss after he was plotted against without any reservation, which had made him lose all face and turned him into a laughingstock. Lin Xuanji nodded. Actually, I don't really like Profound Sky Sect either. But it's not like everyone in Profound Sky Sect had offended me. The one accepting me as a disciple now is Sinking Sword Peak's Peak Master. Although he rarely shows his face, he is a really powerful figure, so he probably won't put us in too difficult a spot. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit and sighed. Forget it, since I can follow along to take care of you, I won't bother about it too much with them for now. Lin Xuanji couldn't help laughing. Make it clear, who will be taking care of whom? I'll be the one taking care of you, of course. Dage, it's not that I'm looking down upon you, but that you're really bad at taking care of other people. Lin Xuanji glanced at him askance. Only you're good at it, right? Yan Tianan nodded and said with great pride, yeah, when Dage was seriously ill, wasn't I the one who waited upon and took care of you at all times? Speaking of this, Yan Tianan tugged Lin Xuanji's sleeve, pulled him to a halt, then looked up and gazed into Lin Xuanji's eyes. But Dage, I don't want to experience those days of not daring to close my eyes day and night as I take care of you ever again. Yan Tianan was extremely serious. Dage, I don't wish for you to be very powerful, I only wish that you can stay safe. That is Daddy's wish as well. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head forcefully, feeling greatly comforted. Okay. Yan Tianan grinned from ear to ear. He pulled Lin Xuanji's hand and swung it in a childish way as they continued walking. Dage, I'll become a disciple with you, I'll cultivate with you, and we'll always be together no matter what we do from now on. That's right, and we can sleep in the same bed too. Ah Hen, why aren't you talking anymore? It's nothing, I just suddenly felt that Dage is a bit immoral. We'll just be chatting under the blanket, what else is Ah Hen thinking about? Ah Hen, why did you stop talking again? Don't tell me Dage hit the nail on the head, so you're shy now. Dage, why have I never noticed before that you're actually this mean? Hee, will Ah Hen not like me anymore if I'm a little mean? Of course I'll still like you. Yan Tianan's eyes turned into crescents. He couldn't help but think that he would still like his Dage no matter what he turned into. And it just so happened that this person liked him back. Lin Xuanji had already decided where to go on his side, and they were both happy and harmonious too, but it remained uncertain on the other side. In the inn, Duqiang slammed harshly on the table and cracks like a spider web appeared on the table, making it seem particularly horrifying. Bitch it, that Lin Xuanji is just like a centipede that dies without any signs of rigor mortis. I thought that after his Dantian Chi Si was destroyed, he would never be able to make a comeback. I didn't expect that not only did he awaken his craftsman soulfire, but he also managed to obtain a celestial level pill that could repair his Dantian in the pill limit. Mysterious land. How could Duqiang merely be angry? He was also terrified. In the beginning, when Lin Xuanji was dragged back to Profound Sky Sect from the Grotto Heaven, he had already fallen out with Duqiang. At that moment, Lin Xuanji had even asked for the Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak to investigate clearly and account for it to him. However, not only did they not do that, but Duqiang had also taken the lead in mocking him mercilessly and even chased him down the mountain. Even if Lin Xuanji was a saint, he certainly wouldn't repay his grievances with virtue when it came to Duqiang and Broken Sword Peak. Duqiang had a vague hunch that the reason Lin Xuanji chose to return to Profound Sky Sect again this time wasn't only because Profound Sky Sect was close to his home, but also because he wanted to retaliate and deliberately return to take revenge. Duqiang wasn't part of the Profound Sky's Four Swords. Although he had a certain level of mastery in swordsmanship, he definitely couldn't match up to Profound Sky's Four Swords, let alone the leader of the Profound Sky's 4 swords, Lin Xuanji. He had managed to backstab Lin Xuanji through underhanded means only because he and a couple of his fellow disciples went to the Yunqi Grotto Heaven to lure a devil beast and attacked Lin Xuanji in secret as well as activate a lot of magic treasures in the process. If Lin Xuanji had taken precautions, or if both of them had fought face to face, then they definitely wouldn't have been able to take Lin Xuanji down so easily. Even with this multi-pronged attack, they still had to expend quite a lot of effort. Du Qiang couldn't help but worry about his own future. Upon seeing this, Tongla sneered and said indifferently, "At the very least, you're the young Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak now with the support of both the Peak Master and Sect Master at your back. Don't tell me you're afraid of Lin Xuanji." Du Qiang pulled a long face. "What do you know? You don't really think that Lin Xuanji is a pushover ba?" Tongla grinned as he reached out to press down on Du Qiang's shoulders, his caresses flirtatious. He shifted over to lean on his shoulder and bit his ear. Although he isn't a pushover, he's soft-hearted and old-fashioned. He respects propriety and abides by laws, and he's both kind-hearted and soft-hearted on top of it all and has never liked arguing with others. Such a big fool, who takes it upon himself to help other people, has always been the type to be obedient to his superiors. All you need to do is get his original Shizen to both coerce and bribe him, then he would probably not dare think about taking revenge anymore. He had suffered so much when he was staying in Profound Sky Sect after all. Chapter 245. Returning to the Lin family. If Lin Xuanji heard Tongla right now, he would certainly burst out laughing. He was not weak, nor was he someone who could be easily bullied by others. In the past, he was only proud and disdained interacting with rascals and thieves. As long as his bottom line wasn't touched, he didn't bother wasting words and energy arguing. Lin Xuanji became the head of the Profound Sky 4 Swords not only because of his talent, but also through his own efforts. Lin Xuanji could be called a sword fanatic. He wasn't so much fond of cultivation as he was obsessed with cultivating the sword path. The sword was his wife, his son, his everything. He devoted all his time and experience studying the ways of the sword without reservation and would not relax for even a moment. But how could he expect that people like Tongla who didn't know much about Lin Xuanji would treat his indifference as weakness and cowardice? It was a great joke after all. Du Qiang and Lin Xuanji studied under the same master, so he had a lot of contact with him on the everyday and knew Lin Xuanji better than Tongla. Du Qiang looked pale and uncertain. He ground his teeth together and said with a dark face, "You know shit. Lin Xuanji has never been a soft persimmon. Moreover, at the 100 Families gathering, he was in the limelight this time. He made friends with many disciples of big families and even the Bai family favors him. His backers are much stronger than before. Heaven is high and the emperor is far away. Who can control whom?" Tongla still didn't take Lin Xuanji too seriously. No matter how powerful Lin Xuanji was, didn't he still suffer a disaster back then? He endured bitter losses and almost couldn't recover again after merely one stumble. If he could fall the first time, then he could fall a second or a third time. Tong Li's jealousy was strong. He didn't have any good impressions of Lin Xuanji and even felt some indescribable hatred against him, especially when he found out that Lin Xuanji had awakened his craftsman soulfire and could easily craft powerful magical weapons. His jealousy became even more severe and he vented it by showing his contempt and disdain for Lin Xuanji. Du Qiang was not optimistic and he shook his head. The man who invited him to the mountain this time is the Peak Master of Sinking Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Sinking Sword Peak was a strange man. He never played by the cards according to common sense and his whole being was always shrouded in mystery. People couldn't help but want to avoid him. It was said that he was related to a family that could look into the heavens and divine the future. Most importantly, even the sect master of Profound Sky Sect claimed that he couldn't control this person. If Lin Xuanji followed him, Du Qiang's face grew dark once more. Tongla thought for a moment and then said, "There's another way to control Lin Xuanji. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. JHLSLCUJRXFV, LBK. With a proud smile, Tongla told him, "Beat a snake, beat 7 inches. Lin Xuanji's 7 inches is a person with an extremely ugly appearance." Du Qiang also thought of a sinister trick. If we controlled Yan Tianan in our hands, and let the Broken Sword Peak accept him, then, Lin Xuanji will dare not act rashly anymore. Tongla finished for Du Qiang. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Du Qiang laughed for a moment. He pinched Tong Li's face in front of him, saying, "Your mind is still good. If you were born in a good family, your achievements would definitely be much higher than they are now." Tong Li was quite gifted in crafting weapons, but his childhood life was rough. His parents died when he was young, so he was often beaten and scolded by his uncle and aunt. When Tong Li was 12 years old, he was taken to Profound Sky Sect by the Peak Master of Thousand Hammer Peak, who would pass by occasionally. From then on, he rose through the ranks and made friends with many disciples of influential families in Profound Sky Sect. However, he did not come from an influential family after all. When he first came to the sect, he was suppressed by these aristocratic disciples everywhere. Even now, Tong Li still failed to fully integrate himself into the circle of the most elite families, and his entourage was comprised of mostly branch family members. A real main branch son of a big family like Yuan Tianwen, who was a young master from a second generation of immortals, would never put Tong Li in his eyes. Du Qiang's words touched Tong Li's sore spot and he froze a little. He secretly hated these disciples from distinguished families who could get everything they wanted without any effort. At the same time, he was even more indignant with Lin Xuanji. Tong Li smiled awkwardly. "Don't I still have you? With you, what more background do I need? Wouldn't it be unnecessary?" Du Qiang listened to his words and nodded. "Yes, you just have to take good care of me, and when I become the sect master of Profound Sky Sect, you will benefit a lot." Tong Li smiled. Of course. The two were soon entangled. As the sun rose high and far in the sky, the gates of Sky Peak City were wide open. Aristocratic families filed out one after another, some flying through the sky while others ran on the ground. Their Luan birds and steeds looked valiant and heroic, making the scene truly spectacular. The Lin family's horses and chariots were among them. Today was the day when most of the aristocratic families would leave Sky Peak City. Many cultivators stood on both sides of the city to bid them farewell. Lin Yan would not return to Qing City with them and instead would travel directly to the North Continent with an elder from the Heavenly Fire Sect. Lin Xuanji gave him many life-saving magical weapons before he left. Lin Yan was specially instructed to contact him if he encountered any problems in Heavenly Fire Sect. After bidding Ji Yunwei goodbye 5 miles outside of the city gate, the Lin family raced towards the east with full power. Their return could be considered a great victory, as if they were bringing glorious honor to one's hometown. On the way back, the Lin family suffered a lot of ambushes and assassinations. Most of them came for the heptabrilliant sacred fire in Yan Tianan's body, while others came for the small Mingyan fire Lin Xuanji took from the Bai family. However, both the Bai family and Sky Peak City sent many escorts with them. After a bloody battle, there was no more danger. Half a month later, the Lin family's disciples finally stepped onto Qing City's mountain. On the long street, several people and cultivators in the Qing City stopped to watch them and began to gossip. Lin Xuanji, part of the Lin family's main branch, was said to be very popular in this year's 100 Families gathering. He even beat the Bai family in crafting weapons. That's right, former young master Lin Zan's adopted son used to be called a waste. This time, he showed off his talent in the alchemist competition and was also instructed by an alchemist from Sky Peak Sect. From now on, we will have another first-class family in Qing City. Why not an elite family? Lin Xuanji won first place in crafting. Do you think becoming an elite family is easy? Apart from having people who can dominate the competition, a family also has to show good performance in categories like martial arts, business, and family influence. It's not easy for Lin Xuanji to pull the Lin family directly from the third class to first class with his strength alone. To be an elite family, the Lin family is still a little behind. The carriage was not moving fast, so all these comments fell into the ears of those inside. Lin Zeji felt very proud. Although he didn't bring glory to the Lin family, he thought of the fact that his own family had become a first-class family on the same level as the Duan family. Lin Zeji felt that he could hold his head high. The same was true for the other Lin family disciples. When they arrived at the Lin family's gate, all 3 elders except for the first elder and 4th elder were already there waiting for them. The gate opened and the rest of the Lin family stood behind the 3 elders to greet their disciples. As the chasing sun horses stopped, the curtain of the first carriage was lifted and Lin Liuchun flew out lightly, landing directly in front of 5th elder. 4th brother, this trip was really hard on you. The smile on 5th elder Lin Runru's face had not fallen since the last few days. Lin Liuchun nodded. It was really hard. The two boys you especially asked me to look after, each of them is better at causing trouble for me than the other. On the way from Sky Peak City to Qing City alone, I encountered 7 pursuits and 7 assassinations, once a day on average. It really wasn't easy to come back alive. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Second elder touched his chin with great relief. It can't be helped that out of all of us old folks, you have the highest cultivation and have nothing important to do. Lin Liuchun said, "What do you mean I have nothing to do? I am very busy every day. Busy touring the mountains and rivers, fighting cocks and walking dogs, eating, drinking, and gambling." Second elder looked askance at Lin Liuchun. Lin Liuchun lowered his voice awkwardly. "Second uncle, can't you leave me some face in front of the younger generation?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yan Tianan got off the second carriage and pulled Lin Xuanji out. Seeing the two young people who earned enough face for the Lin family, fifth elder was all smiles. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Xuanji greets fifth elder, second elder, third elder, and all the elders in the family. Lin Xuanji bowed. Fifth elder hurriedly said, "Dear grandson, don't be too courteous. I was far away in Qing City but I heard about your performance in Sky Peak City. We, the Lin family, have become a first-class family on the rankings. From now on, our regulations can be built according to that of a first-class family. This is all your credit." Behind fifth elder, everyone nodded with smiles on their faces. What were the benefits of being a first-class family? Not only could their prestige surpass that of second-class families and gain pride and glory, but they were also already qualified to participate in various high-end activities organized by first-class families. The most important thing was that the other 4 major sects aside from Sky Peak sect had special treatment for first-class families. Not only did they have more quota to send in Lin disciples to the sect, but their treatment after entering the sect would be akin to a rising tide lifting all boats. It was completely different from that of third-class families. In the 5 continents, the status of a sect was far higher than that of distinguished families. To be able to import more disciples into a sect was undoubtedly a way to ensure the great development of aristocratic families and benefit their future generations. This was also the most important reason why the Lin family, from the elders on top to the younger disciples below, was very happy. Lin Xuanji modestly replied, "The Lin family's achievements in the 100 Families Gathering is inseparable from the earnest teachings of the family head, the support of all the elders, and the concentrated efforts of our fellow disciples. How can one say that it is the power of Xuanji alone? Xuanji doesn't deserve family head's praise. By the way, get ready for the coming chapters because certain cannon fodders are back to make trouble." Circle upper right quadrant filled. Circle upper right quadrant filled. Chapter 246. Leading children astray. Come on, don't be modest in front of your family. Fifth elder laughed happily and clapped Lin Xuanji on the shoulder. He suddenly felt a rush of qi from Lin Xuanji's body and was shocked. He stared at Lin Xuanji with burning, intense eyes and asked with a surprised tone, "Xuanji, is your Dantian qi back to normal?" Not a lot of people knew that Lin Xuanji had restored his Dantian. Lin Liuchun had always been too lazy to take care of things and didn't report it to the family in advance. So when the fifth elder first discovered that Lin Xuanji's body was flowing with mighty and slow qi, he was shocked. If he didn't care about appearing strong like the wind and the waves, he would have jumped up in joy without any regard for his dignity. Lin Xuanji smiled, "Thanks to fifth elder's blessing, I found a celestial level pill in the pill limit mysterious land and managed to recover my Dantian. This calls for a big celebration." Fifth elder was so relieved that he could hardly speak in excitement. Finally, he said good 3 times with his eyes moist. Lin Xuanji could be regarded as a model of promising youth no matter where he was placed, whether it'd be as a swordsman or a craftsman. What was even more amazing and enviable was that Lin Xuanji's unique luck, which others dared not think about, could really go down in history. He feared that once Lin Xuanji soared, no one could stop him. The rest of the Lin family standing behind fifth elder all gasped and proceeded to congratulate Lin Xuanji. Of course, not everyone was happy that Lin Xuanji had returned to normal. Madame Bai was taken aback. This Lin Xuanji's luck. How could he be so fortunate? Madame Bai stood beside the third elder and they secretly exchanged glances, seeing surprise and panic in each other's eyes. There was also a hint of dark resentment that could not be missed in third elder's eyes. Just then, Lin Zeji got off the carriage. Madame Bai stepped forward and pulled Lin Zeji to look at him all over with a loving smile on her face, saying, "I think Zeji is tired after the long journey home." My son must have put a lot of effort while competing in the martial arts competition of the 100 Families gathering. Lin Zeji smiled. I wasn't that strong. Lin Yan had more strength than me and he was lucky enough to get the attention of an elder from the Heavenly Fire sect and went directly to the north. Of course, it is cousin Lin Xuanji that did the most for the family. Madame Bai was shocked. It was the same feeling she had gotten after hearing that Lin Xuanji had returned to normal. Did Lin Zeji actually praise Lin Xuanji in front of everyone? Madame Bai clearly knew how much her son hated Lin Xuanji. Moreover, under her instigation, her son should be disgusted and dissatisfied with this cousin who had been greatly favored since childhood before he left, but now, Lin Zeji was surrendering calmly to Lin Xuanji. It was completely unacceptable to her. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. In front of everyone, Madame Bai didn't dare say too much, so she softly said, my son is becoming more and more modest. I think the journey was very tiring. I will take Zeji back to rest first. It's been more than a month since they'd last seen home. When they arrived, Yan Tianan felt instant warmth. He removed his outer shirt and threw it on the chair, racing straight to the bedroom where he rolled around in the bed. Holding the quilt, he stretched and said comfortably, "Ah, it feels good to be home. It was bumpy all the way here and my butt almost fell apart." Lin Xuanji also came in and slapped Yan Tianan on the butt, laughing, "Well then, take off your pants and let Dage see if you have been bumped into 4 pieces." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan turned over and laid face up. He stretched out his hand to hold Lin Xuanji's neck, pulling him closer with a smile. "Dage, you're only saying it but not actually doing it. Your skills are fake." Lin Xuanji pinched the tip of his nose and said with a chuckle, "Little children shouldn't think so much about what they don't have. When you grow up, you'll get what you want. Why rush?" Since he and Yan Tianan had expressed their love for each other, Yan Tianan seemed to have found a new hobby and tried every means to seduce Lin Xuanji all day. The craftsman was in constant distress. He couldn't lay his hands on Yan Tianan yet. Lin Xuanji didn't care much about desire and, for cultivators, it was extremely important to cultivate one's morality. Yan Tianan faced another defeat and sighed sadly, "I really want to grow up quickly." Lin Xuanji's eyes bent like crescents when he smiled. He leaned forward to kiss Yan Tianan's lips. "There are some things you can do without growing up." Yan Tianan held Lin Xuanji's neck lovingly and exchanged a close, tender kiss with him. All of a sudden, Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji felt their cheeks rubbed by something soft. Yan Tianan was startled, hurriedly turning his head to find a bald bird with 3 feathers on its head, standing on the pillow and staring at them with golden red eyes. Next to the bed, 2 white fluffy heads poked up. Ah Bai and Hu Po watched them curiously as they kissed. Yan Tianan, "This was fucking embarrassing. You guys actually have this kind of relationship." Feng Jingyu jumped onto the roof beam in an instant before Lin Xuanji could reach out and catch him. His eyes were so wide and he almost yelled out, "Aren't you brothers? You can still do this between brothers. You're really going to blind this king?" Although Yan Tianan tried his best to show his maturity and openness in front of Lin Xuanji, he was forcing himself in those instances, with some inability to restrain his emotions mixed into the equation. However, it was too bitched embarrassing when it was seen by this bird, who pointed this out so clearly. As a result, Yan Tianan felt ashamed and resentful. He grabbed a shoe on the edge of the bed and threw it towards Feng Jingyu. "Did I steal your rice? None of your business. Who told you to come in without knocking?" Feng Jingyu fluttered his wings and avoided the shoe. Ah Bai, who was originally lying beside the bed, didn't know how to think about it. Suddenly, he swooped down and pressed Hu Po to the ground, then leaned closer to gnaw at Hu Po's mouth. Hu Po was stunned for a moment before releasing a loud screech. He swiped Ah Bai away with a claw and slipped hurriedly under the bed like an offended daughter-in-law. Seeing this scene, Yan Tianan nearly puked out a mouthful of blood. Feng Jingyu, who witnessed this, flew around with glee. "Let's teach the children bad things. These 2 tiger cubs are still milk-sucking babies. Sooner or later, they will be led astray by you." Yan Tianan's face turned red as a tomato. He accidentally caught sight of Lin Xuanji's calm smile and immediately combusted on the spot. He uncovered the quilt and buried his head in it like an ostrich. Lin Xuanji comforted him for a while until, eventually, Yan Tianan lifted his head from the quilt. After the uproar was over, Lin Xuanji looked at the phoenix comfortable in his cradle. "You came back early. Don't even mention it. The 5 continents are just evil. It's as though it was covered by a huge barrier. I can't find a way out of here at all. Feng Jingyu's round and small body turned over in a circle, stood up, and patted his wings. His childish voice angrily said, I can only come in but not out. It's simply horrible. Moreover, this king's cultivation has been confined to the 7th star infant stage. Maybe one day, if I'm not careful, I will be caught and roasted to be eaten. It's really pissing this king off. Yan Tianan watched the small shape of Feng Jingyu and thought he looked very cute. He slipped into his shoes and came to the cradle he had personally made for Mao Mao. He held out his right hand to hold the little phoenix in his hand. Not only did Feng Jingyu not reject him, he also very affectionately rubbed on Yan Tianan's hand. Young birds like to be spoiled, especially pitiful birds like Feng Jingyu, who lacked love and affection ever since he was still in the egg. Rest assured, Yan Tianan patted his chest and promised, follow me in the future and you will never be roasted or eaten. You'll be treated well. Feng Jingyu was born to be a king. Since the day he broke out of his shell, his cultivation level was equivalent to that of a primary realm elemental cultivator. By all logic, he should have no respect for Yan Tianan, a boy who was just in the foundation stage. But Feng Jingyu did not think Yan Tianan overreached. Instead, he held Yan Tianan's thumb with a small foot, pull the hook and I'll follow you in the future. Okay. Yan Tianan hooked his thumb and whispered earnestly, if I go to the 9 lands with my dage in the future, you'll have to protect us. Feng Jingyu clapped his chest as a pledge, of course. When this king was in the 9 lands, he walked sideways. Yan Tianan asked, walked sideways? Isn't that a crab? Lin Xuanji sat on the couch and looked at the bald bird who was constantly rubbing against Yan Tianan. I always thought phoenixes were the king of birds with magnificent feathers, great vigor, and elegant taste. But when I saw you, I knew that the rumors couldn't be believed. Feng Jingyu flew up and sat down on Yan Tianan's head. You must have heard of a phoenix's death and rebirth by fire. My appearance is one that just died and was reborn in the fire. All my feathers were burnt to ashes and now they're all baby down. Of course, it doesn't look very nice. But in a few more years, I'll be rid of this baby down and you'll never find a bird more beautiful than me. Speaking of which, Feng Jingyu held his head high, showing a confident and proud kingly air. Feng Jingyu mentioned death and rebirth calmly and lightly, as if he was talking about eating and drinking water. Yan Tianan was concerned and asked, Mao Mao, you said you died once. What happened? Feng Jingyu let out a cry and covered his eyes with a wing. My skills weren't good enough. I lost a fight and was kicked into this place where even birds felt hurt. Bringing it up fills me with bitter tears. Lin Xuanji glanced lightly at the playful phoenix and warned, since you are the king of the West Imperial Palace, if you cannot go back after many years, the western land may fall into chaos. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Feng Jingyu carelessly cut some of Yan Tianan's thick hair with his claws while saying, the ministers of the West Imperial Palace are not placed there for decoration. Anyways, when I was there, I also ignored governing affairs and ate, drank, and played with fox and dog friends, fighting chickens and walking dogs all day. Then you and Yuyong Gerger are a match made in heaven. Yan Tianan said. Chapter 247. When Feng Jingyu heard this, he burst out, don't say, match made in heaven, if you use those words randomly outside, you'll be beaten to death. That Yuan Tianwen will definitely scold you. Yan Tianan thought for a moment and hesitantly asked, then how about 2 pieces of filth lying together? In cahoots, in collusion, like-minded, oh, it's all almost the same anyway, just choose one. Feng Jingyu chirped with a big smile, ah hen, you're so talented. Does your dage know? He must know it by now. Yan Tianan touched his nose with some embarrass, smelt and smiled, you also think that I am talented and brilliant? Feng Jingyu told him, yes, of course. Yan Tianan was really convinced. Where the fuck did he get such confidence? Although Feng Jingyu spoke about his matters lightly, Lin Xuanji knew that the western lands managed to maintain peace for many years precisely because of this phoenix's presence, the king of birds. If news got out of Feng Jingyu's disappearance or death, the western lands would surely fall into chaos sooner or later. Besides, according to Feng Jingyu's description of Ling Chigu, the 9 lands have already begun a fierce battle for the throne. It was impossible for the western lands to be unaffected by their affairs, so someone had to return and preside over the entire situation soon. Now, however, Feng Jingyu followed Yan Tianan without hesitation. It seemed like he had no intention of finding a way back to the Nine Lands, which made Lin Xuanji uneasy. This phoenix had said some truth and lies earlier that weren't easy to distinguish. Born to be king. How could one easily reveal his own purpose? Although phoenix were natural kings, one needed to be of sound mind, wise, resourceful, and well-behaved in order to command the western lands. Lin Xuanji couldn't trust this phoenix's simple and straightforward performance. He suppressed the doubts in his mind and decided to wait a while longer to see the bird's intentions. What was his true purpose? After a while, Hen and I will be going to Profound Sky Sect. What are your plans? Feng Jingyu chirped out a cry and spoke without thinking. Of course, this king wants to be with Hen. But alas, this king is too powerful and has too many pursuers, so I can't expose myself freely. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to stir up trouble in Profound Sky Sect. Lin Xuanji looked profoundly at Feng Jingyu. You can go up the mountain, but you have to keep a low profile and act like an ordinary bird. You can't arouse anyone's suspicion. Feng Jingyu held out his chest. This bird? No, this king has always been a high-profile bird and a low-key man. Lin Xuanji shook his head disapprovingly. From now on, it will be the reverse. Feng Jingyu, it's wrong of you to bully birds like this. The bird was furious. I want to dump a piece of precious phoenix shit on your head in Madame Bai's room. Bai Ling looked at her son, who had become particularly unfamiliar to her, with cold, lofty eyes. Lin Zeji's scalp grew numb when he saw this. After thinking about it, he reluctantly smiled. Why is mother looking at me like this? Bai Ling struck the table and coldly answered, during the 100 Families gathering, Third Elder and I had high hopes for you. Unexpectedly, instead of showing off at the mountain, you let that Lin Yan kid get ahead of you and also became obedient to Lin Xuanji, that little bastard. Have you ever put me and Third Elder in your eyes? In the face of Madame Bai's accusations and doubts, Lin Zeji inwardly smiled bitterly. He had listened to Madame Bai's many complaints before, so he had felt resentful towards Lin Xuanji. It was only with great difficulty that he jumped out of that close-minded view. He finally looked at Lin Xuanji from a more objective perspective and correctly understood his position. Unexpectedly, Madame Bai didn't want to let him go. Lin Zeji was a little tired. Mother, whether you want to admit it or not, only Lin Xuanji in this generation can bear the weight of the family. He's now proficient in both the sword and craftsman paths, and his accomplishments on both are beyond human reach. He is graceful and elegant, and free from dust and vulgarity. No matter where he goes, he'll become the focus of public attention. This is incomparable to anyone else. He's the darling of heaven. Nonsense. The more Madame Bai listened, the uglier her face grew. At last, when she heard the darling of heaven, she slapped the table so hard it nearly cracked the teapot. Lin Zeji was startled. What makes him the darling of heaven? He's just an illegitimate bastard. Madame Bai gnashed her teeth. On the issue of inheritance, the Lin family should belong to you. Did you forget that when you were a child, your mother was oppressed by Lin Zan everywhere and was nearly expelled from the family? Lin Zeji thought of his childhood and immediately felt a bit guilty. A long time ago, Lin Zan and Madame Bai couldn't stand each other. Although everything looked fine on the surface, there was a lot of cynicism and infighting going on secretly. Lin Zeji could only remember what had happened when he was 7 or 8 years old, so he didn't know the entire situation. Lin Zan had actually wanted to drive Madame Bai out of the Lin family's gate. If it were not for the persuasions of 5th Elder and 3rd Elder, he would have lost his mother since childhood. From then on, Lin Zan had banned Madame Bai from leaving the gates of the Lin family, disallowing her to take even one step out. It was only lifted after Lin Zan's death, with Lin Xuanji's dismissal and Madame Bai taking charge of the stewards. Plus P's power. Madame Bai naturally hated Lin Zan so much that she wanted to cut him to pieces. However, although Lin Zeji felt ashamed of his surrendering to the enemy, he still fairly said, "Mother, Lin Zan is Lin Zan and Xuanji is Xuanji. During the time when your son and him were advancing and retreating together, Lin Xuanji acted calmly and tactfully. He doesn't seek revenge on those who offend him, and he doesn't blindly yield when things happen to him." Lin Zeji paused, then said in a low voice, "I really admire him." However, Madame Bai grew more enraged as she listened. She stood up and spat out, "Lin Xuanji, that little bastard, what kind of magic potion did he give you to make you want to die for him? You won't even listen to your own mother. Mother, think about it from another angle. What good will it do if we oppose him?" Lin Zeji now really admired Lin Xuanji in his heart. After all, Because of Lin Xuanji's performance, his cousin directly got the chance to enter Profound Sky Sect and even avoided the selection and compet. Tian Madame Bai laughed with a sneer, a pair of cold eyes gazing sidelong at her weak son, childish. Stupid mother. Do you know that there are many wonderful cultivation methods in the ancestry of the Lin family that only the heads of past generations are qualified to practice? Madame Bai was very overbearing and hated iron for not producing steel. If you don't the head position of this family, from now on, all those powerful techniques and magical pills will be out of your reach. Speaking of which, Madame Bai told him with a heart full of hate, Lin Xuanji is really more popular than his disorderly father and will win over the people's hearts. He will give you some benefits and let you work for him. He will let you see that those who follow him will prosper and those who disobey him will perish. Lin Yan followed him. Not only did he gain great magical weapons and secrets, but he emerged brilliantly in hundreds families gathering and was taken away by Heavenly Fire Sect. However, I wonder if Lin Xuanji did it deliberately or not now. Do you think that, as long as you do not oppose him and sincerely assist him from the sidelines, you can be looked at differently and benefit from him? As a mother to her own son, Lin Zeji's careful thoughts were immediately seen through by Madame Bai at a glance. Lin Zeji felt a little ashamed. He was a big man but he was thinking about gaining benefits from a teenager younger than him. It was really shameful. However, Lin Zeji still stuck with his original intentions. He nodded and spoke in a low voice. After all, cousin Lin Xuanji is so powerful that all he needs to do is reveal something from his fingers. To me, it's a good encouragement to practice my cultivation. I'm no longer his opponent, so why not change our ways and have a good relations? P with him instead. No ambition. Madame Bai wanted to slap Lin Zeji on the face but she couldn't bear to. Madame Bai took a deep breath and changed her angle. Since Lin Xuanji's rise, you are not his closest and most trusted ally. In the future, you'll have people like Yan Tianan, who is ugly, vulgar, and unrefined stepping all over your head. There will also be side branches like Lin Zontian who will throw their weight around. You are clearly the legitimate heir for the head position. Can you stand the shame of being forced by such things? Madame Bai's remarks hit a sensitive spot in Lin Zeji. He had some regrets before. When Lin Xuanji was seriously injured, he had waited for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and made himself feel complacent. So far, although his relations P with Lin Xuanji had eased, it was impossible for him to be a part of his cousin's inner circle. Even if Lin Xuanji were to become head of the family in the future, he would definitely not become his right-hand man. After all, Lin Zeji was a legitimate son since birth. Among his deep-rooted ideas, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate was particularly important. Therefore, once he thought of Lin Zontian and Lin Yan, who were supported by Lin Xuanji, riding on his head, his heart would naturally not be comfortable with it. As for Yan Tianan, Lin Zeji dared not despise this young man now. Although he was lame in one foot and had an ugly appearance, Yan Tianan's talent for alchemy had been revealed in the 100 Families gathering. What's more, everyone knew that Yan Tianan had the hept brilliant sacred fire and Lin Xuanji's absolute attention, bias, and magical weapon blessing. What would develop in the future, no one could easily say. In Lin Zeji's eyes, Yan Tianan had become an existence that was hard to fathom. Human beings are always in awe of the unknown. With this in mind, Lin Zeji composed himself, calmed his fluctuating heart, and looked at Madame Bai's beautiful young face. Mother, I naturally don't want those people riding on my head. As soon as Madame Bai breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Lin Zeji continue, but each man has his own destiny made by the heavens. Now, I just want to practice hard, improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and speak with my strength. At the 100 Families gathering, Lin Zeji deeply felt that although family was important, personal cultivation was the ultimate way to determine everything. Madame Bai was so infuriated that, instead, she calmed down. She looked coldly at Lin Zeji, who seemed to already be detached from the world. You will think so because you have not yet left the house and don't understand how important your status is in the family. Lin Zeji was puzzled. Mother, cousin Xuanji doesn't seem to have ever offended you. Apart from the fact that he received most of the family's magical pills, which made others feel was unfair, there was nothing wrong with him. Besides, he is indeed worthy of the Lin family's treatment. Why are you always unhappy with him? This was a point Lin Zeji never understood. Chapter 248. Madame Bai was a proud and arrogant woman. Since she and Lin Zan were always at odds, it was reasonable that she would have bad blood with him. But how innocent was Lin Xuanji? Because he was just a little more gifted, he gained a lot of rich resources from the family. But this was a law of the world where the strong ruled. In addition, it was a decision made by the head of the Lin family. Madame Bai sat down with a smile and sipped a cup of cold tea. Her eyes held a secretive glint as she chuckled. It all began with that monster Lin Xuanji. Monster. It's better that you don't know about these things. Madame Bai narrowed her eyes. All you need to know is that Lin Xuanji is a monster who crawled out of a man's belly. His existence is against the nature of heaven. Lin Zeji's face suddenly changed and he was shocked. His mother is a man. How is this possible? Not only is he a man but you and I both know him. Madame Bai hooked her lips and her eyes exuded clear disgust. Men giving birth to children is an act against the heavens. Because yin and yang were out of balance, the heavens sent disaster as a warning. Lin Xuanji's birth brought chaos throughout the entire Qing city. At that time, you were still young so you didn't know anything about the world. However, those of us who witnessed it knew how terrible and awful it was. Lin Xuanji should have been killed but Su Mo, that madman, said that if Lin Zan and Lin Xuanji met any mishaps, he would let the entire Lin family be buried with them. Otherwise, do you think Lin Xuanji could have lived to this day? The more he listened, the more frightened Lin Zeji felt. He had never heard of these things. He was several years older than Lin Xuanji. He should have remembered when his cousin was born, but what Madame Bai said, he had no impressions of it. Lin Zeji asked cautiously, why have I never heard of these things before? Madame Bai glanced at him. Lin Zan gave birth to Lin Xuanji. This is the shame of the Lin family. In addition, the family head had imposed a ban on anyone who knew anything about it. What's more, even if I said anything, few people would believe it. Although same-sex Dao companions often happened behind closed doors, those people having children was still shocking and it was called an act against heaven. Yuan Zheng and Su Mo, the most famous of the same-sex couples, had the same son but Yuan Tianwen actually had no blood relations with them. Yuan Tianwen came from Yuan Zheng's first lady, who was said to be a peerless beauty. She lived in seclusion and seldom showed herself in front of others. As a teenager, Yuan Zheng was a popular playboy. It was unknown how many close female friends he had, but after he married his wife, he seemed to have become a different person. Every day, he only accompanied his wife. When he went out to travel with his friends, he could not go without the two words "my wife." Throughout the 5 continents, several people envied Yuan Zheng's wife who was treated with such sincerity from her husband. Su Mo was also a strange man. Not only did he break off his relationship with the Ziki Su family in order to marry into the Yuan family, but he also regarded Yuan Tianwen as his own. He sought to curry favor with people everywhere and even destroyed his ambition of traveling all over the 5 continents he set in his youth to become a romantic. Some people say that Su Mo was favored by Yuan Zheng because of his strange resemblance to Yuan Zheng's original wife. Su Mo was only a substitute in Yuan Zheng's heart. Others also say that Su Mo had already taken a fancy to Yuan Zheng, so he secretly killed Yuan Zheng's wife by any means, letting her die in childbirth, and also designed his meeting with Yuan Zheng in the Sea of Flowers. Whenever these rumors were heard, Su Mo would laugh them off and not refute them. Yuan Tianwen was also kind and respectful towards Su Mo both personally and privately. But in any case, he was not born from 2 men. In the entire 5 continents, the birth of a son by a man would never happen in an aristocratic family, although it was occasionally heard. It would be regarded as a sign of family unhappiness and impending disaster. Lin Zan gave birth to Lin Xuanji. In order to protect the family's face and authority, how could the elders let people talk about it? Madame Bai looked deeply at Lin Zeji, who was still in shock. I shouldn't have told you this, but now you have been confused by Lin Xuanji. I had no choice. Lin Xuanji's birth will bring disaster to the Lin family. If he becomes the Lin family's next head, I'm afraid even the heavens will not allow it. Lin Zeji was in a trance. After a long time, he said, I have to think about it, mother. I'll leave first. Madame Bai nodded, slightly relieved. Go ahead. After Lin Zeji left, 3rd elder came in. Madame Bai got up to welcome him and anxiously told him, Zeji's been brainwashed by Lin Xuanji this time. I'm afraid it's out of my control. 3rd elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Xuanji is indeed really lucky. Unexpectedly, he was able to get a hold of a celestial level pill after going to the 100 Families gathering. Madame Bai was worried. Even though she hated and despised Lin Xuanji, she had to admit that he was frightening. Lin Xuanji has great talent and is brilliant in cultivating the sword. Madame Bai said uneasily, now that he has gained power, we won't be able to suppress him again so easily. Third elder replied coldly, what are you scared of? He's just a little boy. His cultivation is not as good as it used to be. There's nothing to be afraid of. Madame Bai took a deep breath, this boy is getting more and more incomprehensible. If he returns to Profound Sky Sect, he is sure to make a comeback. Not to mention, he emerged successfully at the 100 Families Gathering and many influential families have made friends with him, especially the Bai. When Madame Bai said this, she couldn't help feeling hateful. The Bai family sent someone to warn me that they wanted to make friends with Lin Xuanji. For so many years, the Bai family had turned a blind eye to me. Now, they have the face to ask me to please Lin Xuanji for them. Third elder saw that Madame Bai's hands were shaking in anger and his heart softened. Lin Xuanji may have 2 brushes, but we are not without our own secrets either. My corpse puppet is almost finished. Soon, the entire Qing city will be in our hands. By that time, what can a mere Lin Xuanji do? When Madame Bai heard this, her face looked slightly relieved, but she was still worried. However, there is only one corpse puppet. It's simply unable to defeat First Elder. Third Elder sneered contemptuously, First Elder has long been dead. What? Madame Bai's eyes widened. There was still more than a month left before the enrollment of Profound Sky Sect. In this month, besides receiving guests to congratulate him with Fifth Elder, Lin Xuanji locked himself in his room and went into seclusion to craft magical weapons and practice his swordsmanship. But he wasn't in a hurry. Cultivating the sword path was impossible without the sword. He had the Zij sword since childhood, and if he couldn't use it, Lin Xuanji didn't want to practice with another sword. Duan Yuyong didn't appear often after he sent Yan Tianan an alchemist furnace. However, it's occasionally heard that Duan Yuyong had gone back to fighting cocks and running dogs recently, deceiving men and dominating women, which caused all the unmarried boys and girls in Qing City to feel like they were in danger once more. They were afraid of being attracted by this bully and becoming frivolous. After Lin Xuanji crafted several magical tools, he and Yan Tianan would go to the post office to deliver them. Most of the magical weapons he crafted were high grade, while a few of them were top grade. The reason for this was 1, he didn't want to expose his true level, and 2, too much top grade tools would cause a lot of suspicion. Bai and Hupo were once again sent to the Demonic Beast Institute by Lin Xuanji. The cubs didn't feel shy and helpless like the first time, and they swaggered into the academy. Wherever they went, the demons retreated, chickens flew and dogs jumped. The 2 instructors, Qing Yuge and the Golden Leopard, showed bitter expressions. However, Lin Xuanji gave them enough money, and the meaning of using diplomacy before resorting to force was clearly expressed. They could only accept the 2 little overlords for now. Meanwhile, Yan Tianan didn't think about practicing alchemy. Instead, he went to the mass grave ridge 50 miles away every night to practice the Imperial Corpse technique and the Yin Flame Palm with Ling Chigu. In the middle of the night, the moon was full of yin energy, so the yin qi in Yan Tianan's body was like flowing water, whereas during the day, it was dry. In just a month, Yan Tianan's cultivation had actually leapt a level, and he was now in the 2nd layer of the foundation stage. On that night, the sky was overcast and moonlight was bleak. There wasn't a single star in the sky, only the howling winds. Dead bodies and dense bones stood sluggishly all over the mountain. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be creeped out and faint immediately. Feng Jingyu landed on top of the tallest branch of a young sycamore tree and decided to watch this scene. His eyes flashed like a stormy sea, but it quickly faded away. The yin flame palm clapped and several dead bodies were burnt to ashes. Ling Chigu followed Yan Tianan's movements, folded his hands together and made a secret hand seal. His body was like lightning as he moved among the dead bodies. In a moment, the bodies were all sucked into dry corpses, one by one becoming skeletons while standing upright like a puppet army. Ling Chigu stood at the front, his scarlet eyes looking at the unknown distant horizon. He raised his right hand and held it as if he were holding something invisible to the naked eye. The gesture showed a strange and chilling image. Yan Tianan took back his palm and looked at Ling Chigu with bright eyes. He covered his chest with a face full of adoration. How handsome! Feng Jingyu flew down from the branch and landed on Yan Tianan's shoulder, sighing. Ling Chigu was a general in charge of an army before. Even if he became a corpse puppet, he would die unrepentant. What is good about the prince he was loyal to? What made him so devoted? If it were me, I would only submit to the strongest, regardless of his succession to the throne. Yan Tianan raised his hand to touch the bird's feathers, saying, "Who is the prince that Yu wanted to help?" Feng Jingyu replied, "The third successor of the Qianyuan dynasty of the Nine Lands." "What about those who hurt him?" "The former seventh successor of the Qianyuan dynasty." Feng Jingyu paused, then continued, "Or, he should be called the crown prince now. In fact, he has already become the first successor." Chapter 249. Struggle for crown prince position. Yan Tianan thought for a moment, then blinked and asked, "Maybe that third successor is very powerful." Feng Jingyu snorted and replied coldly, "His strength is mediocre, he can only dance and write calligraphy all day, and he doesn't even try to cultivate. I'm afraid that he lacks even the determination to be the crown prince." Yan Tianan was puzzled, "Then why is he still fighting for the position of crown prince?" Feng Jingyu replied, "He has no choice. Even if he doesn't fight for the position, there's no other way to live. He can only force himself to fight. Alas, it's a pity the emperor doesn't like him. See, even the Ling family were destroyed." Yan Tianan nodded thoughtfully, "But why does the Ling family support such a weak successor?" "The Ling family only supports the highest-ranking heir. This is their family rule." Feng Jingyu said lightly. Yan Tianan lamented, "What a pity." Feng Jingyu nodded, his dark golden-red eyes fixed on Ling Chigu, who had already begun displaying qualities of his former glory. "He's not the only pitiful one. Being born in the royal family means they're destined to have their freedom shackled. Did you know, before the third heir, there was a higher-ranking successor? But his soul was crushed to death as soon as he was born, and he could never be reborn again. Then there was another heir. When he was 4 or 5 years old, a diviner from a family of prophets who could peer into the heavens asserted that the child would be an exceptional furnace. But he was also a divine devil who would surely bring about chaos to the Nine Lands and the decline of Taoism. As a result, his family suffered and the child's mother took great pains to protect him, begging even great ancestors for help before finally sending the child away with much difficulty." Feng Jingyu's black beak curled, revealing a disdainful expression. "Unfortunately, because of this, a brilliant and perfect couple broke up and parted ways. Whether the child's mother is dead or alive now is still unknown." As Yan Tianan listened, his heart felt tight and his eyes burned hot with tears. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but after thinking about it, a pitiful family like that needed some compassion. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan sniffed, "What about you? Who did you support before?" Feng Jingyu looked away contemptuously and answered with dark bitterness, "Back then, I stayed out of the way and supported no one. The Phoenix clan were almighty beings since birth. All we needed to do was guard the western land and bring good fortune to the Qianyuan dynasty. Unexpectedly, someone forced me to choose a side and even wanted to take this king's life. Did they really think that this king is easy to mess with? The emperor forced him to assist the crown prince. He refused to obey and was hunted down. Had it not been for the Phoenix's rebirth ability, his soul would have been scattered to fragments, just like his father's. In that case, Feng Jingyu might as well support a successor who had always been hated, held in contempt, and feared by the people in power and assist him all the way to take the throne so that those who shamelessly gave him no face would have a big shock waiting for them, then kill them. Problem solved. He was a phoenix, he shouldn't have this kind of belligerence. Yet, who let him have a father who didn't care about him and a mother who didn't love him while growing up? It's no wonder he turned crooked. Although he thought this way when he went through a rebirth via fire, he never would have imagined that he would meet an heir to the throne with such a complex relationship to the Nine Lands in a place like the 5 continents where birds don't even shit. What a fate it must be. This must be called heavens. Well, Feng Jingyu was so excited that he couldn't wait for Yan Tianan to become more powerful and poke a hole into the heavens. What diviner's prediction, what bringing chaos to the world and the downfall of Taoism. He, Feng Jingyu, would act as he pleased even if it shocked and astounded the world. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. If Yan Tianan was a weakling, there was still another choice. He just needed to wait and see for the time being. Being so delusional is a disease, must be treated. Yan Tianan carefully plucked the feathers from the phoenix's head. Feng Jingyu watched as Yan Tianan turned around and left the mass grave ridge with him. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted out in a youthful voice, this king is serious and never lies. You have to believe me. You have to follow me to kill in all 4 directions and destroy those shameless self-righteous and ugly scoundrels. Yes, I believe you. Yan Tianan dotingly answered. Feng Jingyu wanted to go berserk. He struggled angrily and exclaimed, do you know how old this king is? Don't use that kind of tone for children to coax me. Yan Tianan placed Feng Jingyu on the palm of his hand and told him, but you are small. Feng Jingyu thought Yan Tianan was talking about his body and replied, I will grow up and become very beautiful. Yan Tianan thought about it and turned Feng Jingyu upside down with his belly and claws facing upward. Taking advantage of Feng Jingyu's unresponsiveness, Yan Tianan stretched out his index finger to flick gently on the phoenix's unspeakable part. What the fuck, you want to die? Yan Tianan said innocently, you are still too small. I don't think you will grow much even in the future. Feng Jingyu's whole body was petrified and then his expression cracked little by little. He was the king of birds, the monarch of the western lands, but his most honorable bird Tintin was not only flicked once by this little brat but was also insulted as having a little Tintin that will never grow. If even this can be tolerated, then what can't be tolerated? In order to protect his dignity as the king of birds, Feng Jingyu cried out as if his heart was broken. He turned over while chirping and wailing, covering his Tintin part with his wings while crying so pitifully. Ying, 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 what a bully to birds! Yan Tianan realized that he had probably hurt Mao Mao's self-esteem and rushed to apologize. Oops, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have exposed your shortcomings. At least you're a male. I realized you can't say things like birds are small. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ying. Feng Jingyu cried even harder when he heard this. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Yan Tianan deeply reflected on himself and said, a greater man doesn't take note of a lesser man's faults. I will go with you in the future to beat up those bad guys who hurt you, okay? Feng Jingyu was still chirping and crying. In the past, he wouldn't have acted like this. The Phoenix King was always proud and domineering, but probably because of his rebirth, he had returned to his infant stage. Feng Jingyu suddenly found that he couldn't quite control his own emotions. Why would you bully him like this? He was clearly still a baby. As a result, Yan Tianan kept trying to coax and please him, while Feng Jingyu kept crying from being so wronged all the way. Back in the Lin household, Lin Xuanji still hadn't fallen asleep even though it was already midnight. When Yan Tianan reached their small courtyard, he saw a lamp lit up in Lin Xuanji's room from a distance. His smile deepened as he quickly ran upstairs. Feng Jingyu didn't bother looking at these 2 small children kissing and falling in love. He flew into Yan Tianan's room where his favorite bird nest was. Although it was very different from the luxurious big bed of the West Imperial Palace, like the difference between clouds and mud, Feng Jingyu felt that his nest was the safest and most comfortable place to sleep in the world. When Yan Tianan entered the room, Lin Xuanji had just finished crafting a set of magical tools before he could put it away. Yan Tianan was immediately attracted to the beautiful hair accessories that looked transparent and colorful. He carefully picked up a butterfly-shaped hairpin and said admiringly, "What a beautiful hairpin. Who is it made for?" The hairpin is an attack weapon and the other hair ornaments are all matched with defensive properties. Lin Xuanji explained simply and comprehensively. He got up from the couch, saying, "When I left, Wan Linghua asked me to make a set of tools with both attack and defensive abilities for her shimei. I thought about it, female cultivators probably preferred this kind of hair accessory, so I refined it into this appearance." When he heard this, Yan Tianan raised his head and smiled. He looked at Lin Xuanji with a twinkle in his eyes. "Dage, I'm not jealous or paranoid. You don't have to explain so much." Lin Xuanji reached out and knocked on Yan Tianan's forehead with a smile. "You don't think so? You're not eating vinegar. Have you forgotten a few days ago that a certain someone got jealous when I didn't tell him I rejected a marriage proposal, and he threw all the things I gave him back to me?" Yan Tianan's face turned red at once. He stuck out his tongue and said wryly, "I can't take all the blame. Who told you not to explain it clearly to me?" "Well," Lin Xuanji chuckled and swiped at Yan Tianan's nose, "however, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have known that my family's Ah Hen was drinking a bucket of vinegar, and I also wouldn't have known that Ah Hen liked his Dage so much." "Who likes you?" Yan Tianan blurted out, and then he caught Lin Xuanji's beautiful eyes, which seemed to draw people in. He involuntarily changed his mind. "Okay, I still like my Dage very much." Lin Xuanji laughed happily. He held Yan Tianan in his arms and kissed him for a while. Although he couldn't eat, it was all right to hold him up and kiss. After the intimacy, Lin Xuanji asked Yan Tianan about his practice today. Yan Tianan excitedly told him he accomplished making corpse puppets with the Yin Flame Palm, and Ling Chigu was promoted to the rank of corpse general. He was able to control hundreds of skeleton corpse legions and told Lin Xuanji other important and outstanding achievements he'd done, recounting everything honestly to him. Lin Xuanji was naturally very satisfied. Since Shen Changzheng and Shen family's elder almost overpowered him last time in the Pill Limit mysterious land, Lin Xuanji increasingly thought that as long as Ah Hen could keep his life, it didn't matter if he practiced the demonic arts. He knew that this idea was extremely dangerous and might bring about a powerful enemy to the righteous cultivators of Taoism in the future, causing chaos. However, between the existence of Tao and Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji ultimately chose Yan Tianan. This kind of choice was not easy for Lin Xuanji to make because he had a clear mind and a strong sense of responsibility. In theory, he should be stopping Yan Tianan and preventing him from doing this. He should have nipped it in the bud when he first found out that Yan Tianan was practicing demonic cultivation as an alternative skill given to him by the ghost-masked man. However, he couldn't. Lin Xuanji had a scale in his heart being weighed down by what was more important, the world or Ah Hen. Yan Tianan, of course, didn't know that Lin Xuanji was going through a painful struggle between heaven and man. He joyfully chatted about what Feng Jingyu told him, completely selling the phoenix out. Chapter 250. Feng Jingyu said that he's going to take you along on a rainbow-colored cloud and slaughter your way back to the royal heavenly capital. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan without batting an eyelid, and even told you about the Qianyuan dynasty imperial members' battle for the throne. Yan Tianan nodded and frowned slightly, answering with some uncertainty, I always feel that Mao Mao is trying to hint at something, but I don't understand what he's trying to say. It's great if he slaughters his way back, but why does he also need to take me along? I don't intend to go back to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital and join the fight for the throne either. Just look at Ajiyu, he's clearly so powerful but still died in the end. Because you're probably the prince mentioned in his story, the one who was almost killed by that prophet. Lin Xuanji sighed in his heart as he answered in his thoughts. Speaking of this, Yan Tianan sighed again and touched his nose. Mao Mao is also quite pitiful, he has a home but can't return there. He was even chased and hunted here by others. He and Ajiyu really are a pair of brothers in hardship. Lin Xuanji's heart suddenly felt cold, but he didn't dare to alarm Yan Tianan and let him notice anything, so he maintained an impassive expression and rubbed Yan Tianan's small face. Ah Hen did the right thing. When you encounter this kind of thing that you don't understand in the future, especially something related to Feng Jingyu, tell Dage about it. After Dage understands the matter, I will tell you about it. Yan Tianan nodded. He held no reservations against Lin Xuanji with regards to secrets. Moreover, Lin Xuanji already knew about his biggest secret, that he was a demonic cultivator. No matter how bad other things were, they still can't be as bad as that, right? Lin Xuanji opened his eyes after Yan Tianan was deep asleep, draped his outer garment over his shoulders as he got off the bed, and quietly came to Yan Tianan's room. There was no light in the room, and Lin Xuanji felt a strong force pressing him down as soon as he entered the door. He quickly took out a magic treasure and slashed out once, nimbly diffusing the other party's attack in the dark. Quite strong. A childish voice rang out. Lin Xuanji calmly put the forged engraving pen away. Feng Jingyu jumped onto Lin Xuanji's shoulder and craned his head, trying to get a better look at that forged engraving pen. He exclaimed in surprise, "This forged engraving pen of yours, isn't it from the divine parasol tree in my West Imperial Palace?" "Who knows?" Feng Jingyu flapped his wings, wanting to take the forged engraving pen for a closer look, and shouted, "It definitely is, I sense the aura of the divine parasol tree from it." You, let me have a look real quick." In the instant when Feng Jingyu was about to snatch the forged engraving pen in his mouth, Lin Xuanji's fingers turned nimbly and stuffed the forged engraving pen into the storage bag at his waist. Feng Jingyu, wah! Batty! Lin Xuanji grabbed this phoenix, who was still flapping about beside him, without waiting for him to flip out, and squeezed his neck with 2 fingers. He narrowed his eyes as he asked, "What is your intention, saying those words to Ah Hen today?" Feng Jingyu was strangled to the point that his eyes rolled back, both of his feet stuck out straight. Lin Xuanji sensed that his actions were too heavy-handed and loosened his grip on Feng Jingyu's neck. Although he would never strangle this divine bird to death, using strength to bully the weak wasn't in his nature, even if the other party wasn't actually weak. As soon as Feng Jingyu freed himself, he flew in front of Lin Xuanji and slapped his forehead with a wing, shouting angrily, "You bare child, what's wrong with speaking? Why do you have to use force?" Lin Xuanji's eyes were cold, and he suppressed the urge to once again catch this bird who dared to slap him. It's not like phoenixes can never die, it's just that their souls need to completely scatter away. Only then will they meet a tragic end and never be reincarnated. Feng Jingyu, who was originally making a fuss with Lin Xuanji, suddenly seemed like his mute acupoint was pressed. All his chirping and twittering came to an abrupt stop, and his golden beak also clamped shut. Feng Jingyu stood on the table and raised his head, sizing up Lin Xuanji for quite a while before finally asking, "Do you believe in fate?" "I do," Lin Xuanji responded lightly. "I also believe in it." Feng Jingyu sat on the table. "Originally, I thought the Five Continents mainland was simply an unremarkable world with nothing out of the ordinary, but it wasn't until I saw characters like Ling Chigu and Bai Yichen that I understood that, actually, the Five Continents mainland is very important. Bai Yichen also has connections to the royal heavenly capital." "Ha, not just connections, but they're also quite deep," Feng Jingyu said carelessly. "But I can't tell you his exact identity. I can only tell you that if you and Yan Tianan are standing on the same side in the future, he will inevitably be your enemy." Lin Xuanji's gaze deepened slightly. "You know Ah Hen's identity?" Feng Jingyu nodded. "Originally I didn't know, but when I saw Ling Chigu following beside him as a corpse puppet and the cracks on his face, which could only be the result of a devil sealing array mixed with a poison pill, I could pretty much determine his identity." Lin Xuanji stared blankly, stunned. He just guessed that Feng Jingyu should know about Yan Tianan's origins, but he didn't expect that Feng Jingyu even knew about the other secrets on Yan Tianan's person. Feng Jingyu saw this and said quite proudly, "Don't look at me with such a guarded expression. If you wander in the upper realm for a few years, you'll know that my West Imperial Palace is the place with the greatest amount of information, as well as the most accurate, in all of the 9 lands. However, my impression of Yan Tianan didn't actually come from West Imperial Palace. In actuality, when the devil bloodline within him was being sealed, I just happened to be watching from the side, so I am quite familiar with the lines in his face." Lin Xuanji was very surprised, but at the same time, he also felt somewhat excited. In the past life, he didn't figure out Yan Tianan's origins, even until his death. He didn't find Yan Tianan's family, which became a permanent sore spot in Lin Xuanji's heart. In this life, however, he touched upon a little of Yan Tianan's origins so smoothly. "Can you recreate the scene from back then?" "It's impossible to recreate that scene with my current cultivation." His current cultivation probably couldn't even win against Lin Xuanji. Even though he could spew out a mouthful of fire and burn away all creation, he couldn't just casually use it either. Lin Xuanji continued to ask, "Did you take part in sealing Yan Tianan's devil bloodline?" "I know you want to ask whether I know how to lift the great array." Feng Jingyu shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't understand a thing about arrays. Back then, I was guarding Yan Tianan's dad as he activated the array. What's more, it's not only an array that's sealed him, there's also a poison pill made by a poison master. I could find a poison master for you if I was still in the 9 lands, but as for curing the poison, I'm unclear on that." Lin Xuanji wasn't too disappointed either. In his last life, he fumbled about for methods to diffuse the great array and poison pill within Yan Tianan's body for 1,000 years. At this time, he also had a set of ideas in his mind. He only asked Feng Jingyu because he wanted to be more certain. "What exactly is Ah Hen's identity?" "He is the 6th successor of the Qianyuan dynasty." A scarlet flame blazed about in Feng Jingyu's golden red eyes. It was especially conspicuous in the dark room that lacked any lighting. The Qianyuan dynasty had 8 kings who ruled their own respective lands, with the western land as one of those lands. Every land's conferred king had the right to inherit the emperor's throne in the royal heavenly capital. However, even after so many years, the throne had always been in the hands of the Yan family. Although Feng Jingyu's voice had a childish tone, it was calm and steady. This discrepancy made it so that people couldn't help but believe him. And yet the dynasty's order of succession for the throne has always been determined by the family of prophets, the Yin family, based on calculations of the aspects of the celestial bodies and divinations. Although most of them are ranked by seniority and the legitimacy of their blood, this is not always the case. Feng Jingyu stared at Lin Xuanji, his expression mysterious. "At least, the 7th successor for the throne after Yan Tianan is older than Yan Tianan, but after that person was born, the spot of the 6th successor before him was left vacant, set aside especially for someone else. Yan Tianan is part of the Purple Emperor's Heavenly Capital's imperial family. Lin Xuanji asked. Any family in line to inherit the throne is considered part of the imperial family. Feng Jingyu continued, this is different from the 5 continents' secular dynasties. There are a total of 9 families with imperial blood in the 9 lands, 1 family for each of the 9 lands. The disputes among families, disputes among the heir apparent, and disputes among the different sects have never ended. The Yan family in the royal heavenly capital doesn't necessarily dominate over all other forces. Among the other 8 families, besides my Phoenix race, which has always been neutral, each family has its own goals and plans. The 9 lands had 8 kings and 1 emperor. Even if one didn't count the Phoenix family, there were still 8 families competing for that supreme position. The number of successors to the Qianyuan dynasty was probably more than 100. If Yan Tianan really was a descendant of the Yan family, and with such a high line of succession rank to boot, he would inevitably be targeted by a multitude of forces. Needless to say, the journey would be full of thrilling dangers and challenges. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. You want Ah Hen to fight for that position? Feng Jingyu's golden pupils blazed luminously as he stared at Lin Xuanji. It's not that I want to, but that he has to fight for that position. Lin Xuanji's pupils constricted. Why? Could it be that someone from the 9 lands has already noticed Ah Hen's existence? Feng Jingyu grimly responded, Yan Tianan has never escaped those people's surveillance. Those people know that he is somewhere in the 5 continents but don't know who took him away. However, the Tao of Heaven works in mysterious ways. I don't believe that it's a complete coincidence that Ling Chigu died in the mass burial grounds 50 miles outside of Qing City and was coincidentally seen by Yan Tianan. Ling Chigu came from the Qishui Ling family. Every generation of that family is only loyal to the heir apparent who gains their recognition. They have a contract recognized by the Tao of Heaven itself with the heir apparent. Ling Chigu is the last remaining member of the Ling family and also the person with the most concentrated Ling family blood flowing through his veins. Mysteriously and inexorably, he came to Yan Tianan's side. Fate inevitably came into play in this. Although his words spoke of mysteries within mysteries and even touched upon the Tao of Heaven, matters like the mysterious and eternal Tao of Heaven and the deep destinies it foreordained were the easiest for cultivators to believe. Lin Xuanji also believed this. In fact, ever since Ling Chigu had appeared beside Yan Tianan and Feng Jingyu was saved by Yan Tianan, he had already sensed that the gears of fate had begun to turn. However, Lin Xuanji couldn't have imagined that Yan Tianan's identity would be like this. Tricky and troublesome, and also very dangerous. After a long period of silence, Lin Xuanji looked up at Feng Jingyu and asked in a flat voice, any of Qianyuan dynasty's imperial families would never allow a person with devil blood to give birth to a child who has the right to inherit the throne. Why would Ah Hen's parents want to give birth to him? Feng Jingyu's eyelids twitched. He always felt that Lin Xuanji's pair of cold and merciless eyes could see through all the clues. Moreover, as far as he knew, Lin Xuanji should never have left the 5 continents, so how could he know the rules of the 9 lands so well? It couldn't be. Conjectures. Feng Jingyu suppressed the misgivings in his heart, deciding to make sense of them later. As for the birth of an heir apparent with devil blood, this involved a gossip of the past. Chapter 251. Escape through the Nai. Feng Jingyu understood that Lin Xuanji wanted to confirm the relationship between Yan Tianan's parents and whether they could be relied on in the future, so he thought about it and answered truthfully, if his father had known from the start that his dad was a divine devil, then I'm afraid that not only would he not have allowed Yan Tianan to be born, but he would also never marry Yan Tianan's dad as his consort either. Lin Xuanji, Dad, there seemed to be a lot of information in this sentence. According to Feng Jingyu, Yan Tianan seemed to have come out of the belly of a male divine devil. However, male pregnancy had happened in the 9 lands before. When he was a soul in his last life, Lin Xuanji traveled throughout the 9 lands and saw many things, so he didn't act like a person who had never seen the world before. Lin Xuanji considered it and didn't worry about the gender of Yan Tianan's parents. So, you mean to say that the relationship between Ah Hen's father and consort is currently not good? Not just bad. Ever since a prophet divined that Yan Tianan would be the divine devil who brought chaos to the world in an exceptional furnace, his father and consort completely fell out with each other. When Feng Jingyu mentioned these past events, he sighed with emotion. The previous generation's battle over the throne actually ended only after Yan Tianan was recognized as a mixed blood containing the bloodline of divine devils. Originally, His father was already the heir apparent of the Qianyuan dynasty and was only one step away from ascending the throne. However, at such a critical time, a prophet released such shocking news, which made Yan Zhonghua's 100 years of hard work all evaporate into smoke and collapse. I'm afraid that it's not only due to the loss of power. Lin Xuanji recognized the crux of the matter. Feng Jingyu nodded. Yan Zhonghua, this person, had been first in line for the throne ever since he was born. His innate talent was exceptional, and he was deeply loved by the previous emperor. He was probably the prince who had the most authority and lived the best life in all the 9 lands. He had a very prideful nature, such that he couldn't tolerate even a single wrong or betrayal. However, the consort that he found for himself was clearly a demon venerable concealing his own identity and pretending to be a common Taoist cultivator. He cheated Yan Zhonghua's feelings, which was the most unbearable thing for Yan Zhonghua. In the earlier years, Yan Zhonghua could be considered crazy for Yu Ming. He even staked his claim to the throne in order to marry this sweetheart of his, whose social status was way below that of his own. It was precisely because of this Tao companion Yan Zhonghua had found for himself that he angered the Qianyuan emperor of that time, resulting in his date of ascension being delayed for several years. After that, Yu Ming's identity was exposed, and Yan Zhonghua became someone pointed at and ridiculed by 1,000 people, completely losing any chance of ever taking the throne. The two lovers who had once made others envious to death now became enemies, breaking up and even trying to kill each other. Yu Ming took advantage of the long night to escape from the royal heavenly capital with Yan Tianan towards the Devil Kingdom, but was chased down by Yan Zhonghua's people halfway on the road. Grievously injured and on the verge of death, Yu Ming was forced to seal the devil blood within Yan Tianan and entrust him to a former friend. That friend then gave Yan Tianan to Lin Zan. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. Although Yan Tianan's days in Qing City could be called leisurely and comfortable, in the 9 lands, things were tumultuous and chaotic, and chickens and dogs ran amok restlessly. The 3 great demon venerables returned in a swirl of dust even stronger than before. The divine devil race rose to power once again. The Devil Kingdom and Qianyuan dynasty were in constant dispute, and the Qianyuan dynasty also fell into internal disorder due to the newest round of battle over the throne. They also deduced that one of those stars was a star of the devil, who would bring chaos and destruction upon the world, while the other was a star of fate, who would bring salvation to the world. Even though they still didn't know who the star of salvation was, but as for that star of destruction, by combining the date of its appearance and the identity of the bearer, very soon, someone quickly deduced that that person was none other than the half-devil Yan Tianan, whose whereabouts were unknown ever since his disappearance 7 years ago. However, in the 9 lands, no one knew Yan Tianan's exact whereabouts except for his dad, Demon Venerable Yu Ming. Even Feng Jingyu, who had been unable to resist Yu Ming's pleading in a moment of soft-heartedness, not only did he let Yu Ming go, but he had also guarded Yu Ming for several days and nights as he set up the array. Even Feng Jingyu didn't investigate in depth on where Yu Ming had ultimately sent Yan Tianan. But now, Feng Jingyu knew. And now, by chance, he coincidentally saw this youth, whom all the forces from the 9 lands were crazily searching for. After Lin Xuanji heard the entire story, he considered Yan Tianan's current situation and couldn't help but feel a headache. It was still fine if Yan Tianan only had half-devil blood, but that bitch prophet just had to mention that he was an exceptional furnace as well. In addition, the 2 forces behind Yan Tianan were fighting both in the dark and in the open, so once someone detected Yan Tianan's whereabouts, he's afraid that afterward, Yan Tianan would no longer have a say in what would happen next, and things would spin out of control. Feng Jingyu saw that Lin Xuanji's expression didn't look good, so a rare moment of kindness overcame him as he comforted, "You don't have to worry too much either. In any case, it's not easy to leave the 5 continents, and it's also difficult for outsiders to enter. Even if, by some rare occurrence, some useless troops stumbled about and found this place, it would still be extremely difficult to spread the news. If you want this king's opinion, you might as well take advantage of the present to quickly raise your own cultivation so that, when those people actually arrive, you won't lack the strength to protect yourself." Lin Xuanji's eyes were cold as he looked at this baby bird, from which not a trace of a phoenix's future magnificence could be seen. "Many thanks for the warning, I will ponder these things myself. However, I hope that you won't breathe even a word of today's conversation to Ah Hen in the future." Feng Jingyu was somewhat astonished. Such a big matter. Concerns his future whereabouts, as well as life and death. Don't tell me that you're not planning to disclose even a little of this so that he can prepare ahead of time. Lin Xuanji's long lashes slightly covered his gaze. He lightly responded, currently, he's at the age where he should be carefree and without any worries. I don't want to see these complicated matters influencing his mood and affecting his life in the future. Feng Jingyu stamped his small foot. But he'll have to face it sooner or later. I know that he'll have to face it sooner or later. I'm also aware that sooner or later, he'll know where he came from and where he'll go. Lin Xuanji interrupted Feng Jingyu without any trace of politeness and swung his sleeves in anger. But before that, you also just said that it's difficult for outsiders to enter the 5 continents, and it's also not easy for the people inside to leave. The people who want to find Ah Hen will still need several years at least, so there's no need for him to worry so early. When he said that, Lin Xuanji's voice suddenly stopped. He was stunned for a second, then he and Feng Jingyu stared at each other for a moment. Suddenly, he turned around and opened the door behind him. Lin Xuanji's eyes met a pair of eyes that were still bright and beautiful, even in the dark. Yan Tianan originally held a luminous sphere for lighting in his hand. At this moment, he was frightened, and the luminous ball fell to the ground with a bang. Yan Tianan suddenly shuffled his feet uneasily as he unconscious bit his lower lip, saying apprehensively, Dage, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Dage, don't be angry. Lin Xuanji stooped down to pick up the luminous ball that had rolled to his feet and pulled Yan Tianan's right hand, putting it back in his palm. He asked softly, when did Ah Hen come? Yan Tianan felt the warmth from Lin Xuanji's palm. I just came, I didn't hear what you guys were talking about, I really didn't hear anything. Dage, don't be angry, all right, Yan Tianan said in a low voice. Lin Xuanji looked at him and chuckled lightly. If you heard it, then you heard it. Why lie? Yan Tianan's head drooped down gloomily as he mumbled uncomfortably, but I don't think Dage wants me to know, so I don't know anything. Yan Tianan thought that Lin Xuanji would be angry and even scold him, but he didn't expect to fall into a warm embrace. Dage, you are such a little fool. Lin Xuanji sighed incessantly, his heart hurting for Ah Hen. I don't want you to know because I'm afraid that you won't be happy, that your little brain will let your imagination run wild, making you unable to sleep at night and lose all appetite during the day, rather than because I think that there is no need to tell you. Yan Tianan softly whispered, Dage, sniffled, and spoke with a sobbing tone, Dage, I would rather that I didn't know. I used to always believe that my parents were forced to throw me away because they were harmed by villainous scoundrels, but unexpectedly, they actually despised me for having impure blood and didn't want me anymore. My heart hurts. These words stabbed into Lin Xuanji's heart. It's not your fault. Dage believes there are no parents in this world who do not love their own child. At the very least, your dad only entrusted you to others in order to save your life. He must love you very much in his heart. Like I care. Yan Tianan pouted and sniffed bitterly. He reached out and tightly hugged Lin Xuanji's waist as he acted coquettishly in Lin Xuanji's embrace. I only need Daddy and Dage, as for the others, I don't care. Since you don't care, don't cry anymore. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan back and reached out a hand to wipe Yan Tianan's face, feeling all the wet tears. In all these years, Lin Zan really did spoil Yan Tianan too much, making him very coquettish. He would readily cry when feeling even the slightest bit wronged. Mentally, he matured much later than other youths his age. However, Lin Xuanji never thought that there was anything wrong with that. At the very least, he knew that Yan Tianan would feel much better after he cried, which was much better than keeping it pent up in his heart without making a sound, letting it ferment. It's just. Seeing Yan Tianan crying and distressed, Lin Xuanji still felt his heart hurting. Yan Tianan looked up at Lin Xuanji with tears in his eyes and asked, full of grievances, Dage, am I really that kind of most cold-blooded and evil divine devil who will eat people? Utter nonsense. Lin Xuanji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wiped away Yan Tianan's tears. There are both good and bad people in this world, as well as good and bad divine devils. Although the roads are different, all the routes will lead to the same destination one day. Ah Hen is so kind and clever, even if he's a divine devil, he's most certainly a good divine devil. But, Yan Tianan paused, then continued, in the storybooks, in the end, divine devils were all killed by the great powers of the righteous side. Will I also be like this? Lin Xuanji spoke sincerely and earnestly. If you go to the Devil Kingdom and look at the storybooks there, who knows? It might turn into divine devils killing all the righteous great powers and controlling the entire 9 lands. I feel that the probability of Ahen killing off the great powers of the righteous path in the future is far higher than the probability of being killed off. Yan Tianan thought that it made sense, so he temporarily stopped crying. Feng Jingyu stumbled and couldn't stand firmly, falling onto the table with a bang. Feng Jingyu wiped his face with his wings and thought in his heart, trembling, this Lin Xuanji's way of thinking is more dangerous than Divine Devils. Chapter 252. Yan Tianan suddenly learned about his origins and heard about the entangled love-hate relationship between his parents. Then he also heard that there were many people all trying to find him and hunt him down. He was naturally in a bad mood, which gave rise to many anxieties and fears. He feared that sooner or later, one day, he would drag Lin Xuanji down. He was also afraid that the Tao of Heaven may be fair, but the guilty will not escape, ultimately forcing him to part ways with Lin Xuanji due to his blood and never again be able to live together so happily like this. Even though Yan Tianan could cry and act and talk childishly, in his heart, he held his own ideas and beliefs. Lin Zong once said that he was a clever one. This child had always been intelligent, ever since he was small. Yan Tianan stood in front of Feng Jingyu. He looked down at the phoenix with his head drooped. Dage, can I have a few words with Mao Mao alone? Lin Xuanji glanced at Feng Jingyu and nodded. Dage will wait for you in the room. Okay. Yan Tianan looked back and smiled at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji's eyes were gentle. Don't worry too much. Yan Tianan nodded. After Lin Xuanji left, Feng Jingyu cleared his throat and said in his infant's voice, this who allowed you to tell my Dage these matters? I'm a divine devil. Do you think I'm not aware of the implications and need you to remind my Dage? Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice. He grabbed Feng Jingyu's chubby body and held him in his hand, his 2 fingers squeezing Feng Jingyu's short neck. Feng Jingyu suffered a fright. He wanted to flap his wings, however, Yan Tianan's strength was extraordinary, and it seemed like he was about to be choked to death. Feng Jingyu wasn't an ordinary bird, so naturally, he wouldn't bite the dust just from someone squeezing him. However, Yan Tianan made him sense, very clearly, the sinister killing intent and danger. Feng Jingyu hurriedly choked out, your Dage already knew that you're a divine devil since a long time ago. He broke off coughing. Heavens, somebody's about to murder a phoenix. These 2 brothers really are brothers, even their movements squeezing him are exactly the same. Yan Tianan chuckled coldly and loosened his grip slightly. I know that he already knows that I'm a divine devil. I also knew a long time ago what kind of thing I am, but my Dage pretended to be unaware and never mentioned it. Naturally, he didn't want me to worry about these troublesome matters. Now that you've made him aware of the fact that I know my own origins, he will definitely think that I feel sad and brokenhearted, and he'll be even more anxious than me. Yan Tianan really wished to strangle this bitch bird and his loose tongue. Ever since Lin Xuanji found out that he was cultivating demonic arts, he threw all the life-saving magic treasures onto Yan Tianan. Later, when he found out that Yan Tianan was actually a divine devil as well, he worried day and night, so much that he couldn't even sleep well. He forced himself to improve his cultivation and expand his network of acquaintances. He refined magic treasures day and night without rest, afraid that someday, when Yan Tianan's identity was exposed, he would be helpless and unable to protect him from being bullied. Lin Xuanji didn't say any of this, but Yan Tianan saw it all with his eyes and remembered it in his heart. He wasn't so naive, nor was he so simple. Almost all his naivete, ignorance, and childishness were deliberate shows Yan Tianan put on for Lin Xuanji's sake. Of course, there were also times when he couldn't control himself when facing Lin Xuanji, as well as times when his sincere feelings were revealed. Lin Xuanji wanted to bear everything for him and wanted him to live safely and securely under the sky that Lin Xuanji held up, enjoying a carefree life without any worries. Originally, Yan Tianan didn't want to pretend to be ignorant of everything, but after he carefully observed, assessed, and mulled things over, he found that by not knowing anything and not thinking excessively about anything, he could actually make Lin Xuanji feel more at ease. Thus, Yan Tianan was still that Yan Tianan who wasn't quite sensible but was also proud of being spoiled so. However, this bitched opinionated and stupid bird had actually exposed everything to Lin Xuanji and even brought more burden upon him. This infuriated Yan Tianan so much that his eyes were about to roll back. Feng Jingyu's face was also full of astonishment, dumbfounded. How could he not see it after so many days? That underneath Yan Tianan's simple, innocent, and somewhat silly appearance, there was such a black-hearted fellow with a belly full of evil tricks. Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianan, who had black smoke coming off of him, and said with a trembling voice, if you'd told me sooner that you aren't the silly little brat you appear to be, this king naturally wouldn't settle for the second best and find Lin Xuanji, a person who originally could have stayed out of this entire affair. That's why I didn't straight up pluck your feathers and roast you. Yan Tianan rolled his eyes and let go of Feng Jingyu, scowling, but I'm warning you, if you dare to talk nonsense to my Dage again in the future, I will absolutely find a chance to roast you. Feng Jingyu hurriedly nodded in agreement, roast is fine, roast is fine. In any case, he was least afraid of being roasted. After the initial shock, Feng Jingyu also held less fear toward Yan Tianan. Instead, he thought that this kid was quite interesting. Thus, he flapped his wings and landed on Yan Tianan's shoulder, winking at him, you rascal, pretending to be a fool in front of Lin Xuanji all day long and even fooling this king, you're really incredible. Yan Tianan was still fuming as he sat on the stool, sullenly thinking about how to make his Dage feel at ease. Feng Jingyu hopped on with his conversation, only, what in the world do you think about your identity? What can I think? Yan Tianan responded, in a bad mood. I don't care about fighting for some crown prince position, nor do I want to kill other people over that. I just want to be an ordinary person and be together with Dage, that's all. I have nothing else to ask for. Feng Jingyu slapped Yan Tianan's face with one wing, hating the fact that this unrefined lump of iron couldn't become steel faster. Are you stupid? Even I can find this place. How long do you think it will take others to find it? I'll be honest with you, you're doomed to be unable to extricate yourself from the 9 lands fight over the throne. Even if you don't kill others, others will still be concerned about the danger you pose and think of ways to kill you. Silly child, care a little more about this. Although Yan Tianan had an imposing manner earlier, he was still a child at heart. When it came to his Dage, he seemed to have changed his entire personality, but besides that, Yan Tianan still had no energy for anything else. Yan Tianan was somewhat fidgety and slapped Feng Jingyu, who was swaying about in front of his eyes, to the table. He sighed sadly, if soldiers come, block with the general, if water comes, block it with soil. I won't make trouble for others if they don't make trouble for me. What can I do, even if I know this? Don't tell me that I can become a great power who can slaughter everyone in the 4 directions overnight. Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianan with luminous eyes. It's not impossible. After all, you're a divine devil. As long as the seal in your body is removed, you can obtain your bloodline's innate inheritance. When that time comes, a cultivation speed of 10,000 miles a day will be nothing. How can you know so many matters relating to our divine devil clan? Yan Tianan stared at Feng Jingyu suspiciously. In any case, your dad and I can be considered friends. Feng Jingyu patted his chest proudly. Your dad, Demon Venerable Yu Ming, once told me many secrets regarding the divine devil tribe. If you want to know, I can tell you later when I remember them. Yan Tianan's gaze was deep. What kind of person is my dad? Feng Jingyu blinked. A great beauty. Yan Tianan. Feng Jingyu smiled. Not only is your dad a great beauty, but your father is a great beauty recognized by all of the 9 lands as well. Otherwise, your dad wouldn't go so far as to take a fancy to such a cold-blooded, emotionless, and scheming fellow like your father. Yan Tianan sighed and pouted. In any case, none of them are as good as my Dage. That's true. Feng Jingyu nodded as he held his chin. Lin Xuanji is lucky that he's not in the 9 lands. If he appears in the 9 lands one day, I'm afraid that just with that face alone, he'll be able to cause disputes among the various forces. In the 9 lands, those cultivators had both authority and power. This, combined with the abundant spiritual qi, meant that they could easily cultivate and gain a long lifespan. In the long years of cultivating to become immortal, if they didn't cause some trouble, it would make their time seem boring and their hearts hollow and empty. Therefore, whenever a new beauty appeared, that person would inevitably cause a certain degree of chase and competition. There were also many celebrated young men who regarded winning the affection of beauties as a way to show off. When Yan Tianan heard those words, his heart had already started to be on the alert for that, even though he had never seen that kind of scene before. Yan Tianan spoke, quite distressed, I really want to hide my Dage away so that other people can't have any ideas about him. Feng Jingyu persuaded, your way of thinking is wrong, you should strive to become stronger so that no one will dare to have any ideas about Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan paused, pondered it, and thought that Feng Jingyu's words were very reasonable. However, you're in a much more precarious position than he is. Feng Jingyu narrowed his eyes and sized up Yan Tianan. Don't forget that you are an exceptional furnace, which holds much more attraction for cultivators than a beautiful face. Yan Tianan furrowed his brows, showing a rare expression of disgust. If anyone dares to force himself on me, I would rather die than let him succeed. Yan Tianan said ruthlessly. Feng Jingyu clicked his tongue. I'm just afraid that at that time, you won't have the freedom to act as you please. You're a delicious cake in high demand. Yan Tianan cast him a sidelong glance. Why, do you have any ideas about me as well? Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes. At the very least, this king cares about a partner's looks. I'd be more likely to have ideas about your dage. Yan Tianan. Feng Jingyu suddenly felt the back of his neck go cold. Yan Tianan glared at Feng Jingyu dangerously. If you dare to have any ideas about my dage, be wary of me cutting your little bird off. Feng Jingyu roared angrily. That's Big Bird, your little bird. Your entire family is little bird. Yan Tianan didn't have the energy to ridicule back. He massaged his temples, hard-pressed under the stress. You refined Ling Chigu into a corpse puppet and also cultivated the yin flame palm. I assume you have a demonic path expert guiding you. Feng Jingyu surmised. Yan Tianan suddenly stared at Feng Jingyu with narrowed eyes. Feng Jingyu yawned and spoke in a childish voice. You don't need to be so stirred up either, nor do you need to suspect that I'm trying to worm information from you. After all, this king is experienced and knowledgeable, which is totally different from a country bumpkin like you. No matter the yin flame palm or imperial corpse technique, neither is something that can appear in the 5 continents. Besides demonic cultivators, no one else will give you these kinds of cultivation techniques, am I right? Yan Tianan hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Dancing red flames flashed through Feng Jingyu's golden pupils. He shouted rather excitedly, that demonic cultivator or demon, the next time you see him, you might as well ask him if he knows your dad. I suspect that the fellow who's helping you in the dark is someone your dad sent over to guide you. Hearing this, a strange feeling flashed through Yan Tianan's heart. He naturally hoped that he had biological parents, but for so many years, only Lin Zan gave him unconditional fatherly love, so now, when he heard someone mention his parents and even let him know such secrets, Yan Tianan actually was somewhat rejecting towards those 2 biological parents of his, especially his so-called father the king. Chapter 253. Yan Tianan was certain that if it was Lin Zan, he would never choose to abandon him. Yan Tianan was certain that if it was Lin Zan, he would never choose to abandon him. But that ghost-masked man who saw through his real identity from a glance and wanted to take him on as a disciple, was he really someone his biological dad sent over to help? If so, then why didn't he tell Yan Tianan the truth and always avoided him? If not, then why teach him those cultivation techniques suitable for him, and even secretly help him? After thinking about it, Yan Tianan nodded. If I have a chance to see Ghost Masked Man next time, I'll ask him. Feng Jingyu's eyes twinkled as he took note of the address Ghost Masked Man in his heart. In Lin Xuanji's room, to think that that kid's identity is actually a successor to the Qianyuan dynasty. Soul Bead sighed. I should have guessed this when I heard that his surname was Yan, but I didn't think that he, someone living in the 5 continents, would have something to do with the 9 lands. Lin Xuanji was also restless. He drank 3 cups of cold tea in a row and barely managed to calm himself. The wave after wave of news made even an old soul like him who had lived for 1,000 years feel somewhat surprised and a little unable to bear it, but even so, Lin Xuanji's brain wasn't muddled either. Yan is not a common surname. Lin Xuanji noted. No kidding. In the 9 lands, there is only one family with the surname of Yan. But it's also nothing much. The Yan family isn't the only royal family to reach the top of an era. Soul Bead tilted its head as he continued. When I was alive, the royal family sitting on the throne of the Qianyuan dynasty was the Zan family. However, the Zan family suffered disastrous losses during the ancient Great Immortal Demon War. The Zan family's most powerful prince at that time sacrificed himself to activate the array that sealed the Devil Emperor, his soul dissipating into nothingness. Thus, the Zan family lost the throne after that. As for the events that happened afterward, I'm not clear on those. Lin Xuanji asked vaguely, can descendants of divine devils become the monarch ruling over the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital? After a long silence, Soul Bead replied, there is no precedent because the 9 celestial families and the divine devil clan have always been mortal enemies. It would already be a miracle if the 2 sides didn't start fighting when they met each other. How can such enemies easily link together and give birth to descendants? Your deity's bloodline is probably the first person in 10,000 years. If there was no precedent, then things would be troublesome. But in other words, since those eccentric fellows from the family of prophets gave Yan Tianan a legitimate successor ranking, that meant that he was still a successor recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Soul Bead said leisurely, rejoicing in others' misfortunes, interesting, this is really interesting. Benzun, this venerable Tien really wants to see with my own eyes what kind of expression those successors would make when they find out they'll have to be on equal footing with a half-devil heir. Thinking about it, it must be a very enjoyable sight. If Yan Tianan really slaughtered his way back to the royal heavenly capital in the future to fight for the throne, it would be even more interesting. Soul Bead thought about it and felt that this was much more interesting than his era. Soul Bead laughed for a while, overjoyed, then heard Lin Xuanji's calm voice, besides fighting for the throne, is there any other path? Why do you need to ask me when you're clear in your heart? Soul Bead coolly responded. Lin Xuanji let out a long sigh in his heart. Soul Bead couldn't help saying, speaking of which, this kid is also pretty unlucky. If he was only a half-devil, people will forget him if he doesn't fight over the throne, but who let him be an exceptional furnace as well? You'll see. I'm afraid that there are many people who want him. Lin Xuanji's heart felt cold. The biggest secret on Yan Tianan wasn't his background, but his constitution. In the last life, Yan Tianan died due to this constitution of his. Therefore, in this life, Lin Xuanji had always been vigilant, afraid that someone would detect this secret. However, things turned out contrary to his wishes. In the Nine Lands, Yan Tianan being an exceptional furnace had already become widely known. This feeling was really too disgusting. A furnace constitution was a natural vessel for dual cultivation, and adding an exceptional in front of it meant that as long as someone dual cultivated with him, even against Ahen's will, that person could still obtain immeasurable benefits. For cultivators, this held much more attraction than medicinal pills or magic treasures. When Lin Xuanji thought about how there were so many people coveting and thinking about his Ahen, his mood became gloomy. He dearly wished that he could dismember those bastards, corpses into 10,000 pieces and scatter their souls so that they would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Soul Bead saw Lin Xuanji's increasingly gloomier thoughts and couldn't stop himself from advising, "Kid, you don't have to worry too much right now. Those people probably won't be able to find Yan Tianan's whereabouts so easily in a few years. What you should do is take advantage of these precious few years to quickly improve your cultivation. Hurry up and make connections with the families you should network with and quickly find the backers or golden thighs that you should find. It's useless to be dispirited." "I know," Lin Xuanji responded calmly, but his hand beneath his sleeve was clenched tight. Yan Tianan straightened out his mood only after making threats and promises to Feng Jingyu. Satisfied, he came to Lin Xuanji's room. As soon as he entered the door, Yan Tianan once again became that timid, naive, and simple foolish little brother who was ignorant of everything. When Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan's expression, which looked like a frightened rabbit, his heart immediately melted into a soft mess. He beckoned with his hand for Yan Tianan to come over and held Yan Tianan on his leg, soothing him slowly. "Ahen, it's Dage's fault for letting you hear these unpleasant matters today, but since you heard them, I want to ask what Ahen thinks in his heart." Right now, all of Yan Tianan's attention was focused on Lin Xuanji's solid and warm thigh. Yan Tianan let out an ah and whispered, "Actually, I don't know what to do either, but I thought about it, and even if I know who my parents are, know my background and the reason why Feng Jingyu stayed by my side, would knowing those mean I'm no longer me? No matter what, he was still Yan Tianan." Lin Xuanji understood the implication behind Ahen's words and secretly let out a small sigh of relief. He nodded. That Ahen can think of these things makes Dage relieved. "If Ahen has any ideas in the future, be sure to tell me." Yan Tianan nodded cleverly. Lin Xuanji continued, "Your identity is indeed troublesome, but it's not enough to affect your cultivation right now. Continue doing what you should do. Just leave the other matters to Dage." Yan Tianan knew that if he pitifully begged Lin Xuanji to let him intervene, Lin Xuanji would definitely feel uneasy, so he obediently smiled as he agreed, "Okay, I'll listen to Dage." Lin Xuanji smiled gently, his forehead lightly touching Yan Tianan's as he whispered affectionately, "Ahen is so well behaved, what reward do you want?" "I want Dage to kiss me." Yan Tianan said that, but he had already pecked Lin Xuanji's lips. Lin Xuanji deepened the kiss with a smile, picking up Yan Tianan and walking towards the bed. In a few days, it became time for Profound Sky Sect's new round of entrance exams. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had already registered in advance, so they could apply directly when the time came. Because the Lin family rose to a first-class family in the 100 Families gathering, the Lin family's quota of disciples who could interview for celestial level sects changed from 1 to 4 of course. These 4 placings were the quotas of all 5 major celestial level sects. Among them, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were classified as special recruitment and not included in the quota. Lin Yan occupied Heavenly Fire sect's quota, Lin Zeji naturally occupied another placing. Like this, there were still 2 precious spots left. These days, Fifth Elder's doorstep was about to be broken by all the Lin family members walking over it. In order to decide who to allocate the remaining 2 spots to, Fifth Elder racked his brain hard. He originally wanted to find 4th Elder Lin Liuchun to discuss and solve the problem, but as soon as Lin Liuchun came back, he disappeared again without a trace and couldn't be relied on at all. This infuriated 5th Elder so much that he wanted to curse Lin Liuchun's mother. There were many monks but only a few bowls of kanji. Everyone wanted those 2 placings that allowed them to enter Profound Sky sect without having to participate in the examinations. Although 5th Elder was the head of the family, he actually didn't know much about the younger generation's abilities. After all, he only truly became in charge of the Lin family's matters after Lin Zan's disappearance. Afterward, when 5th Elder was thinking about it, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He boldly gave the right to decide to Lin Xuanji. When someone came to ask for the spots on the quota once again, 5th Elder waved his hand and announced, "These placings were won for the Lin family by Xuanji, go find him if you have any thoughts." Thus, 5th Elder's side became calm, but on Lin Xuanji's side, nephew Xuanji, take a look at this deity of yours, although he's young, he's already showing faint signs of your demeanor. You may as well give him this opportunity. Xuanji, this is my mother's family's 300-year-old lingzi, it's the best for nourishing the body when used in medicine. Why don't you try it? Xuanji. When Lin Zantian walked into the courtyard, he saw Yan Tianan sitting on top of the peach blossom tree in the courtyard with one leg over the other, blinking and holding a peach in his hand, happily munching on it. Lin Zantian stopped and looked up at Yan Tianan. Why are you sitting here, where's Xuanji? Yan Tianan blinked and replied, my dage was surrounded. I thought it was too noisy inside, so I came out to get some fresh air. Lin Zantian immediately chuckled, Xuanji is now the person who calls all the shots in the family. Naturally, there will be many people looking for him. I'm afraid they'll even show off their individual abilities, just like when the 8 immortals crossed the sea. Yan Tianan nodded and jumped down from the tree. He dusted himself and smiled. Zantian Gerger, are you here with some gift to ask my dage for a placing as well? Lin Zantian's face, which had always been taut, revealed a little smile. He shook his head. I did bring something for Xuanji, but regarding the spot in the quota, I won't think more of it. Yan Tianan asked, don't you want to go to Profound Sky sect? Lin Zantian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I can't go. My sister can't leave me. His ability was out of the ordinary and he also conducted himself honestly. If he could enter a celestial level sect, it would naturally be a great help to his future development. However, he couldn't leave his little sister Lin Yuhan, which was why, for so many years, he had been guarding the Lin family, never leaving his little sister. Yan Tianan patted Lin Zantian's shoulder and winked at him, thinking like this is not right. Lin Zantian stared blankly. Yan Tianan explained, Lin Yuhan's health will continue to remain that way for a short while to come, there won't be much improvement. You can't do anything for her even if you stay with her. I think you might as well go outside and see the world. Make more friends in Profound Sky sect and find a reliable master, improve your cultivation as soon as possible. This way, you can better protect Lin Yuhan in the future. Lin Zantian heard this, and his expression became a little complicated. He didn't want to go to a sect. No, of course he wanted to go. More than anyone else, he longed to go outside, see the world, and make some friends. Lin Zantian adored Lin Zan ever since he was young. He admired Lin Zan's carefree and leisurely lifestyle, as well as how he did whatever his heart desired. He admired how Lin Zan dared to leave when he said he would leave. Chapter 254. Lin Zantian had lofty aspirations in his heart, but he was trapped in a corner. Lin Zantian had lofty aspirations in his heart, but he was trapped in a corner. However, no matter how tempted Lin Zantian was, he still shook his head and declined, downcast, I still dare not, and I'm also reluctant to part with my little sister. Yan Tianan looked at him. Why don't you go back and discuss this with your parents and sisters? I'll tell you this secret, my Dage left a place open for you. If you nod, he'll put your name on the list. If you still don't want to go, my Dage will give someone else the spot. Lin Zontian was shocked. He looked at Yan Tianan in amazement. He never would have thought that Lin Xuanji would actually reserve such a precious spot just for him. One should know that Profound Sky Sect only held an entrance exam annually, picking one person from among 100. Plus, the accepted disciples all had to start working their way up from outer door disciples. This kind of internally recommended placing could allow someone to skip that process and directly become an inner door disciple, where they could formally study under a master. The difference in treatment was akin to that of heaven and earth. The most important thing was that celestial level sects only accepted disciples under 25 years of age. If anyone was older than that, then unless that person had special talents or went the internal recommendation route within their family, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the sect again. Lin Zontian's age was indeed a bit awkward, so the opportunity Lin Xuanji gave him could be considered extremely precious. How could Lin Zontian not be tempted? Absolutely no one would reject this opportunity. However, he thought of his little sister, whose body could give out at any time, and thought of his mother, who had recently been suffering from Madame Bai and Third Elder's joint suppression, then thought of his father in the law enforcement hall, who was struggling with every step. Lin Zontian was still hesitant. As soon as Lin Zontian opened his mouth, Yan Tianan interrupted him. Yan Tianan smiled and winked at him playfully. I said, why don't you go back and discuss it first before replying? Oh, that's right. What did you want to bring to my Dage today? Lin Zontian had a complicated expression as he took out a bottle from his sleeve, handing it to Yan Tianan. These are some medicinal pills my mother refined to strengthen the body and replenish qi. It's not worth much. Compared to that 100-year-old Lingzi and those top-grade medicinal pills, the bottle of medicinal pills wasn't worth mentioning at all. Oh wow, it just so happens that my Dage and I need this. Yan Tianan happily took it and smiled at Lin Zontian. Zontian Gerger, hurry back and discuss this. I'll wait for your reply. Lin Zontian nodded, took a deep look at Yan Tianan, and turned around, leaving. Waves were surging up violently in his heart, and his fist, concealed in his sleeve, faintly shook. Yan Tianan opened the medicinal bottle containing 8 medicinal pills and poured one out. To his surprise, he found that the medicinal pills in this bottle were all high-grade or top-grade and were extremely difficult to find on the market. Yan Tianan's eyes shined, his lips curling into a smile. Have pity on all the parents in the world. Even though Lin Zontian couldn't understand anything at all with his wooden head, Yan Tianan's clever brain understood everything at a glance. Ji Lanjin wanted to take this opportunity to help her son obtain an opportunity. Yan Tianan's time staying at the Lin family residence exceeded the amount of time Lin Xuanji spent there, so he naturally knew what kind of circumstances Ji Lanjin's family had. It seemed that Ji Lanjin really put down all her hard-earned capital on this. Yan Tianan took the medicinal pill bottle and walked into the reception hall. He saw Lin Yuro, who had just finished delivering a gift and was preparing to leave. In the past, when Lin Yuro saw Yan Tianan, although she didn't say anything unpleasant, she would still regard him coldly. However, after the 100 Families gathering, where she witnessed Lin Xuanji's undisguised actions to protect him from all directions and Yan Tianan's own attainment on the alchemist path, Lin Yuro had to change her opinion of him. Lin Yuro flashed Yan Tianan a smile that could be considered friendly. However, Yan Tianan didn't cast her a glance, as though he didn't see her at all. He went straight inside and even warmly called out Dage before he even saw Lin Xuanji. Lin Yuro felt that she didn't have much face. She rubbed her nose to ease the embarrassment. Her personal maid beside her indignantly said, young miss is kind enough to greet him, but he didn't even respond at all. He really doesn't understand etiquette, he's truly too excessive. Lin Yuro's expression changed. She hurriedly pulled the maid outside, only then did she whisper with some anger, in the future, never speak these kinds of words in front of anyone. Otherwise, I can only send you away. The personal maid Alan immediately turned pale with fright. She had been with Lin Yuro for over 10 years and felt that she had some status within Lin Yuro's eyes. Plus, didn't Lin Yuro always look down on Yan Tianan? However, Lin Xuanji didn't allow any personal servants to tag along when participating in the 100 Families gathering, so Alan naturally didn't know about the events that occurred. She also didn't know exactly how important Yan Tianan was to Lin Xuanji, but now that Lin Yuro had spoken, Lan could only lower her head in embarrassment and answer, "I'll obey Mrs. Orders." Lin Yuro also felt that she truly deserved being given the cold shoulder by Yan Tianan. Thus, she decided to have a better relationship with Yan Tianan in the future. After this incident, she accurately understood the fact that the world was constantly changing, and a river that had been flowing on the west side was now flowing on the east side 30 years later. One should never throw rocks at people when they're down. Yan Tianan saw that the small reception hall was filled with all kinds of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines, as well as delicacies, and he couldn't help licking his lips. Dage Yan Tianan flew over and rushed into Lin Xuanji's arms. Lin Xuanji smiled, "You've seen Zantian?" Yan Tianan nodded and gave the medicinal pill bottle to Lin Xuanji like he was presenting a treasure. "The stuff inside is pretty good." Lin Xuanji didn't even look at it and pushed it back to Yan Tianan. "Since it's good, then Ah Hen can take it." Yan Tianan grinned and didn't refuse, he directly stuffed it into his own storage bag. Yan Tianan asked, "Dage, one spot is reserved for Zantian Gerger, so what about the other one?" Lin Yufan. Yan Tianan paused. Lin Yuro's half-sister. Why did Dage settle on her? If one had to say, Lin Yufan's performance in the 100 Families gathering wasn't considered outstanding. In the martial arts competition, she left the stage very fast and didn't leave behind any long-lasting waves. Yan Tianan's impression of Lin Yufan was that this thin, tall, and cold woman was very low profile in her actions, so much so that most of the time, he couldn't even remember that such a person existed. What exactly did Lin Xuanji see in her? Very soon, Lin Xuanji answered Yan Tianan's questions. Lin Yufan is a very interesting person. Lin Xuanji curled his lips as he smiled thoughtfully. This person is extremely low profile and knows how to hide one's true strength, making it difficult for people to notice such a person's existence. If I put heart into nurturing this person, Lin Yufan can become a hidden trump card at a critical moment, bringing danger to our enemies. Lin Yufan also has this intention. Some people were naturally unsuited for being in the public's light, instead preferring to work behind the scenes. It was easy to defend against a spear in the light but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow from the dark. Thus, in this world, a vast majority of people were spears in the light, but it was difficult to find an arrow hidden in the dark. Lin Yufan was such a hidden arrow. Yan Tianan was a little surprised. However, I don't really think that Yufan Gigi is very powerful. Lin Xuanji put his arm around Yan Tianan's neck, pulling him over and whispering a few words into his ear. Only to see Yan Tianan's eyes grow wider and wider, his entire person dumbstruck, resembling a wooden chicken. His Dage actually said that Lin Yufan was not a woman at all, but a man. This was too shocking. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's lovely self and couldn't help smiling. However, to tell you the truth, I didn't realize that Lin Yufan was actually a man either for all these years. Yan Tianan was puzzled. Why is this? Lin Xuanji shook his head. You'll have to ask him about the specific reason. However, thinking about it, the reason was probably closely connected to the matter that happened with Lin Rui's branch of the family where he favored the concubine and did away with the wife. However, regarding such a private matter, naturally Lin Xuanji wouldn't inquire unless Lin Yufan took the initiative to bring it up. Not long after, Qing Zhu took large strides as he entered with a round-faced youth. Qing Zhu's expression was normal. His verdant robes made him seem elegant and extraordinary, mature and steady. In contrast, the young man behind him seemed to be in a hurry, apprehensive and restless. Young master, little young master, Yuan Bao, young master Duan's personal servant, said there was an urgent matter and that he had to see you. I couldn't stop him, so I brought him here. Qing Zhu was already over 30 years old. Originally, he was Lin Zan's personal servant and followed him around. However, a few years back, he became Dao companions with a sword cultivator and left the Lin family. Since then, Lin Xuanji never saw Qing Zhu again. However, in the past few days, Qing Zhu came back to the Lin family again alone. Although he still looked young and handsome, it was hard to conceal the fatigue in his expression. When Qing Zhu learned that Lin Zan had already died, he was even more shaken and seemed on the edge of collapsing. Qing Zhu grew up with Lin Zan ever since he was young. His relationship with Lin Zan seemed to be master and servant on the surface, but in fact, it was more accurate to say that they were brothers. Lin Xuanji was also someone whom Qing Zhu watched over as he grew up, so he especially trusted Qing Zhu. After all, in the last life, when Qing Zhu returned to the Lin family a few years later and learned that Lin Zan had died, he spent his whole life looking for Lin Zan's enemy in order to avenge him. Lin Xuanji was naturally happy that Qing Zhu was willing to come back. Compared to Lin Xuanji, however, Yan Tianan's excitement was written all over his face. Yuan Bao was Duan Yuyong's personal servant, and Lin Xuanji knew him as well. Young Master Lin, young Master Tianan. Yuan Bao's eyes were red, as though he was about to cry. He fell to his knees with a thump, pleading, "Please help my family's young master, I'm begging you." Yan Tianan was startled and quickly pulled Yuan Bao up. "Speak clearly. What happened to Yuyong Gerger?" A bad premonition also rose in Lin Xuanji's heart. Yuan Bao wiped his eyes while he explained, "Yesterday, our family's young master suddenly fainted and was taken away by the family head and his wife for treatment. After the doctor examined him, he said that in Duan Yuyong's body he actually has Has what?" Yan Tianan was so anxious that he knitted his brows. Lin Xuanji, on the other hand, understood in an instant. Although he thought it was inconceivable, it wasn't like he didn't encounter similar situations in his last life, when he was still a soul. "He has. It's true. Where is your family's young master right this moment?" Lin Xuanji asked directly. Yuan Bao sniffed and looked at Lin Xuanji as he said angrily, "He was dragged to the family's law enforcement hall. The family head originally loved young master dearly, but his love was no match for that poisonous woman adding oil and vinegar beside him. In a fit of anger, the family head wanted to punish young master according to the Duan family's laws and even interrogated him on whose seed the thing in his stomach belonged to. He even wanted to feed young master medicine to abort the child in his stomach." "What? Whose seed? What do you mean?" Although Yan Tianan didn't fully understand the situation yet, he still jumped up. "Dage, let's hurry to save Yuyong Gerger." Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "Yuan Bao, take us there at once." Yuan Bao jumped up from the ground and took out a handkerchief to blow his nose. He then gratefully said, "Thank you, young Master Lin. Whether our family's young master lives or dies will all depend on you." There was no time to lose, so Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan with him and followed Yuan Bao to the Duan family's residence immediately. When they entered the main gate of the Duan family's castle, some Duan family members passed by on the road and couldn't stop themselves from pointing to Yuan Bao. There were even some who had expressions of disdain or expressions that clearly indicated they were watching an interesting play. "Have you heard? Our Duan family's distinguished young master actually got pregnant with a bastard pa. How humiliating. It's fine if he simply lacked discipline and didn't strive to improve himself, but he was trash who was pressed down by a man. He actually became pregnant, like a woman. Too disgusting. Freak. Chapter 255. Someone whispered, "I heard that the head of the Duan family was so angry, he was going to make Duan Yuyong abort the baby right then and there in the law enforcement hall." "Ah, they're not losing any time, Ba. If you ask me, Duan Yuyong is a dead man now. It's really unfortunate to have such a thing happen in the main branch. I don't know how much of a laughingstock they'd be if people outside heard about this. It's really unheard of for a man to have a child. I've never seen one before. The most terrible thing is that it violates the natural law. The heavens will most likely blame the Duan family on." Naturally, there were also those who received Duan Yuyong's favor and had a good relationship with him. They spoke in defense for Duan Yuyong. "This issue hasn't been clearly understood yet. You shouldn't talk down about one's virtue, Ba. Besides, even if he's pregnant, he's the Duan family's first and legitimate son. How could you gossip so casually about this? That's right, he's the blood of the direct line of the Duan family. Can you insult him so freely? On ordinary days, the young master treats you so well. But at this time, you're fanning the flames and shooting a person down. Do you have no face?" someone said. At one point, the two groups began to quarrel and even started fighting when they didn't agree with one another. The more Yan Tianan listened, the more he understood. He couldn't help pulling a cold-faced Lin Xuanji and said, "Dage, are they saying Yuyong Jie has a baby in his belly?" "Yes." Lin Xuanji nodded. His expression eased up. "He does have a child in his belly." Yan Tianan nodded, frowning. He asked with some perplexity, "But isn't having a baby a good thing? Why do they have to say such things?" Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. "Why does Ah Hen believe it's a good thing? Don't you think it violates the law of nature for men to get pregnant? But cultivating immortality is precisely defying the law of nature and competing against the heavens. Ah." Yan Tianan's mind flashed with a vague and unspeakable feeling. "Besides, why can't men have children? How come I feel like it's a normal thing?" Lin Xuanji was stunned. He thought of something and asked, "Ah Hen, how much do you remember before coming to the Lin family?" Yan Tianan shook his head, "I don't remember." Lin Xuanji thought inwardly, sure enough, it wasn't a disgrace for men to get pregnant in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital when Yan Tianan was a child. The world is so big that only when we have enough experience and knowledge could we learn to be less ignorant and foolish, and not stupidly sticking to our conservative ways. When they arrived at the law enforcement hall, Yan Tianan had to ask, "Dage, do you think the other father of the baby in Yu Yongji's belly is Yuan Tianwen?" Lin Xuanji sent him a sideways look. "Besides Yuan Tianwen, I can't think of a second person." Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly flared up. He resentfully commented, "Yuan Tianwen is really annoying. He used to pester Yu Yongji around and stuck close to him, but at the most critical moment, there isn't even a shadow of him." Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. When he was at home, he had already tried to inform Yuan Tianwen of the situation. However, Lin Xuanji had not heard of Duan Yuyong's pregnancy in his previous life. He thought it might not have existed at all, or it did, but Yuyong had been oppressed by others. In the same way, Duan Yuyong had no children around him, but as for whether the child was born and taken away or was never born at all. Lin Xuanji looked at Duan family's equally new and dignified law enforcement hall, and his heart instinctively inclined towards the latter possibility. A baby should have existed in his last life, otherwise Duan Yuyong would not have died without ever forgiving Yuan Tianwen. After all, in Lin Xuanji's opinion, what Yuan Tianwen did was not enough for Duan Yuyong to directly sentence him to death. If there really had been a child, it most likely had been beaten out by force. Lin Xuanji shook his head and sighed. Yuan Tianwen really was good at committing a sin. That was why he was always at the peak of hardened body stage in his previous life and couldn't improve any further for a long time. Later, he was forced into closed-door cultivation under Sumo's pressure and finally made a breakthrough. Lin Xuanji figured Duan Yuyong was closely related to this matter. "Who are you?" the guard outside the law enforcement hall shouted angrily. "Lin Xuanji." He casually gave his name. The guard glanced at him. "The Duan family is currently dealing with an internal issue in the clan, requesting Lin Gongzi to please move elsewhere." Lin Xuanji replied, "I am here to find Duan Yuyong." The guard's eyebrows furrowed before he immediately eased up his expression. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It is not appropriate for young master to see anyone at this time." Yuan Bao immediately pointed to the guard and shouted, "Ah Song, when you were on a mission in the mercenary group, you were nearly killed by other cultivators. Nevertheless, my family's madam saved you among the masses, and now you are being ungrateful. Are you still human or not?" Ah Song was immediately ashamed, but he hesitantly said, "The master of the Duan family is in there, so he wouldn't let the young master suffer too much." Lin Xuanji coldly stated, "A man's pregnancy is against the law of nature. If he's forced to abort, it will not only hurt his body but himself too. It would be hard on his cultivation. Will you let your young master be killed before you give up your post?" Ah Song's entire body shuddered and clenched his fist. After struggling with himself, he gnashed his teeth and answered, "Lin Gongzi, please come in." Lin Xuanji rushed straight into the law enforcement hall with Yan Tianan. In the Duan family's law enforcement hall, Duan Yuyong's father, Duan Zheng, sat on the highest seat as the master of the Duan family. He glared with livid eyes at Duan Yuyong kneeling on the ground before him. "I let you do whatever you want all the time, but I didn't expect you to do such a lowly thing. Where can I place my face now?" Duan Yuyong knelt on the ground, his hair disheveled and back ramrod straight. Duan Yuyong's complexion was a little pallid, but he answered with a face full of indifference, "Isn't it just a baby? What's the big deal? Have you no shame?" Duan Zheng forcibly slapped the stone table that had burst. "Do you realize your mistake?" "What mistake? I don't know what it is." Duan Yuyong replied. "You evil beast!" Duan Zheng was so angry he fell back on his seat. Madame Duan sat next to him with a little smirk on her face. She said lightly, "Master, why should you be so angry? I think Yuyong has been acting a little foolish for a while. According to the countermeasures we discussed last night, let him realize his mistake by shutting him in the dungeon for 3 months. That's all." The head of the law enforcement hall sitting next to Madame Duan couldn't help but raise his brows. He inwardly thought, Madame Duan is quite ruthless. Cultivators were different from ordinary people. If they were to abort the baby in their stomachs, their bodies would definitely be hurt and it would damage their cultivation. Furthermore, the cold water in the Duan family's dungeon would make ordinary people lose all of their life energy and die after soaking for a day. Cultivators would most likely turn into cripples after 3 months. With a scowl on his face, Duan Yuyong scoffed, "Su Julian, you really are my good mother. What's the matter? You can't pretend any longer this time." Madame Duan, also known as Su Julian, frowned. "Yuyong, calling your mother by her first name is very rude. Did you forget that you're still Duan family's young master? Acting like this, what kind of young master is he?" Duan Zheng spoke angrily before his tone filled with heartache. "I was sorry for your biological mother, so I wanted to make up for it. Unexpectedly, you let me down so much. Fine, you shouldn't be a young master. You don't have the right to be. If you think I'm unsuitable, then I'm unsuitable. You think I care about being one?" Duan Yuyong wryly hooked his lips. At this critical moment, he talked as if he could not see the faces that wanted to eat him alive. Duan Yuhao stood by and sneered, "I think it's better if he gave birth to this little bastard. Maybe the father of it will reveal himself. We might as well see who it is that had the ability to get a big man pregnant. However, my good brother, I do have to regard you with new eyes. In Sky Peak City, Yuan Tianwen followed your ass everywhere and barely gave himself face, but you ignored him and pretended to be a chaste woman. Unexpectedly, you left him to dry while you turned around and slept with other men." After he said those words, Duan Yuhao swept playful eyes over Duan Yuyong's body. "Unless, could it be that young master's body is different from ordinary people's bodies?" Bah. Duan Yuyong's expression shifted, but soon, he simply closed his eyes. Duan Zhengda's face turned from blue to white before sighing deeply. "What misfortune?" Madame Duan's eyes moved slightly and turned to Duan Zhengda. "As I said, it's necessary to beat the bastard out of his belly. As to whether Yuyong should be imprisoned in the water dungeon, that depends on master's intention. Husband should take advantage of fact that the news that has not been completely spread out of the Duan family's doors yet, and the fact that third elder hasn't been alerted yet, to deal with it properly. Don't be soft-hearted, otherwise, third elder is bound to blame the master of the family." When Duan Zhengda heard this, he nodded and made up his mind. "Bring the medicine and give it to the young master," he called out. The 3 cultivators dressed in Duan family's armor immediately took the medicine. 2 of them walked to Duan Yuyong's side, one held him on the left while the other restrained him on the right. Duan Yuyong was shocked and he trembled with rage. He immediately struggled to get up, shouting, "What qualifications do you have? How dare you touch me?" As he spoke, he pulled out a talisman, but just as he was about to throw it, it was blasted away by a gust of spiritual qi. With a bang, Duan Yuyong fell to the ground. He glared hatefully at his stepmother. Madame Duan just sneered and said, "Well, why don't you go and help out the young master?" "Yes, fuck your ancestors." Duan Yuyong suddenly snapped like he'd gone crazy, pointing to Madame Duan as he shouted, "You won't even let a fucking child live. You're a poisonous woman with the heart of a snake and scorpion combined." A bitch. Madame Duan's face sank and twisted for a moment. She yelled, "Give me his tongue." Yuyong Jie. Just then, the door was pushed open and Yan Tianan called out his name. Everyone in the law enforcement hall looked his way. While the guards were distracted, Duan Yuyong took advantage of the opportunity to quickly get up and run towards the door. "Help! Someone is going to kill." Duan Yuyong threw himself behind Lin Xuanji without a care to his image. Lin Xuanji looked at Duan Yuyong's disheveled state and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Stop! White silk flew out of Madame Duan's hand and was about to roll up Duan Yuyong's body when suddenly, a huge whirlwind rushed towards her face. She quickly drew back the white silk as the spiritual qi contained in the whirlwind proved to be more majestic and merciless. "Who are you?" Madame Duan looked at Lin Xuanji with surprise and resentment on her face. She slapped the table heavily. Lin Xuanji looked indifferent, standing beside 2 tiger cubs with their heads held high and their white fur bristling. Meanwhile, Yan Tianan rushed up to hide Duan Yuyong behind him, staring at Madame Duan angrily. Young Master Yuan Bao also hurried over to check Duan Yuyong's body for any injuries. Duan Yuyong was relieved. He looked at Lin Xuanji gratefully and thought to himself, "This is really a save." Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuhao's eyes narrowed, emitting a cold light. He glared at Lin Xuanji, who held a fan in his hand. Lin Xuanji slowly closed it, gave a symbolic salute, and said with an elegant demeanor, "Master Duan, Madame Duan, I have no idea what Yuyong did wrong, but he was unexpectedly taken to the law enforcement hall by the 2 of you and about to have his punishment personally executed by you. Chapter 256. Duan Zhengda's heart was startled. Nowadays, the Lin family was on a rising tide, so he couldn't easily touch their disciples. Duan Zheng frowned. Nephew Xuanji, this is our Duan family's affair. You are the first son of the Lin family, so I'm afraid that it's inappropriate for you to break into our Duan family's law enforcement hall without permission. Lin Xuanji nodded. It's indeed inappropriate, but it's a matter of urgency. Yu Yang is my friend. If something were to happen to him, it would be heartless of me to ignore it. Cut the Yi Duan Yuhao showed a disdainful expression, but then he pondered contemplatively. It couldn't be that the bastard in my eldest brother's belly is yours. If what's in my stomach is a bastard, then I'm a bastard, my father's a bastard too, and, brat, you're the son of a bastard. Duan Yuyang had a sharp tongue, so he immediately rebuked him. He'd let it pass if Duan Yuhao insulted just him, but he actually included the little thing in his belly in his insult as well. This, Duan Yuyang couldn't tolerate. Duan Zheng turned blue with anger. He shouted, "Why aren't you getting back here yet? You still don't mind losing face?" Duan Yuyang looked at his father with disappointment. I will absolutely never let this child go. If you must force me, I'll have to fight you. Duan Zhengda's beard suddenly turned up and he pointed to Duan Yuyang, swearing, "You've been fooling around for a long time and I'm finally fed up with it. If you have to keep that bastard, our Duan family won't accommodate you. Why don't you just tell me to fuck off?" Duan Yuyang glanced contemptuously at all the people present and had a good look at their faces. He tore the family crest on his clothes and threw it to the ground. From today on, I won't be a member of the Duan family. Duan Zheng didn't expect Duan Yuyang to be so decisive. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. His face turned red. If you want to get out, then get out of the Duan family's house. Duan Yuyang finally gave Duan Zheng and Su Julian a cold sweep. He turned around and walked away without any hesitation. His waist was straight and his eyes were filled with scorn over their so-called family, a place that was supposed to shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a pity to lose his position as Duan family's young master, and he was equally unwilling to leave behind the traces of his mother's presence here. However, now that it had already come to this, if the Duan family had done him more harm than the amount of wealth it gave him, and if it was unable to shield him from the wind and rain, even going so far as wanting his life, then he would rather have nothing to do with them. Duan Yuyang left with only the storage bag his biological mother had left him. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan accompanied him all the way. Duan Yuyang stayed silent while Yan Tianan didn't know what to say. Yan Tianan glanced at Lin Xuanji frequently, his eyes calling out for help. Lin Xuanji gave him a calm look, telling him with his eyes to not act rashly. When Duan Yuyang walked out of his family's door, Lin Xuanji asked, "What's on your mind?" Duan Yuyang sneered, "Let's find an inn to live in first." Lin Xuanji replied, "Since there's no place for you to go, you may as well live with me for now." Duan Yuyang shook his head. "It's too much trouble. How can this be considered trouble? Although my humble house is poor, there is always a place for you to stay." Yan Tianan also nodded and added, "That's right. Yuyang Zhe, if you come out and live alone like this, how can Dage and I feel at ease?" Duan Yuyang was inwardly moved by their offer, but after some thought, he still refused. "Forget it, you're going to Profound Sky Sect soon. I can't stay with you for a few days." Duan Yuyang reluctantly smiled, pale and tired. He looked very distressed. He continued, "Fortunately, I still have a lot of money on me. It's enough for me to live." Seeing him like this, Yan Tianan said sadly, "Yuyang Zhe, you've never suffered from anything since you were a child. How can living outside be compared to staying at home? Besides, you have a baby in your belly now. There's no one to take care of you in the inn, so you'd best come home with me." Yuan Bao also came forward and nodded abruptly, "Yes, young master." Since young master Lin had offered, let's follow him to the Lin family's house. This way, there can be someone to look after you. Even if you don't want to plan for yourself, you have to think about your child. Duan Yuyang was extremely shaken. He involuntarily stretched out his hand and touched his flat abdomen, full of mixed feelings. He never imagined that a big man like him would get pregnant like a woman. He had no female organs and never eaten any legendary pregnancy pill that was said to make a man pregnant. Now, he was unexpectedly told that he had a child in his belly by the doctor. Of course, it'd be impossible to say that he wasn't afraid. Duan Yuyang also feared for the well-being of the little thing in his belly. An unexpected misfortune could happen to it while he wasn't paying attention. Lin Xuanji saw him beginning to waver. The Duan family seems to be extremely dissatisfied with your pregnancy. If you live outside, aren't you afraid they'll come back to take care of unfinished business? As expected, Duan Yuyong's face changed. He clenched his fist and ground his teeth. After an internal battle, he raised his head and said to Lin Xuanji, "Then I'll be bothering you for a few days." Although Duan Yuyong treated others with generosity and extreme cheerfulness, he was not willing to cause trouble for others. Yan Tianan's eyes curved up. He came forward with a smile and took Duan Yuyong's hand. He shook it like a spoiled child. "Yuyong Jie, don't be sad. You have to look on the bright side. Although you left the Duan family's house, you'll soon have your own baby." This is a good thing. Duan Yuyong's face eased a lot when he heard this. He nodded with a faint smile raised at the corner of his mouth. "You're right. This is also a good thing. To be honest, if other men suddenly found themselves pregnant one day, most of the time, they'd feel so ashamed they probably wished they could die. But Duan Yuyong was someone who liked to do things that were shocking. All the rules and ethics were nothing to him. So when he found out he was having a baby, his first reaction was a sense of happiness. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Duan Yuyong was still secretly glad that he and Yuan Tianwen were now connected by blood through his pregnancy, and he was extremely grateful to the heavens for giving him a blood relative. In the end, Duan Yuyong followed Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan back to their house and lived in the other courtyard. Before long, the gossip that Duan family's eldest son was pregnant, driven out of the house and taken away by Lin family's young master, Lin Xuanji, spread throughout Qing City. It became the most shocking and fascinating news in recent days. What's more, it was said that the other father of Duan Yuyong's child was Lin Xuanji. Those who spread the rumor in a disorderly manner had good arguments. If it wasn't Lin Xuanji, then why did he take Duan Yuyong away? To this, Lin Xuanji didn't bother explaining. It was difficult to stop long drawn-out rumors and he wasn't in the mood to do it. 3 days later, a group of Luan birds flew through the clouds and came down from the sky. The scene was magnificent, and the carriage pulled by the Luan birds was full of precious treasures, with the back of the car dotted with colorful clouds. All of the people in Qing City couldn't help but stop their work and look up at the flying birds. This group of Luan birds was clearly the beasts of the Yuan family. Among the birds, a multicolored crane rushed up and down at the front for fear of falling behind the birds nearby. That crane headed straight for the Lin family's house. Before they arrived at the door, Feng Jingyu, who had been lying in his cradle like a great master, turned around. His golden beak opened and closed before saying, "Luan birds are bearing presents." When so many Luan birds are arriving at the Lin family's door, it seems that there are happy things to come. Yan Tianan was sitting beside Duan Yuyong, studying with him how to make clothes for the baby. When he heard this, he looked up at Feng Jingyu. Where did the Luan birds come from? Feng Jingyu flapped his wings and flew out of the window, obviously going to watch the hustle and bustle. Before he had a clear idea of the situation, Yan Tianan saw Yuan Bao running towards him, out of breath and clinging to the doorframe. He shouted, "Young master, the head of the Yuan family, with his wife and their young master, have arrived at the Lin family's home. By now, they should have been welcomed to the main courtyard by the master of the Lin family." What? Duan Yuyong suddenly froze. In the welcoming hall of the Lin family, as one of the most powerful families in the whole eastern continent, the Yuan family was bound to be a behemoth that no family could afford to provoke. And everyone knew that the Yuan family's master and his wife were quite casual. They never looked at a family's ranking but rather at their eyes when interacting with others. It was once rumored that the emperor of the largest secular dynasty in the eastern continent offered Yuan Zheng extremely generous terms to serve as his teacher for several years. But Yuan Zheng pushed him away with a wave of his hand, causing the emperor to rage and led his troops to attack the Yuan family. Yuan Zheng was furious and, along with several good friends of his, he directly went against the 100,000 troops and kicked the shit out of them. Although cultivators and ordinary people had always gone their own ways and were not related to each other, cultivators dared not kill their lives for fear of provoking the heavens. Therefore, Yuan Zheng's practice had caused quite a stir in the whole immortal world of cultivators. At the same time, people began using the words moody and unpredictable to describe Yuan Zheng privately. Such a hard-to-please aristocratic family master had actually come to their home with his wife and son. This was absolutely a great honor to the Lin family, beaming with joy. Fifth Elder took out the best spiritual tea and fruits to entertain the 3 members of the Yuan family. He greeted them, "You've come a long way, but we didn't get to welcome you sooner. I hope you'll pardon the offense." Lin Xuanji sat beside him, pouring the tea and wine himself. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was already sitting on pins and needles. However, his father specifically told him before arriving that he should be courteous and not act urgent. If not, Yuan Tianwen would have had already dragged Lin Xuanji away to ask where Duan Yuyong was. A few days ago, Lin Xuanji had sent him a letter stating that Duan Yuyong was pregnant and had been taken to his house. Yuan Tianwen couldn't wait to fly to Duan Yuyong to accompany him. And now they finally arrived at the Lin family's home. How could Yuan Tianwen bear it? Meanwhile, Su Mo was very calm. He spoke with a smile. "Lin Zan and I were old friends and we've had a long history with the Lin family. The Lin family master doesn't have to be so courteous." Fifth Elder nodded. His impression of Su Mo was very profound, especially when Lin Zan was giving birth. Su Mo not only accompanied him at his side, but he also personally delivered Lin Xuanji. Fifth Elder replied, "Nearly 20 years have passed by but you don't seem to have changed much." Su Mo said, "The same is true for Fifth Elder, but you've made more progress in cultivation." Fifth Elder laughed happily, "I can't be compared to you for 1,000 miles ah." Suddenly, Yuan Zheng opened his mouth, "Ah." Su Mo squinted at him, peeled off a golden longan fruit, then smoothly delivered it into his husband's mouth. Yuan Zheng chewed it, spat out the seeds, and said, "Hey, this tastes good. Is it a specialty of Qing City? Take more when we leave and I'll make us some dried fruits when we get home." Su Mo smiled dotingly at him and peeled a few more fruits to stuff them into Yuan Zheng's mouth. The 2 men's dog abuse acted out as if it was nobody's business, uncaring about being seen and making people laugh. Fifth Elder said admiringly, "I've long since heard about the 2 husbands of the Yuan family being deeply in love with each other. Sure enough, seeing it today, it's really different. Like when I met you a few years ago, it seemed like it had been like this for decades." Yuan Zheng raised his brow and proudly placed his hand around Su Mo's waist. "Nonsense, the greatest achievement of my life is marrying Su Mo into my family. Regardless of whether he's 10 or 20 years or 200 years old, we'll always end up together forever." Yuan Tianwen knew this feeling. He nodded, "I can do this too." Chapter 257 Lin Xuanji taking Duan Yuyong into his home had naturally not been concealed from Fifth Elder. These days, Fifth Elder had heard a lot of rumors outside, and he especially asked Lin Xuanji to explain the matter. Fifth Elder reviewed the Yuan family's current position. How could one not know what they came for? Lin Runru's eyes narrowed slightly. "I've heard that young Master Yuan also seems to have a sweetheart." "Yes." Yuan Zheng clicked his tongue after sipping his tea, "and he's been dumped. So far, he hasn't been able to chase his wife until now." Yuan Zheng's face was full of disdain and he gave Yuan Tianwen a sidelong glance. "It's the first time in so many years that our old Yuan family came out with this kind of bastard who can't even chase his wife successfully. He really makes our 8 generations of ancestors lose face. I'd like to see what face that little rabbit should have to meet the ancestors of Yuan family." "Dad, can you stop talking?" Yuan Tianwen asked, rolling his eyes in a helpless manner. He was very displeased that his father would tear down his face in front of outsiders. Yuan Zheng raised a corner of his mouth, not intending to save any face for his son. "What's the matter? Is your father wrong? You can even mistake the person you like. I've never met such a stupid person. I'm really embarrassed to admit that you're my son when I go out." Yuan Tianwen pursed his lips together and spoke directly to Su Mo. "Dad, can you take care of him?" Su Mo laughed. "When we return, I'll tell you some of the stupid things your father did before." Yuan Zheng immediately said, "I was wrong. I didn't say anything. My son is the best. Who dares say my son is stupid? I'll finish him." Yuan Tianwen. Fifth Elder. What is love in this world? It's just a matter of reducing someone to new lows. After chatting about things for a long time, Su Mo stirred the conversation towards the main topic. Su Mo began, "This time, to be honest, I'm actually here for the sake of my son." Although Fifth Elder had long guessed it, he still pretended to be ignorant. "What's the matter?" Su Mo smiled faintly. "Let my dog of a son speak for himself about this." After being deprived of the opportunity to speak before, Yuan Tianwen immediately cut to the chase. "I've come for Yuyong. He is my sweetheart and my destined companion. I've wanted to take him home even before coming here. Fifth elder raised his eyebrows. During this period of time, the Duan family's eldest son has become very famous. I heard that he got pregnant by a man, and that the other father of this child is our family's Xuanji. Lin Xuanji, who was shot even when he was lying down, looked unperturbed and responded lightly, Duan Yuyong and I are just friends. Please don't get me wrong. How could he not understand that fifth elder was being deliberately sarcastic? Yuan Tianwen wouldn't have mistakenly misunderstood Lin Xuanji. Although he had been unhappy seeing how close Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong were getting before, he was extremely grateful to Lin Xuanji now. Yuan Tianwen was a little ashamed, but he still bluntly stated, the child in his womb is actually mine. Fifth elder pretended to be surprised. Oh. Yuan Tianwen bowed to fifth elder, I just came to pick up Yuyong and have him leave with me. Some time ago, I had a few things to deal with, so I didn't return with Yuyong. I've come here this time to fulfill my unfinished promise. Lin Xuanji nodded, Yuyong is in my other courtyard. I might as well take you to meet him now. Yuan Tianwen's eyes brightened and he secretly praised Lin Xuanji's sense. He had long since wanted to see Duan Yuyong. He didn't want to talk about empty things here with the Lin family's elder, but his two dads were sitting beside him. If he didn't properly behave, he would be lectured about a lot of things when they returned home, so he wasn't able to take the initiative to leave. But Lin Xuanji gave him the perfect opportunity. Yuan Tianwen nodded at once, then I'll bother Xuanji to lead the way. Su Mo glanced at Yuan Tianwen, your father and I will not follow so as to not scare the child. Remember, if he is unwilling, don't be too insistent. I am talking about your mouth of course, the things you're supposed to do still needs to be done. Yuan Tianwen nodded hastily, I know. Anyway, if Duan Yuyong wasn't willing to go with him to Profound City, then he would stay here with Duan Yuyong instead. It was all the same. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This sumo really deserved to be a powerful man who could make people change their tone with some words. The meaning of his words was to let Yuan Tianwen continue to repeatedly pester Duan Yuyong anyway. Like father, like son. The ancient people did not deceive him. Lin Xuanji took Yuan Tianwen to the other courtyard. On the way, Yuan Tianwen seized the opportunity to whisper, you have helped me a lot this time. I owe you one. Lin Xuanji raised his brow, you owe me several favors. Yuan Tianwen was not ashamed, I will return them when the time comes. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, since you say so, I won't be polite. What are you being polite for? Yuan Tianwen replied, if Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan hadn't arrived on time, the child in Duan Yuyong's belly might have been lost, 9 out of 10 times. The Duan family believed that pregnant men were bad omens and that by going against the will of heaven, it would put the whole family in great trouble. Combined with Madame Duan's maliciousness, Duan Yuyong would not have won. Since the Lin family had been promoted to a first-class family, they had enough confidence to speak up. Lin Xuanji brought Duan Yuyong back to his family, but not without any risks. How could the Duan family let Duan Yuyong leave so easily? When some of the Duan family members came to the house several times, they were turned away and rebuffed several times. If it had been a weaker family, who would dare offend the Duans for an outsider? Lin Xuanji also withstood a lot of pressure. When he brought Duan Yuyong home, fifth elder asked him about the child. Lin Xuanji sold Yuan Tianwen out without hesitation, to which the fifth elder only nodded in answer. After all, a child of the Yuan family's young master still had hope of being saved. In Lin Xuanji's other courtyard, Duan Yuyong was having a tug-of-war fight against Yan Tianan with his luggage. Yuyong Zhe, what are you running away for? You don't owe him. Yan Tianan held the luggage back and didn't let Duan Yuyong go. The two tiger cubs were biting on either sides of Duan Yuyong's trousers, making sure he couldn't leave. Duan Yuyong was speechless. He rolled his eyes, I don't owe him anything but he's already here. They must want to take me back so that I could give birth to a baby for him. Although I want this baby, I don't want to give birth for him. Yan Tianan shook his head, Yuyong Zhe, you're angry again. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue and smacked Yan Tianan on the head, what nonsense are you thinking about, boy? Yan Tianan took a firm attitude, held Duan Yuyong's arm and pouted, I just don't want you to go. If you don't want to see him, I'll let my dage drive him out of the Lin family's gate. You haven't done anything wrong anyway. Even if you want someone to leave, it shouldn't be you. Duan Yuyong was stunned. When he thought about it, it sounded reasonable enough. Just then, Yuan Tianwen stepped into the moon gate of the courtyard. In a glance, he saw Duan Yuyong standing in the midst of luminous peach blossoms, his stance as graceful as pine trees. Yuyong. Yuan Tianwen's voice trembled slightly. Duan Yuyong froze. He looked up at the gate and found Yuan Tianwen standing afar. Duan Yuyong's uneasy mood suddenly calmed down. Yuan Bao blinked and took the luggage off Duan Yuyong's shoulder. He shrewdly said, "Young master, it's windy outside. Let's go in and talk there." Lin Xuanji came in and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Where do you want to go?" Duan Yuyong suddenly returned to his senses. He glared at Lin Xuanji and said through gritted teeth, "You fucking betrayed me." "Alright, Honorable Me will remember this." He never would have imagined that Lin Xuanji wasn't on his side and instead went and told Yuan Tianwen the news. Yuan Tianwen walked up to Duan Yuyong and revealed a somewhat evil smile. "You really shouldn't blame Xuanji for this. When I received his news, people were already gossiping about it halfway from Profound City to Qing City. Even if he didn't tell me, I would have known about it from elsewhere. The Yuan family has spies in Qing City. I asked them to report to me about you. I know that when you first returned to Qing City, you slept in the drunken red mansion for 10 days in a row." Duan Yuyong suddenly blew up. He stared at Yuan Tianwen in astonishment. "Why you fucking how dare you spy on me?" Yuan Tianwen smiled. "No, I just care about you. Fortunately, you just went to the drunken red mansion to sleep, otherwise, I would have torn down the place myself." Duan Yuyong was so angry he couldn't speak. Yan Tianan blinked and touched his chin. "Dage, why do I feel like Brother Tianwen is not the same as before?" Lin Xuanji lifted his eyes and calmly answered, "This is natural. Do you think he can act like a grandson for a lifetime?" Yan Tianan. Yuan Tianwen smiled when he heard this, eyes relaxed. His handsome features were a little less simple and honest now, and a bit more evil. Reaching out to carry the luggage from Yuan Bao, Yuan Tianwen stared unblinkingly at Duan Yuyong. "In fact, I shouldn't have been pretending to be a grandson for a long time. When I act like that, you think that I have a one-track mind. I'm silly as hell, and that I won't get angry at you no matter how much you tease me." Duan Yuyong felt that this kind of Yuan Tianwen was extremely dangerous. He wished he could step back and run. However, he couldn't. He didn't want to lose face in front of Yuan Tianwen and act like a pussy. Duan Yuyong asked dryly, "When did I tease you?" Yuan Tianwen nodded. "In Pill Limit Mysterious Land, you started to mess with me but ended up abandoning me halfway. Isn't that teasing?" "Fuck you." Duan Yuyong was astonished. He never imagined that he'd hear the words abandon halfway from the mouth of young Master Yuan. Duan Yuyong pointed to his nose. "I abandoned you? Are you serious?" Yuan Tianwen raised the luggage, eyes flashing, and he's prepared to flee from his crime. Duan Yuyong couldn't speak. He stared at Yuan Tianwen for a long time before he laughed and sneered. "Precisely, I'm fleeing from a crime, but so what? Don't tell me that if you block my door and force me to take responsibility for you, then I can't just wave my hand and quit." "Of course you can." Yuan Tianwen smiled, "but I'll be honest, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. In fact, from flying Luan Peak, you should have known then that I, Yuan Tianwen, am a stubborn person. What I want, even if it is by some underhanded means, must end up in my hands." Duan Yuyong's expression became dark. "Are you threatening me?" Yuan Tianwen stepped forward and held Duan Yuyong's shoulder. He lowered his head to gaze at him. "How could I dare threaten you? I just want to be with you too much. Yuyong, you have been turning me down and rejecting me all this time. I know it's because I treated another as you and hurt you. I can't go back to flying Luan Peak, nor can I change the mistakes I've made in the past. I won't ask you to forgive me for the sake of the child, but since I'm here today, I will never leave again." Duan Yuyong listened to Yuan Tianwen's words and felt extremely sour in his heart. An inexplicable complex emotion rose inside him. How could he forget that Yuan Tianwen was actually a man who was tyrannical and overbearing? When he was a child visiting the Yuan family, he only remembered that the extremely good-looking little Gerger was always so dignified. Although he was young, everyone would lean over and listen to him whenever he spoke, which made Duan Yuyong admire and adore him. Chapter 258. Duan Yuyong suddenly felt his nose ache. Looking at Yuan Tianwen, he asked in a low voice, "What would you think if I didn't want this child?" "If you don't want this child, I have a safe and gentle prescription on hand." Yuan Tianwen fixed his eyes on Duan Yuyong softly. "If you want to have it, I'll naturally be happy. But if you don't, I'll respect your choice, Yang Yang. To put it bluntly, I only want you. Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong with a moved expression. Yuyong Zhe, he looks so sincere. Give him a chance. Duan Yuyong's heart loosened a lot, but when he thought about his physical condition, he shook his head with clenched teeth. No, no. Can't or won't. Yuan Tianwen tightened his hand and pressed Duan Yuyong's shoulder to keep him from backing up every minute. He moved forward half a step, almost touching Duan Yuyong, and said in a deep voice, if you're concerned about your physical condition, you don't need to be afraid that there's no medicine to cure the poison. Duan Yuyong suddenly raised his head and stared at Yuan Tianwen in surprise. Yuan Tianwen knew it. A surge of hate for the Duan family emerged within his heart. Yuan Tianwen asked softly, these days, do you know why I had to leave with my dad? Duan Yuyong was stupefied and didn't know what to say. Yuan Tianwen lightly continued, my dad found out that you may have some terrible chronic poison. He let me follow him around to find the antidote. A month ago, I went everywhere to search for the medicine with him. And 7 days ago, I finally found the antidote. Duan Yuyong's eyes suddenly got a bit watery. His sight of Yuan Tianwen had already begun to blur. Dad said that Yuyong is a kind-hearted person. If he knew that he wouldn't live long, he would rather hurt himself than drag me down and become my obstacle. Yuan Tianwen raised his hand to wipe away Duan Yuyong's tears and sighed. He hugged the man tightly in his arms and kissed his ear. Since flying Luan Peak, I have vowed to marry you, live on the same bed with you, die in the same cave, and live and die in the same way for the rest of my life. I will never leave you, you are my obsession. If there's a day when you die from a poison in a place I cannot see, I'm afraid my cultivation will never improve any further in this life. Duan Yuyong wept silently, sniffled and whispered, how did Uncle Mo know I was poisoned? There's no airtight wall in this world. If my dad wants to know something, there'll always be a way. Yuan Tianwen kissed Duan Yuyong on the top of his head. Su Julian didn't do it cleanly, so it didn't take much effort to find out. I just didn't expect that she would dare do this to you. Duan Yuyong grabbed Yuan Tianwen's clothes and said sadly, in this world, I have no family except for my mother. Even if you bully me, no one will help me bully you back. Yuan Tianwen replied with great gentleness, I've wasted enough time not cherishing you and loving you. How could I still bully you? Moreover, our Yuan family members are all henpecked husbands. That's been passed down from generation to generation. It can't be changed at all. Bullshit. Duan Yuyong smiled through his tears and raised his face, you're bullying me and threatening me now. What, no matter if he traveled to the ends of the earth, he couldn't escape from the palm of his hand, and what, tearing down the drunken red mansion and adding that if he didn't agree, his realm would not rise. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. It'd be okay if this were the former, but the latter part about improving his cultivation truly made Duan Yuyong feel conflicted. Duan Yuyong smiled and bowed his head while wiping his eyes. He felt a little like crying. He had already given up completely. He just wanted to take this gift from heaven and live in seclusion in the mountains. He would live his short life and be satisfied with it. But the heavens seemed to pity him and turned his life around. He received the warmth and love he never expected from Yuan Tianwen. This kind of Yuan Tianwen, he really couldn't make any more excuses to leave him. He lost, and he was sincerely happy that he did. Yuan Tianwen's heart, which had been perpetually raised in suspense, could now finally fall back to its original place. Duan Yuyong's crux lied in his physical condition. Thanks to Su Mo's intelligence, he found the crux of the problem. Otherwise, Yuan Tianwen would have taken many detours. Seeing Duan Yuyong's relaxed attitude, Yan Tianan took the opportunity to say, who said you didn't have a family? In the future, my Dage and I will be your backer. If Tianwen bullies you, I'll fight with Dage against the Yuan family, beat him to death, and then bring you and your baby back without showing him. Ow! Ao Abai and Hu Po also cried out in agreement, especially Hu Po, who showed an extremely fierce expression at Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen calmly accepted these brides' family warnings. Anyways, he wouldn't let them have the chance. Duan Yuyong said his thanks, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He asked Yuan Tianwen doubtfully, when I learned that I had a child in my belly, I was surprised for a long while. I was worried that if you knew, you would think I was abnormal. But for you, you don't seem so surprised. It's windy outside. Let's go inside first. Yuan Tianwen touched Duan Yuyong's hair, nodded to Lin Xuanji, and followed him to one of the rooms. After closing the door, Yuan Tianwen asked Duan Yuyong to sit down on a soft chair. He lightly began, although there aren't many precedents of men having children in the 5 continents, I know it does happen. Duan Yuyong blinked in confusion. Yuan Tianwen smiled. To tell you the truth, my dad gave birth to me because he ate a pregnancy pill. Ah, Duan Yuyong was taken aback. Didn't you say that you were born from Uncle Yuan's original wife? It was widely rumored that Yuan Tianwen was born from his biological mother who was Yuan Zheng's first wife. Only when the first wife died in childbirth did Su Mo, the stepfather, enter the family. Yuan Tianwen shook his head. My Yuan family will only love one person their entire life. You should know that the Yuan family's cultivation method is dual cultivation. They can only practice it with the same person, otherwise there wouldn't be further progress or a breakthrough in their life. My dad said that in the past, my father would play around all day long and didn't pay much attention to properly cultivating. My grandfather and his family had a lot of complaints and wanted to teach him a lesson, so they didn't allow my dad to enter the family and didn't recognize his identity as Dao companion either. Speaking of which, Yuan Tianwen smiled. It's just that they didn't expect my father to talk my dad into disguising himself as a woman and carried him home. After entering the gate, although the elders in the clan knew what he did, they could only turn a blind eye because they couldn't tell the truth. As it happens, my father got a pregnancy pill. He didn't want the world to pay attention to me, so he just gave birth to me as a woman. However, Su Mo couldn't always appear as a woman in front of others his whole life, so he decided to fake his death to get out of the predicament. When he reappeared beside Yuan Zheng, it was already as Su Mo. Therefore, Yuan Tianwen was not too surprised by Duan Yuyong's pregnancy. Yan Tianan listened with relish. He held his chin up as he said, Uncle Su Mo is really amazing. He even obtained a pregnancy pill. I thought these kinds of medicinal pills in martial arts were only in the legends to amuse me, not this one. Duan Yuyong touched his chin and thought out loud, I've also heard of martial arts this book. My mother said that it was a wonderful book. Although the medicinal pills, arrays, talismans and other weapons mentioned in it look strange and unusual, they're actually things that have existed before. It's just that they're from a long time ago and are no longer complete. In addition, the materials for it aren't easily found, so they were regarded as fabrications. Yan Tianan's eyes burned intensely. It seems that I also need to study this book. So that when he and Lin Xuanji wanted to have a baby one day, he could also refine a pregnancy pill for himself. No, wait, why refine it for himself instead of his Dage? Meanwhile on Lin Xuanji's side, he was already asking Yuan Tianwen, you might as well ask Elder Su for me someday. Where do you get a pregnancy pill? Yuan Tianwen answered, my father once told me something. He said that he had worked very hard to get a pregnancy pill, but the materials for refining it could not be found in the 5 continents. No materials meant that the entire 5 continents didn't have a pregnancy pill. It seemed that it was in the 9 lands. Lin Xuanji nodded and no longer delved into it for the time being. Instead, he asked, I wonder how long Elder Su will stay this time. Yuan Tianwen replied, my dad has been putting his entire attention toward looking for alchemists and doctors these past few days. He has accumulated a lot of family affairs, so I'm afraid my father and dad can only stay here for 3 days at most, then they have to head back to deal with it. However, I can do whatever I want. Yuan Tianwen sent Duan Yuyong a meaningful smile. Duan Yuyong couldn't help laughing. For a young master, you really are only a figurehead. Yuan Tianwen was unashamed. There's nothing more important in this world than the wife. Duan Yuyong wanted to roll his eyes, but he ended up laughing some more. Smothered with dog food, Yan Tianan chuckled, are you making up now? Yuan Tianwen took Duan Yuyong's hand and nodded. Yan Tianan heaved a sigh of relief, you've finally made up. From an outsider's point of view, I felt very tired for you. Yes, and it's all your fault. Duan Yuyong glanced at Yuan Tianwen and continued, if it weren't for your blindness and mistaking my identity, how could so many things have happened? Yuan Tianwen nodded, it's all my fault, but fortunately, I woke up early and everyone is happy. If I found out that Han Yuren wasn't the one I loved only after marrying him, then I would really be hopeless. You know, Duan Yuyong began coolly, honorable me is so different from him, but you still managed to mix us up. Anyway, this matter had become a dark history in Yuan Tianwen's whole life. When it was mentioned, it could bring Yuan Tianwen out of his inflated ego. Speaking of Han Yuren, Yan Tianen touched his nose. I haven't heard anything about Han Yuren recently. Yuan Tianwen said lightly. Han Yuren was sent back to the Han family's home by Profound Sky Sect, and I have also reported the matter to my master. Duan Yuyong frowned. Didn't you hurt Han Yuren and cripple his cultivation? The Han family wouldn't easily let that go. Of course not, Yuan Tianwen replied. Han Yuren is the young master of the Han family and the most promising person in their generation. Without him, the Han family almost lost their rank. It's not easy to cultivate a new young master, and the Han family has long sought my dad for an explanation. Ah, Yan Tianen sat up straight and frowned. This is clearly Han Yuren's fault. He tried to benefit himself at the expense of others and they still have the face to beg for an explanation. Duan Yuyong was also a little nervous. What did your father do? Was it difficult? After all, although Duan Yuyong was also a victim of the incident, he felt a bit involved. Chapter 259 Yuan Tianwen pinched Duan Yuyong's hand. Don't worry. People like my dad never lose. He can take the whole Yuan family into his pockets by himself. You should know how powerful he is. How can the number of elders in the Han family compare against my dad? Duan Yuyong also knew how powerful Su Mo was, but that didn't mean he wouldn't worry. Duan Yuyong frowned. How did Uncle Mo solve it? Yuan Tianwen smiled. When the elders of the Han family kept hitting at my door, my dad gave them 2 placings to directly enter the ranks of Profound Sky Sect's inner door disciples. He bluntly said that he was willing to help train the next young master of the Han family and give them some benefits in terms of money. The Han family naturally closed their mouths, and no one mentioned Han Yuren again. Lin Xuanji also showed some interest. Do you know which of the other young masters in the Han family was chosen? Yuan Tianwen nodded. You don't have to mention it, I already know. I've met him before. The boy's name is Han Jin. He's only 7 years old this year and he doesn't like to talk or laugh. He seems like an introverted boy, but he's a very gifted cultivator. If he's trained, he can become the frontman of the Han family in the future, but he has to work hard. Your Yuan family is going to help train the Han family's young master free of charge. Duan Yuyong felt there was something wrong with this. He looked suspiciously at Yuan Tianwen. How are you going to help him cultivate? Yuan Tianwen smiled. Naturally, I brought him into Profound Sky Sect to teach him the way of the sword and train him myself. It's my father's orders. After digesting for a while and trying to understand the reason, Duan Yuyong was stunned and gaped. He almost jumped out of his seat. Pointing to Yuan Tianwen, he declared, I get it, your Yuan family is too shameless, aren't they? How is this for the Han family to raise a successor? This is clearly to train your own successor in the Han family, right? Now he could only imagine that, in 10 or 20 years later, Han Jin would become the young master of the Han family, controlling the family's power. By that point, wouldn't it be unnecessary to listen to Yuan Tianwen? However, the whole Han family, even though it was named Han, would actually be named Yuan in secret. Lin Xuanji raised his eyes and pondered for a moment. That the Han family would fall into such a crisis from merely losing a Han Yuren means that the lack of talents in the younger generation of the Han family has already become very serious. Yuan Tianwen turned to Lin Xuanji. Incredible. I'm afraid it's not just because of the lack of talents, is it? The Han family should have encountered an unprecedented crisis that couldn't be solved by themselves in a short period of time. Yuan Tianwen said. Xuanji may as well continue to make bold guesses. Lin Xuanji gave him a look. I haven't heard of any feud between the Han family and any big families, nor of anyone looking for trouble. Well, maybe that reclusive elder of the Han family has already died. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji and after a long while, replied, you guessed correctly. If it weren't for the fact that I have known you for many years and that you have no talent for divination, I'd have thought you were a prophet. Lin Xuanji was slightly appalled and said in surprise, I just made a casual guess. Is it really true? Yuan Tianwen nodded. Not only that, but there's also another elder in the Han family who had died when he was breaking through to the profound realm. There was a similar case to Lin Xuanji at the beginning. Although he was praised as a genius at the time, the Lin family still failed to enter the rank of a first-class family, which remained to be placed under scrutiny by outsiders who knew about it. Yan Tianen mused, if it's like that, then the Han family must have had no other choice but to give one of their younger generations to the Yuan family. Lin Xuanji sighed with emotion. Sending a younger generation to a big family is nothing more than drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Yuan Tianwen told them, unfortunately for them, although they understand, they don't have a better option. Otherwise, within 3 years, the Han family will inevitably degenerate into a family without any class. What's more, it's impossible for the Han family to transfer their crisis over to the Yuan family and hold on to this golden thigh without shedding any blood. My father would never agree to a losing deal like that. In fact, the Yuan family actually had no choice in this respect. As the only elite family in the whole eastern continent, the Yuan family naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the entire continent. Certain families had already formed a relationship that was complementary, mutually supportive or hostile to one another. Moreover, they had been in this pattern for many years, keeping each other in check and stabilizing the situation in the eastern continent. If one aristocratic family suddenly disappeared, the balance would tilt, and the original situation of the entire continent would dramatically change. Even if the Yuan family were to do something by then, the losses would be huge. So in the bigger scheme of things, Sumo would never let the Han family fall. He didn't want to make trouble for himself. If the Han family wasn't supported now, their status would completely decline after 3 years. Even if by then Sumo wanted to save them, he would be unable to do anything. Duan Yuyong figured out the important matters and calmed down. Can Han Jin really be trained as a cultivator? If the boy had been casually thrown to the Yuan family to cultivate while the Han family secretly trained their more powerful successors, the Yuan family would lose a lot. Yuan Tianwen looked at Duan Yuyong with gentle eyes and smiled lightly. Of course. Han Jin was personally chosen by my dad. He's always one step ahead. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Whether the Han family can rise or not depends on Han Jin. Naturally, Yuan Tianwen responded. Meanwhile, the Han family in Qing City. The Han family's master looked at the thin and pale child in front of him whose eyes didn't carry any childish innocence. After a long time, he said, Han Jin, in a few days, you'll be leaving with the Yuan family. Are you aware of this? Han Jin nodded and looked at the master with a straight face. I know. My father has already told me. Han Guju sighed. Originally, the Han family wouldn't have sent the Yuan family someone to cultivate, but you should know that we are now facing challenging times. The Yuan family has put forward this request and we have no better way than to accept. Han Jin didn't say anything and just stared at him. His body was thin, and he had a delicate and pretty face that displayed no expression. From time to time, there would be slight flashes of fear and uneasiness in his eyes, but it was soon concealed in fear that it would be seen by others. As the Han family master spoke, he thought of something, and his face gradually sank, fists cracking. Yuan Tianwen. If he hadn't ruined my son, the Han family wouldn't have fallen to the point of sending our own gifted people to the enemy. Looking at Han family master's face full of hatred, Han Jin lowered his eyes. After venting for a while, the Han family master managed to calm down again. But he was still livid and he gnashed his teeth. Han Jin, although you'll follow them to cultivate, you must always remember that you're a member of the Han family and that your cousin was hurt by Yuan Tianwen. The shame you're suffering now is being imposed on you by the Yuan family. You must hate them and treat them as enemies from the bottom of your heart. One day, you must kill Yuan Tianwen and raise up the Han family. You must avenge us and your cousin, and wash that whole family down the drain. Han Jin's eyelids moved and his long eyelashes trembled. Slowly, he nodded. Uncle, rest assured, I will remember my surname. Han Guju narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Jin for a long time before saying, I'll take good care of your parents. Go and be at ease. Don't forget to pass on the news to the family. Han Jin bit his lower lip and curled his tiny hands into a fist under his sleeve. Yes, take care, were the words used, but there were many ways to interpret it. Sumo and Lin Runru soon reached an agreement on some projects between their two businesses. Since Sumo was grateful to the Lin family and was in a good mood because of his son-in-law and grandchild, his profit was kept at a very low price. Lin Runru couldn't keep his mouth shut from laughter and wanted to talk with Sumo all night. This was a rich god of wealth who delivered money at one's doorstep. Who would be able to hold back? However, Sumo and Yuan Zheng remembered to meet their son-in-law, and after they had finished their business, they left for Lin Xuanji's courtyard. When they arrived, Sumo saw Duan Yuyong had been convinced by his son. When Duan Yuyong saw Sumo, he bowed his head in embarrassment. Uncle Mo, I've caused you a lot of trouble. Sumo hurriedly walked over and took Duan Yuyong's hand. He chuckled, "How is this trouble? We probably caused you a lot more trouble. If it weren't for my stupid son becoming crazy once he encounters some matter that has anything to do with you, maybe you wouldn't have suffered at all." Yuan Zheng also gazed at Duan Yuyong with satisfaction, then walked over and slapped Yuan Tianwen hard on the back. He gave him a derisive look. "After this kind of chase for your wife, don't you dare be a pig again and let your dad worry about you from beginning to end. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the house and never come back." Yuan Zheng was particularly dissatisfied with Yuan Tianwen chasing his wife for so long, which was why he didn't give Yuan Tianwen any face in front of everyone. Yuan Tianwen was in a good mood and didn't dispute Yuan Zheng. He glanced at his father. "You can rest assured that I'll only chase my wife once in my life and will never provoke him to anger." They kept shouting "wife," one after the other. Duan Yuyong thought he was thick-skinned, but he couldn't help blushing. Yan Tianan touched his chin with relief and exclaimed, "This is great, Yuyong Jie is finally being taken care of." The Yuan family looked much more reliable than the Duan family. Su Mo came over and looked at Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji. "Thank you so much this time, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened." Lin Xuanji smiled, "Of course. After all, Yuyong used to take care of my brother in many ways." "Yes, Uncle Mo, you're welcome." Yan Tianan looked up, and he and Lin Xuanji smiled at one another. "Who let us have a good relationship?" Su Mo's eyes wandered for a moment on Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's interlocked hands. He always felt that there was something special between the two of them. Then he suddenly realized something. He was slightly stunned and there was a flash of consternation in his eyes. Yuan Zheng also glanced over, raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Yan Tianan sighed deliberately. "Although Yuyong Jie is in your care now, he has suffered so much in the Duan family. Aren't we going to do something? The other day, if Dage and I hadn't caught up in time, I'm afraid the baby in Yuyong Jie's belly would have already been beyond saving." Sumo and Yuan Zheng's complexions darkened after this was mentioned. Sumo said coldly, "I always thought that Duan Zheng was smart, though he didn't have much ability. Unexpectedly, he was a bastard with an unclear mind and a merciless heart." Yuan Zheng obviously knew what Duan Zheng had done. His handsome face showed obvious aversion and disdain. He vented his anger through his nostrils. The fact that the Duan family has not fallen in his hands simply shows the great virtue accumulated by his ancestors. Chapter 260. Duan Yuyong felt a bit awkward. When all was said and done, that was still his biological father, though his impression of this father of his wasn't so good right now. Yuan Tianwen realized Duan Yuyong's situation and reached out a hand to pull Duan Yuyong into his embrace. He whispered, "You don't have to recognize that person as your father. After all, he's nothing good." Duan Yuyong smiled bitterly. "Although he wasn't particularly good to me, he didn't do anything too excessive to me. As for poisoning me, it should be Su Julian, that poisonous woman, who did that. Do you really believe that if she didn't have that little old thing Duan Zheng's tacit consent, Su Julian would dare to so brazenly administer chronic poison to you for so many years under the Duan family's nose?" Yuan Zheng's face was disdainful, a fierce light flashing through his eyes. "In any case, he's still the master of his family. If his eldest heir encountered such a big problem in his cultivation, as the family head, he must anxiously investigate and find the cause. I don't believe that he won't be able to find out about the poison in your body if he investigated everything carefully and thoroughly." Duan Yuyong's expression suddenly paled. Yuan Tianwen complained, "Father, do you have to be so blunt?" Duan Yuyong shook his head and sighed, "It's not Uncle Yuan's fault. In fact, I've already secretly suspected such in my heart. It's just that I didn't want to accept it." Su Mo saw that Duan Yuyong's expression was unsightly and stopped talking about this topic. "Yuyong, since you'd already treated Wenwen with frank honesty, I naturally will treat you as my own child. I have a shortcoming, which is that I am overprotective of family and friends. My own family's child has been bullied. I will certainly go look for their trouble. Right now, I want to ask you, what exactly are your thoughts on the Duan family?" Duan Yuyong paused, stunned, and became silent. He had never thought about taking revenge on the Duan family. Even though he knew that Su Julian and Duan Zheng had wronged him, he had never worried about food or clothes and had lived a much better life than ordinary people. Duan Yuyong didn't like to bother with troublesome things and had also been the Duan family's young master for many years, so he held an extraordinary sense of responsibility in regards to the Duan family. Even now, when things had reached this stage, he still didn't want to let the Duan family go downhill. As for Su Julian, Duan Yuyong looked at Su Mo. Uncle Mo, to be honest, I don't actually want to deal with the Duan family. Su Mo said lightly, of course I'm not saying for you to deal with the Duan family. In the end, it's still a first-class family and has great value. It's too much of a pity to have it ruined. Duan Yuyong was a little puzzled. Yuan Zheng explained, your Uncle Mo means, why don't we find a way to obtain the Duan family, throw out Duan Zheng and Su Julian, these two unreliable people, and directly give you the Duan family master's position to play with. Duan Yuyong. This was a little bit incredible. Yan Tianan looked at Yuan Zheng and Su Mo, stupefied. He suddenly felt that it was necessary to have a fierce and powerful father and mother-in-law, especially Su Mo and Yuan Zheng, this kind of overbearing and domineering pair of family heads who wanted to get rid of a first-class family's master if they didn't like a word he spoke. Yan Tianan looked at them, his face full of admiration. The little villain in his heart directly threw himself to the ground, kneeling in worship. Duan Yuyong almost broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly waved his hand. Mustn't do that, mustn't do that. Su Mo asked, why not? They're not benevolent. Don't tell me you can still act loyal and righteous to them. Su Mo couldn't help laughing, it's not too much trouble actually. Duan Zheng still has many business deals hanging on our Yuan family's side. I'm afraid that when he drove you out of the family, he didn't know that our Yuan family's seed was inside your belly. Otherwise. Hee. But Duan Yuyong stuck to his words and insisted that it wasn't Yuan Tianwen's. Along the way, he even cursed Yuan Tianwen till he was full of dog's blood to prove his own innocence. If he let Duan Zheng know the truth, Duan Yuyong was afraid that not only would Duan Zheng forbid him from aborting the child, but he would also wish that the child had been born immediately. This was the seed of the Yuan family. Even if the Duan family had no contribution to this matter, it still had hard work. For the child's sake, the Yuan family would have to give the Duan family many benefits. Yet what Duan Yuyong didn't want the most was to be entangled with the Yuan family's benefits. But none of that mattered now. Since he had accepted Yuan Tianwen, he would accept the entire Yuan family. Yan Tianan watched this family's joyous and harmonious relationship and couldn't help but envy and admire them. A longing smile also appeared in his watery eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan in his arms. While the Yuan family members were all discussing how to obtain the Duan family for Duan Yuyong, Lin Xuanji whispered in Yan Tianan's ear, "Ah Hen, no need to envy them. Dage will also be your backup and give you a home." Yan Tianan paused, then looked at Lin Xuanji with a smile as he held Lin Xuanji's hand. "I believe Dage." Lin Xuanji's fingers scraped Yan Tianan's nose. "Then why does Ah Hen have such a depressed expression?" Yan Tianan sighed a little. "If Daddy knew that my relationship with you became like this, I don't know what he would think about it. Would he be as happy as Uncle Yuan and Uncle Su are right now? Don't you know how much Daddy loves you?" Lin Xuanji asked. "Of course Daddy likes me, but only if I don't swindle his biological son." Yan Tianan sighed once more. "For my part, I didn't know that Ah Hen was still worried about such things." "Of course I worry, it's just that I usually can't remember it." Yan Tianan touched his own stomach. "After all, I can't have a baby and am your brother in name as well. I'm afraid that Daddy won't be happy." With regard to Yan Tianan's worry, Lin Xuanji was particularly casual. "If he is dissatisfied, then let him be angry by his lonesome self, or let him come find me and tell me about it. Anyhow, he won't go and scare you." Yan Tianan chuckled. "What are you saying? I'm not afraid of Daddy coming to find me either." Hee. Lin Xuanji also couldn't help laughing. "I won't tease you anymore. However, to be honest, my father has always been the kind of person who is accustomed to doing whatever he wants and lives in an unrestrained and carefree way. He most likely wouldn't care at all whether you can give birth to my child. Moreover, in his eyes, the secular world's traditions aren't even worth mentioning, it's all just a passing sight." Hearing that, Yan Tianan's heart felt warm and sour. Although Lin Xuanji's words were somewhat exaggerated, they did reassure him. With the arrival of the Yuan family's couple, they naturally wouldn't let Duan Yuyong live in Lin Xuanji's other courtyard any longer. The two of them took their son and son-in-law with them as they settled directly in the Lin family's pavilion, which was especially used to receive guests. They stayed there for 3 days straight. Su Mo and Fifth Elder discussed several more business deals and partnerships and intended for Lin Xuanji to act as an intermediary as practice. Lin Xuanji naturally agreed with a smile. Not long after, the time came for Profound Sky Sect's annual enrollment to attract new disciples. Lin Xuanji saw that the journey was just around the corner, so he urgently refined a batch of wine flasks and wine cups and sent them to Boss Feng of the Heaven and Earth Winery. Boss Feng's jubilant words poured out in bucketloads, and even the money he gave was double that of before. He claimed that Lin Xuanji's reputation was different from before, so his price naturally doubled. He didn't dare to take advantage of a low price for fear of karma in offending Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji didn't refuse either. First, he was short on money. Second, if he still sold it to Feng Lun at the original price, then he would be selling a favor as well, which would put Feng Lun under a lot of pressure. There's 100,000 gold in this. Lin Xuanji handed Yan Tianan a treasure card. In the future, you can buy anything that catches your attention. I will add more money here later. Yan Tianan's eyes were bright. He quickly put the card away. Dage, did you make a fortune recently? Lin Xuanji smiled. I didn't make a fortune yet, just a small profit. The custom magic treasure orders that those gentlemen from the aristocratic families placed with me, I've already mailed out many of them in succession. I've also regained the greater part of the money spent on buying materials. However, the business will get better and better in the future, so Ah Hen need only buy. As for making money, leave that to me. Yan Tianan excitedly threw himself onto Lin Xuanji, both his legs straddling his waist as he hooked his arms around Lin Xuanji's neck and gave him a kiss. Dage, you know me so well. I really don't know a thing about making money. Lin Xuanji weighed Yan Tianan's butt. Ah Hen, did you gain some weight recently? Yan Tianan felt his face and felt it was plumper, so he nodded. It seems so, and I seem much taller as well. Say, Dage, do you think that I'll grow taller than you? Lin Xuanji smiled. That, I don't know. Then I'd better try and grow taller than you so that I look more dependable and can better protect you from the wind and rain. All right, I'll wait for the day when you are taller than me. The sound of light coughing outside the door interrupted Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's affectionate moment. Yan Tianan hurriedly jumped down from Lin Xuanji and ran to open the door. He saw Su Mo standing outside. Oh, Ah Hen's here. Su Mo smiled as he reached out a hand on Yan Tianan's head and gestured, measuring. You did grow a lot taller. I remember before that you just reached my thighs, and now you're already at my chest. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he knew that Su Mo had heard his and Yan Tianan's conversation earlier, but this was nothing much since they didn't mention any taboos either. After all, Su Mo and his father were best friends. Yan Tianan would still feel somewhat apprehensive in front of Su Mo. Lin Xuanji's intuition told him that Yan Tianan didn't really want Su Mo to know about their relationship. This shouldn't be because he thought their relationship couldn't see the light of day, but was instead due to him being naturally reserved and uneasy in front of his elders. Yan Tianan laughed mischievously. One day, I'll be as tall as Uncle Mo. Su Mo couldn't help chuckling. Then you have to work hard. Not many people are as tall as me. Lin Xuanji walked over and asked respectfully, how is Yuyong's health? During these few days, Su Mo had begun to nurse Duan Yuyong back to health. The alchemist he brought along refined pills and medicines day and night, and they even commandeered Ji Lanjin, this alchemist with some reputation. Su Mo replied, we found the right approach, so from now on, only the treatment is left. The poison within Yuyong's body was accumulated over many months and years, so it certainly won't go away at once and has to be done slowly. Besides, he has a baby in his belly, so there's more worry that if the pill's affinity is too strong, it'll accidentally hurt the child, so we can only treat the poison gradually. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. Then congratulations. Yuyong is kind-hearted. In the end, the Tao of Heaven still left him a path to survival. Yeah, Su Mo sighed, then squinted his eyes and smiled at Lin Xuanji. Hey, you kid can really speak. When your dad was still here, he always complained to me that you didn't like to talk. After chattering about daily family life, Lin Xuanji asked, I'm afraid that Uncle Su wouldn't come to find me for no reason. Are there any urgent matters? Not that urgent, Su Mo answered, just some business matters that I wanted to let you know in advance. It just so happens that I also have some questions regarding this that I wanted to consult Uncle Su's experience over. Yan Tianan heard that and immediately said, I'll go take a look at Yuyong Gerger, you guys talk. After saying that, he ran away at lightning speed, like a rabbit who was being chased by a hawk. His action was incomparably vigorous and fast. Su Mo chuckled, Seems like this kid has no interest at all in business. Yeah, Lin Xuanji said calmly, in a family, it's enough if one person can do business. Chapter 261. The other mother. After closing the door, Sumo first discussed the two families' joint business ventures with Lin Xuanji. After he had answered Lin Xuanji's questions and cleared away his doubts regarding these family matters, Sumo somehow changed the topic to Lin Xuanji's private affairs. Sumo candidly asked, "Are you and your Didi together now?" Lin Xuanji wasn't very surprised that Sumo could see this. After all, he and Yan Tianan had not hidden anything these past few days, or, to rephrase, he intentionally hid nothing. He hoped that those who should see it would see as soon as possible and have time to digest first to save him the trouble of having them say anything inappropriate in the future. Furthermore, they couldn't hide something like two people in love even if they wanted to. As long as two people had an affinity with each other, even if they simply stood side by side, their auras and gazes would still be different from other people's. Lin Xuanji nodded and confirmed with a special calmness, "That's right, we're together." A somewhat worried expression appeared between Sumo's brows. He hesitated for a moment. "How much do you know about your own background?" Lin Xuanji paused slightly. He thought that Sumo would ask whether he knew about Yan Tianan's background and origins, but he didn't think that Sumo would mention Lin Xuanji's own background instead. Lin Xuanji paused for a while. He naturally understood that the background Sumo was asking about didn't refer to the Lin family's side of his parents, so he answered, "I only know who my dad is, but I don't know who my mother is. My dad never mentioned my mother either." Sumo's train of thought seemed to be drifting away. "Your dad? Actually, your dad should also be considered your mom as well. Back then, we each took one pregnancy pill. He actually gave me the one that I had Sai. Now that I think about it, this pregnancy pill isn't an item that's easy to get. It was extremely rare, even in the 9 lands. Lin Xuanji digested this information for quite a while. He wasn't really surprised that Lin Zan was his mother. Instead, he was surprised that, even with a temperament like Lin Zan's, he was still perfectly willing to be pressed down by someone. Suddenly, he was a little curious about the father whom he'd never seen before. Exactly what kind of man could enter Lin Zan's eyes and make him happily willing to birth that man's child? Lin Xuanji soon snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Sumo. "Uncle Su, I heard Fourth Elder say that you're the person who witnessed my birth into this world. I'm afraid that you probably know more about my dad and my other biological father than I do, right?" Sumo gazed at the youth whose appearance looked practically the same as his biological father and sighed involuntarily in his heart. "Back then, I was young, frivolous, and reckless. Your dad and I flocked together like birds of a feather, partners in crime. We feared nothing in heaven or earth and hit it off right off the bat. By accident, we chanced across a teleportation array left behind by some great power, let it transport us at will, and actually ended up directly in the 9 lands." Lin Xuanji was slightly stunned, his eyes lighting up. "I know what you want to ask." Sumo shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, that transportation array must be combined with certain talismans and magic treasures and will be destroyed after a single use. Furthermore, even if I still had methods to go to the 9 lands, I would never disclose it now. Fundamentally, the 9 lands isn't a place that people like us can go, especially with our current cultivations. Going to the 9 lands right now is the same as walking to our deaths." Lin Xuanji indeed was somewhat disappointed, but he understood that the time wasn't yet ripe. Lin Xuanji was more concerned about the matter regarding Lin Zan. "Uncle Su, I don't know what you and my dad experienced in the 9 lands, but I heard that when my dad was in the 5 continents mainlands, he was also a proud and arrogant son of heaven. But when he returned from his travels, it seemed as though he had a change of heart, and his cultivation also fell greatly." Lin Xuanji paused, then continued, "Uncle Su, you must know my dad the best. Can you tell me about my father's past?" Although Lin Xuanji had lived for 1,000 years, he was still like a child when Lin Zan was mentioned. When Sumo heard Lin Xuanji's words, his heart immediately ached for him. In his eyes, Lin Xuanji was still a youth, even if he was steady, calm, and mature. Compared to him, a brat like Yuan Tianwen, who didn't suffer many hardships and had both parents to protect him, really was much more fortunate. "About your father's identity, I once swore to Lin Zan that I wouldn't reveal a single word, so I can't tell you. However, if someone from your father's side comes to take you back one day, you should be wary of them." Lin Xuanji blinked. I'm afraid that the father I've never seen before is also from the Nine Lands. That's right, Lin Xuanji sneered in his heart while he said lightly on the surface, then he shouldn't have the leisure time to come find me. In the 1,000 years in his last life, he had never heard any news about this father of his. Naturally, no one came to the 5 continents to look for him either. Lin Xuanji couldn't describe his mood right now. In fact, his desire for his mother had long since disappeared when that person wasn't there for him every time he needed a mother. It was the same now that the mother changed into father. In the end, Lin Xuanji was a cold-blooded person. He wouldn't return others' evil with kindness. If other people wronged him, then why should he care about them? At best, Lin Xuanji was just curious about what kind of distinguished and handsome person this father of his was, so much so that Lin Zan couldn't forget about him. He trusted Lin Zan's judgment and believed that the man who could make Lin Zan serve him was bound to be an extremely powerful and brilliant figure. Faced with Lin Xuanji's rejection, Su Mo shook his head. That's not certain. He didn't actually know that Lin Zan was pregnant when Lin Zan left him. With that person's tyrannical bearing, he wouldn't hesitate to use everything at his disposal to find you if he'd known that his flesh and blood was outside. Moreover, he still held some deep feelings of affection towards your dad, although I don't know exactly how much. Lin Xuanji held some disdain for that father of his son, though it was not wholehearted disdain. However, since Lin Zan could bear to fall out with him and run back home even when he was pregnant, he must have suffered grievous wrongs. Just on this alone, Lin Xuanji held some complaints towards this so-called father of his. Ah Hen's identity is even more special and also a matter of critical importance. Back then, my friend from the Nine Lands originally wanted to entrust Ah Hen to me, and I was also prepared to adopt him. Su Mo frowned and continued slowly. However, when your dad and I went up the mountain to ask for a divination for Ah Hen that year, the prophet told us that the fated connection between Ah Hen and you couldn't even be cut apart by heaven itself. He said that if we want you and Ah Hen to both live well in the future, we should nurture your feelings for each other from childhood. After discussing with Lin Zan, we finally decided to let him adopt Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji didn't expect that such a matter happened before. However, when he thought about Feng Jingyu mentioning that Demon Venerable Yu Ming entrusted Yan Tianan to a friend, that friend was probably Su Mo. Lin Xuanji asked softly, "What's Ah Hen's identity then?" Su Mo looked at Lin Xuanji with complicated eyes. His dad is Demon Venerable Yu Ming, a prince of the Devil Kingdom. His father is the prince who holds the most authority in the royal heavenly capital. Ah Hen has half immortal blood and half divine devil blood inside his body. This was almost the same as what Feng Jingyu said. Lin Xuanji's eyes drooped. His long eyelashes covered his eyes, making it so that people were unable to make out his expression. Su Mo thought that this news was really too shocking for Lin Xuanji, so he let him digest it for a long time before continuing. Back then, the prophet asserted that you are the star of salvation while Ah Hen is the star of destruction. There will inevitably be a final battle between the two of you, and only one can survive, if not your death, then his destruction. Between the two of you, secular ethics and rules don't matter anymore. I came today to ask you, if you know the conclusion to your fates perfectly well, will you still insist on staying together with Ah Hen? Lin Xuanji thought about his and Yan Tianan's ending in their previous life. No matter how much bullshit he thought that the prophet's arrogant words were, he had no choice but to admit that in the last life, Yan Tianan had died while he lived. Their mutual killing began after Lin Zan's death and continued without end for many years. Neither of them could free themselves from this entanglement. No, it was more accurate to say that he was the one who chased Yan Tianan and wanted to cut him down, while Yan Tianan only ever accepted it and never gave any explanation for their misunderstanding. Not every prophet was mediocre. After all, the family of prophets was one of the biggest families in the Nine Lands, with 10,000 years of history. They've divined many important future events without any deviation, so they naturally had their own talent. Fate truly was strange. Lin Xuanji calmed down and lightly replied, "If the Tao of Heaven insists on stopping us, then I don't mind going against the heavens." If ordinary people heard such world-shocking words, they would certainly be appalled. However, Su Mo was most definitely not ordinary. He clapped and smiled, looking at Lin Xuanji with an admiring gaze. "Actually, I came today just because I was waiting to hear those exact words." Lin Xuanji looked at Su Mo, gloomy. Su Mo spoke with a relaxed tone, "What are you so anxious for? There are countless worrisome matters in this world. Plus, Those fake diviners from the prophet family might not necessarily be entirely accurate either. What star of destruction, star of salvation, they simply don't matter at all. Uncle, Lin Xuanji couldn't help laughing when he heard these even more shocking words. What? It's not like you can give up the person you like so easily just because of a few words from those fake diviners, right? Su Mo waved his hand. Only people with a hole in their brain would do that. Lin Xuanji didn't know what to say. Su Mo firmly said, Xuanji, you must remember that while the Tao of Heaven has its own plans, individuals can achieve anything with enough effort. Although some things are predestined, the Tao of Heaven is also incomparably merciful. The Tao of Heaven will always leave a path for people in the dark to walk on. The important thing is whether or not you can find this path and seize the opportunity. Lin Xuanji was moved, his fingers quivered slightly, and he nodded heavily, gazing at Su Mo gratefully as he spoke sincerely. Xuanji has received this lesson. Many thanks for Uncle's guidance. I wouldn't go so far to call it guidance, it's just some personal ideas that I comprehended from my experience. Su Mo smiled. All right. You have your own opinions. I won't say more about this. Oh right, I heard that you want to expand your business line. How about it? Do you have any ideas? Before Lin Xuanji left Sky Peak City, he found several families' young masters to discuss this matter with them and also mentioned a few words of this to Yuan Tianwen. However, it's just that back then, Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong's relationship were still in a state of collapse, so Yuan Tianwen didn't tell other people about Lin Xuanji's business plans. From the looks of it now, Yuan Tianwen had spoken to Su Mo about it. Lin Xuanji nodded. I have this intention. I plan to start from Qing City, where the Lin family is located, and Profound City, where Profound Sky Sect is, then slowly develop elsewhere afterwards. Su Mo nodded. The vast majority of his cultivators say some nonsense about not touching the secular world's smelly copper, but what they don't know is that this smelly copper is the foundation of a family's prosperity. Buying medicinal pills, getting magic treasures, and finding cultivation techniques which of this doesn't require money. All the mouths in the family cry piteously for food. If we didn't make money for them, wouldn't they starve to death? Lin Xuanji also smiled. He knew that in the past few years, countless people had secretly ridiculed Su Mo, saying that he made cultivators lose face. Thus, Su Mo's arguments naturally contained some dissatisfaction and disdain. Being rich was always better than being impoverished. Chapter 262, Young Master of the Lin family. Lin Xuanji was very open-minded. He hadn't touched the smell of copper in his last life, which resulted in Yan Tianan not even getting to eat 5 yuan rice after Lin Xuanji's cultivation was wasted. In this life, he would never again be so old-fashioned. What was face worth? It was simultaneously the most valuable yet least valuable thing. Lin Xuanji wasn't yet of such a high status that he could exchange money using his face. Naturally, he couldn't think too highly of himself. Lin Xuanji also heard a lot of rumors. Many of those craftsmen said that he was devaluing his own net worth behind his back, as though he'd gone mad from poverty, to actually make money by mass-producing equipment on quantity. After all, for the haughty and precious craftsmen, in order to ensure the value of their magic treasures and their own statuses, they must reduce the number of magic items crafted. Only with this would those cultivators realize the importance of craftsmen. Lin Xuanji didn't care about these words at all. What he wanted was precisely to allow Yan Tianan to buy whatever he wanted without any apprehension, and keep on buying. From now on, he wanted to use all methods at his disposal to build a giant commercial empire for Yan Tianan. What couldn't be bought with money? Powerful cultivators, death guards who would protect Ahen with their lives, medicinal pills, ingredients, spiritual plants, secret manuals. He had to plan for Yan Tianan's best interests in advance. Not only did he need to bribe people's hearts, but he also needed to buy subordinates, the stronger the better. If they had many powerful subordinates, then they naturally would have more confidence when facing people with ill intentions from the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Lin Xuanji thought about this and was even more determined to build up this business empire that was right now only a concept in his mind. Su Mo patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder. Xuanji, you've always been incredible not just in cultivating or in your comprehension of the sword path, but also your mind. From the very beginning, I've had high expectations for you. I'm very relieved that you can find Ah Wen to do business together. One can never stand out in business if they fight alone. What's more, all the merchant forces in Profound City have more or less taken up the entire market already. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble if you want to enjoy a slice of the business pie. Sumo first mentioned some matters he should take note of, then finally said, in a few days, Awen and Yuyong will both return to the Yuan family with me. Yuyong's treatment is urgent, so we might miss Profound Sky Sect's grand entrance ceremony. However, if you have any needs during this period, you can directly come find me in the Yuan family. The Yuan family was located in the middle of Profound City, so it was very convenient to go to the Yuan family from Profound Sky Sect. Lin Xuanji thanked him repeatedly. Now that he had Sumo's promise, his future development in Profound City would most likely be much easier. After all, the Yuan family was Profound City's local boss. After sending Sumo away, a fluffy bird, who was originally resting on the windowsill and pretending to be decoration, flapped his wings and flew onto Lin Xuanji's shoulder. This person, I remember. Feng Jingyu mentioned. Lin Xuanji raised his brow. Feng Jingyu cleared his throat. Although his cultivation is nothing much, this rascal's brains are very incredible, and he's especially insidious when handling matters. He screwed over a lot of powerful people. Even right now, his name is still on the bounty list. Lin Xuanji looked askance at Feng Jingyu. You know him? Feng Jingyu shook his head. No, but I've heard of him. Lin Xuanji continued. Then you should have also heard of my father. Feng Jingyu awkwardly chirped twice and flew up. I must not say. He then flew out of the window. From his hurried and hasty manner, it looked like he was escaping. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and pondered as he stood in his original location for quite a while. Feng Jingyu, this cunning phoenix, probably was still keeping many matters from him. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Regarding the matter of establishing a commercial empire, since Lin Xuanji said he'd do it, then he'd do it. However, they were leaving soon, so he's afraid that it would be difficult for him to personally manage things on the Lin family's side. Thus, he took the initiative to talk to Fifth Elder about it. When Fifth Elder heard the matter, he called over Ji Lanjin, who had been in charge of the family's finances for this period. Ji Lanjin nodded and smiled elegantly. We're all one family, what trouble? However, Ji Lanjin paused, then voiced a doubt in her heart. Recently, Arqing City's Duan family isn't very peaceful. All the news we hear about right now says that the Duan family's young master is about to change. Although for the Lin family, from a business perspective, it was the same no matter which Duan young master they signed the business contract with. However, Ji Lanjin was still worried about the relationship between Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. Indeed, he didn't judge wrongly. This woman, Ji Lanjin, was truly a person who could manage the Lin family's everyday affairs in his place. She was both kind-hearted and capable, and could also discern people's thoughts from their body language. As a woman and a mother, even if Ji Lanjin faced joint suppression from Third Elder and Madame Bai, for the sake of her pair of children, she would never show even a little bit of cowardice. Auntie need not worry, you can have a look again later. I'm afraid it's not so easy for the Duan family to change young masters. In that case, I'll wait for Xuanji's good news. Ji Lanjin smiled gracefully. Although Lin Xuanji didn't explicitly mention what would happen to the Duan family in the future, his words implied that he would never do business with Duan Yuhao. Thus, she could now reply to Duan Yuhao and Madame Duan. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. They discussed some more specifics regarding the Lin family's future development. It was already dark by the time they finished talking about these. Fifth Elder, who had been sitting on the chair, was already snoring with his eyes closed. Clearly, he wasn't very interested in these matters. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Fifth Elder and told Ji Lanjin, let's end the discussion here today. If there are any matters in the future, Auntie can directly contact me through this voice transmission bell. Ji Lanjin shook the exquisite and beautiful bell in her hand and smiled. Your attainment on the craftsman path indeed leaves everyone else in the dust with no hope of catching up. If this isn't talent, then it can no longer be justified. Lin Xuanji smiled, then just treat it as talent ba. In reality, talent was naturally involved, but there was also no denying his hard work. It was only with his loneliness day after day, year after year, for the last 1,000 years that he was able to obtain the so-called genius title, but it was ultimately worth it. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Fifth Elder yawned at the right time, stretched, and rubbed his eyes, waking up. Oh, not yet finished? Fifth Elder asked. Lin Xuanji answered, we've basically finished discussing. However, I suddenly thought of a matter that I think is necessary for the family head to think about. What idea do you have this time? Fifth Elder looked at Lin Xuanji from the corner of his eyes. Go ahead. The position of the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master has been vacant for many years. Now that the Lin family has risen and become a first-rank family, it won't do to leave this position vacant any longer. Lin Xuanji continued, I propose to let the Vice Hall Master take over this position. Fifth Elder nodded. There are 5 Vice Hall Masters, who do you think is suitable? Lin Bubai. Ji Lanjin was surprised. Nephew Xuanji, my husband is not from the Lin family's main branch. I'm afraid that he doesn't have this qualification, so it'll be difficult to convince the masses. Lin Runru's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Lin Xuanji, waiting to see what he would say with his silver tongue. Lin Xuanji replied, his words neither fast nor slow, does it matter whether one is from the main branch or not, now that the main branch is in decline? The side branch, on the other hand, has witnessed the appearance of many powerful characters. The Lin family of today is different from that of the past. At the 100 Families gathering, we'd obtained our fill of benefits, who knows how many families are eyeing us right now. We can't afford to make any mistakes, especially at this juncture. Having Uncle Bubai sit in that position will also be a great help to Auntie's authority in the family, so why not? Of course, I just think that the most suitable person should sit in the most suitable position, that's all. As for the final decision, Family Master still has the final say. Fifth Elder raised his eyebrows as he looked at Lin Xuanji, laughing coldly, you brat, you've really dug a good bitch pit for me. You've already stated the reasoning so thoroughly. If I don't let Lin Bubai sit in the Hall Master position of the Law Enforcement Hall, then won't I become a senile old fool in your mind? Lin Xuanji hurriedly replied, I don't dare. Fifth Elder fussily nitpicked at some of Lin Xuanji's shortcomings and finally touched his chin. He gave a light HMPH as he continued, since it's your suggestion, you can go announce it for me. I might as well let you take the arduous and thankless position of young master of the Lin family too. Ji Lanjin was shocked and immediately felt endlessly moved. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yet Lin Xuanji looked particularly calm. Lin Runru knocked on the table when he saw Lin Xuanji's unperturbed appearance, as though everything was within his control. What kind of reaction is this? Don't tell me you think that you're the only person suitable to become the Lin family's young master. Lin Xuanji lightly replied, could it be possible that family head has a more suitable candidate? Lin Runru immediately choked. Yeah, in terms of schemes and wisdom, in terms of moral conduct and Dao attainment, he's afraid that he couldn't find a second person comparable to Lin Xuanji in the entire Lin family. However, Lin Runru looked at Lin Xuanji and nevertheless felt the urge to hit this brat. Bathing, burning incense, worshipping one's ancestors, then making it known to the masses. Soon, news that Lin Xuanji had become the young master of the Lin family spread throughout the entire Lin family. This time, none of the Lin family pupils dared to raise any objection. After all, Lin Xuanji was certainly the most suitable candidate in terms of both the craftsman and martial arts paths. And Lin Xuanji was equally unwilling to pass this responsibility on to others. The position of Lin family's young master was inevitably his, he wouldn't yield it to anyone else. Auntie, Lin Xuanji called Ji Lanjin from behind. Currently, they had already left Fifth Elder's courtyard and arrived at a small path marked with footprints. This path was the only road to Ji Lanjin's residence. Ji Lanjin stopped walking, turned to Lin Xuanji, and smiled, does young master have a matter to discuss? Auntie can call me Xuanji. I do have some matters that I want to talk to Auntie about. Ji Lanjin blinked. Is this place convenient? Lin Xuanji nodded. It's convenient. I'll leave after saying a few words. Xuanji might as well directly tell me what matters he has. If I can do it, I will certainly help with all my strength. Their entire family owed Lin Xuanji. To be honest, no matter the hall master position of the law enforcement hall or Ji Lanjin's position. Today, Fifth Elder actually wouldn't refuse no matter who Lin Xuanji wanted to give those positions to. Any perceptive person could see that right now, nobody could shake up Lin Xuanji's position in the Lin family. Plus, Lin Runru was unwilling to manage family matters in the first place. He'd wanted to enter secluded cultivation for a long time. Now that, after great difficulty, Lin Xuanji could finally assume personal responsibility for family matters, Lin Runru naturally wanted to simply be a figurehead and let Lin Xuanji handle everything. Thus, he gave Lin Xuanji absolute authority. Lin Xuanji also gave Lin Yuhan lots of medicinal pills and magic treasures every now and then, and also gave a precious quota spot to Lin Zontian, which made Ji Lanjin wish that she could gift all of her good items to Lin Xuanji. Her gratitude was beyond expression. Of course Ji Lanjin was willing to spare no effort to help Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji smiled, "Auntie need not feel nervous, it's just a few small matters." Ji Lanjin also smiled as her mood relaxed a little. "I'm afraid I don't know what the current relationship is like between Auntie and the Ji family." Ji Lanjin was slightly stunned but immediately said, "My father is the current head of the Ji family. Although I have married into the East Continent for many years, I've never stopped my correspondence with the Ji family." Chapter 263. So-called young master Ji Lanjin was the legitimate eldest daughter and had been spoiled since childhood. If it wasn't for Lin Yuhan's health that made her, a mother, unable to leave her daughter's side, how could she not go home these years? The head and madam of the Ji family, as well as Ji Lanjin's several elder brothers, also missed her very much and had even come to the Lin family to visit her before. It's just that the road was both distant and dangerous, so traveling between the two families wasn't very convenient. That's why they'd only been able to visit her a few times. Lin Xuanji gained a better understanding of the situation. It was truly fortunate that Ji Lanjin's relationship with her family wasn't bad. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The Ji family is the largest family in the South Continent. The South Continent has abundant miasma and poisonous GU insects, so many GU masters naturally reside there as well. I want Auntie to ask someone to help me find a powerful and reliable GU master to work by my side. In addition, I also want to do some business involving GU insects and poison. Of course, it has nothing to do with the family business. I only need a route that can get me the GU insects and poisons I require, as well as someone who can find the items I need for me. The price is naturally negotiable." Ji Lanjin was greatly shocked. She hurriedly glanced around for fear that someone might hear this. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. "Auntie need not worry, I have magic tools on my person, even if someone passes by, they still can't hear our conversation." Ji Lanjin knitted a pair of willow brows as she asked, "Xuanji, both GU poison and GU refinement masters are evil and crooked existences despised by the righteous path. What do you want these people and items for?" Lin Xuanji simply answered, "They have a very important role." Ji Lanjin looked at him. After a long time, she asked, "Must you obtain these?" Lin Xuanji nodded firmly. "They're necessary." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Ji Lanjin took a deep breath and made up her mind. "All right, although I don't know what you want to use them for, I believe that they are very important to you. The Ji family can indeed find the people and GU insects you want. However, the East Continent and the South Continent are too far away, and one also needs to pass through a vast swamp and several dense jungles filled with miasma. You'll have to wait a little longer." Lin Xuanji solemnly cupped his hands and thanked her. "I can wait however long it takes. I will have to trouble Auntie on this matter." When she looked at this child, who was only a few years older than her daughter, Ji Lanjin's maternal instincts woke up. She said softly, "What are you being polite with me for? If you have any matters in the future, just tell Auntie. Don't stifle it in your heart." Lin Xuanji smiled, "Okay." Only 2 days after he became Lin family's young master, Lin Xuanji led the Lin family to Profound Sky Sect. The pupils participating in the sect entrance competition also set out. Lin Xuanji. Outside the Lin family residence's main gate, Lin Xuanji, who was just about to board a carriage pulled by a chasing sun horse, was stopped by a slightly weak female voice. Without having to glance back, Lin Xuanji could already imagine Lin Yuro's face, which would inevitably look like she'd been wronged. Her expression was one of someone who wasn't resigned to suffering those grievances. "I have something to ask you." Lin Yuro bit her lower lip. The Lin family pupils in the surroundings all looked towards this side, clearly wanting to watch a good show. Lin Xuanji turned to face Lin Yuro, who was a head shorter than him, and asked flatly, "What's the matter?" Lin Yuro looked at him. "Why did you choose my older sister?" Lin Xuanji didn't give any explanation to this question when he announced the occupants of those two placings. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Yuro's expression was full of discontent. "I won't accept it. Her cultivation isn't higher than mine, and her cultivation techniques aren't as powerful as mine either. Moreover, she's also too old, so her foundation can't compare with mine. I just think it's unfair." Lin Yuro's eyes flashed with resentment and shame. "Then let's fight who's afraid of you." At this juncture, Lin Yuro didn't care to maintain any pretenses of sisterhood either. One should know that this inner door disciple qualification was a shortcut that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Lin Yuro wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be accepted into the sect, but she didn't want to start from the rank of an outer door disciple. "What did you call me just now?" Lin Xuanji lightly swept a glance over Lin Yufan, who wished for the whole world to descend into chaos, as he asked Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was stupefied and changed her address. "Young master. Since you address me as young master, then don't question my decision." Even though Lin Yuro had nothing to say about Lin Xuanji becoming the young master, that didn't mean that she approved of Lin Xuanji's decision. "You're oppressing people with your authority, I won't accept it. Then you can fight me," Lin Xuanji said lightly. "Defeat me, and the position of young master will be yours. You can choose whoever you want then." Since Lin Xuanji had become the young master, he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority. Lin Xuanji had never given a demonstration of his authority right after taking this position. For one, he didn't think there was a need. For another, he also didn't have an opportunity. Lin Xuanji was somewhat surprised to find that ever since he returned from the 100 Families gathering, the little bugs that had originally been hopping about became unbelievably quiet, as though they'd heard some rumors. Even when he appointed Lin Bubai as the hall master of the law enforcement hall, those vice hall masters only had slightly ugly expressions. None of them questioned his decision to his face. Right now, Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't let Lin Yuro off easily, who stood out as the earliest bird. Sure enough, once Lin Yuro heard Lin Xuanji's words, she immediately showed an incredulous and slightly frightened expression. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It was impossible for her to be Lin Xuanji's opponent. She dared not fight with Lin Xuanji even back when his Dantian Qi Si was still damaged, so it was even more impossible now. Lin Yuro ran away sobbing, getting into a carriage behind her. Several female side branch pupils who had a good relationship with her couldn't help but comfort her. Lin Yufan revealed an amused smile. He happened to meet Lin Xuanji's gaze, which was sweeping over. Lin Xuanji said mildly, "Be more low profile." Lin Yufan shrugged. "I've already been very low profile. If it wasn't because this little girl shares half of the same blood with me, I would have killed her a long time ago." Lin Xuanji stared at him. "The Lin family forbids internal violence. You must remember this point. Even if you have any deep hatred with her, you must still hand it over to the law enforcement hall to deal with." Lin Yufan chuckled and looked at Lin Xuanji somewhat mockingly. "I'd like to know whether you can still stick to this bottom line if the Lin family erupts in internal violence one day." Lin Xuanji replied lightly, "There are exceptions to every rule. I won't make trouble for others if they don't make trouble for me. If internal violence erupts in the Lin family, new rules will inevitably appear." Haha, Lin Yufan laughed. "Strict with others but lenient with oneself. Our Lin family's young master really is an incredible person." Lin Xuanji said modestly, "I'm ashamed by your praise." Lin Yufan, he had long thought that Lin Xuanji was different from ordinary people. Based on how thick his skin was, he's indeed different from ordinary folks. But to be honest, when Lin Yufan saw his own family's young master acting like such a hoodlum, he felt assured about the Lin family's future. Lin Yufan turned around and got on the carriage. He spoke in a muffled voice, "Although I once swore to kill all of the little girl's family sooner or later, in deference to your face, I will not act as long as you are still in the Lin family." Lin Xuanji gave a little pause and thought, with the way he's talking, doesn't this mean that he should actually thank Lin Yufan? However, in reality, Lin Xuanji merely got on the carriage and signaled to the coachman that they could depart. In the carriage, Yan Tianan was watching Feng Jingyu train the two tiger cubs. When he saw Lin Xuanji, he offhandedly picked Bai up and held him in his arms. "Dage, everything's been revolved." Lin Xuanji sat down by Yan Tianan and, while he was at it, pulled him over for a kiss. There wasn't any fighting, just a matter of a few words. Lin Xuanji spoke in a relaxed tone. Yan Tianan smiled and revealed two cute little tiger teeth. "That's right, Dage, there's another thing." Yan Tianan spoke up. "After discussing with Mao Mao, we feel that it's a little unrealistic for Ajiyu to go up the mountain with us, so I plan to rent a house in Profound City close to Profound Sky Sect for Ajiyu. That way, It'll also be convenient for me to find him. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's small face. You can decide this kind of matter yourself. Yan Tianan's eyes bent into crescents with a smile. He flew into Lin Xuanji's arms and hugged his neck. Dage, from now on, we can date each other without the slightest worry. Bai was pressed by Yan Tianan and couldn't breathe. He arched his small head with all his might and jumped down. His eyes stared straight at Hu Po sitting beside him, who was licking his claws. With an ow woo, he pounced over, pressing Hu Po onto the ground and fiercely kissing him. Hu Po gave a miserable shriek, struggling endlessly. Feng Jingyu awkwardly coughed twice, mumbling, "Pay attention to your influence. There are still 3 cubs here, you two are leading children astray." Lin Xuanji looked askance at Feng Jingyu and directly flicked his forehead. His strength flipped Feng Jingyu over several times. Afterward, Yan Tianan saw a small, fluffy bird sitting on the mat, a dazed and stupefied expression on its face. He couldn't help break out in laughter at that. With a wah, Feng Jingyu expressed his anger, flapping his wings and rushing towards Lin Xuanji. Full of enthusiastic zeal, 2 tiger cubs also tried to pounce on their 2 masters. For a while, the entire carriage was full of flying birds and jumping tigers, extremely lively. Yan Tianan didn't curb his laughter, letting it spread to the horse carriages around them. Lin Yao, who was beside Lin Zeji, opened the curtain and looked back. He commented with some envy, "Yan Tianan, this kid, is truly lucky. I don't know how big of a fortune he encountered to actually win young master's favor." Lin Zeji murmured in his heart, "More than favor, he's simply been spoiled to the high heavens." Ever since an unknown day where Lin Xuanji seemed to have gained enlightenment and turned into an entirely different person, Lin Zeji found that there was basically no time when Yan Tianan wasn't laughing. Everyone always talks about couples enduring trials and tribulations together. They can also be considered brothers enduring trials and tribulations. Lin Dong touched his chin and mused. Who would have thought that Lin Xuanji could still rise up again? Lin Yao sighed. The current young master position is much more valuable than it was years ago. Lin Dong nodded. Yeah, who let young master be so incredible, pulling our Lin family from a 3rd class to a 1st class family all at once. Lin Yao and Lin Dong were full of admiration and longing, but at this time, they no longer held the slightest jealousy. When a person was as distant and unreachable as the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, no one would think to stand higher than him. Instead, they would involuntarily look up to that person in their hearts. Lin Zeji heard their conversation and lamented the vicissitudes of life, falling into a dark and indescribable melancholy state. There was a time when he took the young master position for granted. Lin Zan was dead and Lin Xuanji crippled. Beside him, who else could the young master be? But now, Lin Zeji didn't want to compete with Lin Xuanji over this position at all. He couldn't win, and he was also won over by Lin Xuanji's elegant manner. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. However, even if he wanted to live a smooth and steady life, his mother and 3rd elder didn't think like this at all. Before leaving, Madame Bai even pulled him over and repeatedly urged him with a special care, that he must pay attention to Lin Xuanji's every move and report to her periodically according to schedule. She also said something about sweeping away Lin Xuanji, this obstacle, very soon and spoke about how the position of the young master of the Lin family would still be his. Lin Zeji couldn't persuade Madame Bai, just as Madame Bai couldn't understand why he had become such a cowardly person. Mother. Lin Zeji closed his eyes. He sincerely prayed that Madame Bai could quickly come to her senses and stop thinking about how to stir up trouble. With his understanding of Lin Xuanji over these past days, Lin Xuanji's shrewdness was definitely not something Madame Bai could compare to. If he wanted to scheme against a person, he could absolutely make that person die without even knowing how they died. Chapter 264. Young Peak Master Zan. A few days later, the Lin family's convoy arrived at Profound City. Profound City was bustling with noise and excitement recently. The pupils who planned to join the sect entrance competition were all gathered here, eager to show their skills in the grand competition. Lin Xuanji looked at the familiar Profound City and gazed at Profound Sky Sect's main mountain, which was tall enough to reach the clouds. His mood, however, was incomparably calm. When he left, his heart was filled with resentment and hatred. He dearly wished to uproot the entire Profound Sky Sect, but when he returned, he felt tranquil and calm. Even the matter of revenge wasn't treated the same. He felt that if there was an opportunity, he would take revenge in passing but didn't need to put in too much effort. Once a person has found love and receives love in kind, they will become much more serene. Dage, it's so lively. Yan Tianan pressed his hands and face against the window. Enraptured, his eyes didn't blink at all as they watched those cultivators spew fire and create water dragons as they fought. It will be even more lively in a few days. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's back, the tenderness in his eyes apparent. It was precisely because this person had returned to his side, filling in the missing piece in his heart, that he was able to control the source of his irritable restless and sleepless nights so that they wouldn't be able to easily stir up trouble for him. Profound Sky Sect I, Lin Xuanji, have returned this time. He chose an entirely different road compared to that of his previous life, but at this moment, his heart was incomparably clear. It was difficult to walk on the main road, and all paths would eventually converge into one. One day, he would still inevitably walk the path he walked in his last life, the Nine Lands. Not long after entering Profound City, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, along with the other Lin family pupils and 20 shadow guards, parted ways. The Yuan family had already made living arrangements. Zeji, you can take them directly to the Flowing Moon Pavilion. Lin Xuanji told Lin Zeji. Lin Zeji nodded. Even though he could skip over the entrance exam and directly enter the sect, it was still quite different from Lin Xuanji, this appointed inner disciple. For Lin Xuanji, skipping was out of the question, so he let Lin Zeji take charge of the Lin family for this sect entrance competition in advance. It wouldn't be too late for Lin Zeji to report to the inner mountain after waiting until everything on the competition's side was on the right track. As for the shadow guards, he naturally couldn't take them into Profound Sky Sect, so Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan took Bai and Hu Po with them as they headed for Profound Sky Sect. The main gate of Profound Sky Sect was a gigantic array that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. One wouldn't be able to discern anything strange observing from the outside, but if someone wanted to break in, then the situation of ghost hitting the wall would appear. That person would clearly see themselves walk in, but those mountains and trees would still be in their original locations. To enter Profound Sky Sect, you had to either have the mountain entrance token or possess a cultivation level so high that you wouldn't even put the great array in your eyes, which was the so-called Challenge the Mountain. Lin Xuanji entered with the mountain entrance token. He threw a palm-sized black square card at the mountain gate. Waves of air shook from the mountain gate, which flickered with a gorgeous multicolored luster under the sunlight. Yan Tianan had never ascended the mountain before, so his eyes widened upon witnessing this scene. Lin Xuanji took his hand. Let's go. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Thus, Feng Jingyu rolled over and continued to sleep on Yan Tianan's chest. After entering the main gate, one had to step over the tens of thousands of stairs reaching straight to the heavens in order to reach a resting spot in Profound Sky Sect. Yan Tianan didn't cultivate any magic techniques that allowed him to ride a sword and fly, so he still had to climb up the mountain on 2 legs. Lin Xuanji did learn to fly using his sword a long time ago, but he didn't have a sword right now. Fortunately, before Lin Xuanji and Ji Yunwei parted ways, he procured a piercing clouds shuttle, treating it as part of the reward for helping Ji Yunwei resolve the matter with that fox cub. Just as he was about to take out the piercing clouds shuttle, a figure in cyan descended from the sky and landed in front of them. A young man with gentle facial features jumped down from the floating sword. Lin Xuanji naturally recognized this person. He gave a salute. Young Peak Master Zan. This was the young Peak Master of Sinking Sword Peak, the eldest disciple under esteemed Lan Yu, Zan Fengting. Zan Fengting immediately returned the gesture. Junior Martial Brother Lin need not be so polite. Lin Xuanji smiled as he introduced, this is my younger brother, Yan Tianan. Zan Fengting's eyes contained smiles. He looked at Yan Tianan. I've heard Ah Hen's great name for a long time. My name is Zan Fengting. Zan, as in beaming with joy, Feng, as in maple leaves, and Ting, as in pavilion. Yan Tianan felt that Zan Fengting gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, very comfortable. When he saw Zan Fengting's face, he felt close to him, as if he had seen a big brother next door. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Ah Hen greets Fengting Gerger. Little brother is new here, so I'll have to ask Gerger to pardon me if I make any mistakes. Yan Tianan laughed playfully. Zan Fengting couldn't help smiling. Ah Hen Didi is indeed a lively child. It seems that Lin Shidi will not be too bored or lonely during this period of time. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head and also smiled, naturally. However, my younger brother is naughty. If he offends someone, I really have to ask everyone to pardon him. Naturally. Zan Fengting chuckled. We haven't had such a small child on Sinking Sword Peak for many years. The last time Master accepted an apprentice was more than 10 years ago. As he said that, Zan Fengting felt that a small plump thing was rubbing against his leg. His gaze turned downwards, landing on the fluffy little cutie that was rubbing against one of his calves. Bai originally thought that there was a good smell coming from Zan Fengting's person, so he kept rubbing against him non-stop. Suddenly, his forelegs met only air when he was picked up by the scruff. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bai's dumbfounded face stared at Zan Fengting's handsome one. Ow ow ow. Bai messily waved his forelegs around and even made a super fierce expression at Zan Fengting. Zan Fengting wasn't threatened at all, as though he'd seen through how this tiger cub was only pretending to be fierce. With a well-practiced motion, he took out a demonic delight fruit from his storage bag and held it in his other hand, waving it in front of Bai's face. Bai, who was in the middle of threatening Zan Fengting with his expression, suddenly stiffened his forepaws. His small face also took on a pitiful expression. He clasped his two front paws together as he bowed to Zan Fengting with a fawning expression. Zan Fengting thought, this novelty was quite interesting and couldn't help asking, your tiger cub is a spiritual beast? Yan Tianan facepalmed, finding it very embarrassing. He truly didn't want to admit that Bai, this embarrassment of a child, was a distinguished spiritual beast, but lying wasn't good, so he nodded with difficulty. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji smiled. These two tiger cubs are demonic pets Hen raised. The lively one is Bai, the glum-looking one is Hupo. Although they're naughty and mischievous, they won't bite people if you don't tease them too much. Bai was one who became hyped up in front of audiences. When he heard Lin Xuanji say that he didn't bite people, he immediately bit Zan Fengting's hand with an ow-woo. However, just when he wanted to leave behind a bite mark, Bai suddenly felt a powerful oppressive pressure, so, under the watch of Zan Fengting's warm smile and gentle eyes, Bai carefully stuck out his tongue and gave Zan Fengting's hand a quick lick. He hurriedly put away his pointed teeth and sharp claws, innocently looking at Zan Fengting with his purple eyes, pretending to be cute and harmless. Zan Fengting smiled and didn't bother to settle the score with this little tiger cub. Yan Tianan, however, was startled. He patted his chest. Fengting Gerger, you'd better throw this little bastard down. Bai has a lively temper. It won't be good if he accidentally bites you. Zan Fengting, on the other hand, didn't mind it. This is nothing, he's just a tiny cub. I've seen lots of powerful demonic beasts, but none of them are as interesting as Bai. Zan Fengting threw that demonic delight fruit to Hupo and, while he was at it, took out another one and threw it to Bai. He hugged Bai with his arms and told Lin Xuanji, it'll probably be lively on the mountain from now on. Lin Xuanji intended to cultivate on Sinking Sword Peak. No one knew the name of Sinking Sword Peak's peak master, but everyone addressed him as esteemed Lan Yu. In the entire 5 continents, only esteemed Lan Yu's divination skills were the most reliable and powerful. There were also rumors that he was the direct bloodline descendant of the prophet family from the upper realms, but for unknown reasons, he wandered about and ended up here. Of course, there were countless rumors and conjectures about esteemed Lan Yu. Nobody knew whether those rumors were true or not. Zan Fengting came primarily to welcome Lin Xuanji. He had already sensed them when Lin Xuanji's mountain entrance token entered the profound city's boundary. He knew that it wasn't easy to climb up the mountain, so Zan Fengting considerately came down to the foot of the mountain in person to bring them up to the top on his sword. Yan Tianan stood behind Lin Xuanji, tightly hugging his waist for fear of falling from the sword. Hupo, who was lying on Yan Tianan's head, tightly clung to his head as he shook with fear. Yan Tianan didn't use swords very much. Although Lin Zan used swords, he never used them for flight. In the past, Lin Xuanji seldom had any close interactions with Yan Tianan, so he naturally didn't take him around flying on his sword. Therefore, this was actually the first time Yan Tianan flew around on a sword. At first, the violently fierce winds scraping Yan Tianan hurt his face, which made him bury his face in Lin Xuanji's back, unwilling to leave the warmth. Before long, Yan Tianan sensed that the winds had stopped, and the surrounding was tranquil. Yan Tianan raised his head and understood what had happened. It turned out that Lin Xuanji took out a magic tool to defend against the wind and covered the entire sword within its area of effect. Zan Fengting's cultivation was excellent. Naturally, even if he didn't have a defensive weapon, he could still maintain a state of not having a single hair blown out of place. When he suddenly found an obstacle pop up in his surroundings, he immediately understood. He couldn't help looking back at Lin Xuanji apologetically. I didn't pay attention to this, I'm truly sorry. Lin Xuanji hurriedly responded, Senior Martial Brother Zan need not be so polite, it's as whose cultivation levels aren't high enough. Zan Fengting thoroughly changed his impression of Lin Xuanji. In the past, the Lin Xuanji he knew was a proud, noble, and aloof soul, a haughty person who had never understood the ways of the world. Although his extraordinary strength was undeniable, he truly made people feel a sense of alienation, like he was difficult to approach. Often, people involuntarily felt a sense of inferiority in front of him. Sinking Sword Peak and Broken Sword Peak didn't have many interactions in the first place, and their relationship wasn't considered very good. Sinking Sword Peak had 2 of the 4 swords of Profound Sky, so these inner disciples of Sinking Sword Peak naturally didn't have a favorable impression of Lin Xuanji. However, in light of today's interaction, Zan Fengting felt that Lin Xuanji was a person who could easily obtain the favor of others. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. They pierced through the clouds and broke through the fog. Not long after, a broad and long sword landed on a flat stretch of ground on the mountain peak. Lin Xuanji stepped down from the sword and looked up at the top of the mountain. In the tall mountain, he could make out the sound of a waterfall. He saw a waterfall as wide as the Milky Way descending from the sky. The flying stream fell straight into a gigantic lake, smashing into thousands of fine silver beads. In the midst of layer upon layer of foliage superimposed upon each other in a profusion of color, one could faintly make out the Taoist temple and pavilions. Looking from afar, though the image wasn't very clear, one could still see its boundless and majestic atmosphere. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. The spiritual qi here is truly rich. Zan Fengting nodded and smiled. That's right, there is a spiritual vein underneath the entire Profound Sky sect that cuts across Profound Sky sect's 4 main peaks. Profound Sky sect's 4 main peaks were Sinking Sword Peak, Broken Sword Peak, Breaking Sword Peak, and Apex Sun Peak. Among them, Apex Sun Peak was divided into 2 sub-peaks. The one on the left was called Thousand Hammer Peak and was Profound City's Equipment Crafting Peak, while the one on the right was 100 Refinement Peak, which was Profound Sky sect's Alchemist Peak. And the centermost Apex Sun Peak was situated in the sect's core position, which also had the most concentrated spiritual qi. Chapter 265. Illusion Array Master. As they climbed up Sinking Sword Peak's own mountain, they noticed it was extremely spacious, able to accommodate hundreds of people walking hand in hand. However, it was also very high and couldn't be seen entirely at a glance. Zan Fengting pointed to the Taoist temples. This is the main peak of Sinking Sword. Although you could fly with your sword, according to the rules of Sinking Sword Peak, the first person to climb the peak will have to walk the 999 steps and go up on his own. Yan Tianan was stunned. Looking at the steps, which were half as high as him, he opened his mouth. Fengting Gerger, are you kidding me? 999 steps is too high and, even if I climb them, I'm afraid it'll take 10 days to half a month. No, 10 days to half a month aren't enough, maybe 3 to 5 months is possible. Even after reaching the foundation stage, Yan Tianan was still a human, not a god. Even a god would get tired and sleepy. Zan Fengting smiled. This is the rule that Master left behind. Although Xuanji is the disciple he personally selected, he still has to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the Master will not accept it. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and took Yan Tianan's hand. It doesn't matter, we can go up slowly. Yan Tianan nodded, somewhat anxious, but he didn't worry much about Lin Xuanji. He was more worried that his lame foot would drag them down. Lin Xuanji did as he said, but it wasn't easy climbing up the stairs while pulling Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji's movements were light and skillful, but Yan Tianan was short, so he couldn't climb up several steps and had to use both his hands and feet. Standing on his sword, Zan Fengting didn't move too fast either. He only maintained a speed of about 10 steps faster than Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Bai was held in Zan Fengting's arms. Hupo also learned to be lazy and climbed directly onto Zan Fengting's shoulder. The 2 cubs were gnawing happily at the demonic delight fruit while watching their 2 masters climb together with difficulty under Zan Fengting's gaze. They had absolutely no intention of helping. It was not long before Yan Tianan began to sweat after 100 steps or so. He was surprised to find that the steps were not only high but also had a strange force that pulled them to the ground, forcing them to fight against it with their Dantian qi just to be able to lift their feet. As a result, It took even greater effort to climb up the stairs, and the rapid speed at which their chi diminished was astonishing. It was even greater than when chi was consumed during a fight. He gritted his teeth and climbed 200 steps. By this point, Yan Tianan was soaked to the skin and his forehead was already sweaty. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanji was in much better shape than him. He stopped, his beautiful eyes tinged with sadness. He held up his sleeve to wipe away the beads of sweat from Yan Tianan's forehead. Let's have a rest first before we move on. Yan Tianan sat on the ground, panting. He stretched out his hand to fan himself and complained, "Dage, this is just too much. Now I think it will take about a year and a half to climb to the top of the mountain." Lin Xuanji looked at his little red face and replied, "Or let's not climb and just go back down the mountain." Standing nearby, Zan Fengting heard their exchange and couldn't help but raise his brows. He was suddenly feeling a little nervous. Yan Tianan, however, smiled brightly as he looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, don't worry about me. If you have the strength, climb up first. I'll take it slow. If you get to the top of the mountain, just send me some food. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. When I get tired, I like to enjoy the surrounding scenery. It's not so bad," Lin Xuanji added. Yan Tianan was very happy. He suddenly felt that even if he was tired, he could bear it a bit longer. As long as Lin Xuanji accompanied him, he would have some fun. So Yan Tianan nodded with a smile. "It's settled. Let's climb up slowly and keep our promise to reach the top together." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After watching the scenery together for a while, the two recovered some strength and continued to climb up the steps. After a period of time, Lin Xuanji stopped again when Yan Tianan needed rest. He took him to another angle and height to continue enjoying the beautiful scenery of Sinking Sword Peak. Unknowingly, an hour passed by quickly. Zan Fengting originally thought that Lin Xuanji would leave Yan Tianan behind and go up the mountain alone, but that didn't happen. He also assumed that according to the information he found, Yan Tianan was a temperamental child spoiled by Lin Xuanji. He thought Yan Tianan would be mentally weak and couldn't suffer hardships. Unexpectedly, he was such an open-minded person with a pure and virtuous heart, who was not burdened by external things. It seemed that the information Zan Fengting received was wrong. When Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan climbed 300 steps and were going to rest for the fourth time, Zan Fengting finally couldn't help it. He helplessly came down from the sword and stood in front of the two men watching the sunset. He sincerely admired them, two younger martial brothers. It was because a few people in the gate wanted to test your mind that this game was set. However, you have already passed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zan Fengting waved his sleeve, threw out a magical weapon, and made a seal. Then, with a crack, the surrounding scene dramatically changed one by one. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The endless steps beneath their feet turned flat. The setting sun on the horizon moved back up, and the pavilions, terraces and open halls in the distance were suddenly close at hand. A closer look showed that what they were standing on was a flat jade marble slab. This was the large terrace outside Sinking Sword Peak's Taoist temple, which could accommodate thousands. Yan Tianan was at once stunned as he had been completely convinced by the lifelike illusion. This is too much, right? Even the changes of time were made up. I didn't even notice it. This is natural. My elder martial brother's strongest skill is not swordsmanship but magical arrays. A very magnetic voice came from behind them. Yan Tianan turned to look and met a handsome man in a black robe with long hair sweeping down his side. The man looked to be in his 20s, tall and straight back. He had dark golden hair tied loosely with a silver clasp and dark stripes, his hair placed over one shoulder. He wore a forehead band that was made of invisible metal. In the center of it was a pale blue oval gem that sparkled under the sunlight, looking extremely gorgeous and conspicuous. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan stared at the man's forehead. Lin Xuanji naturally knew this person and nodded at him gently. "Hai Kuanglang." Lin Xuanji. Hai Kuanglang raised a corner of his mouth, making him appear extremely evil. "You used to be so arrogant. No matter how my master tried to invite you over, you used to simply thank your guests and shut the door in their face, not deigning to meet with anyone. Why are you not arrogant now? This is not a good person," Yan Tianan thought. "We're all beautiful and handsome people, aside from his Dage, not very good-natured." Zan Fengting frowned and said discontentedly, "Xiao Lang, have you forgotten what I told you before? I didn't forget. You said you couldn't embarrass the new junior brother, but it's merely just Hai Kuanglang was very aggressive. He said defiantly, can it be regarded as an embarrassment to say a few words of truth? I haven't even started a fight with him yet. Zan Fengding had a headache, don't be rude. Awu Abai let out a cry. Hai Kuanglang was attracted by the sight of Abai and his face darkened at once. Where did you get that little hairy bastard? Didn't I say you're not allowed to pick up ugly monster beasts like this? Abai immediately blew up in anger. He howled at Hai Kuanglang, you're the little bastard, your whole family are all bastards. This grown-up is a white tiger, a noble white tiger with a snort. Hai Kuanglang came up and grabbed Abai's nape, lifting him up to eye level. He spoke with derision, fuck, the descendants of the white tiger clan are actually like kittens, with little skill and a careless mouth. He even dares to scold lousy. I'll skin you and stew you in a pot tomorrow. Suddenly, Abai was dumbfounded. He stared at Hai Kuanglang's eyes, his body in such a state of turmoil that he couldn't even move. This person could understand its tiger language. Hai Kuanglang noticed that the cub was speechless and threw him aside. So stupid. Abai quickly ran away to hide behind Lin Xuanji. Hu Po, who stood beside Yan Tianan, rolled his eyes at his brother, feeling very ashamed. Hai Kuanglang turned to Lin Xuanji and lifted his chin. Don't tell me you raised these two stupid and weak tiger cubs. Yan Tianan stuck out his neck, it wasn't my age. I raised them. Hai Kuanglang stared at Yan Tianan for a moment, you did. Are you interested in selling them to me? Let's cook them tonight. Abai. Hu Po also tensed. This guy was indeed terrible. Yan Tianan stared warily at Hai Kuanglang, don't play with Abai and Hu Po. They're my little companions. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. These two weak beasts are your companions. Hai Kuanglang seemed like he couldn't understand Yan Tianan's choice, but he didn't say anything more and nodded. Oh, they're safe for the time being. Aren't you called Yan Tianan? Master mentioned you. My name is Hai Kuanglang, your second senior brother. You don't need to call me second senior brother in the future. Just call me Lang Zhe. Yan Tianan was a bit confused. At first, Hai Kuanglang was very hostile to them and Yan Tianan thought he had a very fierce character. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to cook Abai and Hu Po, but now, he actually felt that Hai Kuanglang was very friendly. Yan Tianan faintly said, Lang Zhe. Ah, how lovely. Hai Kuanglang smirked. He raised a hand and threw a bulging bag at Yan Tianan. Lang Zhe has sent you a welcoming gift. Please take it. Yan Tianan hurriedly reached out and caught it. His eyes were bright and his smile turned up like a crescent moon. Thank you, Lang Zhe hehe. At the sight of Yan Tianan's smile, Hai Kuanglang burst into laughter, revealing two tiger teeth. He suddenly thought that the boy was very cute. Open it and see if you like it or not. Yan Tianan opened the bag and looked intently. Inside were colorful, sparkling stones. Most of these stones could be named by Yan Tianan. Although they weren't big, most of them were precious. They were basically used as decorations and additional attribute materials on weapons. Yan Tianan was taken aback and felt that the bag in his hand was extremely hot. He repeatedly said, This is too expensive. I can't take it. He tried to offer the bag back to Hai Kuanglang. However, the other man responded, what I give cannot be taken back. If I say it's for you, it's for you. Your Lang Zhe isn't short on anything. Does it mean you're not worth this little thing just because you lack money? Hai Kuanglang side-eyed Lin Xuanji. It seems that Lin Xuanji doesn't give you anything good. It's true that not many people had as much money as young Master Hai. Lin Xuanji was not annoyed, however. He just smiled faintly and said to Yan Tianan, since second senior brother is so generous, you can take it. Otherwise, it would seem like we're not giving him face. Hai Kuanglang was stunned. He touched his chin and incredulously said, Lin Xuanji, when have you become so shameless? Lin Xuanji replied flatly, I have always been like this and it has never changed. Does second senior brother have any misunderstandings about me? Chapter 266. Profound Skies 4 Swords. Hai Kuanglang was really going to choke himself. He used to ask Lin Xuanji for a one-on-one fight, but Lin Xuanji would always refuse. The reason this boy gave was even more exasperating. At that time, he said expressionlessly, you don't use the sword. A sword cultivators would never compete with elemental cultivators over the sword path. It's too cheap. Hear that? Listen to this Warong Sword Immortal's words. Isn't it sorely in need of a beating? Isn't it asking for a beating? Isn't it especially shameless? Isn't he really good at pulling aggro for sword cultivators? Hai Kuanglang squinted at Lin Xuanji, sizing him up. Lin Xuanji calmly let him look. Among Profound Sky Sect's 3 martial arts peaks, Broken Sword Peak was the most serious one, while Breaking Sword Peak was completely guided by Yuan Tianwen, who was calm and steady despite his age. However, Sinking Sword Peak had the most flamboyant, unpredictable, and elusive disciples since their master allowed them to grow randomly. Yan Tianen stood silently in front of Lin Xuanji, blocking Hai Kuanglang's eyes. Hai Kuanglang frowned. What are you doing? Yan Tianen puffed out his cheeks. You can't look anymore, or else you'll have to pay. Hai Kuanglang sneered and took out another bottle of pills. He casually tossed it at Lin Xuanji and spoke with malicious intent at the corner of his mouth. Junior Martial Brother Lin, although there used to be a bit of disagreement, fortunately, you met a tolerant and generous man like Lang Jie. Since you entered my Sinking Sword Peak, you'll be under my protection from now on. This bottle of pills is like a first-time meeting gift, but Brother Lin has to eat it sparingly. If it's not enough, you can come back to me. Oh, actually, I think you shouldn't have any use for this stuff. With that, Hai Kuanglang raised his hand on Zan Fengting's shoulder and pushed him inside, ranting, I told you not to hold anything with fur. The fur on that thing is too bad. If you accidentally stick it all over you. It's not yet the season for it to shed fur. It's spring now. There isn't any tiger fur on me. Zan Fengting explained. Hai Kuanglang clicked his tongue. I mean, you'll smell like tiger cub. It smells terrible. Stop talking about it and come back with me to change clothes. He frowned and continued to complain. I don't know when this stupid tiger cub has last bathed. Maybe it has fleas. Ah, Zan Fengting had to sigh. Yan Tianen took the bottle of pills and opened it. Followed by Lin Xuanji, he looked at the peach blossom-colored pills and smelled their fragrance. His face suddenly flushed as if it had been boiled. Lin Zan raised a brow. What kind of pill is this? Yan Tianen plugged the bottle cap and threw it to Lin Xuanji. Feeling ashamed and a little excited, he leaned into Lin Xuanji's ear and whispered, I've seen people use sex-promoting drugs in places like Qing City before. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he paused slightly at first, then couldn't help but laugh. This senior martial brother Hai of his was really interesting. He actually got a bottle of this stuff as a first-time meeting gift. Was this insinuating that he didn't understand human interactions? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji put the bottle into his storage bag, thinking about when to discuss the correct way to open it with Hai Kuanglang. Yan Tianen nodded thoughtfully and then said indignantly, like I said. But why does Brother Lang dislike my family's Bai and Hupo? Where do they smell? I obviously wash them till they smell very good. They are usually very obedient, and will lick their own fur. As for fleas and whatnot, it's impossible to have them. Obviously, Hai Kuanglang especially disliked the smell of the 2 tiger cubs. Lin Xuanji smiled and whispered, because he has a dog's nose. Yan Tianen immediately burst out laughing. The 2 cubs were also the textbook bully the weak, afraid of the strong. They found that Hai Kuanglang seemed to be quite powerful and wasn't friendly enough, so they didn't dare come to Zan Fengting's side and instead followed their 2 masters closely. Lin Xuanji had not yet stood still after entering the inner door when his collar was seized by Hai Kuanglang. I dare not speak loudly, for fear of shocking the people up above, but you dare speak ill of me to my face. Hai Kuanglang narrowed his eyes dangerously, and there was a menacing color in his golden pupils, which were darker than his hair color. Lin Xuanji, on the other hand, raised his hand with great composure to bounce off Hai Kuanglang's hand. He adjusted his collar. I was telling the truth behind your back. What's wrong? Hai Kuanglang flared at him. You said I have a dog's nose. It's not like I said you were a dog. Hai Kuanglang was infuriated. Zan Fengting came back helplessly and said to Hai Kuanglang, can you look like a senior martial brother? Then he must also look like a younger martial brother. No. He didn't even bother to call senior martial brother when he saw me. Yan Tianen immediately shouted, senior martial brother. Hai Kuanglang sighed, I'm not talking about you. Lin Xuanji said lightly, second senior brother. The corners of Hai Kuanglang's lips twitched. Why do I always feel like it's not like that? To be honest, according to the age and time of entering Profound Sky Sect, Lin Xuanji really should call Hai Kuanglang his senior martial brother. It's just that this brat was too pretentious before, which made Hai Kuanglang want to teach him a lesson when he saw him this time. However, unexpectedly, Lin Xuanji was so obedient. Hai Kuanglang wasn't in the mood anymore and also felt a little depressed. Just then, a young man's voice came down from a great height. You let the people come up so quickly. It's a little too easy. Yan Tianan looked up and saw a young man grinning faintly on the trunk of a spruce tree that was high enough to reach the sky. The young man jumped down from the top after shaking his legs twice and landed on the ground as lightly as a cloud. The youth looked very gorgeous, the tear ducts on the corner of the eyes glistened with laughter. His pair of peach blossom eyes was overflowing with vibrant lights and colors. He seemed to be enchanting people, even when not laughing. Chasing the splendid moon Wan Yidong. One of the four swords of profound sky. Hai Kuanglang said discontentedly, I don't know what kind of magic potion our younger martial brother Lin gave eldest martial brother. He said that he wanted to use an illusion array for an initial display of strength, but I didn't expect him to not last even an hour. Wan Yidong said, don't be too narrow-minded, master will become impatient if he waits more. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Compared with Hai Kuanglang, Lin Xuanji and Wan Yidong had met several times, and they had also drawn swords at each other, although Lin Xuanji's Zij sword had never really been drawn out of its scabbard. Wan Yidong's eyes fell on Lin Xuanji's face, and he tilted his head slightly. I said that you and I are both sword cultivators, so I'll always know you better than others. Therefore, this sinking sword peak is far more suitable for you than broken sword peak. Lin Xuanji nodded. At the time, I also said that I was used to being in one place, so I was too lazy to move and change places. Wan Yidong smiled. That's why I'm saying that your senior martial brother's words are full of cunning strategy and accurate foresight. If you don't move, someone will force you to move. How about it? Don't you think that I have great foresight, I'm very incredible, and that you admire me so much that you want to devote yourself to me? Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. Why did this beautiful older brother change into an eccentric bearing without even saying many words? Lin Xuanji dealt with Wan Yidong before, so he was used to his character. He smiled, ashamed, I was too dogmatic at the time. Wan Yidong nodded, indeed, since you know that you were wrong, let's hear you call me, senior martial brother. Lin Xuanji gave Wan Yidong an askance glance, senior martial brother ahahaha. Wan Yidong was overjoyed and laughed till the flowers quivered. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this one, senior martial brother, of yours. Zan Fengding also let them freely make a fool of themselves. He smiled and explained to the two, Atong was always Sinking Sword Peak's youngest junior martial brother before you came. Master has not accepted any more disciples for many years, so he has never had the chance to be called a senior martial brother. When he heard that Master accepted 2 new disciples at once, he was so happy. Even when dreaming, he wanted someone would call him a senior martial brother. So it was like that. Yan Tianan nodded his little head. Just as he wanted to shout senior martial brother too, he saw Wan Yidong put away his smile and look him in the eye. Master has only taken junior martial brother Xuanji. As for this little friend Yan, I'm afraid that he can't enter my Sinking Sword Peak's door. Yan Tianan was stunned. Lin Xuanji frowned. Why? Wan Yidong shrugged his shoulders. I am not particularly clear about this either. I only know that the other day, Master did think of leaving Xiaoyan at Sinking Sword Peak. In any case, it didn't matter if he had one more disciple, and his qualifications were not bad. Only, 2 days ago, Master came down from the divination platform and also met the martial uncle from Broken Sword Peak, who didn't often leave his abode, and he changed his mind. When I asked him, he didn't answer either. He only said that when you came, he would personally tell you. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, and Yan Tianan's mood was obviously somewhat depressed. Sinking Sword Peak's door was the most difficult to enter. There was no trash under esteemed Lan Yu's door. Each of them was an elite leader. The most important thing was that esteemed Lan Yu was a diviner and a prophet. By following him, one's future could be said to have a smooth road and avoid all kinds of troubles perfectly. Many disciples who knew Profound Sky Sect well were eager to be accepted by his disciples esteemed Lan Yu. However, Yan Tianan's depression and disappointment were not due to esteemed Lan Yu. Instead, he was worried that if he and Lin Xuanji were not assigned to one place, there would not be many opportunities to meet Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji secretly shook Yan Tianan's hand slightly and motioned him to be calm first. In that case, when can we see the Peak Master? Oh, you still call him Peak Master. Wang Yidong blinked. When the time comes, if you still call him that, your master will be very sad. I have not formally been accepted as his disciple and dare not casually address him. Wang Yidong also stopped correcting him and addressed Zan Fengting, eldest martial brother, we can go now. Master said that when we see them, we will take them directly to him to take a look. Zan Fengting nodded, then let's go. A line of 5 people walked side by side towards the outside mountain. The outside mountain was not a mountain, but a group of buildings located among the mountains. They were built according to the mountains' topography and were located in the mountain peaks in a scattered way. If you looked down from the sky, you could easily find that the magnificent pavilions covered with glazed tiles had formed the standard shape of the 7 stars of the North Dipper, which was exactly the same as the 7 stars of the North Dipper in the sky. When you enter the outside mountain, the spiritual chi became much denser. After walking through a martial arts training ground with dense trees and many strange, jagged rocks, Yan Tianan saw a young swordsman dressed in black from a distance. The young man stabbed a huge rock with a single sword thrust and chopped it into pieces. His strength was especially shocking. Yan Tianan couldn't help exclaiming softly, "Who was that just now?" Lin Xuanji explained, "The name is Bei Shishan. The sword he wields is called Killing God. He is one of Profound Sky's 4 swords." Chapter 267, Killing Gods and Slaughtering Heaven. Today's 4 swords of Profound Sky have become 5 swords. Hearing this, Wang Yidong said with a faint smile, "There is one more sword, Du Qiang." Du Qiang, Lin Xuanji raised a slight eyebrow. "That's right, it's your former eldest martial brother, Du Qiang." Wang Yidong laughed contemptuously. "Du Qiang planned to take your place not long after you left. However, Master only said a single sentence, Lin Xuanji will come back one day. The elders in the sect immediately favored your side and didn't allow him to take your place no matter what others said. But Du Qiang has the backing of Broken Sword Peak's Peak Master, who has the sect master supporting him." After much deliberation, the sect master turned Profound Sky's 4 swords into Profound Sky's 5 swords. He was fit to take that title. Lin Xuanji's face looked like he had eaten dog poop. Wang Yidong looked at his face especially. He laughed with joy. "Do you feel humiliated? Having the same title as that kind of vile person, I might as well find a piece of tofu to smash me to death. It's a disgrace and a disappointment." Most cultivators cherished their reputation, and Lin Xuanji was no exception. Du Qiang, this treacherous, murderous, and despicable person, had actually become a man of equal standing with him. If Lin Xuanji was pettier, or if his heart was not strong enough, he would have drawn his sword to find trouble for Du Qiang right now. Lin Xuanji's voice was slightly cold. "His happiness will not last long. The 4 swords of Profound Sky are the 4 swords of Profound Sky, it won't do to have even one more. At the very least, that one more absolutely couldn't be such a scumbag like Du Qiang." Ah. Wang Yidong was happy. "How come you said the same thing that Yuan Tianwen said?" Yuan Tianwen also said before that he would never admit Du Qiang's position as the 5th sword. "Oh, how that offended Du Qiang. Tisk tisk, but I also admire Yuan Tianwen's courage, brazenly offending so many people with fear. Why don't you look at who his father is?" Hai Kuanglang cut in. "Half of Profound Sky sect's annual revenue is supported by the Yuan family. Even the sect master still has to shrink his head and pay his respects if he saw Elder Su as though he's from a younger generation. So what if Yuan Tianwen's curses a few words? Watch your mouth." Zan Fengting frowned. Hai Kuanglang nodded hastily. "You're right. I can't just casually speak the truth." Zan Fengting. Yan Tianan heard a familiar name and couldn't help turning his head and looking at Wang Yidong. "You guys know Brother Tianwen. That's for sure. Besides your Dage, who's always cultivating non-stop, most of Profound Sky sect's top disciples know each other. Yuan Tianwen and I have a fairly good relationship." Wang Yidong commented. "Speaking of Yuan Tianwen, this rascal, this is sacrificing him for the benefit of our entire Profound Sky sect. During this period, the disciples are all talking about his matters. Without him, how lonely and sparse these days would be." Hai Kuanglang swept Lin Xuanji a glance. "I heard that you have a good relationship with him recently. Did he successfully chase his wife? What in the world is the matter with Han Yuren? Before, he even personally took Han Yuren up the mountain. How come, after just attending 100 families gathering, he crippled the person's cultivation and even started chasing after someone else? I'm so curious to death. He pretty much caught his wife." Lin Xuanji also smiled. "It's a long story. Tell me, tell me." Wan Yidong was interested. Lin Xuanji laughed. Indeed, it's a long story. We'll talk about it later if we have the chance. Wan Yidong nodded. I have to know sooner or later. How did he catch his wife? Someday I'll have to find him and ask him to teach me his experience. Hai Kuanglang touched his chin thoughtfully. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan spoke up. I know what Yuan Dage's experience is. Hai Kuanglang had a thoughtful expression. Actually, we can learn from his experience. Wan Yidong and Zan Fengding both looked askance at him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wan Yidong said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, Second martial brother, Master said that if you dare to make Master lose face outside, he will beat you half to death. Hai Kuanglang snorted scornfully. When did I make Master lose face? When I went out. I just lost face for him when I'm at home, that's all. Wan Yidong. He spoke as if he was very proud of that. Bei Shishan also noticed the conversation here and took his sword, walking to their side. Senior martial brothers, junior martial brothers. Bei Shishan's voice was cold. His entire person looked like a sword. He stood straight up, with red lips and white teeth, his facial features outstanding with his long hair tied high on the back of his head. His entire person carried a piercing, murderous aura. As soon as he came, neither tiger cub was willing to come near his side. Zan Fengding frowned. The cold chi on your body feels thicker. Bei Shishan was unconcerned as he said lightly, I'm afraid senior martial brother is mistaken. You dare say that senior martial brother is wrong? Hai Kuanglang narrowed his eyes dangerously and glared at Bei Shishan. You'd better pay attention to it. Your body is your own, no one else can help you with that. Bei Shishan pursed his lips. I'll pay attention to it. Senior martial brother need not worry. Who worries about you? Don't put gold on your face. Wan Yidong scowled. If something happens to you, eldest martial brother and master will have to be busy taking care of you, wasting their strength and energy. That's what I meant. Hai Kuanglang nodded. You're not young anymore, so you shouldn't be so willful. Bei Shishan didn't seem to be good at expressing himself. He moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. Zan Fengding, on the other hand, couldn't stand Wan Yidong and Hai Kuanglang bullying Bei Shishan together. He frowned and sternly reprimanded, what are you two talking about? Xiao Tian is your direct junior martial brother under the same master. Later, the two of you will copy Sinking Sword Peak's peak rules 3 times. You are not allowed to eat or sleep until they are finished. Wan Yidong wailed, don't be so cruel, I just took a little advantage verbally. Although Zan Fengding looked gentle, he was the most steady one. Even if Wan Yidong implored, he would never let up. Whatever you say is what you say. If you don't suffer, you won't learn your lesson. No matter how the two begged for mercy, Zan Fengding did not let up. He only said, this is Master's order. If you dare to bully your fellow disciples, you have to copy the peak rules. If you are unconvinced, go and reason with Master. Hearing this, Wan Yidong and Hai Kuanglang kept silent and closed their mouths. Bei Shishan had been fixedly staring at Lin Xuanji now. The thumb of his right hand kept rubbing on the hilt of his sword, and that black sword was also quivering and wailing incessantly, wishing to be drawn immediately. Lin Xuanji saw this and narrowed his eyes at Bei Shishan. Senior martial brother Bei. Bei Shishan slowly restrained his murderous aura and nodded slowly. Junior martial brother Lin, I'll find you for a spar when you find a suitable sword. After saying that, Bei Shishan turned to leave. It turned out that he didn't say even a single redundant word. Zan Fengding sighed in an unobservable way, and there was concern on his face. Wan Yidong curled his lip, weirdo. Anyways, I don't like him. Hai Kuanglang added, who likes him? He's so gloomy all day long. It's really a waste of all the sunshine in this world, they can't shine on him at all. He acts as though someone owes him 8 million gold. Zan Fengding interrupted, have you guys said enough? Hai Kuanglang hurriedly became silent, not daring to speak casually again. Wan Yidong, however, curled his lips and went on to say, even if we don't say it, will there be anyone on Sinking Sword Peak who likes him and values him? People like him should not be liked or loved. It's someone else's business whether they value him or not. Just mind yourself. Zan Fengding also became impolite with his words. When Wan Yidong saw that Zan Fengding was really angry, he secretly stuck out his tongue at Yan Tianan and said nothing more. On the way, Zan Fengting was full of thoughts on how he couldn't leave people with a bad impression of Bei Shishan. He had always been fair, impartial, and considerate, and he did his best for every one of his junior martial brothers. Therefore, Zan Fengting found an opportunity to say to the two new arrivals, "Don't listen to Ah Tong and Quanglang's words. Xiao Tian is also a good boy. It's just that he experienced some things when he was a child and those events were all buried in his heart. Therefore, his temper is not very congenial, but he has a good heart." Lin Xuanji nodded lightly. "We have our own judgment and will not change our views just because other people said a few words." When Wan Yidong heard this, he leaned closer and chimed in, "A good heart my ass." He stole Master's astrolabe and moved it at will. It took a long time for Master to recover from those serious injuries. I think I will never forget this episode in my life. He has been duly punished for this incident, and even Master no longer cares about it. Master no longer mentions it because he is tolerant and magnanimous. Wan Yidong gritted his teeth. "However, I am a petty and narrow-minded person. I remember it very clearly." Zan Fengting defended back then. "Things happened for a reason. I don't care what reasons he had." Wan Yidong interrupted Zan Fengting's words and bluntly stated, "His mind isn't pure, and he has too many distracting thoughts. He's not candid and straightforward when acting, which is simply incompatible with his on-sinking sword peak." He paused, then angrily complained, "What I hate most is that you and Master both favor him. I really don't know what attracts you guys to him. That was probably the main reason. In the past, Bei Shishan came from the northern border with his brother, Bei Kangmo, traversing over both land and water. It coincided with the rare heavy snowfall in Profound City. The whole city was covered with cold silver, and it was difficult to walk. Further in that weather, Bei Kangmo and Bei Shishan were said to have fled from being chased all the way. They had just arrived at the foot of Profound Sky Sect's mountain and only had time to take a mountain entrance token from a stranger. As soon as they knocked open the gate, Bei Kangmo fainted. Bei Shishan was smaller and weaker than Bei Kangmo. However, because Bei Kangmo tried his best to protect him on the road, Bei Shishan didn't have any wounds on his body, so he actually lasted longer than Bei Kangmo. Bei Shishan carried Bei Kangmo on his back as he climbed up the mountain, on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, esteemed Lan Yu passed by at the right time and picked up the two children who were about to freeze to death. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. As soon as he saw Bei Shishan, he said that this child was too murderous and would enter a killing frenzy at the slightest provocation. Thus, he took Bei Shishan with him and personally taught him. Probably because he pitied him and felt tenderness towards him, esteemed Lan Yu was very attentive to this fourth inner disciple of his, not only personally teaching him, but also taking Bei Shishan with him wherever esteemed Lan Yu went, not leaving his side. Later, esteemed Lan Yu went to the Great Swamp in the East Continent and accidentally obtained a longsword. Wan Yidong liked that sword, but esteemed Lan Yu refused to give it to him no matter how much he asked. Later, esteemed Lan Yu personally presented the sword with a name and voluntarily gave it to Bei Shishan. This made Wan Yidong extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Of course, the reason Wan Yidong held no good feelings for Bei Shishan wasn't just because of these trivial matters. At that time, when esteemed Lan Yu officially gave the sword to Bei Shishan, he was only 7 years old. Esteemed Lan Yu said, "I give this sword the name, Lianlian. I only hope that it can lighten the murderous aura around you. I hope that when you see her, you will think of compassion for the whole world and mercy for all life. You must not easily have murderous thoughts." Bei Shishan took the sword. Lianlian was a sword made from the spiritual core of a Siberian crane beast. The Siberian crane was considered a kind of docile, noble, and unsullied demonic beast. This Lianlian also used to be spotless, noble, and elegant, light as a feather and elegant as the wind. Anyone who looked at it would love it. Chapter 268. Ahen's destination. However, even a sword like this was still contaminated by the stench of blood when it fell into Bei Shishan's hands. Esteemed Lan Yu never stopped any disciple from leaving Sinking Sword Peak to gain experience all over the world and train themselves or to do what they wanted to do. He liked to let his disciples develop freely and find their own ways of living. Bei Shishan was one of the people who went out the most often, but every time he disappeared for a period of time, when he next appeared in front of everyone again, the stench of blood and murderous intent on Lianlian would be even deeper without exception. No one asked Bei Shishan what he did, but everyone knew that he certainly didn't do anything good. Everyone in Sinking Sword Peak cultivated the sword path. Even though some of them were like Hai Quanglang, only cultivating the sword on the side, it was still enough for them to see at a glance that Bei Shishan's Lianlian had lost more and more of her original aspiration. In the end, Lianlian changed from a silvery white to a light bloody crimson. After seeing this, esteemed Lan Yu sighed, Lianlian is no longer suitable for you. Bei Shishan bit his lip and hugged Lianlian. When I find a suitable sword, I will return this Lianlian to master. Later, Bei Shishan found a sword, whose entire body was pitch black from somewhere, and named it Killing God. It was thick, heavy, and cold, with a kind of vicissitude that was hard to ignore. And that Lianlian seemed to have been forgotten by esteemed Lan Yu, who never mentioned it again. Bei Shishan naturally wouldn't return it voluntarily either. For sword cultivators, the sword was an existence even more intimate than their parents or spouse. Even if Bei Shishan had heavy murderous intent, he still couldn't bear to part with the Lianlian that had accompanied him for many years. People didn't want to associate with those stained with the stench of blood. In the long run, combined with some things that happened, Wan Yidong had completely fallen out with Bei Shishan. To be exact, it should only be falling out on Wan Yidong's side. Bei Shishan never talked much. He always kept silent and tried to weaken his sense of existence, acting as if he wasn't there. However, his sense of existence couldn't actually be so easily weakened. Here we are. Zan Fengting looked up at the Taoist temple in front of him. This is the place where Master often stays at. If he's not on the divination platform, then you can find him in this Radiance Pavilion. When they arrived, Wan Yidong, who was still speaking ill of Bei Shishan, went silent. The line of people came in quietly side by side, standing in front of the white-robed Taoist. Yan Tianan couldn't contain his curiosity. He looked up at esteemed Lan Yu. Suddenly, his heart was cold. He felt sorrowful, lonely, and desolate, as if there was no purpose to living. He seemed to see his extremely miserable life, Lin Zan's death, and Lin Xuanji being carried back, seriously injured. No, none of these were important. They were nothing compared to the loneliness of all ages. That kind of sorrow was enough to make living worse than death, and a desolation so miserable that it made one wish they'd never been born on this world. Don't stare at any magic weapon in the room for a long time. An empty voice sounded beside his ear, a cool finger lightly touching Yan Tianan's forehead. Immediately, his spirit returned to him, his consciousness bright and clear. That sense of despondency also dissipated without a trace. A man of indiscernible age appeared in front of Yan Tianan. Looking at his grave and stern face, one could feel that he kept his 20-year-old appearance, but looking at his bearing and unique feeling, one would feel that he was like a senior in his 100s. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Once a cultivator reached foundation stage, they could keep their appearance unchanged. It would be difficult to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Master. Zan Fengting and the rest saluted esteemed Lan Yu. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded and said to Lin Xuanji, "Back then, you said that if I wanted you to come to Sinking Sword Peak, I must let you bring your brother along and climb the mountain together, otherwise, you would not come." Hearing this, Wan Yidong raised his brow and looked at Lin Xuanji, pondering something. "That's right," Lin Xuanji replied. "Now, I've already given Yan Tianan this opportunity to enter the sect." Esteemed Lan Yu said lightly, "But I can't accept him under my door." Yan Tianan gently opened his mouth without saying anything, but his heart was thinking, this peak master of Sinking Sword Peak really doesn't give people face, saying it so straightforwardly. He wasn't tactful at all. Fortunately, he was open-minded and didn't like to argue with others. Otherwise, he would have drawn small circles behind his back, cursing him. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and his heart sank. He replied, "Esteemed one, please give me a reason. Esteemed one should know that the condition I put forward at the beginning was that I wanted to be with my younger brother. I need to take care of him personally to be at ease." Wan Yidong smiled. "I'm afraid that your Didi is already 13 or 14 years old. If he's placed in a mortal household, he would have already married a wife. He has both hands and feet and isn't stupid. He also has the protection of a brother like you, who has the troublesome title of one of Profound Sky's 4 swords to Budo right. Now it's 5 swords, but that doesn't matter. Anyhow, it will soon become 4 swords again. In any case, no one in the entire Profound Sky sect dares to bully him. In reality, whether or not he comes to Sinking Sword Peak and whether or not you can take care of him are entirely separate matters." Lin Xuanji's eyes drooped. If one day you have a younger brother, you won't think so. He knew all the reasons, but Lin Xuanji still hoped that Yan Tianan could be within his sight. Esteemed Lan Yu's expression remained unchanged. His pair of eyes, as calm as ancient times, swept over Yan Tianan, giving the latter the feeling that esteemed Lan Yu had seen through to the bottom of his heart at a glance. Yan Tianan couldn't help shivering and tightened the little fist in his sleeve. Esteemed Lan Yu withdrew his gaze. I truly have no fated affinity with him. My principle when accepting disciples is that the person must have a fated affinity with me. As for the two paths he's currently cultivating, I cannot teach him anything, no matter which one it is. If he has to stay, it is not impossible, but it will not be good for him. Lin Xuanji's heart suddenly thumped. Esteemed Lan Yu saw that Yan Tianan had cultivated two paths, but the two he was referring to would not necessarily be an elemental path and an alchemist path, but he should be referring to an alchemist path and a demonic path. Although esteemed Lan Yu did not specialize in the sword path or the elemental path, a teacher didn't necessarily have to be a peerless master in these aspects. Esteemed Lan Yu was a master who could teach others how to master the sword and elemental paths. He was erudite and knowledgeable, known as omniscient to others. He had countless high-level magic treasures and secret manuals. How could he not be able to find one or two alchemists or elemental path techniques suitable for Ah Hen? However, esteemed Lan Yu clearly said that he couldn't teach Ah Hen. There was no fate between them. Lin Xuanji and esteemed Lan Yu looked at each other. The whole aura in the room unconsciously changed. There was no sound in the room, and the other three disciples held their breath involuntarily. Wang Yidong saw Lin Xuanji's eyes and immediately shivered. This gaze, how come it looked so similar to Master's gaze when he was about to get angry? But Master was an old fellow who had lived for 100 years. This Lin Xuanji wasn't even as old as Wang Yidong. Just when Wang Yidong was taken aback by Lin Xuanji due to his confusion, Lin Xuanji spoke. May I talk to esteemed one alone? Sooner or later, I will talk to you alone. Esteemed Lan Yu shook his head, but not now. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly as he tilted his head. Is it possible that esteemed one wants me to come here and take my deity back down the mountain home? His words contained traces of a threat. Zan Fengding frowned slightly. Xuanji, don't get worked up. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Xuanji lightly responded, I am not worked up, I'm merely stating the facts. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little stiff. Yan Tianan quickly tugged Lin Xuanji's hand and motioned for him not to say more. Yan Tianan took a deep breath, secretly encouraged himself, and stepped forward, standing in front of esteemed Lan Yu. He summoned up his courage to say, Esteemed one, since I have entered the mountain together with my dage and passed through the inner gate, I think esteemed one also has an idea of where I should go. Why don't esteemed one first tell us who I should cultivate under? Esteemed Lan Yu looked at Yan Tianan's scarred face, his gaze softening. Naturally, I have already arranged your destination, and it is the most suitable place for you. Having said that, he said to Lin Xuanji, you're older than your brother, but you're still not as steady as him. Lin Xuanji's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, once I encounter something to do with Yan Tianan, my heart will feel like it's being seized, thrown into chaos because I care so much. How could I be steady? Of course, there was also Yan Tianan's reluctance to let Lin Xuanji be too stiff with his future master as soon as they arrived, so he was willing to compromise. Yan Tianan smiled, since esteemed one said so, I am relieved. He blinked at Lin Xuanji. Dage, I believe that esteemed one will not find a scary place for me. Lin Xuanji's mood was complicated. He raised his hand and knocked Yan Tianan on the head. Are you a fool? Yan Tianan laughed and touched his head. Actually, I don't really want to be together with my Dage all the time. First, Dage loathes letting me experience any hardship and will also feel distressed when watching. Second, don't people say that distance produces beauty? If we're too close to each other and sees the same face every day, then perhaps before long, Dage will get tired of me and think that I am not good looking. Before Lin Xuanji could open his mouth, Hai Kuanglang facepalmed, laughing, youngest martial brother, this deity of yours is such a wonderful person, so interesting master, why don't you not send this little one to others and just let him directly become my disciple? This is also a happy thing for everyone. Esteemed Lan Yu swept a light glance over Hai Kuanglang. With your second-rate level, you still want to teach disciples? Hai Kuanglang touched his nose slightly awkwardly, at least my spiritual root is also of the water affinity, which is pretty similar to the wood affinity. Water was close to wood, so there was always something in common between the two. Esteemed Lan Yu spoke, indeed, you have a water attribute, but do you know how to plant spiritual herbs and plants, nurture their growth, identify hundreds of herbs, and pick and refine them? Hai Quanglang's head felt as though it would explode. He repeatedly waved his arms. Master, I was wrong. I will never casually have any ideas about other people again. Zan Fengting couldn't help laughing. It's good that you understand. Esteemed Lan Yu faintly said. Hai Quanglang, Lin Xuanji, however, was not in the mood to joke with them. He was worried about Yan Tianan's destination, so he asked with a frown, where does esteemed one want my brother to study at? Esteemed Lan Yu looked at Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan is an alchemist. Originally, I wanted him to study under the Peak Master of 100 Refinement Peak, but now, the problem is that he is not a simple alchemist, so according to his attributes, only one person in the entire Profound Sky sect can teach him. Who? Broken Sword Peak's esteemed Yu. Upon hearing Broken Sword Peak, Lin Xuanji's expression seemed to darken in an instant, but when he heard esteemed Yu, he suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. This esteemed Yu could be regarded as a powerful character in the whole Profound Sky sect. Although the person himself resided in Broken Sword Peak, he actually was the sitting second Elder of 100 Refinement Peak. He was only classified as being part of Broken Sword Peak because this esteemed Yu took a fancy to a plot of land on Broken Sword Peak and shamelessly cried and robbed day and night, insisting on occupying this piece of land to grow cabbages and radishes. Chapter 269. Esteemed Yu. One should know that Taoist Yi Dao, the Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak, had long since been thinking about this plot of land, and he still had the advantage of time and place. According to logic, this land, which was part of Broken Sword Peak's summit, was naturally Broken Sword Peak's and therefore his by default. But esteemed Yu was really too powerful. Although he didn't easily leave his dump of a bamboo house, once he did, he was bound to throw the whole Profound Sky sect into chaos. Coupled with the rumors that Taoist Yi Dao wasn't esteemed Yu's opponent at all, Taoist Yi Dao could only endure humiliation and live in disgrace in front of this fellow who seized another person's home. The whole Profound Sky sect knew that esteemed Yu and Taoist Yi Dao didn't deal well with each other, and since Lin Xuanji had been under Taoist Yi Dao before, he naturally knew this as well. When he was still in Broken Sword Peak, he had heard many of Taoist Yi Dao's rants about this esteemed Yu, hatefully mentioning that he was shameless and cheeky, and that he was going to destroy Yu's old nest or something sooner or later. Lin Xuanji only went up once to the summit of Broken Sword Peak. He was asked by Taoist Yi Dao to borrow spirit grass. Needless to say, the difficulty of walking out of the illusion fog forest was a given, but esteemed Yu also teased him for quite a while despite his old age. Fortunately, he finally had enough of playing and gave Lin Xuanji the spirit grass, telling him to get out of here without disturbing his peace. From then on, Lin Xuanji kept away from the person at the summit and almost developed a psychological shadow. Thinking to this point, Lin Xuanji's surprise gradually turned into depression. Even if he had only met him once, he felt that Yu, this fellow, was not a decent person. Look at your expression, it seems that you're not quite willing. Esteemed Lan Yu said, I know that with the conflict between you and Broken Sword Peak, you naturally wouldn't allow Yan Tianan to be used as cannon fodder by them. Although Yu currently resides in Broken Sword Peak, his ability is enough to shield Yan Tianan from the wind and rain within Profound Sky sect. Moreover, he is one of the best practitioners of both alchemy and elemental cultivation in the 5 continents. He's also someone who rebels against the ideas of orthodox Taoist teachings, so only he can both teach Yan Tianan and protect him at the same time. How could Lin Xuanji not hear the deeper meaning behind esteemed Lan Yu's words? Esteemed Lan Yu was emphasizing that, according to the temperament of this esteemed Yu, he definitely wouldn't expose Yan Tianan's identity nor hold any untoward opinions towards Yan Tianan just because he found that Yan Tianan cultivated both the alchemist and demonic paths. And if Lin Xuanji didn't guess wrong, esteemed Lan Yu meant that all the same, esteemed Yu could also provide help to Ah Hen on cultivating the demonic path. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji wasn't worried that Ah Hen would be bullied after following esteemed Yu to Broken Sword Peak, but his heart was still a little anxious. If you're still not satisfied with this, then I can only let Yan Tianan enter Sinking Sword Peak as your servant. Esteemed Lan Yu didn't mind. Seeing Lin Xuanji's face was not good, he immediately gave him another choice. He didn't care where Yan Tianan ended up, but Lin Xuanji was the only one he had to have. Yan Tianan's eyes brightened and he nodded his head rapidly like a chicken pecking rice. He rushed to say, "A servant. I'll do it, don't utter nonsense." Lin Xuanji knocked on Yan Tianan's head, "Esteemed Yu is indeed suitable for you. I didn't take you to Profound Sky Sect to be a servant for me. If you really don't want to cultivate, you might as well go straight home." Realizing Lin Xuanji's angry meaning, Yan Tianan hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Dage, I was just speaking casually. I'll go wherever you want me to go." Lin Xuanji nodded at that. Wan Yidong raised his brows. "Since you're willing to let your younger brother follow esteemed Yu to cultivate, why are you so worried? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Several people all looked towards Zan Fengting. Although no one spoke, their eyes clearly questioned, "Are you sure?" Zan Fengting choked. What's done was done. Putting aside esteemed Yu's personality, he was indeed the most suitable person in the entire Profound Sky Sect to teach Yan Tianan. According to esteemed Yu's free and lazy temperament, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to accept Yan Tianan as a disciple. This relationship between master and disciple probably had esteemed Lan Yu dragging the two people into it. Lin Xuanji would be ungrateful if he said anything more. In light of this, Lin Xuanji turned to Yan Tianan and earnestly taught him, "Before going to bed at night, remember to check the doors and windows, and also wear the clothes I specially refined for you to sleep in. It's better to put multiple arrays and magic weapons outside the door to prevent people from peeping and stealing in. Even in the daytime, when you interact with esteemed Yu, you should be careful to not be taken advantage of by him." Yan Tianan, Zan Fengting, Wan Yidong almost dropped his jaw, and Hai Kuanglang looked surprised. There was a faint smile on the usually expressionless face of esteemed Lan Yu. At the same time, he thought, it seems that Yu, this old fellow who didn't possess a modicum of self-respect, has left quite a bad impression on his future little disciple, Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji nagged Yan Tianan some more while the latter just nodded his head. Wan Yidong could no longer listen. "I say, junior martial brother, are you nursing a baby?" He continued to interrupt Lin Xuanji. "It's useless for you to explain more. It's better to let him interact with martial uncle Yu and find out for himself." Hai Kuanglang also despised his actions, a big man being so nagging and awkward. "Do you think you're his mother?" Yan Tianan held Lin Xuanji's arm and grimaced at Hai Kuanglang. "My Dage cares for me. It's useless for you guys to envy me." Hai Kuanglang clicked his tongue. Tisk, this brat was really asking for a beating, but that was pretty similar to Yu's personality. He just didn't know whether or not Yu would teach Yan Tianan to be shameless to the extreme in the future. Just then, a ringing laughter came from behind Lin Xuanji. "Hey, our youngest martial brother is here." Lin Xuanji raised his head and saw a woman in a palace costume coming up. The woman looked to be in her 20s with a slim waist and fine features. Her hair swayed behind her and her white wrists were accessorized with frost and snow. Her appearance compared to other women wasn't too amazing, but her extraordinary noble spirit and rare grace allowed her to capture people's eyes at a glance. "Junior martial sister," Zan Fengting greeted. Hai Kuanglang laughed. "Didn't Lil last go down the mountain to find your sweetheart? Why did you come up so soon? How could finding a wild man be more important than our junior martial brother?" Laughed Bailey Shying. "What's more, how could a wild man be as handsome as our youngest martial brother? Isn't that right, Xuanji?" Lin Xuanji had always heard of the reputation of Bailey Shying. This woman was known as a heroine. Although she was a princess of a country, she had no charm of one. On the contrary, she had a fated affinity with cultivating to become an immortal. When she was 12 years old, she ran away from home and killed her way to reach Profound Sky Sect by herself. She knelt down in front of the gates and begged to be accepted as a disciple. You should know that in order not to join the wars and disputes between secular dynasties, there was an unwritten rule for sects to not accept those of royal blood. However, Bailey Shying was too persistent. She waited outside Profound Sky Sect for 49 days. Suddenly, a heavenly bolt of lightning fell to the ground and tore an opening in the mountain gates, allowing her to enter. According to the regulations of Profound Sky Sect, if anyone could enter the mountain gate without using any Taoist method, then no matter who they were, Profound Sky Sect would promise the person one thing on the basis that it didn't violate the rules and regulations of the sect or harm the living beings under the heavens. In the last 100 years, Bailey Xiang became the first person to enter Profound Sky sect in such a strange manner. Her request was that a peak master of the sect accepts her as a disciple. Accepting her as a disciple meant also accepting this karma. If one day Bailey Xiang wanted to return to the secular world and fight for power, then as a master, it would naturally be easy for the master to be pulled into these troublesome matters. Therefore, although Bailey Xiang had entered Profound Sky sect, no one dared to accept her as a disciple, which was quite embarrassing. It happened that esteemed Lan Yu learned of this matter, thought that Bailey Xiang was a rare woman, and took her under his wing, making her the third disciple under his door. Today, Bailey Xiang was nearly 30 years old and her cultivation had shot up rapidly. However, there had been no breakthrough in the past 2 years, so she listened to the words of esteemed Lan Yu and went down the mountain with her sword, looking for a chance to make a breakthrough. A person whom they hadn't seen for several months suddenly appeared in front of them. Naturally, the several disciples of esteemed Lan Yu were very happy. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. It's nice to meet elder martial sister. Bailey Xiang walked to Lin Xuanji's side and squinted at him with satisfaction. You didn't speak very much when I saw you from afar before. Now you know to call elder martial sister and say hello voluntarily. Lin Xuanji replied, that's because I'm afraid that those who surround elder martial sister will misunderstand and make trouble for me. Ha, our little martial brother can really talk. Bailey Xiang immediately burst into laughter. Everyone liked to listen to words of flattery and praise, and this was especially sincere and touching when spoken by such a person like Lin Xuanji. Bailey Xiang pointed to Wan Yidong, take a good look, boy, and see how others act like proper junior martial brothers and compare it with how you act as a younger martial brother. Wan Yidong smiled and gathered around Bailey Xiang, speaking in a coquettish manner, my mouth is not sweet, but I can fight. If anyone bullies you, I'll beat him till his head is bleeding dog blood. Do you think Warong can't fight? Bailey Xiang cast him a side-eyed look. Wan Yidong fell silent. After a while, Wan Yidong cried out, all with his head in his hands, Lin Xuanji, you must leave quickly. As soon as you arrive, I won't be able to maintain my position. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his dramatics. Although esteemed Lan Yu was a master, he didn't prevent his disciples from communicating in this way, but he did not participate very much. At most, he just looked on from the side. After the little uproar, Zan Fengting said, now that everyone has met, your residence and other things have been packed. I'll take you there where you can put down your luggage. Lin Xuanji nodded, elder martial brother, please if you will. Zan Fengting laughed, don't mention it, junior martial brother. After you have settled Warong, you take Yan Tianan to Broken Sword Peak and send him directly to your martial uncle without turning a corner, said esteemed Lan Yu. Zan Fengting asked, won't this leave an opening for those people to take advantage of? Don't tell me that Warong and those on Broken Sword Peak didn't fall out with each other before just because you didn't leave an opening. He asked in a flat voice. Zan Fengting lost his smile and nodded, I understand. According to the rules, since they were going to the summit of Broken Sword Peak, they should first visit the rulers of Broken Sword Peak. Otherwise, they would be considered rude and their actions could even be regarded as a provocation. However, the meaning of esteemed Lan Yu was very clear. It wasn't necessary to give Broken Sword Peak any face. This was because esteemed Lan Yu was powerful, so he could be very confident when speaking and taking action. Although he didn't fight directly with Taoist Yi Dao, secret battles and internal fights between them did happen before. All of them ended in esteemed Lan Yu's victory. However, the most powerful person in Broken Sword Peak was not its peak master but its several sitting elders. Sinking Sword Peak had no elders and relied only on esteemed Lan Yu. Therefore, in terms of stability and overall strength, Sinking Sword Peak probably couldn't compare to Broken Sword Peak. If in 1,000 to 1 possibility that Sinking Sword Peak's peak master met with an accident someday, it was doubtful whether Sinking Sword Peak would still be able to hold up. But then again, in a one-on-one battle, probably no one in Broken Sword Peak was esteemed Lan Yu's opponent. As a result, the balance between the two peaks was dangerously stabilized once again. Chapter 270. Gift. Upon first meeting esteemed Lan Yu then told Lin Xuanji, I've already written your name into the law book register. From now on, you will be my closed-door disciple. Wan Yidong paused, stunned. Closed-door disciple. Hai Kuanglang also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Esteemed Lan Yu lightly said, with disciples, I value quality over quantity. It's enough to have you all. He then continued, I don't have many rules under my door, but there is one that, if you dare to violate it, I will not keep you. Please speak, master, Lin Xuanji said cautiously. Harming your fellow disciples under my door. Lin Xuanji lowered his eyes. Xuanji understands. Harming another disciple under the same master, he was a victim of that himself. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded and turned away with a wave of his sleeve. You guys make your own arrangements and start training again tomorrow. After esteemed Lan Yu left, Wan Yidong blinked at Yan Tianan. Lil Thing, I really want you to come here as well, but master's decision will certainly be the best decision for you. He's not looking down on you, he genuinely has your best interests at heart. You need to concentrate on cultivating there. In any case, it's not that far away. It's convenient, and you can visit your Dage if you want to. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wan Yidong was afraid that this child would bear a grudge in his heart, so he gave words of comfort. How could Yan Tianan not understand Wan Yidong's intentions after listening? He felt as though there was a warm stream passing through his heart and thought that this sinking sword peak was indeed a rare treasure of a place. Thus, Yan Tianan revealed his teeth as he grinned without any ill will. Don't worry, Ah Tong Gerger. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. I'm already very happy that I can enter Profound Sky Sect and cultivate. I'm just a little sad to be separated from Dage. Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's head and said softly, I've let you down. I'm sorry that I couldn't let you remain under my watch. Yan Tianan, however, consoled him, it doesn't matter. Didn't they say that esteemed Yu is very powerful? Who can say perhaps my cultivation will surpass yours in a few days? Lin Xuanji also smiled. I'm afraid this won't be too easy. Wan Yidong held his chin and spoke admiringly, you two brothers are so affectionate. I never knew that you actually had a younger brother before. I definitely must keep such a darling deeply hidden. How could I let you know? Wan Yidong thought this was very reasonable and nodded in agreement. That's true. They didn't waste time on idle chatter. Zan Fengting took Lin Xuanji towards his new residence, with Hai Kuanglang and Wan Yidong also following along. Sinking Sword Peak had both mountains and water. Whether it was pavilions or the flowers, plants, birds, and trees, the layout was extremely consistent with feng shui. This careful selection and arrangement was something that the other peaks would never do. It seemed that there truly were many advantages to having a prophet as a peak master. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Two tiger cubs were running around Sinking Sword Peak just before. At this time, they followed Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan into the courtyard. When they saw the butterflies, they immediately chased after them. The butterflies weren't afraid of these two tiger cubs either, so they danced about in midair around the cubs. There was even one courageous and bold butterfly that landed on Bai's small black nose, flapping its wings lightly. Its serene blue and blackish purple wings were brilliant and vibrant under the sunlight, looking like a scene straight out of a joyous and harmonious picture scroll. Yan Tianan was dazzled and sighed with emotion. This place really is beautiful. Naturally, Wan Yidong nodded proudly. Our master's taste is top class under the heavens. Every plant and tree here was arranged according to his personal instructions. Moreover, Catching Star Pavilion was originally master's residence. It's just that was vacant for a long time after he moved away, and no one moved in again. Rascal, you got a bargain. Wan Yidong felt somewhat envious as he spoke. Zan Fengting chuckled. Ah Hen need not be jealous either. How could the scenery here compare when you arrive at Martial Uncle Yu's place? Yan Tianan looked at Zan Fengting with burning eyes as he asked excitedly, really? Zan Fengting nodded. It's naturally true. Martial Uncle Yu attaches even more importance to arrangements than Master does. Lin Xuanji interjected. Why address esteemed Yu as Martial Uncle? This was what he didn't understand. Although the several peaks in the sect were all related to the same Profound Sky sect, in reality, the peaks weren't all that close. Addresses like Martial Uncle were mainly used within the same peak. Hai Kuanglang explained, I almost forgot to tell you this. It's said that Master and esteemed Yu were martial brothers under the same master and sect, but few people know about this. When you're outside, remember to not tell anyone. Lin Xuanji was slightly surprised but didn't show it, simply nodding. After finding a place for the few pieces of luggage that Lin Xuanji had, they ate an exquisite and refined lunch under the hospitality of the Martial brothers and sister. In the afternoon, Zan Fengting prepared to send Yan Tianan off. I feel fondness whenever I see you, So even though you're not my direct junior martial brother, I still want to give you something. Wan Yidong smiled as he handed Yan Tianan a small bag, winking at him ambiguously. Wait till after you go back to look. You must find a place devoid of people and secretly look inside. Otherwise, this thing will become useless. Yan Tianan nodded at once as he received the gift, smiling. Many thanks to Yidong Gerger. Wan Yidong glanced at Lin Xuanji. As for yours, we'll talk about it later. Zan Fengting also handed Yan Tianan a small bag, laughing, disrespectful. Yan Tianan just finished saying thank you before the bag in his hand was taken away by Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji felt the item in the bag, and his expression changed a little. Zan Fengting asked, what? Lin Xuanji shook his head, it's too valuable. Impressively, there were 3 pieces of sparrow spirits inside. One should know that there were only a few pieces in the entire 5 continents. Last time, in Pill Limit Mysterious Land, Shen Rubbing had used a piece, which was the first piece of sparrow spirit Lin Xuanji had seen in the 5 continents in over 10 years. Perhaps in the 9 lands, sparrow spirits weren't considered anything rare, but in the 5 continents, this was a priceless treasure. If a third-class family obtained one, it could really be regarded as a treasure to be passed down through the generations, yet Zan Fengting gave 3 pieces at once. Hai Kuanglang gave a tisk, isn't it just a few pieces of sparrow spirits? Since Shishong gifted it to you, that means that he's fond of you. Wait, this isn't for you, what are you doing here, randomly deciding for him? Hai Kuanglang snatched the bag back and thrust it into Yan Tianan's hand. Be good and take it. Senior martial brother cares for you. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan seemed at a loss, suddenly accepting so many good intentions. Even his eyes seemed a little red. He hurriedly hugged the bag to his chest and looked at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Lin Xuanji's heart softened. Quickly thank eldest martial brother. Yan Tianan immediately said, thank you, eldest martial brother. Good. Zan Fengting patted Yan Tianan's head. Shishong, that's cheating, Wan Yidong cried, also pouncing forward to mess up Yan Tianan's hair. He'd wanted to rub this little shorty's head for a long time. One should know that in the entire Sinking Sword Peak, from master to disciples, every person was taller than the last, and they didn't look very cute either. Suddenly, a small, short, and thin little fellow with an adorable personality came, so the several disciples couldn't stop their hands from itching. Bailey Shang also couldn't help coming over, pinching Yan Tianan's face. Yan Tianan, ah, so scary. Finally, it was Lin Xuanji who rescued him. Bailey Shang licked her lips, not yet satisfied. Your senior martial sister doesn't have anything good to give, so I'll just give you something practical. Bailey Shang directly took out a silver treasure card engraved with dark lines, handing it to Yan Tianan. You can buy anything you want yourself, no need to report it to your dage. Yan Tianan's eyes were about to pop out. He recognized this silver treasure card. There were at least millions of gold inside it. Heavens, senior martial sister was the most beautiful and kind-hearted woman in the world. Although Yan Tianan couldn't remain on Sinking Sword Peak in the end, he left with a great harvest. When he left, his entire person was still floating, as though he was stepping on cotton, with stars in his eyes. Quite clearly, this first meeting left a good impression on both sides. When they left Sinking Sword Peak's inner gate, the party was talking and laughing, but nobody saw a young man dressed in a black sword cultivator's robe standing beside a big tree, staring at them silently with his sword in his arms. Even he himself wasn't aware that his dark eyes exuded some envy and longing. There was quite some distance between Sinking Sword Peak and Broken Sword Peak, but they quickly arrived by flying on their swords. In accordance with Master's wishes, Zan Fengting directly took Yan Tianan and 2 tiger cubs to the summit without passing through Broken Sword Peak's main path, perfectly avoiding Lin Xuanji's old acquaintances. After reaching the summit, Zan Fengting came down. A boundless thick fog appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't clearly see the situation inside at all. Zan Fengting explained, this is Martial Uncle Yu's territory. I can only send you this far, I can't go inside. Martial Uncle Yu asked me to pass on this pill to you. If you keep it in your mouth, you won't need to fear this fog. Lin Xuanji nodded and said to Yan Tianan, ah hen, this dense fog is an array. There are some items like incapacitating drugs inside. You can't enter at all without medicinal pills. Although Yan Tianan was a little reluctant, he still said, I can enter by myself, Dage need not worry. Lin Xuanji's eyes gazed at Yan Tianan earnestly. Seeing this, Zan Fengting smiled, I'll step back first. If you two have something to say, hurry and say it now. Many thanks to senior martial brother. Lin Xuanji thanked. After Zan Fengding walked far away, Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan to his chest and kissed that pair of red and plump lips. Yan Tianan eagerly reciprocated. After kissing, Yan Tianan buried his head in Lin Xuanji's chest, mumbling in a muffled voice, "Dage, I really don't want to leave you." Lin Xuanji kissed the top of his head. "Do you think I want to leave you?" Yan Tianan acted coquettishly for a while in Lin Xuanji's embrace, then stood up and smiled, "But, I'm relieved that Dage has so many kind-hearted and friendly senior martial brothers and sisters. I can rest assured now." Lin Xuanji heard his little adult words and was unable to restrain a smile from finally appearing on his face. "You're rest assured?" Lin Xuanji asked. "I should be the one saying that." Yan Tianan smiled with his eyes as he said seriously, "I can also say that. Dage, how much I like you is how much I worry that you'll be bullied. I want to follow by Dage's side without leaving you for even a single step, but if I did that, I will never become strong." Therefore, he had to leave Lin Xuanji's protection and study alone, seeking knowledge in Tao. Only with that could he grow at the fastest possible speed and become more powerful. Lin Xuanji was slightly stunned. He thoroughly understood the earnestness in Yan Tianan's eyes. After a while, he nodded with a smile and sighed a little. "My family's Ahen is much stronger than I was at your age." Lin Xuanji couldn't enter this dense fog and illusory forest, so he stuffed almost all the defensive and attack weapons on his person, as well as all kinds of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines into Yan Tianan's arms. After Yan Tianan carefully selected several kinds, he pushed the rest back to Lin Xuanji. To be honest, Yan Tianan didn't feel that he particularly needed these items. After all, the magic treasures and medicinal pills that Lin Xuanji gave him were already enough. It's just that Lin Xuanji was still not at ease.